As soon as he jumped out of the taxi, Fang rushed straight to the boarding gate. Finally, drenched in sweat, he managed to catch his flight back to Shanghai at the last moment. It wasn't until he stepped into the cabin under the disapproving gaze of the beautiful flight attendant from China Eastern Airlines that he finally relaxed. Fang was not someone who could make a flight wait for him. If he had missed it, though the company would likely reimburse him after some tedious explanations, dealing with the old maid in the accounting department for an entire afternoon was something even the worldly wise Fang wouldn't relish. Well, I finally made it. Fang stretched out his limbs lazily on his seat, too relaxed to move anymore. Having caught the scheduled flight, Fang hadn't slept well the previous night and was now completely drained of energy. Even fastening his seatbelt was done sluggishly, earning him 2 harsh glares from the passing flight attendant who came to check. The plane had reached its cruising altitude and was now flying towards its destination. The cabin announcement reminded passengers they could now unfasten their seatbelts. The cabin became noisy as the flight attendants pushed their carts down the aisles. However, Fang pulled down his eye mask, leaned back against the seat, and closed his eyes to rest. Unknowingly, he drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, a violent jolt shook the aircraft violently. Fang woke up with a start, intending to ask what was happening. But before he could, the cabin announcement chimed in. Though, by then, there was no need for an announcement. Just looking out the window at the flames told him everything. Fang's face turned pale as he clutched the armrest tightly. The chances of a plane crash were said to be less than 1 in a million. Had never won more than 20 yuan in a lottery. So was he really about to hit the jackpot this time? The fire spread quickly. In the blink of an eye, the orange flames dancing on the silver wings had devoured the last engine and engulfed the entire wing. A massive amount of fuel spewed out from the ruptured engine, igniting in the plane's wake, trailing behind the fuselage like the fiery tail feathers of the mythical vermilion bird. The giant jetliner, dragging several long tails of flames, plummeted from the sky like a fiery meteor cutting through the dark expanse, a striking sight against the night sky. The emergency power line supplying electricity to the cabin failed just moments before the last engine was consumed. The emergency lighting on the cabin ceiling flickered a few times before going completely dark, along with the small lights on the side of the seats. The cabin plunged into darkness, illuminated only by the fire outside. The already panic-stricken passengers erupted into cries of despair. Fang, strapped securely into his narrow seat next to the window, watched as the wind-fueled orange flames raged on the wing. The flickering light filtered through the window, casting shifting shadows on his face. His ears were filled with screams and sobs. Strangely, instead of fear, Fang felt an eerie calm. It was as if he were sitting in a theater watching the latest disaster blockbuster, detached from the impending reality. The blazing inferno outside lit up the 10th centimeter high midnight sky. If viewed from the ground, it must be quite a spectacle, Fang thought idly. A burst of brilliant flames exploded in the air, freezing Fang's time in this world. His consciousness floated in the darkness, but the discomfort gradually seeping through his body brought him back from unconsciousness. It wasn't pain from injury, but a deep-seated exhaustion, akin to the aftermath of severe blood loss. Similar to when he once lay in a hospital bed after a gastric hemorrhage, feeling cold and weak all over. Though uncomfortable, Fang was glad to feel anything at all. Any sensation, regardless of its nature, meant he was still alive. Surviving a plane crash was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. However, his relief was short-lived as panic set in when he realized his mind was flooded with memories that weren't his own. Hong Gong? Who was that? Startled, Fang's consciousness snapped fully awake. An entire lifetime of memories, belonging to someone else, had inexplicably appeared in his mind. From childhood to adulthood, these fragmented yet complete recollections belonged to a man named Han Gang, spanning over a decade of life but not in the 21st century. These memories traced back 1,000 years to the enigmatic Song Dynasty. Could it have been possessed by a 1,000-year-old ghost? Fang felt as if trapped in a nightmare, doubting whether he had sustained a head injury during the accident. With great effort, he tried to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt impossibly heavy, refusing to budge despite his struggles. Summoning all his strength, he managed only the slightest twitch. He's awake, he's awake. Father, mother, third brother is awake. A young girl's delighted voice rang out as Fang's eyelids fluttered faintly. Her voice was soft and sweet, with a charming lilt, but to Fang, it sounded like thunder, leaving him dizzy. Soon, the voices of an older man and woman joined in, their excitement palpable. Yet, Fang's heart sank deeper with each word. After graduating from university, Fang had traveled extensively across China for over a decade. While he might not speak every dialect fluently, he was at least familiar with most. But the language spoken by these three people bore no resemblance to any dialect he knew. It carried traces of Shaanxi dialect mixed with hints of Cantonese intonation. Is it ancient Chinese? Recalling the thousand-year-old memories now lodged in his brain, Fang wondered, am I not the one being possessed, but rather possessing someone else, someone from the Song Dynasty? This realization threw him into further confusion, his chest tightening with anxiety. Though he enjoyed reading time travel novels on his phone to pass the time, Fang never believed such things were possible. Yet the current situation left him no room for doubt. Existence implies reason. This was a principle Fang had always adhered to. Now he could clearly hear the voices of the three people beside him, brimming with joy and tears. This couldn't be an illusion or a dream. Both the memories in his mind and the unfamiliar language he heard confirmed it. Dreams or hallucinations shouldn't exceed the boundaries of one's knowledge. But the strange yet familiar language and the alien memories in his head ruled out any possibility of this being a mere nightmare. Could it really be time travel? Remembering the novel's head read, Fang's mind grew even more chaotic. Had he truly traveled 1,000 years into the past? If so, how was he supposed to survive? Living at the bottom of society was unthinkable, but he lacked the ability to memorize hundreds of poems like the protagonists in those stories. Though his historical knowledge was limited, he knew that without the ability to compose poetry, it would be nearly impossible to carve out a respectable position in ancient times. And what about his current family? How would he face them? And his parents in the other world, what had become of them? These swirling thoughts drained Fang's already meager energy, and soon he slipped back into unconsciousness. When he awoke again, it was to the sound of voices coming from the neighboring room. Brother Han, I heard a famous doctor has arrived in Qinzhou City. His surname is Li, and he's highly renowned in Jingzhou Prefecture. Many high-ranking officials and nobles vie to invite him for house calls. Last year, when concubine Han fell ill, Dr. Li cured her with just a few needles. Lord Han was so grateful that Dr. Li can now enter his residence without needing to announce himself. This time, Dr. Li is visiting friends in Qinzhou. Coincidentally, Magistrate Chen's youngest son fell ill with wind cold, which later turned into tuberculosis, much like your third brother. But Dr. Li cured him, and he was up and running in no time. Though his fees are steep, no one complains when it's a matter of saving a life. The grating voice of a man with a duck-like tone grated on Fang's ears. For some reason, anger surged within him. This kind of swindler's patter, leveraging the names of influential figures, was all too familiar to Fang after years of navigating society. He never expected such scams to exist even 1,000 years ago, and now it was being used on him. Li Lazy, the Dr. Zhu you mentioned last time we begged and pleaded to trade 6 mu of land for his prescription, and it turned out to be useless. Are you still trying to scam us? Watch out, or he'll slap you silly. The fierce shout warmed Fang's heart. It was his mother's voice. But he quickly grew concerned, detecting a hint of wavering in her words. Im Zulhongd, Li Lazy cried out dramatically. Sisterly, think about it, there's no such thing as a universal cure in this world. Even someone as skilled as Dr. Li can't guarantee that one dose will have your third son up and running. But it's still a chance, isn't it? You can't just let your son stay sick forever. Land can be bought back, but once a person is gone, they can't be replaced. Li Lazy, don't think I don't see through you. You're just after that 3 mu vegetable field by the river bend. Let me tell you here and now, no matter who offers, I want to sell it to you. Sisterly, how could you say that? Do you think I covet your land? Sell it to whomever you want, I won't interfere, but think about it. In the village, who else can afford that plot of land? Only I can offer a fair price. Why not lease it to me first? Use the money to treat your third son. If you come into money later, you can always buy it back. Chapter 2, The Flickering Candlelight Reminiscing Life, Part 1. Han father and Han mother appeared to be persuaded. Although they were fully aware that Li Lazy sought to acquire their land for his own benefit, what value did the land hold in comparison to their cherished son? A life lost renders the land meaningless. Do not sell. Fang felt a surge of panic. This was not his conscious thought, but rather an inexplicable impulse that erupted from the depths of his heart. A tumult of emotions, self-reproach, resentment, and a myriad of feelings swirled within him. During his time in bed, he had been incessantly urged by that coarse voice to exchange their land for money to seek medical treatment. Ultimately, there remained only a small vegetable plot, and even that was not to be relinquished. Unbeknownst to him, Li Lazy had already departed, and Han father and Han mother sat once more at his bedside. The couple exchanged silent glances, willing to sacrifice everything for their son, such as the heart of parents everywhere. Let it go. It is merely a piece of land. We can save our third son. Han Mother sighed, gently caressing Hifang's forehead, her demeanor a stark contrast to the earlier firmness directed at Li Lizi. Her words stirred a deep sorrow within Hifang, leaving him uncertain whether it stemmed from his own feelings or those of Han Gang. The roughness of her hand, akin to sandpaper, belied its surprising warmth. Han father gazed at his emaciated son. His face, though only in his 40s, bore the weight of unmasked sorrow. With only this solitary child remaining, what purpose would their lives serve if they lost him? He nodded, his voice hoarse and subdued. Very well. Let us first pawn the land to Li Lizi, even at a meager price. We must save our third son. Suddenly, Hifang struggled, exerting all his strength to utter the words "do not sell." Yet, it felt as though his throat was constricted. The toll of his illness quickly drained him, and amidst the astonished voices of his parents, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Time slipped by, and Hifang awoke for the third time. This time, he finally possessed the strength to open his eyes. As he did, the first sight to greet him was a flickering, dim yellow light, accompanied by a pungent odor. An oil lamp. It was evident that only a wavering flame could produce such light. Likewise, only a lit oil lamp would fill the room with smoke. Could it be that I have truly traversed time? Hifang turned his eyes to survey the small chamber he found himself in. The room was diminutive, perhaps only 5 or 6 square meters, significantly smaller than the compartment he recalled from his memories. Yet, the feeble light was insufficient to illuminate even this confined space, casting the ceiling into darkness. Perhaps there is no ceiling at all. He pondered, noting the rough earthen walls beside him, their surfaces marked by the passage of time. Yet the patterns of the earth remained discernible. In such an ancient dwelling, the ceiling was likely akin to the beams and rafters of his former home, rather than a flat ceiling. Indeed, I have crossed over. Upon recognizing the bedroom in which he lay, Hifang could not help but smile bitterly, finally accepting a reality he had been reluctant to acknowledge. He had perished in a plane crash in the 21st century and was reborn into the body of a young man from the Song Dynasty a millennium ago. If this were a tale, it might well be entertaining. Yet, occurring in his own life, it was merely a source of dismay. Nevertheless, Hifang found solace in the thought that dying in a plane crash and being reborn in antiquity bore its own complexities of fortune and misfortune. Fortune hides within disaster, and disaster leans upon fortune. Though a cliché, it rang true. After grappling with the absurdity of his situation, Hifang's mind gradually found tranquility. To thrive in the Song Dynasty, he must first comprehend the era in which he found himself. He calmed his thoughts, sifting through the memories left by the original owner of this body, pleasantly surprised to find them largely intact. He could vividly recall his parents, friends, mentors, and neighbors. However, these memories felt as though they were shrouded in a thin veil, preventing him from fully identifying with them. Akin to watching an interminable film that could not be mistaken for his own experiences. Yet, this was sufficient, Hifang mused. Armed with these memories, he could proceed with caution, speaking little and observing much, alleviating concerns of potential complications arising from his assumed identity. Any discrepancies could be attributed to his illness. The current year was the second year of the Xining era, 1069 AD, a date unfamiliar to Hifang, who had only scraped by in his historical studies. However, thanks to the memories of the original owner, he recognized the names of the Song Dynasty's founding emperors, as well as those of the recently deceased Emperor Rinzong, and notable figures like Wang Anshi, Sima Guang, Su Shi, and Liu Yong. Furthermore, he recalled the names of neighboring states such as Liao, Xia, and Dali, allowing him to confirm the era in which he resided. Emperor Rinzong, who had occupied the Dragon Throne for 42 years, had passed away 6 years prior. Despite his long reign, he left no male heirs, only a multitude of daughters. Thus, Emperor Rinzong, a distant relative of Rinzong, ascended the throne by adopting a son. However, the frail Rinzong also did not remain on the throne for long. Merely 4 years later, he followed his nominal father into the afterlife, leaving the vast empire to his barely 20-year-old son, Zhao Su. Upon ascending the throne, a new era was proclaimed. The era of Zhiping transitioned to Xining, marking the current year as its second. This new emperor was undoubtedly linked to Wang Anshi's reform initiatives. Suddenly, Hifang felt a jolt of realization. Indeed, the title Xinzong refers to a temple name, one that a living emperor would not possess. If he were to carelessly address the current ruler by such a title, it would likely lead to dire consequences. Hifang sighed inwardly, recognizing it as common knowledge imparted by his memories, regardless of how to address the reigning emperor. He was certain that Zhao Su was discontent with the long-standing issues plaguing the Song dynasty. With aspirations to learn from the reforms of Yang to strengthen the nation and its military, Fang could affirm this with absolute certainty, even without his limited understanding of history. The sight of a nation boasting millions of troops yet compelled to pay tribute to Liao and Xia annually for peace was enough to ignite a sense of indignation. Despite being called China, it was subjected to the humiliation of foreign domination. This thought alone would stir feelings of anger in any self-respecting Song citizen, and Fang, influenced by lingering memories, felt a surge of resentment as well. If the common folk felt such discontent, one could only imagine the sentiments of the Song's sovereign. After all, Emperor Zhao Su was merely in his early 20s, an age ripe for ambition and defiance. Yet, the reason Fang lay incapacitated was ultimately rooted in the Song's weakened military, which had repeatedly fallen victim to the bullying of Xia, the original owner of this body, whose surname was Han and given name Gang, bore a courtesy name of Yukuan, derived from a line in the 1,000-character classic that read, "Gold gives birth to beautiful waters, jade emerges from Kuan Gang." Reflecting on this, Fang could not suppress another bitter smile. His journey to the Song dynasty was now undeniably confirmed. Otherwise, his mind would not be filled with a plethora of ancient texts and poetry he had never read. Nor would he possess knowledge of various idioms. All of this was the result of Han Gang's diligent study over the years. The Han family was not particularly affluent. Yet in the impoverished context of Longwan village, they could be considered a respectable household. With over 100 acres of land and a single plow ox, they were not quite landowners, as they primarily labored themselves and would only employ temporary workers during busy seasons. Their main enterprise revolved around vegetable cultivation. From several fertile acres adjacent to the river, they grew spring leeks and autumn greens, selling them in the nearby Qinzhou city across the river, thus sustaining a modestly comfortable life for over 20 years. Han Gang was the third son in the family, fortunate enough to have reached adulthood alongside his two elder brothers. In an era when the infant mortality rate exceeded 50%, even the royal family was not spared from extinction during the Song dynasty. This was indeed a minor miracle. Han Gang's eldest brother inherited the family business. His second brother joined the military, while he himself, endowed with remarkable intelligence from a young age, was supported by his frugal family to pursue his education. He commenced his studies at the tender age of 8, and by 12, he had already comprehended the 5 classics and numerous other texts, earning a reputation as a scholar in the surrounding regions. By the year 1067, the 4th year of the Zhiping era, Han Gang, having reached the age of 16, bid farewell to his parents and, like many scholars of his time, set out to travel and study. The Northern Song Dynasty enjoyed a century of peace, fostering a flourishing literary culture. Earlier luminaries such as Sun Fu and Hu Yuan, as well as contemporary figures like Ouyang Xiu and Zhou Dunyi, alongside renowned scholars like Wang Anshi, Sima Guang, Xiao Yong, Cheng Hao, and Cheng Yi, emerged in abundance. In the region of Guanzhong, there resided a learned and influential scholar, Zhang Zai, who founded the Guanzhong school of thought and attracted numerous disciples. Han Gang sought his tutelage and diligently studied under him for 2 full years. However, the region of Luzhou, where the Han family resided, was far from tranquil. It was situated in the northwestern frontier of the Song dynasty, in present-day Shaanxi. In the 21st century, while Shaanxi's customs and culture have been widely observed, the experience of traversing through war-torn landscapes was foreign. Yet, during the Northern Song period, Shaanxi faced continual military strife due to its proximity to the Western Xia. In Han Gang's recollections from over 20 years prior, after Li Yuanhao inherited his father's position and commanded the various tribes of the Northwest, he raised the banner of rebellion. Li Yuanhao was notorious for his cruelty and licentiousness, sparing even his own daughters-in-law from his advances, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of his own son. Nevertheless, he was indeed a remarkable individual. Renouncing the surname bestowed by the Song and seeking a lineage from the Xianbei people, adopting the surname Wei, he led the already semi-independent Xia tribes to conquer the Xingling prefectures on the Hetao plain, declaring himself emperor and establishing the Western Xia regime. Within a mere few years, the Song forces suffered 3 significant defeats in large-scale battles, resulting in the annihilation of hundreds of thousands of troops, ultimately compelled to acknowledge the existence of the Western Xia state. Chapter 2. The Flickering Candlelight Reminiscing My Life. Part 2. From that moment on, The border between Song and Xia was never without the resounding drums and horns of war. The people of Guanxi were either conscripted as laborers or directly enlisted into the army. Han Gang's father and elder brother had once served as laborers, transporting supplies to the front lines or fortifying the borders. His second brother, upon turning 16, joined the military. Over the years, he frequently faced the battlefield, sustaining injuries multiple times and eventually attaining the rank of a minor officer known as the Lieutenant General. With 3 sons to support, 1 farming, 1 serving in the military, and 1 pursuing education, the Han family was regarded as an enviable household within the village. Yet, this year, everything changed. In early April, the Western Xia forces launched another invasion, with over 100,000 troops attacking Qinzhou. Han Gang's second brother donned his armor once more, while Han Gang's elder brother, who had been tending to the fields, was also called to arms. Both left home, never to return. After 2 years of studying under Zhang Zai, Han Gang received an urgent letter summoning him home shortly after the Dragon Boat Festival. He vividly remembered the hurried journey back, forced to endure the elements and falling ill along the way. Arriving home, he succumbed to his illness, bedridden during the sweltering heat of mid-May. Now, as he lay under 2 heavy blankets, he felt a persistent chill, not only from his weakened state but also because the weather had indeed turned cooler, likely signifying autumn's arrival in late August or September. Having been bedridden for 3 or 4 months due to a lung ailment, Fang experienced firsthand the advantages of society a millennium later. In this era, human life was regarded as trivial, whether due to war or disease. A robust young man could easily lose his life, a reality not to be taken lightly. This illness had transformed the Han family from a well-off household into a destitute one. Their 2 courtyards must have been sold, as the room Fang occupied bore no resemblance to the memories Han Gang had left behind. Over 100 acres of farmland had also been sold off, leaving only a meager 3-acre vegetable garden that was now the subject of covetous glances. Fang had overheard conversations between the land buyer, Li Lizi, and his parents, but remained oblivious to the final outcome, whether the last remnants of the Han family's land had been sold as well. Contemplating these matters ignited a flame of anger within Fang. The misfortunes that befell his family due to his own circumstances left both Fang and Han Gang seething with resentment. Justice will prevail, retribution is inevitable. A senior had once drunkenly remarked to Fang, reflecting on the unfortunate demise of a colleague they had just mourned. The sight of their fallen comrade, their face irreparably scarred, had profoundly affected Fang. Following that day, he abandoned a lucrative but morally questionable job in favor of more respectable work. Henceforth, he resolved to act with caution, never fully severing ties with others. The words of his senior resonated deeply within him. If you dare to take advantage of misfortune, do not be surprised when retribution finds you. Fang, a man of discernment and grudges, vowed to exact this retribution himself. Yet not all was lost in the millennium past. On the other side of the bed lay a slender young girl, half draped over the bed's edge, dozing. From Fang's perspective, he could not see her face, only the soft glow of her hair illuminated by the flickering light, accompanied by the gentle rhythm of her breathing that tickled his ears. The girl, around 16 or 17, appeared smaller than her age due to her delicate frame. When Fang first awoke, a soft third brother escaped the girl's lips. Although she referred to Han Gang as third brother, she was not a biological daughter of the Han family. According to Han Gang's memories, her name was Yunyang, a foster daughter of the Han household, originally of foreign descent. For years prior, under the command of the Western Xia ruler, Wei Mingliangzhua, who led his troops south to attack Qinzhou, many friendly tribes were annihilated or driven away. During this chaotic time, the young Yunyang was abducted by human traffickers and sold to the Han family, thus adopting their surname. The term foster daughter in this context implied a form of servant rather than a mere child. It was not unusual for household servants in ancient times to refer to their masters as father or mother and their young masters as brothers, especially when the family held no official rank. Fang, having read Jin Pingmei, found nothing surprising in this. During the days Han Gang languished in a feverish stupor, it was Yunyang who tended to him with utmost care. The 16 or 17-year-old girl attended to the patient with remarkable diligence, preventing the bedsores that even modern hospitals struggle to avert. While Han Gang took this for granted, Fang, having transitioned into this new life, recognized the rarity of such devotion. Grateful, he mustered the strength to lift his hand, intending to smooth Yunyang's hair that lay scattered across the bedding. The slightest movement startled the girl from her slumber. "Third brother?" she murmured, still caught between sleep and wakefulness, her voice soft and childlike. When she looked up, Fang was momentarily dazzled. In Han Gang's memories, Yunyang had been a mere child when he departed for his studies, but now she was truly breathtaking. Perhaps it was the prolonged position at the bedside that caused her hair, signifying her youth, to fall loosely, cascading like a waterfall. The warm glow of the light reflected off her hair, akin to the finest silk. Half hidden by her hair, her youthful face gained an added allure. Her rosy lips parted slightly, her petite nose straight, and her brows arched like crescent moons, with her eyes slightly downturned. She bore a hint of foreign lineage, likely due to the frequent interactions of the Uyghur merchants in Qinzhou, where the local tribes were less stringent about chastity. While her distinct features may not align with contemporary beauty standards, Yunyang would undoubtedly attract many admiring gazes in a future millennium. Awakened from her dreams, Yunyang rubbed her eyes sleepily. When she lowered her hands, her gaze met Fang's, filled with astonished admiration. Third brother. The little girl's expression, wide-eyed and covering her mouth in surprise, was utterly endearing. Having witnessed her third brother's slow return to consciousness after a long period of slumber, she had spent these days by his bedside, alternating with Han's mother in caring for him, eagerly awaiting his awakening. In the past half-month, every physician summoned from Qinzhou with great expense had ultimately shaken their heads in despair, declaring her third brother beyond saving. Several had remarked that no one could survive 4 months of severe illness and then remain in a coma for over half a month and still be rescued. Yet, Yunyang clung to a glimmer of hope, diligently attending to Han Gang's needs and praying to the deities above. Her intentions were pure. As the foster daughter of the Han family, she felt a deep sense of responsibility. Besides, Han Gang had always been the kindest to her within the household. The heavens must have taken pity. After so many arduous days, her efforts were finally rewarded. Overcome with emotion, tears began to stream down her cheeks, glistening under the light. Leaning against the bedside, Yunyang sobbed uncontrollably, releasing the fatigue and anxiety that had accumulated over the months, tightly clutching the corner of the blanket. Third brother, please wake up. As the tears shimmered like crystal beads cascading down her cheeks, Fang felt a pang of sympathy and reached out, intending to wipe away her tears. Startled by his gesture, the little girl did not pull away, allowing Fang's clumsy hands to brush the tears from her face. At this moment, she ceased her tears, inexplicably producing a handkerchief from somewhere to dab at her eyes. The little girl then attempted to rise, exclaiming, "I shall go awaken father and mother. Let them sleep. They are weary," replied Fang, reaching out to grasp Han Yundang's hand, drawing her closer. He felt the soft warmth of her palm, delicate as if her slender wrist could snap with the slightest pressure. Observing her considerably diminished visage, Fang spoke gently. "You have endured much hardship these days. Look how much weight you have lost." Their hands entwined, breathing in unison, Han Yundang felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Had it been daytime, the flickering light would have betrayed her embarrassment. She pondered why third brother was not as solemn and decorous as before, leaving her uncertain of where to place her hands and feet. After a moment of fidgeting, Han Yundang suddenly covered her mouth and exclaimed softly, "Oh dear. I forgot to extinguish the lamp. It has consumed so much oil." With that, she leaned against Fang, attempting to rise. "No need to hurry. Let the lamp remain lit. It will extinguish itself once the oil is spent." Fang, astute in the ways of the world, discerned her playful antics. He tightened his grip, preventing her from withdrawing her hand. Han Yundang tugged gently a few more times, but seeing Fang's reluctance to release her, she settled back down quietly at the edge of the bed, her delicate figure reminiscent of a night-blooming flower. Under Fang's fervent gaze, her head bowed lower and lower. Her ungrasped right hand fiddled with the silk ribbon at her waist, staring intently at the unadorned fabric, as if trying to conjure a flower from it. In the room, one reclined while the other sat, their gazes not meeting, yet their hands remained firmly connected. The occasional crackle of the lamp added to the tranquility of the moment. Viewing the beauty beneath the lamp's glow, one could not help but feel entranced. Holding the slender hand of the young maiden and observing her shy, enchanting demeanor, Fang felt an overwhelming sense of peace and joy. Though he possessed neither land nor wealth, the companionship of this little sister made him ponder that perhaps arriving in the Song Dynasty would not be so bad after all. Chapter 3. The Humble Abode Does Not Diminish the Spirit of Learning. Part 1. Wealth and nobility are the desires of mankind. Yet, if attained through improper means, they are of little worth. Poverty and lowliness are what people detest. However, if one cannot escape them through rightful conduct, they are inevitable. How can a gentleman forsake benevolence and still achieve renown? A gentleman would never deviate from kindness, even in the briefest moments, whether in times of ease or adversity. As the sun gradually ascended, it dispelled the chill of the autumn morning. It was the season for plowing the wheat fields post-harvest, and the villagers of Xiaolong Bay, having recuperated after the harvest, took up their hoes and ventured into the fields. The dirt path at the village entrance bustled with villagers, while the lively sounds of reading emanated from a dilapidated thatched cottage not far from the entrance. Passers-by paused in surprise, drawn to the familiar sound of scholarly pursuit, which transported them back to years past when the three sons of the Han family toiled day and night in their studies. Has the third scholar of the Han family recovered? He must be quite well, remarked one villager. I've seen his caretaker helping him walk these past few afternoons. I saw it yesterday. He can now move about, though he's quite emaciated. He used to be so robust, just like his elder brothers, strong as an ox. Now a gust of wind could topple him. Is the third scholar studying even harder than before? After such a long illness, he must be eager to catch up on his studies. Indeed, I should let my two boys observe him. He embodies the spirit of a future successful candidate for the imperial examinations. The elder brother has been away for 2 years, not in vain. It seems the third scholar has also become more amiable. He greeted me with a smile yesterday. Indeed, he is considerably more pleasant than before. In this small village, the third son of the Han family held a respected position among scholars. In their memories, Han Gang was often absorbed in his books, exhibiting a rather aloof demeanor. He was courteous to the villagers, yet rarely smiled. However, Fang, wishing to mend the poor impression left by his past, unexpectedly astonished them with his newfound warmth. Fortunately, he has recovered. Han Kaiyuan has exhausted his resources over the past 6 months to care for his son. If he had not improved, there would have been no money left for medicine. Now, not a single plot of land remains, and even their 2-story home has been sold. Han Kaiyuan and his wife must toil day and night, foraging for wild vegetables in the mountains, heedless of the dangers posed by wild beasts. In these times, one truly cannot afford to fall ill. It has indeed allowed Li Lizi to seize a tremendous opportunity. He has long coveted the Han family's 3 acres of vegetable garden, and now his wish has finally been fulfilled. But it is hardly a fulfillment. He is more likely to be weeping. Those 3 acres were mortgaged, not sold outright. They can still be redeemed. The garden was mortgaged just as the third scholar regained his health. And now Li Lizi must worry day and night about Han Kaiyuan reclaiming the land. Sunlight, tinted with a hint of orange, streamed through the gaps in the wooden window frames, casting its glow upon the earthen walls. The villagers' conversations outside drifted in with the light. Those discussing the Han family at the village entrance were fellow villagers, sharing in their relief. However, as their words reached Fang's ears, his voice grew subdued, tinged with an almost imperceptible quiver. The Qianling Mountains of this era were far more desolate than in later times, with tigers roaming freely. In Han Gang's memories, there were instances of tigers invading the village at night to carry away sheep. Fang was taken aback to realize that his parents had risked their lives to gather funds for his medical expenses. The 3 acres by the riverbank were a legacy from his grandfather. The very fact that Han Gang's father was known as Han Kaiyuan reveals the significance of that plot to the family. Even in his ethereal state, Han Gang's influence lingered within Fang, urging him to resist the sale of that cherished land. Regrettably, he was too late. By the time he regained his senses, the garden had already been mortgaged. Thankfully, it could still be redeemed. Otherwise, the Han family would have truly become destitute, what is referred to in this era as clients. What calamity has befallen the Han family these past 2 years? The recent turmoil has claimed the lives of the eldest and second sons, leaving only the youngest. Did they incur the wrath of some deity after the mishap during their offerings to General Li? How could they have lost 2 sons? The third scholar had also been bedridden for half a year, nearly losing his life. Just the other day, Han Kaiyuan and Aunt Li went to the temple to make a vow, and suddenly, he has improved. Be cautious. The spirit of General Li may shoot an arrow through you at night. Is General Li indeed a vengeful spirit? I'm merely jesting. The third scholar's illness stemmed from exposure to the elements and a hasty journey. What does General Li have to do with it? His recovery now is surely a blessing from the general. Fang, overwhelmed by the incessant chatter, found his mind agitated and had lost the will to continue reading. Discussions about others, regardless of the era or location, are inescapable. Yet, becoming the subject of such gossip left Fang with an uncomfortable feeling in his heart. Fang fell silent, gently closing the book of the analects that he held in his hands, placing it upon his desk. The manuscript was entirely hand-copied. The characters meticulously inscribed in a neat cursive, exuding an air of precision akin to printed text. This style, derived from Ouyang Sun, was called Guang in the Qing dynasty. But in Hifang's current time, it was referred to as Songguan Kaishu, named after the three esteemed academies, Zhaowen, Shiguan, and Jixianyuan. Its status among the many academies was unparalleled. At this time, even the prime minister held positions in these prestigious academies. To partake in scholarly pursuits and participate in examinations, one must inscribe their answers in this particular script. Otherwise, misinterpretations by the clerks responsible for transcribing could lead to disastrous consequences, though the text was neatly written. The pages themselves were rather coarse, the edges unevenly trimmed. It was evident that Han Gang's bookmaking skills were lacking. The stacks of manuscripts on the desk and shelves were not solely the product of the intellects. Roughly half were also hastily crafted copies attributed to Han. Hifang did not doubt the origins of these manuscripts. A 16 or 17-year-old youth, far from home, residing in a dilapidated temple outside the city, would spend his days seeking knowledge and his nights, by the flickering candlelight, copying precious texts borrowed from classmates, heedless of the seasons or festivities. The vivid memories of this arduous literary labor remained etched in Han Gang's mind, a legacy inherited by Hifang. Hifang was somewhat astonished by Han Gang's perseverance and patience, though he did not hold it in high esteem. It was perhaps akin to his own efforts in high school, years spent laboring under the sun in summer and braving the cold in winter, never allowing a day to pass without writing. 10 years of toil have passed, yet I could not await the day of triumph. But even after a decade of diligent study, the chance of success in the examinations is akin to a solitary bridge amidst a sea of warriors, infinitely more challenging than the still competitive universities of today. Such an investment seems hardly worthwhile. In a nation that has enjoyed over a century of peace, boasting a population exceeding 20 million, Hifang estimated there to be nearly 100 million citizens. Yet, only 300 or so scholars are selected every 3 years, averaging nearly 100 per annum. Moreover, the opportunities for success in the imperial examinations are predominantly skewed towards the southeastern regions, leaving the northwest with scant representation. In provinces like Fujian and Zhejiang, it is not uncommon for a single examination to yield 10 or more scholars. Even notable families have seen 5 or 6 emerge from one cohort. In contrast, the provinces of Shaanxi and beyond rarely produce more than 5 successful candidates per examination cycle, rendering such outcomes exceedingly rare. It is not unusual for several consecutive examinations to yield no successful candidates at all in the Northwest, at least in the memories that Han Gang left for Hifang. It seems that there has been no record of any scholar from Qinzhou achieving the esteemed title of Jinshi in the past 2 to 3 decades. In the vast expanse of Shaanxi province, with a population exceeding 5 to 6 million, the number of successful candidates is merely a handful, rendering the likelihood of success less than 1 in a million, a thought that evokes a profound sense of despair. The pursuits of reading, advancing in studies, participating in the imperial examinations, and ultimately attaining the title of Jinshi have constituted the singular ambition of the original owner of Hifang's corporeal form for the past decade. However, with hope appearing so bleak and the returns on such investments exceedingly meager, Hifang finds himself entirely disinterested in the imperial examination system. Instead, his thoughts are consumed with how to leverage the knowledge he possesses, akin to distilling spirits, crafting soap, or producing glass, to seize status and wealth in this world. Chapter 3. A humble abode does not diminish the aspirations of sword and pen, Part 2. Upon his arrival, Hifang was acutely aware that he must put on a facade. He could not allow Han Gang's family to perceive any disparity between himself and Han Gang. Each day was dedicated to reading and practicing calligraphy, mirroring the academic endeavors that Han Gang had previously undertaken. Each morning, after the ritual of cleansing and grooming, Hifang immersed himself in his studies, fortunate that the memories of the past 18 years remained largely intact, thereby making the imitation rather effortless. Day after day, as he delved into the classics, Hifang found himself feeling somewhat stifled. The 9 classics and 3 commentaries were already second nature to Han Gang, who could recite entire texts upon merely glancing at the first line, even mastering extensive commentaries that surpassed the original works in volume. These memories were seamlessly inherited by Hifang, who could readily recite them with the slightest prompt. Nonetheless, Hifang remained diligent in his daily recitations, for even the most profound memories would wane if not regularly revisited. Once he set down his book, Hifang often pondered the possibility of returning to a millennium later with Han Gang's memories. Armed with his eloquence, he imagined it would be no challenge to make a name for himself on the esteemed public speaking platforms. What a pity, he sighed softly. Han Gang's talents, if retained in this era, would be but commonplace. Han Gang had left behind not just memories and texts, but also the essays and poetry he had composed. The essays were manageable, though Fang found himself unable to critique them adequately, often noting lapses in logic and mismatched conclusions and arguments. However, when perusing the poetry, Fang found it utterly unbearable. In the era of the Song Dynasty, peace had reigned for a century, giving rise to a flourishing literary culture with countless talented scholars. Timeless verses could be found everywhere, for scenic depictions of the northern frontiers. There were phrases such as "long smoke falls as the sun sets," "the lonely city is shut tight," for farewells, "at the evening pavilion," as the sudden rain ceases. For expressions of longing, "with tearful eyes, I ask the flowers, but they remain silent," as the scattered petals drift past the swing. Fang thought that even if Han Gang's poetry could not be compared to these celebrated masters, it should possess some measure of merit. Yet, he was taken aback to discover works that he deemed unworthy of preservation, which Han Gang shared with his peers as if they were treasures. His collection of classmates' works reflected the same lackluster standard. What sort of poetry is this? No wonder the scholars of the Western lands cannot produce a Jinshu. If the poetry and prose of the scholars from Shaanxi were of such a caliber, it was hardly surprising that they would be outshone by their Jiangnan counterparts. He tossed aside the several volumes of Han Gang's poetry, causing the shelf to shudder. Having awakened to Han Gang's memories for merely a few days, Fang was gradually familiarizing himself with them. Yet, Han Gang's identity remained foreign to him, compelling Fang to view his predecessor through a third-party lens, including his literary works. Observing Han Gang's grand compositions, Fang did not pin his hopes on them as a means of support. If he were to take Han Gang's place in the examinations, he would be hard-pressed to pass even the provincial assessments, let alone the Jinshu. From Han Gang's memories, Fang learned that those who passed the provincial examination were referred to as Gongxing or Jiren. However, unlike the later Jiren, this was not a lifelong qualification but rather a one-time credential. Having passed the provincial examination, if one failed to succeed in the Jinshu exams in the capital 3 years later, they would have to retake the provincial examination to regain eligibility as a Gongxing. Moreover, the provincial exam had already transpired while he lay in his sickbed, and the Gongxing from the province had already been selected, preparing to embark for the capital to sit for the Jinshu exams the following year. If he wished to compete, he would have to wait 3 more years. The prospect of purchasing a ticket to the examinations 3 years hence, with the odds of success being exceedingly slim, did not pique Fang's interest. Unless the court could alter the Jinshu examination questions to something more familiar and less demanding of literary talent, he had little hope of achieving that goal. The difficulty was insurmountable. He shook his head, relieved that there were alternative paths to wealth and office. For instance, there was the Mingjing examination, which was somewhat less challenging than the Jinshu. One could also seek to serve under high-ranking officials, accumulating merit for future recommendations. Or, one might directly purchase an official position, referred to as Jina. Purchase an official title? Fang surveyed the modest room, letting out a bitter laugh. At least for the moment. It was more challenging than attaining the Jinshu. The Han family was destitute. The humble abode they occupied was rented, though once respectable in their village. The meager furnishings he had salvaged from his former home betrayed their poverty. A bed, a writing desk, a bookshelf, and 2 wooden stools. That was all. The furniture was rudimentary, constructed from unrefined poplar, lacking polish or finesse. Not a single nail was used. Only mortise and tenon joints held it together. Particularly, the bookshelf was crafted with loose joints, quivering at the slightest touch and creaking ominously. The few shelves of the bookshelf held around 180 volumes, most of which were painstakingly copied by Han Gang and transported back from his studies, including the 9 classics and 3 commentaries along with their annotations, even possessing several fragments of historical texts. The remaining 20 volumes were genuine song editions, albeit from Fujian, rather than those produced by the Imperial Academy or Hangzhou. Let alone privately printed editions, Fujian publications were the most widely printed and distributed, while private editions were the rarest. However, in terms of quality, books from Fujian were notoriously inferior. Han Gang could only afford the Fujian editions. The writing implements on the desk exuded a sense of poverty as well. 2 ink sticks, worn down to mere stubs. An unrefined inkstone, unpolished. A stack of somewhat coarse yellow paper, and a pen rack holding 4 or 5 brushes, alongside a bamboo pen holder, which stood half a foot tall, containing 7 or 8 brushes, slightly worn but usable. This constituted all of Han Gang's writing supplies. Truly, a portrait of abject poverty. After half a month, Fang gradually assimilated a portion of the memories of his predecessor, allowing him to adeptly utilize the vocabulary of the present and comprehend the inscriptions on the bamboo pen holder. Green jade, half a branch, its essence straightforward. One should remember its heart, embody its segments. To gift to Yukuan. Fang held the bamboo pen holder in his hand, softly reciting the elegant script, its flowing letters exhibiting grace and dignity, far surpassing that of a mere amateur. Just below the inscription, in a smaller font, were the words Zhang Zai of Dalian, the name of the giver and the original owner as teacher. The name Zhang Zai seemed vaguely familiar to Fang, though he could not pinpoint its significance. His knowledge of Song Dynasty history was limited, having often slept through history classes, and the names that echoed in his mind were likely those of notable figures from this era. In the memories of the original owner, this teacher was revered as Master Henku, held in high esteem among the scholars of Guanzhong. Reflecting on Han Gang's teacher, a scene flashed through Fang's mind. A middle-aged man in his 40s, of average stature and unremarkable appearance, yet his demeanor exuded an extraordinary presence, embodying integrity and steadfastness. He was in a reasonably spacious earthen room, lecturing a group of 10 to 20 students on the Confucian classics. Where there is ignorance, there is knowledge. Where there is no ignorance, there is no knowledge. Hence it is said, the sage has never possessed knowledge. It is through questioning that knowledge is attained. The master sought wisdom from Laozi, sought joy from Shirkuan. The teacher elucidated the Confucian classics, while a throng of eager students fervently took notes. If one disregarded the structure of the classroom and the attire of the teacher and students, Fang found the scene quite familiar. No, they should not be called mere bookworms. Fang shook his head. Han Gang, under the tutelage of Zhang Zai, engaged not only in the study of Confucian classics but also delved into military strategy, water conservancy, astronomy, geography, archery, and music. Zhang Zai was far from being a mere teacher who emphasized rote learning. The study of Confucian text was not solely about conveying abstract principles. It required a wealth of practical knowledge in astronomy and geography, and archery was a skill that even the sages insisted students should practice diligently. On the wall of Han Gang's chamber hung a 3-foot-long recurve bow, crafted from yellow birch with a silk and hemp string. While not exquisitely made, it possessed a rugged beauty. Fang took the bow down and attempted to draw the string, but it did not budge. It felt stiff, and his arms, still recovering from illness, lacked the strength to pull it back. According to his recollection, this bow required a draw weight of 1 stone and 3 do, equating to approximately 130 pounds of force, a gift from his elder brother during his travels for study, far superior to the ordinary hunting bows that required only 5 or 6 do. With this bow, Han Gang had repeatedly ranked among the top 5 in archery competitions involving hundreds of classmates. His prowess in archery was undeniable, evidenced by the calluses that had yet to fade from his fingertips. Gazing at his large, knobby hands, Fang resolved that once his strength improved, he would intensify his archery practice. The abilities he had once possessed had grown dim after a prolonged hiatus and a change of circumstances. Being of a frugal disposition, Fang would not allow his skills to wane. Both his studies and archery required rigorous retraining. The wisdom imparted by his father in his previous life resonated within him. The more skills one acquires, the greater the choices one will have in the future. Archery is one of the 6 arts of a gentleman, and in ancient times, scholars were well-rounded in both literature and martial arts, balancing books in one hand and arrows in the other. Zhang Zai, Han Gang's mentor, emphasized the foundation of these 6 arts. In Han Gang's memories, he had accompanied his teacher and encountered many renowned figures, including the legendary progenitors of Neo-Confucianism, Cheng Hao and Cheng Yi, who happened to be Zhang Zai's cousins. The two Chengs and Zhang Zai were all masters of Confucianism, and when gathered, they would engage in discussions about profound concepts such as heaven and earth have no heart. Yet mankind imparts a heart to them. Heaven and earth have no heart. Fang was suddenly struck with astonishment, almost exclaiming aloud. How had he not realized until now who Zhang Zai truly was? The renowned words left by Zhang Zai hung on the walls of his middle school classroom, which he had studied for 3 years. Moreover, prior to his transmigration, he had encountered them numerous times in newspapers and on television. Quoted by others, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the people, to carry on the teachings of the ancients, to open peace for all generations. Such was the demeanor befitting a Confucian scholar. Although in Han Gang's memories, the Henku Academy had yet to be established and the 4 lines of immortal words had not yet emerged, the profound imprint left in his mind reflected the spirited essence of Zhang Zai, who embraced both literary and martial studies, transcending time and space, with his heart attuned to the world, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the people, to carry on the teachings of the ancients, to open peace for all generations. Fang recited each phrase, feeling a surge of ambition rise within him. For the first time since his transmigration, he sensed a direct connection with history. In a moment of clarity, his consciousness intertwined with that of Han Gang, realizing, so this is my teacher. Chapter 4. Otherworldly affection. The familiar, sweet voice resonated from outside the room, interrupting Fang's reverie. A gentle smile spread across his face. It was Yun Yang. Please, come in. Han Yun Yang responded and gracefully leaned against the door as she stepped into the room, carrying a food tray adorned with a small clay pot, from which the tantalizing aroma of lamb and millet porridge wafted even before it was uncovered. Haven't you just eaten? Why have you brought more? Fang inquired. It is well past noon, the young girl replied with a light laugh, her pink lips revealing a row of pearly white teeth that gleamed like polished shells. It was hard to fathom how a mere willow branch could achieve such pristine whiteness. She delicately placed the food tray on the desk and began tidying up the books scattered across the table and shelves. How time flies, Fang mused, realizing that although he had merely been reading, he had become lost in memories, and suddenly it was midday. Third brother. You are so engrossed in your reading that you hardly notice, Han Yun Yang remarked, her nimble fingers quickly restoring order to the disheveled tabletop. As she lifted the pot lid and stirred it with a wooden spoon, she turned to assist Han Gang in sitting down for the meal. Fang sat at the table, gazing down at the steaming, fragrant millet and meat porridge before him. Despite his heart, forged in the crucible of life as hardships. Feeling a slight tightening, he was reminded of the agricultural custom of having only 2 meals a day, with the sparse fare barely filling one's belly. Yet, the body he now inhabited, frail and ailing, was being nurtured with 3 hearty meals daily. His parents spared no expense, 3 or 4 eggs each day, a pound of tender lamb, and rich millet porridge, all to restore Fang's health day by day. However, he now understood the sacrifices behind this sustenance. No wonder there was no land left to cultivate, and his parents toiled from dawn till dusk, returning home weary and worn. What troubles you, third brother? Hurry and eat. It will get cold, Han Yun Yang urged softly, noticing Fang's stillness. He shook his head, setting aside his concerns. Worrying over his current condition was futile. With a smile, he beckoned the young girl standing nearby, ready to serve him. Come, join me. I cannot possibly eat all this alone. Han Yun Yang's fair face flushed bright red, and she instinctively took a half-step back in surprise. Although she was oblivious to Sima Zhao's intentions, she was acutely aware of her third brother's feelings. Since his recovery, he had shed his former seriousness, drawing closer to her, and the young girl welcomed this change wholeheartedly, albeit with a touch of shyness. She lowered her beautiful eyes, focusing on her embroidered shoes, and timidly murmured, "You should eat more, third brother, so you can regain your strength." Fang, captivated by her sudden blush, felt his previous heaviness lift considerably. Leaning down, he playfully pulled Han Yun Yang closer. "If I eat while you watch, it lacks flavor. It is far sweeter when we share the meal." While his parents toiled outside, he found joy in sharing a meal with the young girl at home. This was not due to a lack of empathy. Fang understood that the best way to repay his parents was to recover his health swiftly, both physically and emotionally. To suffer alongside them would only prolong his recovery and render their sacrifices meaningless, which he deemed unfilial. He was not one for sentimentality, if he believed it right. He would not ponder further. Beneath the lamp's glow, their shared meal held its own charm, and by daylight, the young girl's charm was undeniable. Her deep, dark eyes sparkled with life, and when shy, her long lashes veiled their depths, akin to a hidden spring, only to shine brightly when she smiled, revealing her innocent, radiant teeth capable of ensnaring souls. Her coarse cotton dress, though somewhat worn, did not detract from her beauty, yet it stirred a pang of pity within Fang. In their society, maidservants were often referred to as nurturing daughters. Within the Han household, however, the young girl held an additional role as a child bride. The parents had initially intended for one of their 3 sons, should he remain unmarried, to wed her, a common practice in their rural community. With the eldest son married and the second serving in the military, the arrangement had fallen to Han Gang, but now it inadvertently benefited Fang. Han Yun Yang was fully aware of her parents' intentions but regarded her third brother as her destined partner. Although she felt both bashful and excited by his newfound affection following his recovery, she remained perpetually shy in his presence. Fang embraced the soft, delicate form of the young girl, and together they savored the lamb and millet porridge, taking turns with the spoon until they had polished off the entire pot. After their meal, as Han Yunnyong sprang up to clear the dishes, Fang adjusted his attire and stepped outside. His body was gradually regaining strength. He no longer required assistance and could stroll independently. Each day, he endeavored to increase the distance he walked, knowing that only through rigorous exercise could he hasten his recovery. In an age devoid of antibiotics, one's health largely depended on one's own resilience. He had taken to walking along the riverbank, nurturing his stamina. As he traversed the village's dirt paths, Fang refamiliarized himself with his surroundings while seeking opportunities for prosperity to alleviate his parents' burdens. The third son of the Han family, known for his academic prowess, was well respected in the small village. Villagers approached him warmly, exchanging pleasantries, which filled Fang with a sense of warmth. His polite and gracious responses surprised them, as they remarked on how he had developed the demeanor of a learned man. As he continued along, he greeted familiar neighbors. Noticing their astonished expressions, which revealed that the previous Han gang was not one to engage kindly. However, having studied away for 2 years, he had returned only to fall ill before truly interacting with the villagers. The transformation in Fang was attributable to those 2 years, rendering any suspicion unfounded. After a while, the sound of rushing water reached his ears, accompanied by the refreshing scent of moisture in the air. Xiaolong Bay was a modest village nestled between 2 mountains, with verdant hills to the south and rugged peaks to the north, from which the babbling river flowed. The river, named Jishui, meandered past the village toward the city of Qinzhou. After flowing eastward for over 100 miles, it converged with the Weishui, known as the Wei River. If not for the threat posed by the Tanguts, this area would indeed be a pleasant place to live. However, given its location on the frontier, a sense of unease lingered day and night. After all, this was the Northern Song Dynasty, Fang mused. In later times, Shaxi would be the heartland of China, devoid of such fears. In those days, one could live peacefully without concern for danger, as warfare was merely a term encountered in newspapers and books. Yet now, this was a stark reality he had to confront. The unfamiliar sky, the strange land, and the alien era weighed heavily on Fang's heart. And he suddenly felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Just then, he stumbled over a stone, nearly losing his balance. When a small hand reached out from behind to steady him. "Third brother, be careful. Watch your step." "Yes," Fang replied. Turning to see Han Yunnyong had followed him, her concerned eyes watching him closely. At least he still had family. Fang turned his gaze to the young girl, who was cautiously supporting him. In this era, there exist relatives who should feel unfamiliar, yet harbor a sentiment of kinship within their hearts. "So be it since I have arrived. I shall find peace in it," Fang mused, uncertain whether his sentiments stemmed from resignation or acceptance of fate. A millennium has passed. Such is the will of heaven. Even if one feels reluctant, what can be done? Since I have arrived, I shall find peace in it. Standing by the gently flowing river, supporting the young maiden's shoulder, he gazed into the distance at the city across the water, repeating his thoughts anew. The autumn breeze caressed the river's surface, carrying with it a hint of sweet osmanthus fragrance from an unknown source. His wide azure robe billowed in the wind. Yet his slender form stood resolutely, unwavering. Although Fang longed to be reborn into a wealthy family, the mere chance to live again was a tremendous fortune. And a life granted anew deserved to be cherished. Moreover, with family who cared for him, to desire too much might invite calamity. Fang possessed a broad-minded outlook. One might say he was magnanimous, since he had inexplicably arrived in this era and had no way of knowing how to return to the 21st century. All he could do was strive to improve the lives of himself and his family here. The first step was to shed his former self and embrace a new identity. I am Han Gang, I am Han Yukuin. Chapter 5. The Heartfelt Thoughts of Filial Piety, Part 1. After lingering by the riverbank for a while, Han Gang resolutely decided to return home to continue his studies, with Han Yunnyong accompanying him to attend to household chores. As they approached the village entrance, a figure emerged from the ferry landing downstream. Upon seeing him, Han Gang halted in his tracks, while the young girl instinctively cowered behind him, overcome with sudden timidity. The man bore a face riddled with warts, his bulging eyes and protruding mouth resembling a grotesque toad, his belly straining against a brown silk robe that failed to conceal his girth. At first glance, he seemed like a plump frog preparing for winter hibernation. It was indeed a rare sight for a human to possess such a visage. Han Gang recognized him from the memories of his predecessor. This was Li Lizi, the man who relentlessly urged the Han family to sell their land. Li Lizi was the wealthiest individual in the village. His face akin to a pomegranate skin turned inside out, earning him the moniker that had long overshadowed his true name. His reputation in the village was far from favorable. Yet he had forged a connection with Huang Daong, a local official known as Huang the Big Lump, and through him, he had come to know Chenju, a notorious figure in the Jianghu of the western regions, whose family had held the position of bailiff in Chengji County for 3 generations. Chenju was renowned for his extravagant generosity, although his wealth was amassed at the expense of the local populace. For 30 years, Chenju had dominated the political affairs of Chengji County, causing the dismissal of 2 county magistrates and several clerks, some of whom were left in disgrace. One unfortunate magistrate was stripped of his title and subjected to public disgrace, a fate more feared than mere dismissal. Another clerk met a worse fate, being exiled to Cheongzhou, never to return. Since then, no officials in Chengji County dared to provoke Chenju. In turn, Chenju understood that as long as the officials remained compliant, he would not overly oppress them, resulting in a delicate balance. Having ingratiated himself with Chenju, Li Lizi had been serving as the village head of Xialongwen for 4 years. He exploited his connections to shift taxes and labor duties onto others, causing distress to many families in the village. However, had it not been for the dire circumstances of the Han family's 3rd son, who was gravely ill and in need of funds, they would not have fallen victim to Li Lizi's machinations. Perhaps influenced by the original owner's sentiments or the revelations of recent days, Han Gang felt no goodwill towards Li Lizi. His greed for land knew no bounds. And such characters have existed across ages. Were it not for his own predicament, Han Gang would have remained indifferent. Yet, through deceitful methods, Li Lizi had systematically stripped the Han family of their property. In his heart, Han Gang vowed that he would repay this injustice in kind. Before his adversary, Han Gang maintained an air of civility and politeness. He clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Li Lijiang, it has been a while. How have you been?" "Ah, Han family's 3rd brother." Well, all is well," Li Lizi replied awkwardly, his raspy voice reminiscent of a duck's quack, while his gaze bore an inexplicable malice. Han Gang noted the expression on Li Lizi's face with keen observation. He found it puzzling that, despite having successfully acquired the Han family's land, Li Lizi held animosity towards him. Was it truly born from the fear that the Han family might reclaim their land? Han Gang bowed again, feigning sincerity. "My nephew has been ill for half a year, and during this time, our family has greatly appreciated your care, Lijiang. When the time is right, I shall host a feast to express our gratitude. I hope you will not decline." Of course. Li Lizi frowned, realizing that Han Gang, once a proud and aloof youth, had returned from his studies with newfound eloquence. In his eyes, Han Gang appeared frail from prolonged illness, dressed in simple blue fabric, his large sleeves hanging loosely, rendering him almost feeble. Yet, his broad frame and height of 6 feet still exerted an imposing presence. His pallor suggested he had not seen the sun in some time, and his sunken cheeks bore the marks of suffering, casting deep shadows across his face. Only his dark, piercing eyes and sharp brows hinted at an unfathomable depth, unsettling Li Lizi. Han Gang discerned Li Lizi's impatience. He relished causing discomfort to his foe. Moreover, he had a matter he wished to clarify. Lijiang, regarding the vegetable field by the riverbank. Han Gang broached the topic directly, only to see the glint of menace intensify in Li Lizi's eyes. Han Gang realized he had struck a nerve. "Let us discuss this another time," Li Lizi barked, turning sharply and striding back into the village, harboring resentment that Han Gang had recovered so swiftly. He had hoped for the Han family to exhaust their funds on land redemption. Watching Li Lizi's retreating figure, Han Gang let out a cold snort. He had recognized the malice in Li Lizi's eyes, yet now that he had regained his health, he felt equipped to handle whatever schemes Li Lizi might conjure. By evening, Han Gang's parents, Han Qianlu and Han Ali, returned home, weary and laden with empty baskets. Han Qianlu carried a jar that, despite smelling of wine, contained only dregs, while Han Ali's basket held a portion of lamb leg wrapped in lotus leaves, which she promptly handed to the young girl for cooking upon entering. Listening to the sound of Han Gang's voice reciting his studies from within his room, the couple exchanged a smile, finding solace in the belief that their toil was worthwhile. Han Yunyang prepared dinner swiftly, expertly handling the lamb leg, simmering the meat for porridge, and boiling the bones for broth. Once the table was set, she called for Han Gang to join them, and the family gathered around the table. Han Qianlu and Han Ali were both in their 40s. Their years of labor etched upon their faces, making them appear older than their age. Han Qianlu stood nearly 6 feet tall, similar in stature to Han Gang, regarded as tall within the region, with a strong and handsome visage. In contrast, Han Ali was somewhat shorter and not particularly striking. Yet she was a capable woman and the backbone of the family. Han Gang's maternal grandfather had once held a prominent position, and her brother currently served in a similar capacity over 100 miles away, with a formidable axe hanging on the wall, a testament to their martial lineage. Han Ali's temperament was far more resolute than her husband's gentle demeanor. Han Qianlu sat at one end of the table, while Han Ali faced him, with Han Gang seated at the lower end, leaving the young girl to stand nearby, awaiting her turn to eat after everyone else had finished. Though the Han family was modest, they adhered to societal norms. Even when guests arrived, Han Ali would retreat to the kitchen for her meal. The three of them sat around the large table, creating an atmosphere of emptiness and desolation. Previously, they had been a household of 7, including Han Gang's elder brothers. When Han Gang had not yet ventured out for his studies and his second brother was still at home, the family of 5 would crowd around the table, with the elder sister-in-law and Han Yunyang serving them, making for a lively meal. However, after the simultaneous deaths of his elder brothers, nearly 3 months had passed before his sister-in-law was summoned back to her family, taking with her a substantial dowry of 20 mu of land. According to custom, a widow was expected to observe a 3-year mourning period, yet such strictures were less observed in the remote northwest. Han Gang had only heard from Yunyang that his former sister-in-law intended to remarry shortly after the new year. Had Han Gang not integrated the memories of the original owner, he might have been taken aback. However, having assimilated those recollections, he found it entirely natural. The study of Neo-Confucianism remains an unremarkable school of thought, and the world does not adhere to the notion that minor hunger is trivial while loss of virtue is grave. It is exceedingly common for widows of childbearing age to remarry after the death of their husbands. Even if they are reluctant, their families often press them to do so. Should a widow possess a substantial dowry, suitors would readily crowd her doorstep. During the reign of Emperor Zhenzong, 2 chancellors, Zhang Shenqi and Xiang Minzhong, contended fiercely for a widow with a dowry of 100,000 strings of cash, bringing their dispute before the throne and causing a considerable uproar in the court. In such a societal climate, the commitment to chastity seemed utterly fanciful. Han Gang picked up his chopsticks and bowed his head to partake of his convalescent meal, which consisted, as always, of mutton porridge and a few side dishes. Each day, his meals remained unchanged, and Han Gang bore no complaints. He understood the hardships endured by his parents and recognized how difficult their circumstances were. Han Qianlu and Han Ali led much simpler lives than their son. Like the ordinary farmers of their era, the Han family's daily fare was rather plain and monotonous, a bowl filled with nearly oil-free vegetable soup noodles, essentially noodles. Though in the Song Dynasty, any food related to wheat was typically referred to as being accompanied by a few flatbreads. Chapter 5, The Heartfelt Gratitude and Filial Piety, Part 2. This steamed bun, commonly sold by Wu Dalong, was originally called a steamed bun. Decades ago, to avoid offending Emperor Renzong Xiaoxin, it was renamed cooked bun. In essence, it is akin to what is known in later generations as mantou. At this time, the mantou is filled with meat, resembling what would later be referred to as a meat bun. The vegetable-filled buns were known as vegetarian mantou. Accompanying the meal were several dishes of assorted pickled vegetables grown by the Han family, which they were unwilling to consume themselves, instead selling them to affluent households in the city for profit. The flour used for making soup buns and cooked buns was coarse, milled from a dough of wheat, yielding 9½ shing, with the husks ground in, rather than the fine white flour that results from milling wheat down to half its original quantity. Such a meal could fill one's stomach but lacked flavor, especially since they had only 2 meals a day, leaving half the day with growling stomachs. At this time, ordinary families were much like the Han family. The Han family had once been relatively prosperous, managing to treat themselves with some wine and meat every 10 to 15 days after selling their vegetables in the city. However, their fortunes had drastically declined, and even if they could afford to buy meat, it was reserved for Han Gang's nourishment. Han Qianlu hesitated to spend money even on a small jar of wine to indulge himself. Instead, he obtained some free wine dregs from a familiar winery, mixing it with hot water in an old wine jar to quench his thirst for alcohol. Though they subsisted on coarse food, they found joy in watching Han Gang eat heartily. Han Qianlu and his wife, Han Ali, perhaps unaware of some matters, were oblivious to the fact that Han Gang, who had spent 2 years studying abroad, knew that his 2 brothers had died in battle and that there were compensations due, money and silk amounting to 5 or 6 guan, perhaps even 7 or 8 bolts. Yet, such compensations seemed to vanish like water through the desert as they passed through various bureaucratic hands. Had these compensations been fully distributed, the Han family's finances would surely have been more stable, making it possible to redeem an acre or so of vegetable fields without difficulty. Han Ali ate quickly, while Han Qianlu slowly sipped the diluted wine dregs. Han Gang, with keen eyesight unclouded by years of study, could discern 2 lines of small characters tattooed on the back of Han Qianlu's left hand. The characters, blurred by wrinkles, revealed fragments like bow, hand. 4. Han Gang understood this to mean the designation of the local militia to which Han Qianlu belonged, 4th command of the archers, as he belonged to the lowest military rank. He was among the border archers conscripted 1 out of every 3 men in Shaanxi, thus the tattoo was on his hand. Had he been part of the imperial army, the tattoo would have been on his face. His deceased second brother had such a mark. Higher ranks among the militia, like the Bowie and the strong archers, also bore tattoos on their cheeks. 2 meals a day barely satisfied hunger, and with the constant demands of military service, the common people of Song Dynasty Shaanxi faced a grim reality. Han Qianlu, contemplating something, sighed as he set down his bowl. Alas, when a person becomes greedy, they lose all sense of shame. My third brother has recovered from his illness and is planning to redeem the fields. And that Li Lizi, he dares to think of changing the mortgage to his sale. How outrageous. That fool thinks he's clever. Han Ali slammed her chopsticks on the table, her face fierce. When we needed money for medicine, he haggled and recommended quack doctors, draining our funds like a sieve. Now that we have some money, let him dream. Once my third brother is fully recovered, we will redeem the land he mortgaged to Li Lizi. 1 acre at a time, if we have the money for 1. We will redeem 1. If we have for 2, we will redeem 2. I told Li Lizi as much today. I must reclaim the riverbank vegetable fields. Today. Li Lizi was scolded away by your mother. You just stood by and watched. He dared to approach you because he thinks you are easy to bully. If it were your mother, she would have dealt him a blow to knock some sense into him. That fellow Huang Dali is no better. The last time he saw Yun Yang at the ferry, he nearly drooled. If I had my rolling pin then, I would have given him an even larger bump on his head. At this moment, Han Gang realized that prior to encountering him, Li Lizi had already spoken with his parents regarding the vegetable fields. It was no wonder Li Lizi turned hostile the moment Han Gang mentioned it. Presumably, his parents had encountered Li Lizi while foraging for mountain goods in the southern hills, preparing to head north to the state city. Han Gang paused, lowering his head. It is all my fault, causing my parents to suffer Li Lizi's bullying. Enough of that. Han Ali turned and snapped. When it comes to treating illness, every penny is worth it. Indeed, Han Qianlu agreed, raising his bowl and finishing the contents in 1 gulp. He wiped the residue from his beard with the back of his hand. My third brother, do not dwell too much on this. Your grandfather lost everything when he came from the old home in Mizhou to trade in Guanchi. He returned with nothing, not even the clothes on his back, and had to settle in Qinzhou. But from renting and farming, before he passed, he had already secured that piece of land measuring 3 acres, 2 corners, and 15 steps for your father. I spent 20 years acquiring 110 acres. Now, even if we have lost it all, it is merely a return to the time when your grandfather first arrived in Guanchi. In 20 years, your father will surely reclaim the land and will still enjoy wine and meat. In this world, people should not fear poverty, only laziness. As long as one is diligent, anything can be accomplished. My third brother, you are a scholar, filled with the teachings of sages. I have little to impart, except to emphasize diligence. Be diligent in your studies and in your work, for even in officialdom, diligence remains paramount. Indeed, father speaks wisely. Han Gang lowered his head in reverence. And though Han Qianlu could not read a basket full of characters, his wisdom was evident. He raised his head and smiled. The sage once said, be quick to act and cautious in speech, which means to do more and say less. Father's words already embody half the wisdom of the sages. Truly a sage. Han Qianlu beamed with delight at his son's praise, tilting his head back and downing a bowl of murky wine dregs. He smacked his lips, picked up the wine jar and shook it, sighing, it's no different from the wine in the official taverns. The wine in the official taverns grows thinner each year. They sell wine at a price but serve water in flavor. A dough of grain yields only a few shang of wine, diluted 3 or 5 times with water. Yet you used to drink it so happily. Han Ali interjected sharply, and Han Qianlu felt disheartened, returning to sip the dregs. His wife was indeed quite fierce. The Han vegetable garden was something to be managed with care. Han Gang chuckled, if only we could brew our own, we would never dilute it. Han Qianlu shook his head, sighing, who dares brew privately in Qinzhou? Just 3,000 li beyond Qinzhou, who knows where one might be sent for punishment. Han Gang was taken aback, as a previously untouched memory surfaced. The wine in the Song Dynasty was indeed a government monopoly. Since the founding of the Song Dynasty, to remedy the inadequacies of national finances, they continued the old practices of the 5 dynasties. Most wineries were state-run, either directly government-brewed or contracted out, often through public bidding, a practice known at present as buying pulu. Not only wine but also salt and iron were government monopolies. Tea, alum, and medicinal herbs were also regulated by the state. Should anyone attempt to seize a piece of the government's pie, if they were an official household, they might be let off lightly, but if a commoner, the lightest punishment was exile, while the heaviest could mean losing one's head. Especially in Qinzhou, many had fallen victim to this. Being a border area, with numerous forts and villages adjacent to the barbarian tribes, many had opened official distilleries, catering to the tribes. And those villages dispatched small officials to monitor the taxation of wine, solely to ensure that the government profited from the wine trade. It seems that opening a distillery for profit is out of the question. Such a venture could cost one their head. Han Gang discreetly shook his head. The notion of operating a private distillery would inevitably lead to execution or exile, even if you were to secure a government distillery. Any improvements that led to prosperity would likely result in its confiscation by the authorities or seizure by envious rivals. Such a path was clearly fraught with insurmountable obstacles. Han Qianlu, oblivious to Han Gang's inner thoughts, continued to harbor hopes for his son's success. As he sipped his drink, he sighed, "If only you could become an official. My third son. With an official title, no one would meddle in our family's brewing." Earlier, while delivering vegetables to Hueda Tower in the city, he had encountered an old soldier bustling from the back of the distillery with a brew, claiming it was for the household's own production. "Drink your own dregs. Why all this fuss?" Han Ali chided Han Qianlu before turning to Han Gang. "When you were gravely ill, your father and I made a vow at General Li's temple, offering 20 jin of oil. From that day forth, you have steadily improved. This is the blessing of General Li. Your father and I have discussed it. In 20 days, there will be an auspicious date. By then, the village's wheat will be sown, and there will be little else to attend to. It would be fitting to host a few banquets at General Li's temple, both to honor the deity and to dispel your misfortunes." Han Gang smiled and nodded. Han Qianlu and Han Ali were devoted parents, sacrificing their own comforts for their son. The warmth of such caring figures inexplicably intertwined in Han Gang's heart with the memories of his parents from another time. The tree desires stillness. Yet the wind does not cease. A child wishes to care for their parents, but they may not wait. Han Gang felt fortunate to have the opportunity to fulfill his filial duties in this rebirth, hoping to mend the regrets that lingered in his heart. However, farming was not a lucrative endeavor, and he had no desire to return home reeking of manure like Han Qianlu. Currently, Han Gang pondered little beyond the need to free his parents from toil and to seek a life of ease for himself. These aspirations required his own relentless efforts. Yet, wealth alone was insufficient. Power was the true guarantee. From any perspective, Han Gang found ample justification to pursue an official position. Chapter 6. The Clash of Valor and Wit, Part 1. As the sun rose, the sky was adorned with resplendent hues of crimson and gold. The autumn breeze whispered softly, while yellow leaves carpeted the hills like a tapestry. On this crisp autumn morning in Downdragon Bay, the vibrant interplay of red and yellow painted a scene reminiscent of a masterpiece. The river nearby flowed incessantly, its babbling adding a hint of chill to the air. In a clearing by the river, the sound of a bowstring twanged sharply. A long arrow was released, striking the target, a straw figure, 20 paces away with precision. 6 arrows, all neatly embedded around the bullseye of the foot-wide target, bore testament to the archer's skill. After a successful round, Han Gang, with a focused expression, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Lowering his bow, he took several deep breaths. Han Yunyang, standing nearby, hurried over, brandishing a verdant towel. With a gentle lift of her hand, she wiped the beads of sweat from Han Gang's brow. Just then, a distant murmur of voices drifted through the air. Feeling a bit too familiar, the young girl quickly withdrew her hand, her face flushed like the morning sun, her ears burning with warmth. Han Gang chuckled softly and lifted his bow once more. The longbow that Han Gang wielded was not the sturdy bow gifted by his elder brother, but rather a hunting bow from his father, Han Qianlu, which had seen better days. Due to years of neglect, its strength had diminished to about half its original power. However, with his current strength, he could draw it with ease. For some time now, Han Gang had taken to practicing archery every morning. This was not merely to emulate actions from his past life and safeguard his identity, but also to restore his health through vigorous exercise. In an era devoid of antibiotics and modern medicine, even minor ailments could prove fatal. Having been granted a second chance at life, Han Gang treasured his existence more dearly. He was resolute in his determination to strengthen his body. Understanding that while complete immunity to illness was unattainable, prolonging his life was worth striving for. Approaching the target, he retrieved the arrows embedded within it and resumed his stance. The bowstring vibrated rhythmically as each arrow flew true towards the target. The practice of recent days bore fruit, as his accuracy had significantly improved. The muscle memory imprinted in his body was gradually returning, and both his posture and grip had grown markedly more refined than at the outset. As the sun climbed higher, sweat drenched Han Gang's garments. His morning exercises were nearing completion. With one final powerful shot, he left another deep mark in the bullseye, together with the young girl. He gathered his archery equipment and walked along the riverbank towards home. From the riverbank, Han Gang gazed into the distance. Qinzhou City, nestled among the northern mountains, appeared diminutive. Yet its formidable walls stood as a testament to its status as a crown jewel of the northwestern frontier. Since his arrival in this era, Han Gang had yet to visit the nearby city, but his understanding of Qinzhou far surpassed that of his parents, who frequented the city. Qinzhou belonged to the administrative region of Qin-Feng Road, named after both Qinzhou and Fengzhou. Han Gang's previous knowledge of geography was commendable, having traversed the nation. Yet he found the geographical terms of the Song Dynasty to be elusive. Qinzhou and Fengzhou were unfamiliar names. He vaguely recalled a Fengxiang county in Shaanxi, which shared its name with the Fengxiang prefecture southeast of Qinzhou, but he distinctly recognized Qinzhou as Tianshui County, a name that resonated deeply with his knowledge of the Three Kingdoms. From Han Gang's geographical perspective, the vicinity of Qinzhou, including the small village of Down Dragon Bay, lay within the valley of the Jieshui River. The mountains to the north, known as Changshan, belonged to the Lupan Mountains, while the southern range, the Xining, had retained its name for centuries. The Tianshui County that Fang was familiar with lay to the south of the Xining, at the source of the Jialing River. It was evident that the geography had transformed over the millennia. The Tianshui of the 21st century should logically reside at the northern foot of the Xining, possibly at the current location of Qinzhou City, though Han Gang speculated. The truth aligned with his conjecture. In later years, Tianshui would belong to Gansu, while the present-day Qinzhou was part of Qin-Feng Road. Moreover, Qinzhou was not solely under Qin-Feng. It also fell within the jurisdiction of Shaanxi Road, with its administrative seat in Jingzhou Prefecture, modern-day Chang'an. This arrangement might seem convoluted, yet within Qinzhou City resided the regional military commissioner of Qin-Feng Road, while in Jingzhou, the regional transport officer of Shaanxi Road operated. Despite both being termed roads, one was a military jurisdiction and the other a provincial one, akin to the difference between a military district and a province in later terminology. The east-west running Hengshan and Tiandu Mountains marked the boundary between the Song and Xia states. The border region of Shaanxi was further subdivided by the north-south extending foothills of these mountains. The resulting divisions, isolated by mountainous terrain, found it arduous to provide mutual support or unified command. To better counter the cavalry of the Western Xia, the Song court delineated the northern and southern watersheds as boundaries, segmenting Shaanxi into 4 military jurisdictions: Fuyan, Jingyuan, Huanqing, and Qinfeng, each independently managing military affairs. However, the administrative region of Shaanxi Road had long sought to divide its jurisdiction to facilitate local governance oversight and the arrangement of grain transport, yet no changes had materialized. Upon returning home, Han Qianlu had gone to the city on business early that day, while Han Ali prepared a pot of hot water in anticipation. Han Gang, having returned from his exertions, was drenched in perspiration. To ward off the chill, he took to washing himself with hot water after exercising. Despite nearly a month of recovery since his illness, Han Gang's physique, though not yet restored to its former vigor, had improved significantly, having shed his outer robe. He no longer resembled a mere wisp of a man. Within the confines of his home, the young girl was no longer shy, likely a result of her growing familiarity. Without needing Han Gang's assistance, she proactively offered her help, presenting him with a warm towel to dry off. Afterward, she even helped him change into fresh, dry garments, attending to him with great care. Yet, being at home and mindful of his parents, Han Gang found himself hesitant to make any advances. After his invigorating wash, Han Gang felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Reclining in a chair by the desk, he watched Han Yunyang bustle about the room, and a swell of warmth enveloped his heart. Han Gang had come to cherish this idyllic life. A millennium later, Even the most exalted officials would find it challenging to receive such devoted care from a charming young girl. A fortnight had passed, neither too long nor too brief. Each day, Han Gang immersed himself in literature and archery. The knowledge he had once forgotten was gradually solidifying. He had begun to formulate a preliminary plan for his next steps. Unfolding a book, Han Gang intended to commence today's studies according to his plan. At that moment, Han Ali entered, carrying a bowl of mutton soup and a piece of flatbread. With Han Qianlu having departed early, Han Ali, unable to forage for wild produce alone, remained at home to await his return. Placing Han Gang's breakfast on the table, she observed the array of scrolls spread across the surface and felt a twinge of curiosity. Her third son, who had once relished composing poetry and had amassed over 100 verses by the age of 15, now seemed solely engrossed in his studies since recovering from his illness. Third brother, why have you only been reading and practicing archery these days, forsaking your poetry? Han Gang paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. In my youth, my understanding was superficial, so I did not grasp the inadequacy of my poetic endeavors. It was only after I sought the tutelage of Master Henke that I recognized my limitations. Compared to my many peers, my poetic talent pales in comparison. Oh. A hint of disappointment colored Han Ali's voice. Her third son had always been her favorite, a source of pride she could boast about to friends and neighbors. She had hoped he might bring honor to their family. It was disheartening to hear him claim he was inferior to others after 2 years of study abroad. Observing his mother's expression, Han Gang hastily reassured her, yet when it comes to the principles of Confucianism, I still fare quite well. And my teacher has often praised my understanding. The classics represent the most profound knowledge, far surpassing poetry and verse. Upon hearing his son's words, Han Ali was instantly filled with joy. Mr. Zhang is like a celestial star. What he says cannot possibly be erroneous. Third brother, you must heed Mr. Zhang's advice and dedicate yourself to your studies. If you succeed in the imperial examination, you will bring honor to our family. Han Gang acknowledged the wisdom imparted and watched as Han Ali left the room with a smile. This is the essence of parental love. When they hear their children praise themselves, they can only feel happiness, harboring no doubts whatsoever. Moreover, what Han Ali expressed was the heartfelt aspiration of the original owner of this body for over a decade. The previous individual had devoted all their energy to scholarly pursuits and officialdom, which might have influenced him as well. However, it is more likely that the current Han Gang harbors an intrinsic yearning for power and wealth. Armed with the prevalent academic knowledge of this era and insights from a millennium hence, Han Gang possesses greater confidence and ambition than his predecessor. Yet, despite his dual-era knowledge, the path to becoming a successful candidate in the imperial examination remains as elusive as grasping the moon in water. The examination primarily focuses on poetry and prose, with a minor emphasis on strategic questioning and classical texts. Han Gang is acutely aware of his limitations. The poetic talent of his former self was already lamentably poor, and his current abilities are even less commendable. Aspiring to pass the examinations is utterly unrealistic, and he may struggle even to succeed in the provincial preliminary assessments. Chapter 6. The Quintessence of Literary and Martial Skills in the World, Part 2, according to Han Gang's understanding. Scholars who pass the preliminary examination are referred to as Gongxing or Jiren. However, unlike future Jiren, this is not a lifelong qualification, but rather a one-time eligibility. Should one fail the palace examination in the capital after passing the preliminary test, they must reattempt the preliminary examination 3 years later to regain their status as Gongxing. Otherwise, they would lose the opportunity to go to the capital, unless the court were to change the examination from poetry to classical texts. Han Gang harbors little hope of becoming a jinshi. Despite this, he has never contemplated plagiarizing poetry from later generations. Without a solid foundation, one cannot deceive forever. Such deception may last a moment, but not a lifetime. Poetry and prose are a collective term. Merely copying a few lines of mediocre verse is insufficient. Even if one gains some reputation from a couple of poems, would they still accept an invitation to a banquet? At such gatherings, poetry is expected to be composed on the spot. Can a mere plagiarist create fitting verses in the midst of revelry? During this era, social interactions among literati primarily revolve around poetry gatherings. Han Gang recalls having attended such events 7 or 8 times. At these gatherings, composing poetry requires adherence to specific rhymes and themes, drawing from nature and objects. Poetry must resonate with emotion and context. It cannot be aimlessly whimsical. Han Gang doubts his ability to craft a fine poem under the constraints of rhyme while observing the scenery or objects around him. Moreover, when several individuals collaborate on verses, alternating lines to create an extended poem. This form of collaborative poetry is not only present in Han Gang's memories, but also frequently mentioned in classical novels such as Dream of the Red Chamber. While he may possess a few exceptional poems, the majority of his works are rather ordinary, and his performances at poetry gatherings have often been unremarkable, potentially raising suspicions due to the stark contrast. If one's original proficiency is merely average, achieving a perfect score could be perceived as implausible. Han Gang recalls the literary collections of many renowned authors from his past life. Though the details are scant, the catalogs do exist, where poetry comprises only a small portion. In addition to poetry, there are essays, memorials, biographies, treatises, and various other forms of writing. One cannot merely confine oneself to poetry. To truly masquerade as a literary giant, one must be well-versed in diverse literary styles. It would be absurd to only be able to compose a couple of verses while lacking the ability to write essays, memorials, or biographies. One might find an excuse to cease composing poetry, yet in the future, requests for writing official documents, epitaphs, or chronicles will undoubtedly arise. While outsiders may disregard it, how can friends and family be so easily dismissed? How does one intend to navigate such situations? In truth, without genuine substance, who could possibly maintain a facade for decades? The human heart is treacherous, especially among scholars. Jiang Yin, for instance, was ridiculed as having exhausted his talent merely due to a slight decline in his writing. If one's poetic prowess fluctuates, with only a few exceptional works surfacing, can one truly escape accusations of plagiarism? Furthermore, being adept at poetry does not equate to being capable in governance. Throughout history, very few prominent officials have been renowned poets. Li Bai and Du Fu both lived in poverty their entire lives. Why would one wish to add their name to the list? Moreover, there are numerous paths to officialdom beyond merely becoming a jinshi. Although the number of jinshi from Shaanxi has traditionally been low, many have still ascended to positions of authority without necessarily passing that examination. In addition to the jinshi examination, the court has established other examinations such as the Mingjing to select talent. Han Gang's proficiency in classical texts is commendable, and the Mingjing examination is not particularly difficult. There is a saying, by 30, one is considered an old Mingjing. By 50, a young jinshi passing the Mingjing at 30 is already seen as late, while achieving jinshi at 50 is still regarded as young. With the foundation left by his previous life, Han Gang believes that with diligent effort over a few years, obtaining a Mingjing would undoubtedly be far easier than becoming a jinshi. Even if he were disinclined to participate in examinations, Han Gang could still attain official status through recommendation, which is a source of his confidence. With frequent military conflicts in the Northwest, the demand for talent exceeds that of other regions. Currently, Han Gang practices archery, hoping to earn a name for himself. As long as he possesses literary talent that surpasses that of the soldiers and martial prowess that exceeds that of the scholars, combined with his intellect and eloquence, achieving recognition is not insurmountable. Over 20 years ago, Li Yuanhao raised the banner of rebellion against the Song Dynasty, allowing the Chang cavalry to roam unchecked in the Northwest. At that time, the Northern Song had not heard the sounds of war drums for over 30 years, leaving the court devoid of capable individuals. Renowned ministers such as Fan Zhongyan and Han Qi gradually left the court to stabilize the situation in Shaanxi. During this period, numerous talented individuals from the Guangxi region were recommended to serve in the court. Many soldiers also took advantage of the situation to rise to prominence. Han Gang's teacher, Zhang Zai, may have been among those individuals. Zhang Zai had once petitioned Fan Zhongyan with the intention of recovering Qingtang and Tubo as a contingent against the Chang people. However, upon Fan Zhongyan's advice, Zhang Zai abandoned military pursuits to take the jinshi examination and began teaching. Nevertheless, he never forgot the importance of imparting military strategy to his students. Among the various Confucian schools in the Song Dynasty, Zhang Zai's Guanzhong school is noted for its emphasis on military strategy. 3 years ago, Zhang Zai lectured at the county school in Jingzhou Prefecture. 2 years ago, he served as a military judge in Weizhou, assisting the circuit governor Kai Ting in military affairs while also teaching his students in his spare time. Last year, he was invited to lecture at Viet Pavilion in Wugong County. While his reputation may not be as prominent in the Central Plains, he is highly esteemed in Guangxi, where local scholars regard him with great respect. Han Gang suddenly chuckled at himself, realizing that he still relies heavily on his teacher. Having studied under Zhang Zai is indeed a stroke of fortune. Regardless of the era, Being a disciple of a distinguished master and having supportive classmates makes it significantly easier to gain recognition than for others. Zhang Zai stands as Han Gang's greatest support at this moment, and it is only natural that Han Gang must delve deeper into Zhang Zai's theories. For this reason, he has recently devoted considerable energy to organizing and reviewing his notes from the time he studied under Zhang Zai. The void is but qi. Qi, as a substance, disperses into the formless and integrates with my being. It gathers into form without losing my essence. The great void cannot be devoid of qi, and qi cannot fail to coalesce into all things. All things cannot fail to dissolve back into the great void. Zhang Zai's perspective on nature posits that the world is centered on qi, with all things arising from it. By substituting qi with matter and great void with the universe, one can discern the materialistic roots of Zhang Zai's theory. Qi blocks the great void, rising and falling, soaring and descending, never ceasing. This represents another expression of the absolute nature of movement. Gathering is also my essence. Dispersing is also my essence. To know death yet not perish, one can speak of nature. This statement fundamentally embodies the theory of the indestructibility of matter, whether living or dead. The physical form does not vanish with death, hence the term death, yet not perishing. Beyond these insights, Han Gang also perceives the theory of quantitative change leading to qualitative change from fragments of Zhang Zai's notes, which he refers to as gradual transformation and prominent change. Additionally, he discerns the embryonic form of dialectics related to the unity of opposites, one object, two forms. This is what heaven has decreed. Although Zhang Zai's expressions may be convoluted and not as clear-cut as those of later generations, Han Gang does not take them lightly. The principles of Zhang Zai's Qi theory share many commonalities with Han Gang's philosophical beliefs. By rephrasing them, one could even integrate concepts such as atomic theory, elemental theory, and dialectics into a cohesive framework. These theories, belonging to the realm of natural philosophy, have been validated by countless individuals over millennia, and their rigor far surpasses that of Qi theory, capable of being experimentally verified, aligning with the Confucian teaching of investigating things to attain knowledge. The notion of packaging modern natural science theories into Qi theory is intriguing, and Han Gang perceives a significant potential for success in this endeavor. Should he succeed, not only would Zhang Zai's name be etched in history, but his Qi theory would also endure through the ages. Furthermore, the power and status that Han Gang has long yearned for would inevitably follow. In recent days, during his leisure time, Han Gang has been drafting a plan, setting a timeline for himself, intending to dedicate half a year to composing this new theory encapsulated within Qi theory. In the context of creating a new theory, this time frame is not long. One could even argue it is quite brief, but for Han Gang, it is more than sufficient. His intention was not to create an academic discipline to replace Qi studies, but rather to utilize his well-understood theories to remedy the deficiencies of Qi. Simultaneously, he aimed to leave room for progress, allowing for gradual improvements in the future. To be a step ahead of one's time is to be a genius. To be a step further is to be mad. Han Gang did not harbor the hubris to challenge the entirety of society. He was no Don Quixote. His sole objective was to safeguard his own and his family's position, nothing more, and he was not greedy. In this regard, he remained steadfast and unyielding in his resolve. A self-consistent system must be developed gradually, step by step. It cannot be accomplished in a single leap. This also presents an opportunity for him to incrementally enhance his reputation. As his reputation ascends, it would facilitate the attainment of the power he desired. The elevation of his status, in turn, would propel the dissemination of his theories. Academia and power are mutually reinforcing. Without the support of authority, the spread of a doctrine can take decades, if not centuries. Though Han Gang was not well versed in history, he was aware of the significance of Li studies within it. The founders of Li studies, Cheng Hao and Cheng Yi, were indeed the cousins of his own teacher last year. He had met Cheng Yi, a rather tedious middle-aged man wrapped in an air of sternness. The critical gaze of Cheng Yi instilled trepidation in every student of Zhang Zai, who feared any faux pas that might tarnish their teacher's reputation. Even in the Southern Song Dynasty, Su Shi could not monopolize Li studies, and it had even faced prohibition due to political reasons. He regretted that during his idle moments on the train, he had perused Su Shi's biography without delving into its details, hastily skipping over the chapters on Li studies while instead fixating on the gossip regarding Su Shi's dealings with nuns and his daughter-in-law. This exemplifies the adage that wealth cannot buy foresight. Han Gang now lamented his past negligence. With a calm demeanor, Han Gang immersed himself in diligent research. Once he achieved even modest results, whether through correspondence or direct meetings, he hoped to capture Zhang Zai's interest with his new theories. Thus, his reputation among the scholars of Guanzhong would be firmly established as a foundational step forward. Chapter 7. The Turmoil at the General's Temple, Part 1. As Han Gang immersed himself in his documents and diligently practiced with his sword and bow, the golden autumn of September swiftly slipped away. In the blink of an eye, the day for the General's Temple to pay homage to the deities had arrived. By the 10th day of the month, it was already deep autumn. The sky was devoid of clouds, a brilliant azure stretching high and clear, embodying the invigorating essence of autumn when the grass flourished and sheep grew plump. Yet, the biting chill from the north was becoming increasingly pronounced, heralding the imminent arrival of winter. Han Xianlu, accompanied by a dozen neighbors invited for a feast, made their way to the Li General Temple, situated not far from the west of the village. This temple honored General Li Guang, the famed flying general of the Western Han Dynasty. Behind the temple lay Li Guang's tomb, marked by a gravestone inscribed with the words Tomb of Han General Li Guang, penned by the then governor of Qinzhou, Han Qi. Li Guang was highly esteemed in the historical records, earning great renown in the Guanxi region, particularly within his hometown, where the Flying General Temple has always enjoyed a continuous flow of devotees. Not only did it attract local faithful, but also scholars and poets from afar drawn by Li Guang's legacy, with the government sending officials to maintain the temple, ensuring that offerings were made throughout the year. The Li General Temple was located about a mile outside of Xiaolong Bay Village, where villagers flocked to pay their respects during festivals and in times of illness or disaster. They would light incense and make wishes, seeking the divine intervention of the general. On the day Han Gang fell gravely ill, Han Xianlu and Han Ali visited the temple, donating 20 pounds of incense oil and making several empty promises. Although such actions might seem futile, they bore fruit, as Han Gang's health improved shortly thereafter. This was precisely why Han Xianlu felt compelled to return to express gratitude. Humans may deceive, but one cannot fool the spirits. Han Gang arrived at the temple before his father, having been preceded by Han Ali and the young girl, who, at the break of dawn, hurried to the temple with a multitude of ingredients to prepare for the feast after the offerings. As he walked along the path to the Flying General Temple, Han Gang's stride was vigorous. Days of rest and exercise had revitalized him, though still lean. The sunken cheeks that had once betrayed his illness were now gradually regaining their color and fullness, and he felt a burgeoning vitality with each step. In pursuit of his aspirations, Han Gang devoted himself to relentless study and writing, which deepened his understanding of Confucian scholarship and the theories of Zhang Zai's vital energy. If he continued on this path, he believed that within 6 months, his theoretical research would yield significant results. In addition to his studies, Han Gang maintained a disciplined routine of archery practice each morning. He now wielded the sturdy bow, weighing 15 pounds, that hung on the wall of his room. Abandoning the old, soft hunting bow, he practiced drawing the bow over 100 times daily, using it as a means of physical conditioning. Gradually, he could draw it to more than half its full strength. At this rate, by the next Lunar New Year, he would surely regain complete health. Upon reaching the General Temple, Han Gang first checked on Han Ali and Han Yunyong in the kitchen, only to be promptly shooed away. A gentleman should keep his distance from the kitchen, a sentiment even women understood. With nothing else to occupy him, he wandered through the temple. He had visited Tianshui and the Li Guang Temple 2 years prior, though it seemed like a millennium had passed. The temple had undergone substantial changes over the years. The buildings, trees, and stones were all different. The tomb of Li Guang and its gravestone had also transformed entirely. However, the most notable difference lay in the inscriptions left by visitors on the temple walls. Unlike later generations of leisurely scholars, those who had penned their thoughts here were primarily literati who left behind verses either praising the general's achievements or lamenting his unfulfilled destiny. As Han Gang perused the inscriptions, he mused that it took considerable audacity for these eminent poets to publicly share their works, regardless of their quality. Even he, at his current level, would rank among the superior in that collection. With a sigh, he contemplated the multitude of inked sentiments adorning the walls, pondering that a simple inscription stating so-and-so visited here might be preferable. Yet, he noted that the 2 poems praising Li Guang, "The General Draws His Bow at Night" and "Do Not Let the Hu Horses Cross the Instian Mountain," were both penned by Han Qi. And these words could be deemed exemplary in calligraphy. Throughout history, the enduring literary masterpieces have primarily been those of exceptional quality, while the multitude of lesser works that have faded into obscurity surely far outnumber them. The poems of Li Bai and Du Fu that have reached the Northern Song Dynasty barely exceed 1,000, Yet the sheer volume of their creations undoubtedly surpasses 10,000. Consider the later poet, whose audacity enabled him to leave behind 100,000 poems, thanks to his imperial status. Even with the extraordinary talents of Li and Du, only a fraction of their works achieved greatness, let alone those of lesser poets. In every era, the ratio of excellent works resembles the pursuit of gold in a river, more gravel than gold. Inside the main hall of the temple, several perpetual lamps flickered, surrounded by jars filled with fragrant oil. To ensure Han Gang's recovery, Han's family had also contributed 20 pounds of oil. However, no one could ascertain how much of that had been used for the lamps. Han Gang noticed the dim light barely illuminating the statue of Li Guang. While the old guard stationed at the temple appeared well-fed, his round face glistening with grease, suggesting that at least half of the offerings had been consumed by this glutton. The old guard had served at the temple for many years and was familiar with the Han family. Upon spotting Han Gang, he hurried over to greet him. Although he had recognized Han Gang from the start, the latter's recent weight loss and loose-fitting attire had transformed him, giving him the appearance of a scholar rather than a soldier. The old guard was taken aback and was only able to identify him upon closer inspection. Is this the third scholar of the Han family? I barely recognized you after 2 years. Goodness, you've grown as tall as your father and become even more handsome. You'll surely attract the attention of many young ladies in the village. In the future, you will undoubtedly forge advantageous connections. But you do look a bit frail. Your illness has not fully abated. You need to take better care of yourself. I was quite worried to hear about your sickness. When I learned that Han Dage and Sister Ali were offering incense oil, I even added 2 more pounds myself. I've heard that you've been studying diligently every day, working harder than before. In a couple of years, you should be able to pass the imperial examination and bring glory to our village. The old guard rambled on, leaving Han Gang with little opportunity to interject, as he was pulled into conversation without respite. Fortunately, a commotion outside the temple provided him with an excuse to excuse himself and escape. Han Qianlu arrived with the invited guests, and Han Gang stood at the entrance, welcoming each one in turn. After some pleasantries were exchanged, it was time to commence the feast. The main hall of the temple was not available for the Han family's use, so they borrowed a side hall instead. Tables were arranged, and the guests gathered around. The banquet consisted of several large dishes, including meat, fish, and vegetables, accompanied by a barrel of wine. This gathering bore little distinction from future feasts, save for the fact that it was not the norm for humble families to host such lavish affairs. Soon, the tables overflowed with food and drink. Han Qianlu raised his wine bowl, ready to express gratitude to his neighbors for their kindness during this period. Just then, a figure entered the side hall, the village head, Li Lizi. Li Lizi's uninvited presence instantly chilled the atmosphere within the hall. Everyone present was aware that he was not on friendly terms with the Han family. Recent disputes over land had only exacerbated tensions. His sudden appearance could hardly bode well. Han Gang felt an unease brewing within him. During his illness, Li Lizi had incessantly urged the family to sell their land, leaving even their last remaining vegetable plot vulnerable. However, since Han Gang's recovery and after being rebuked by Han Ali, Li Lizi had retreated into silence. His sudden return did not suggest a desire to mend fences. Rumors had circulated that the village head had been frequenting the city lately, leaving Han Gang wary of what schemes might be afoot with his in-laws. Han Gang was not particularly concerned about any mischief that might arise. In Kansai, the land was quite affordable. A plot of ordinary high-quality land was merely worth 2 to 3 guan, while lesser plots could be valued at just a few hundred won or even merely 100. The 3 mu and 2 jiao vegetable garden of the Han family, owing to its rich fertility and favorable terrain, could be considered among the finest high-quality lands. They had sold it to Li Lizi for 10.5 guan, though its actual value was approximately 20 guan. However, to engage Shinju, such a sum was hardly sufficient to entice him. Given his influence, it would require no less than 50 or 60 guan to persuade him to utter a word. Thus, it would be foolish to expend 50 guan for the sake of 20. If Li Lizi could only enlist the aid of his relatives, Han Gang, as a scholar, would certainly not regard a mere county official with any significance. He remained composed, observing what tricks Li Lizi might employ. Though unwelcome, a host must still extend courtesy to their guests. Han Qianlu rose to greet him. "Ah, it is the village chief who has arrived. My memory fails me, and I neglected to invite you. My apologies. Thankfully, we have not yet begun the feast. Please, take a seat and let us converse." He then instructed someone to bring another stool. "No need for trouble." Li Lizi waved his hand with a smile. "I have come uninvited today. Firstly, to congratulate you. Brother Han, on the good health of your third brother. Secondly, there is a matter I must convey to you. He shook his head, clicking his tongue. I have just received a communication from the county. There is a shortage of personnel at the county office, and each village must arrange for staffing. I glanced at the list, and lo and behold, your name is right there, Brother Han. Chapter 7. The Turmoil in the Temple of the Flying General, Part 2. It felt as though an icy current from the far northern tundra swept through the hall, freezing all activities within an instant. What? At the Yamen. The term Yamen refers to the official offices where clerks bustle about. However, there are two types of clerks: those in prominent positions who have long held their posts, wielding their authority to manipulate affairs to their advantage, and the lesser clerks, who are tasked with the arduous labor directed at the first-class households, serving merely as tools for the affluent, often leading to the ruin of those unfortunate enough to be targeted. Within the Yamen, the mundane affairs often incur substantial expenses, and thus the burden is shifted onto the clerks. They are ordered to oversee the transport of goods and manage the storerooms, and should any discrepancies or losses occur, they must compensate for the losses. This is but a minor grievance. Clerks have even become victims of corrupt officials within the Yamen, where, if they are savvy enough to offer bribes, they may secure a favorable position. However, those who are less generous risk being assigned perilous tasks, such as escorting funds to the capital, only to find themselves stuck in the city for 3 years with scarcely a single tael of silver to show for it. Typically, clerical duties are assigned for a year, from the beginning to the end of the year, unless an unexpected surge of work occurs at the Yamen. Presently, there seemed to be no significant matters at hand, save for the customary autumn visits from the Xia. Thus, it was perplexing how the Han family could have been burdened with such a calamitous task. Everyone in the hall sensed that there was foul play afoot, undoubtedly orchestrated by the unscrupulous Li. Han Xianlu, realizing the implications, slammed his palm on the table in fury, exclaiming, "Li, are you intent on annihilating the Han family? Employing such underhanded tactics? Is it not our vegetable garden by the riverbank that you covet? You wish to prevent us from redeeming it, hoping to claim the entirety of our land, and thus expand your own holdings." "Brother Han, you are sorely mistaken," Li retorted with a bitter smile, feigning innocence. "In recent years, your family has not once been called upon for clerical duties. It was simply time for your family to take a turn. The county was supposed to send out summons 2 months ago, but I delayed it, thinking your young one was ill and unable to fulfill the obligation." "Do not pretend," Han Qianlu scoffed. "Clerical duties are meant for first-class households. With my brother sick, our family has been stripped of all surplus, possessing merely a mere acre and a half of land. To even be considered a fourth-class household is a struggle, let alone the fact that my brother is only 18 and must reach 20 to be deemed an adult. Currently, I am the sole able-bodied man in the Han family." "Ah, but you are aware that the 5-class household register is only updated during a leap year, which is still 2 months away. At present, your family still qualifies as a first-class household," Li replied, his tone dripping with condescension. With a disdainful huff, Han Qianlu shot back, "As long as I report to the Yamen, there is no way they can force me, a solitary adult, into clerical service." Li, taken aback by Han Qianlu's unexpected clarity, sneered, "That would require me, as the village head, to vouch for you." You. Han Qianlu was left speechless, astonished by Li's sheer audacity. His anger flared, and he trembled with rage, nearly succumbing to apoplexy. "Li, we are neighbors. Must you drive a man to desperation?" The first to rise was Han Qianlu's drinking companion, Lu Jiuqiu, who had a towering ancient locust tree in his yard, known locally as Lu's locust tree, and shared decades of friendship with Han Qianlu. "Oh, Lu's locust tree, how noble of you to speak out," Li jeered, attempting to speak on behalf of Han's vegetable garden. "Very well, let it be known that the county simply needs someone, and it need not be specified who. This time, let the clerical duty fall to your household." Lu Jiuqiu was taken aback. Given his family's status, it was a foregone conclusion that a year of clerical service would lead to ruin. With a heavy sigh, he turned to Han Qianlu. "Brother Han, my apologies," he said, lowering his head in remorse as he took a seat. "Is there anyone else willing to step in for the Han family?" Li asked, reveling in his triumph, scanning the room, where everyone else kept their heads down, none daring to meet his gaze. Encouraged by the silence, Li continued, "Brother Han, heed my counsel. It would be wise to sell your vegetable garden to me. And your nurse, she is quite charming. With the money, you could smooth things over at the county, and after a couple of months of hardship, all would be well." However, as he turned to the Han family, he was met with a cold glare from Han Gang, whose eyes glinted with a chilling intensity, causing Li to shiver involuntarily. Han Gang's eyebrows, thick yet elegantly shaped, evoked the artistry of a master calligrapher, neither too heavy nor overly sharp, but rather finely honed like two slender blades. This striking feature animated Han Gang's otherwise simple face, as he raised his eyes, his brows arched, akin to two swift blades poised for action. Li, having once escaped a monstrous predator in the mountains, now felt as though he were being scrutinized by a tiger. Under Han Gang's fierce gaze, Li's bravado diminished significantly. At that moment, Han Ali and Han Yunyang, having received news, rushed into the hall. "Li, how dare you?" A voice thundered, shaking the dust from the ceiling. Astonishing for a woman in her 40s. Before Li could react, Han Ali swung her arm, and a blur flew toward him, charged with an overwhelming sense of menace. Han Gang's maternal grandfather had once made a name for himself in battle, piercing through 7 enemies with 3 thrown spears, earning him recognition as a commander. Han Ali's throw was as swift as a shooting star, grazing Li's earlobe before crashing into the temple door with a resonant bang, leaving the onlookers in a daze. The object that struck the ground was merely a rolling pin, brought by Han Ali from home. With her fierce demeanor, Han Ali charged forth, and Li, intimidated by the rolling pin, felt his last ounce of bravado evaporate. He coughed nervously. "Han, do not say I did not warn you. In 2 days, you must comply and report for clerical duty. If you refuse, you will not escape punishment, and your brother's future may be in jeopardy." With that, Li fled, while Han Ali pursued him, hurling insults until he was out of sight, before returning in frustration. The side hall fell silent. The guests exchanged glances, unsure whether to leave or stay. Han Qianlu hung his head, sighing deeply, while Han Ali, her expression cold, clutched the retrieved rolling pin tightly. Han Yunyang, on the verge of tears, appeared fragile and pitiful. Having overheard Li's suggestion to sell the family land, she felt as though plunged into icy waters, trembling uncontrollably. She instinctively leaned closer to Han Gang, seeking warmth against the chill that enveloped her heart. Among the 4 Han family members, one was troubled, another furious, one anxious. While Han Gang remained unfazed, seated with poise, he took the little girl's icy hand, offering reassurance, softly stating, "Do not worry, it is not such a grave matter. Your brother will find a solution." After comforting the young girl, Han Gang stood, raising his cup with a radiant smile, full of confidence. "What is the matter? The banquet has just begun. Let us not allow that fool Li to dampen our spirits." Lu Huaishu gazed blankly at Han Gang, feeling a pang of guilt for failing to assist the Han family earlier. Yet, what of that Li Lizi's in-law? Huang Daliu was no different. Han Gang erupted in hearty laughter, a mirth that concealed an unmistakable menace. Li Lizi was a bully, a tyrant who disregarded the law, exploiting the village without a second thought. The day would come when the law would deal with him, and at that moment, the uncles would serve as witnesses. Though Han Gang's words were audacious, the fervor and ambition in his demeanor compelled those present to believe him wholeheartedly. They looked up at Han Gang, as if they were meeting the 3rd son of the Han family for the very first time. After all, he was a scholar. Upon entering the county, even the county magistrate would treat him with courtesy. Although Huang Daliu was a trusted confidant of Qinchu, he could not possibly compare to a learned man. Han Gang raised his cup, exuding an effortless charm that commanded respect from all at the table. The guests followed suit, raising their cups in response, and although the enthusiasm was not as fervent as at the beginning, the banquet to honor the deities progressed smoothly. Han Ali and Yunyang scurried in and out of the kitchen, bringing forth plate after plate of steaming dishes, while Han Qianlu persistently urged the guests to drink, masking the impending crisis that loomed over the Han family. With his head bowed, Han Gang stared into the clear, shimmering liquid in his cup, which swayed gently, reflecting the coldness in his eyes, distorted and foreboding, mirroring the turmoil within him. He murmured softly, "Heaven's calamity can be forgiven, but self-inflicted misfortune is inexcusable." Raising his cup, he drained its contents in one swift motion. When he lifted his head, a smile blossomed upon his face, as refreshing as a spring breeze, erasing all traces of the ferocity that had previously dwelled in his gaze. Heaven's calamity can be forgiven, but self-inflicted misfortune is inexcusable. Chapter 8, The Point of No Return, Part 1. After leaving the Li General Temple, Li Lizi returned directly to his home. His residence was an expansive estate with 6 courtyards. Upon arrival, instead of heading to the back courtyard, he made his way to the inner hall, where guests were received. In the inner hall, a constable dressed in dark official attire was seated, savoring tea. This was none other than Huang Daong, the uncle of his daughter-in-law, who served as a foreman in the Qingji County Magistrate's office. Known for his peculiar nickname, Huang Dajin, he bore a large, egg-sized lump on his neck, veined and wobbling ominously with the slightest movement, an unsettling sight. Your in-law has returned? Upon seeing Li Lizi enter, Huang Daong set down his coarse porcelain teacup, maintaining an air of audacity, questioning, how was the banquet at the Li General Temple? Though related by marriage, Li Lizi was merely a local landowner, while Huang Daong held significant sway as a confidant of the county magistrate. The rudeness displayed by Huang Daong was something Li Lizi could only overlook. Responding with a polite clasp of his hands and a smile, I must thank you for your strategy. Han Saiyuan's face turned quite pale. After settling down and waiting for the servants to serve tea, Li Lizi sighed, however, I fear I have seriously offended Han Qiuan. Huang Daong scoffed dismissively at Li Lizi's concerns, replying, it needn't have come to this. Yet, since Han Qiuan is so ungrateful, we need not hold back. After all, he is not from Shaanxi, merely an outsider without any familial support. What is there to fear? Han's third brother had merely glared throughout the banquet, not uttering a single word. Having spent 2 years studying abroad, perhaps he had encountered some influential figures. I worry he may cause trouble. Li Lizi furrowed his brow. While keeping a safe distance from Han Ali's rolling pin would suffice. The look and demeanor of Han Gang during the feast had genuinely unsettled him. He felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. What could a mere teenager possibly know? Could anyone outshine the county magistrate? Huang Daong laughed coldly. Why do you worry? Think about it. Has anyone from Qingzhou ever passed the imperial examination? Li Lizi shook his head, admitting he had not heard of any such cases. With a smirk, he remarked, we have seen many a fallen scholar. Without success in the examinations, one remains a mere village scholar their entire life. With a stroke of luck, one might be seen as pitiful by the officials and granted a minor position as a literary aide or the like. Such a destitute scholar would not require the magistrate's involvement. I could crush him with a single finger. Huang Daong's tone was brimming with arrogance, as if he were not merely a foreman but a general commanding thousands. Li Lizi, possessing some knowledge, understood what a special recommendation entailed. These were individuals who, having failed the entrance examinations, were at least over 40 years old and were specially recommended to the court due to local endorsements, receiving a royal decree to partake in a significantly simpler examination than the imperial one, often leading to a minor, unremarkable official post. Most special recommendation candidates hailed from Shaanxi, wary of potential defections to the Western Xia, the likes of Zhang Yuan, who had been dismissed during the palace examination, and Wu Hao, who had repeatedly failed, had stirred considerable unrest in Shaanxi. Even now, many Han officials in the court of Western Xia had fled from Shaanxi. Those embittered scholars were the most dangerous, needing only a bone to placate them. Looking up at the sky, one would see no literary star here in Qingzhou. Han Sen could at most aspire to a special recommendation, to become a jinsher, unless smoke were to rise from his ancestral grave. Huang Daong shook his head, confidently predicting Han Gang would remain a lifelong poor scholar. Li Lizi chuckled. Hearing you say this has put my mind at ease. Then we shall proceed as discussed the other day, getting Han Qiuan to the county and assigning him a burdensome task, forcing him to sell off his land. Huang Daong thumped his chest. Rest assured, I will handle everything, Li Lizi. Once Han Qiuan arrives at the county, I guarantee he will be put in his place. With his wishes fulfilled, Li Lizi's expression grew smug. Han Qiuan was an adept farmer. With his guidance, the village's crops thrived better than those of neighboring villages. Otherwise, why would his vegetable garden have divided my family's riverside field? Selling it and intending to redeem it later, why should I play the villain? A plot of wheat requires but a cart of manure per season. Yet, to cultivate a vegetable garden, one would need at least 3 carts of fertilizer. The Han family had tended that land for nearly 30 years. The fertilizer applied could likely mound 3 acres to a height of a person. It was probably far more fertile than the finest fields in Jiang'an. Huang Daong remarked meaningfully. Rest assured, dear in-law, Li Lizi assured Huang Daong. The land in Beishan will be delivered to you in a few days, as it is my daughter-in-law's dowry. Huang Daong nodded, though his expression remained unsatisfied. The land in Beishan could not compare to the riverside field, both in yield and value. And what of the Han family's wet nurse? When Han Qiuan is cornered, he is bound to sell her off, and at that time, she will be sent to serve at your home. Finally, Huang Daong laughed, his lump shaking vigorously beneath his neck. There is no need for us to speak as if we were strangers. Whenever you have matters to entrust to me, I, Huang Daong, have always acted with utmost diligence. The land in Beishan is for the new bride. I would not covet your portion. As for the wet nurse, I merely found her clever. Li Lizi, feeling repulsed by Huang Diyong's disingenuousness, quickly raised his wine cup, exclaiming, "You speak wisely, dear in-law. Cheers. Cheers." The two of them drank heartily, preemptively celebrating the fulfillment of their desires. As the cups exchanged, they continued drinking until the early hours of the morning. The leper and the lump were indeed a fitting pair. While Li Lizi and Huang Dayong schemed against the Han family, the banquet at the general temple had concluded, and the four members of the Han family congregated in the main room, deliberating their counter-strategy. Li Lizi had claimed that the county had just issued a document bearing his name, later stating that considering the health of the third brother, he had managed to delay matters for 2 months. When he spoke to Lu Huaishu, the narrative shifted again, asserting that the county had not yet decided who would go to serve. In a matter of moments, he had spun 3 different tales, all blatant fabrications. In the main hall of the Han family, Han Qianlu spoke indignantly. Li Lizi was brazen in his deceit at the Li General Temple, clearly aiming to seize our land. Throwing all shame to the wind. Good people are often bullied, and good horses are ridden hard. Why didn't you just smash him with a stool while he was prattling on? Han Ali's temper flared intensely, like a firecracker ready to ignite. Clutching a heavy rolling pin, he spoke passionately, lamenting that Li Lizi had escaped too quickly, missing the chance to deliver a blow. That's nonsense. Such actions would lead to a lawsuit. Han Qianlu shook his head. While Han Ali's words were merely expressions of anger, he could not afford to lose his composure. The future of the third brother was at stake. Han Gang remained silent. At the general temple, he had been jovial and confident. Upon returning, he maintained a calm demeanor. He concealed the raging fury within, tightening his fists in his sleeves as his brows subtly twitched, resembling blades poised to strike. The thought of annihilating Li Lizi's entire family had crossed his mind. Not only had Li Lizi plotted against his vegetable garden, but he now sought to extend his malicious grasp toward Yunyang, employing such vile tactics aimed at obliterating the Han family. How could he endure this? However, this was also a consequence of the Han family's lack of power. Had he been a scion of the Kong family in Xiangzhou, who would dare to look down upon him? Had he already gained renown in Guanzhong, would he not be above the contempt of a mere Li Lizi? It will not always be this way. Han Gang thought fiercely. In today's circumstances, regardless of the approach one takes, it is essential to secure a form of official protection. One can only lament that Li Lizi has pressed too urgently, yet this is not the moment for theoretical deliberation. Nevertheless, even in the absence of the luxury of time to pursue scholarly endeavors, Han Gang remains undaunted. This era, after all, is dominated by literati. And within the city of Qinzhou, there are numerous officials. How many of them are scholars, possessing knowledge, talent, and a decent appearance, along with a well-respected mentor? Han Gang is not someone whom Li Lizi can easily intimidate. Although he initially intended to tread carefully, unforeseen circumstances warrant a swifter approach. It is imperative that others recognize the consequences of provoking Han Gang. Suddenly, Han Gang spoke to Han Ali. "Mother, merely inflicting a few superficial wounds upon Li Lizi is insufficient for true satisfaction. We must not sacrifice our own interests in the process. In my view, the inexplicable emergence of a document demanding our presence at the Yamen must surely originate from within the city. Li Lizi merely wields the authority lent by Huang Daliu and Qinzhou. It would be wiser to venture into the city under the pretense of fulfilling our duties. There must be a way to navigate this, for remaining in the village only leads to despair." Had this sentiment been expressed by Han Qianlu, Han Ali would have undoubtedly erupted in anger. However, coming from her youngest son, who she cherishes deeply, she is more inclined to listen. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she reluctantly replied, "Must we truly allow Li Lizi to revel in his triumph? Very well, your father is acquainted with a few individuals in the city." Han Gang chuckled and shook his head. "Father is aging. Allow me to venture into the city on my own. How can that be permissible?" Han Ali and Han Qianliu's expressions turned grave. With only one son, what would they do if misfortune were to befall him? Han Qianlu hurriedly interjected, "Third brother, you have not yet fully recovered from your illness, and at merely 18 years of age, how can you embark on such a journey?" Han Gang remained steadfast in his resolve. In the current situation, there are no opportunities to be found by staying in the village. Only by stepping out can one carve a path, whether it be to address Li Lizi and his cohorts, Huang Daliu and Qinzhou, or to pursue personal distinction. It is essential to venture forth. Many villagers shy away from leaving their homeland, allowing the county clerks and local officials to bully them. Such rogues thrive by isolating themselves from both the higher authorities and the common folk, reaping benefits from both sides. Yet Han Gang is different. The tradition of the scholar traveling the world was passed down from his ancestors, and coming from a later era, he views leaving home as a trivial matter. Exiting the village and entering the city to seek justice is as simple as eating or drinking. It is hardly a daunting task. Chapter 8. A Determined Stance, Part 2. Father, Mother, allow me to go, the son implored. What can you achieve by going to the county, father? How many of your acquaintances are officials? Surely, no one would confront Chinju or Huang Delu over mere vegetables, without a means to plead for assistance. The land by the river will eventually be sold. Brother, do you think your going will make a difference? Father, mother, do you truly believe my 2 years of scholarly pursuits were mere leisure? Han Gang rose, gesturing towards the east. I studied under Mr. Hanku, and many of my classmates are sons of officials. Some even abandoned their posts to hear Mr. Zithu's teachings. Though Li Lizi is related to Huang Delu, and they might converse with Chen Yasi, Chen Ju himself is merely a clerk. How could I fear them? Yet Chen Yasi wields great influence in the county. Even the magistrate must give him due respect. To offend him is to render oneself homeless throughout Qinzhou, Han Qianli lamented, still unconvinced. Chen Ju's reputation was immense. A figure even the county magistrate dared not easily cross. To him, his son was a budding talent with a promising future, yet facing Qinju could lead to ruin. But what of it? Qinju has been entrenched in the county for over 20 years, and his family has held power for nearly a century. The officials in the county obey his every command, and while it is true he holds dominion within the county office, even the magistrate of Qingji County can hardly claim a significant position in Qinzhou City. Should our family fall into bankruptcy as a scholar, I can simply go to the state office and plead my case. Can the governor truly punish me? Han Gang had already made up his mind and continued. Li Lizi may have been born on the first day of the month, but I shall not hesitate to retaliate on the 15th. My elder brothers have perished on the battlefield, and I have just recovered from a grave illness. Now, Li Lizi openly bullies me. This is the moment to seek justice. If he wishes to see my family destroyed, I shall ensure he faces the consequences. Han Qianli and Han Ali pondered Han Gang's words. Han Gang felt a tug at his garment from behind. Turning, he found Han Yenu gently pulling at his sleeve with her delicate fingers, her small face uplifted, her gem-like black eyes blinking with an innocent look that stirred compassion within him. He would not allow any harm to befall such a fine girl. Father, mother, there is one more matter I must address. The couple looked up, and Han Gang knelt, speaking earnestly. Yenu has diligently cared for me these days, undertaking all the hard labor despite her youth. I must repay her kindness. Though Yenu was still quite young, it would be a couple more years before she could formally be wed. Yet, Han Gang feared that should he venture into Qinzhou, unforeseen events might occur. To the people of that time, aside from a legitimate wife, all other servants were merely commodities, easily sold. He could not bear the thought of returning home to find Yenu sold off after having secured their land. Brother, mother understands your concerns. Han Ali discerned the unspoken worry shared between Han Gang and Yenu, her perceptiveness surpassing that of an ordinary farmer. Yenu had been with the family for 4 or 5 years now, always diligent and careful. Over the years, she had truly become a daughter of the Han family. Selling sons or daughters was an act even beasts would not commit. Worry not, dear brother. I shall ensure Yenu is well cared for. We would never part with her, even if it meant selling land or houses. Han Ali's words resonated with conviction, bringing joy to Han Gang, while Yenu was moved to tears. Mother. Han Ali gently embraced the little girl, softly stroking her hair. Silly child, why do you cry? Do you not know what I mean? The next day, Han Gang's brows remained sharp and elegant, his demeanor calm and composed. Dressed in a simple blue robe and carrying a small bundle filled with books on his back, he bid a reluctant farewell to his parents and Yenu at the ferry, embarking alone across the river. Han Qianli had intended to accompany him to the city but was persuaded otherwise. While delivering official documents regarding Han Qianli's duties to the county, he absent-mindedly hummed a tune. Upon seeing Han Gang board the boat instead of Han Qianli, Li Lizi was taken aback, his complexion shifting several shades. Villagers near the ferry, witnessing Han Gang's departure, were bewildered, while those who had gone to the general's temple were unsurprised. How can it be that the third scholar of the Han family is going to the city? Is he going to serve in the office? How could that be? He is a scholar. Could he possibly be going to lodge a complaint? But wouldn't he that fall into Huang Delu's hands? Where does Qingji County's office rank in Qinzhou City? Han Sanxiu is exceptionally talented. The state office would welcome him. Can Huang Delu truly block his path? I see Han's third son is no ordinary fellow. His years of study abroad have transformed him. After returning, he speaks and behaves differently. Li Lizi has wronged him deeply. He will surely face repercussions. But it won't be just repercussions. As the river flowed serenely, Han Gang sat at the bow of the boat, listening to the soothing sound of the water, feeling a sense of solemnity akin to the chilling winds of the easy water. Yet upon reflection, even after entering the city, he would only be a little over 4 miles from home. What peril could he truly face? However, the image of the little girl with her swollen, tear-stained eyes lingered in his mind, stirring a tumult of emotions, and his parents' earnest words weighed heavily upon him. Ultimately, Han Gang possessed only his confidence, while Chenju and Huang Delu wielded tangible power. The concerns of his closest kin were certainly justifiable. Yet, as he sat on the boat, dipping his hand into the river and squinting to feel the icy water of early winter seep into his bones, he cast aside thoughts of Huang Delu and Li Lizi. The true threat resided in Chenju, the power behind Huang Delu. The river, a tributary of the Yellow River, was not wide, and during the dry autumn, its low waters were exceptionally tranquil. The boat ride lasted only a brief moment before it concluded. Disembarking, he turned to glance back at his family, still standing on the opposite bank, gazing across the river. Raising his right hand, he waved vigorously before resolutely turning and walking towards the Qinzhou city, 5 miles away. As a strategic stronghold on the northwestern frontier of the Song Dynasty, Qinzhou occupied a pivotal geographical position, bridging the valleys that connected the east, west, south, and north. The city was bustling with merchants from various regions. Like the General's Temple, Qinzhou had been expanded more than 20 years ago under the auspices of Minister Han Qi. At that time, the markets outside the east and west gates thrived, with nearly 10,000 households residing within the city walls. Qinzhou's prosperity was renowned throughout the northwest. Yet the markets outside the city were entirely unguarded, often falling prey to attacks from the Xia. In response, Han Qi had rallied laborers to fortify the city walls, dedicating several months to enclosing the homes and shops on both sides of the city. The citizens, grateful for his efforts, named it Hongong City. Thus, Qinzhou was elongated, wide from east to west and narrow from north to south, presenting a rectangular structure. From the north and south, the walls comprised 2 segments of new construction flanking an older wall. As Han Gang approached the towering wall, standing at over 30 feet, the thoroughfare grew increasingly lively. Countless vendors crowded the road, occupying more than half of the wide thoroughfare. On either side of the road were traders, some carrying burdens, others with baskets on their backs, while many herded large groups of livestock, camels and horses for transport, and sheep for sale. If these itinerant merchants wished to enter the city, they must adhere to the regulations by paying a toll of 2 coins, equivalent to 2%, upon entering the city to trade. They are also required to pay a residency tax of 3%. It is no easy feat for merchants to earn a profit. Every penny saved counts, leading many to congregate outside the city, resulting in the formation of a vast marketplace. As Han Gang made his way, the constant clamor of vendors filled the air, with tea houses and taverns lining both sides of the road in close succession. In the marketplace, not only Han Chinese merchants were present, but also numerous foreign traders, hindered by their status from entering the city, set up stalls at the fringes of the market. A stroll through the marketplace might yield intriguing finds. However, Han Gang had no inclination to linger. Upon reaching the southern gate of Qin Prefecture, the vigilant guards were diligently inspecting those wishing to enter the city. Each individual subjected to inspection was required to pat themselves down, signaling they bore no concealed goods, often delaying their entry for half a day. The lengthy queue moved slowly until it was Han Gang's turn. Standing beneath the gate, the guards merely cast a cursory glance at Han Gang, not even inspecting his parcel, and with a mere wave of their hands, allowed him to pass. Why was he not checked at all? A young guard wondered. He is a scholar. To search him would be a breach of decorum. Another guard defended his decision. Although Han Gang did not reveal his identity, his sharp features hinted at his intellect. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, a gentle breeze rustled his garments, an unmistakable aura of scholarly grace that could hardly belong to a mere spy. As he traversed through the dim archway, the scene before him opened up to reveal a vast expanse. Roads crisscrossed like a network, with countless shops and residences dotting the landscape. Pedestrians flowed continuously, while the city did not compare to the bustling metropolises of later times. It rivaled the memory of the Jingzhou prefecture in Han Gang's mind. The only distinction from Jingzhou lay in the patrols of cavalry within the streets and archers stationed upon the city walls. Their mere presence signified that Qin Prefecture remained a heavily fortified stronghold, where the vibrancy of commerce could not dispel the underlying atmosphere of vigilance. Prosperous trade and formidable military presence defined this magnificent city of the northwest, Qin Prefecture. Chapter 9. A Turbulent Market, Part 1. While dining, Huang Daong was taken aback by a startling piece of news that compelled him to set down his bowl and chopsticks. It was not Han Qianlu who had arrived, but rather his son. The messenger standing before Huang Daong was a mere 5 feet tall, as thin as a reed, with sunken cheeks that made his eyes appear disproportionately large, resembling a famished monkey more than a human. This was Lu San, a subordinate of Huang Daong and a diligent informant. Within half a day of Han Gang's arrival in the city, Lu San had already gathered comprehensive intelligence on his movements. Indeed, it was Han San, not Han Qianlu. After entering the city, Han San had headed directly to the county office, where he submitted his documents to Clerk Lu, officially registering his name. He was now en route to the Puxiu Temple near the East Gate, presumably seeking to secure a place to stay. Attending to his father's duties? How commendable! Huang Daong remarked approvingly. In these times of moral decline, such filial piety was a rarity. Even his own sons paled in comparison. Once Han San entered the city, I assumed he would come to seek redress for grievances. To my surprise, he has chosen to submit quietly and comply with the clerk's requirements. We, on the other hand, have wasted a day beneath the drum of justice. Submitting is indeed wise, Huang Daong chuckled. If the Han family were to resist, despite their prior plans, complications would surely ensue. However, this act of submission spared them considerable trouble. With Han Gang already ensnared, the Han family's lands and people were destined to change hands, after all. It was impossible to enjoy a good life without at least 30 to 50 coins in the past 2 months. The vegetable fields in He-Wan would belong to his relative, Li Lizi, but the people would soon find their way into Huang Daong's household. Recalling his recent visit to Longwan village, where he had nearly stumbled upon Han Yunyang, Huang Daong felt a surge of excitement. This enchanting beauty, with her exotic allure, was precisely to his taste. With this thought in mind, he stood up eagerly and decided to pay a visit to Han San. At Puxiu Temple, Han Gang had already tidied his room, ensuring that his scrolls were neatly arranged by his bedside. Even away from home, he intended to seize any free moments to immerse himself in study. In order to carve out a name for himself, possessing knowledge was essential. Puxiu Temple was a modest shrine in Qinzhou City, housing only 3 monks and 2 courtyards, its main hall barely 2 zhang high, with a rather meager incense offering. Larger temples boasted fields of their own and could hire tenants for farming. In contrast, smaller temples like Puxiu relied solely on donations for sustenance. The monks, bound by their vows, refrained from consuming meat but still required vegetables, of which the Han family supplied 30%. Han Qianlu, a devout Buddhist, refrained from profiting excessively from the temple, often selling vegetables at discounted rates. Over the years, the monks had developed a rapport with the Han family and were quite familiar with Han Gang. Thus, when Han Gang requested a temporary lodging, the head monk readily obliged. Though Han Gang had contemplated going to the county office to voice his grievances, past experiences had taught him that such impulsive actions rarely yielded favorable outcomes. Being thwarted was minor compared to the potential of being unjustly imprisoned. Han Gang held little faith in the integrity of officials. Despite his intention to leverage their power against the clerks of Qinji County, old monk Daoan, the head of the Huang family, has arrived. You must come out to greet him. The old monk's voice echoed from outside, igniting a surge of hostility in Han Gang's heart. His brows furrowed like a drawn blade, ready to strike. Han Gang had already deduced the complexities behind Li Lizi's convoluted schemes. Li Lizi was determined to prevent the Han family from reclaiming the He-Wan vegetable fields, presenting 2 possible avenues. One involved manipulating the land contracts stored at the county office, rendering them irredeemable for the Han family. However, due to the informal nature of their agreement, merely a white contract without the official seal, the situation was not easily amendable. The second option entailed depleting the Han family's finances, leaving them unable to reclaim their land. What could be more costly than serving as a laborer? With a mere word to Huang Daong, the clerk could issue a summons that would swiftly plunge the Han family into destitution. Huang Daong. Han Gang suddenly smirked. Hadn't Han Ali mentioned that Huang Daong had been coveting a young girl? Utilizing the Han family's resources to ensnare them was indeed a clever ploy orchestrated by the true mastermind behind Li Lizi. Han Gang harbored a deep-seated loathing for the opportunistic Huang Daong, who had presented himself on a silver platter. He had prepared several scenarios, one of which was unfolding before him. However, Huang Daong's haste was troubling. He had not yet settled in before the confrontation began to intensify. Very well, Let us stir up some trouble first. Han Gang's demeanor turned icy as he strode purposefully from his quarters. Exiting the courtyard, he beheld 3 attendants encircling Huang Daong, who stood at the center of the hall, his inflated visage akin to a triumphant gourd, eagerly awaiting Han San's respectful greeting. Why hasn't Han San come to pay his respects to the head of the Huang family? Lu San, the sycophant, urged impatiently. Upon spotting Han Gang, disdain welled within him. His own short stature bred envy, and the scholarly poise of Han Gang was something he could never hope to emulate. Emerging from the hall, Han Gang, draped in flowing robes, exuded an air of calm authority, a demeanor Lu San could only dream of imitating. Han Gang had seen Huang Daong before. Approaching him, he offered a casual nod, not even bending his waist. I must purchase some goods in the market and inquire at the county office about my assigned duties. If the head of the Huang family has any matters to discuss, please feel free to accompany me. Without waiting for a response, he turned and strode toward the temple entrance. This blatant disregard for propriety was nothing short of shocking. The expression on Huang Daong's face darkened immediately as his temper flared. In recent years, aside from the officials above him, who dared to treat him with such contempt, Han Gang, stand still. Upon witnessing his master's fury, Lu San shouted after him, but Han Gang remained unfazed, hastening to the temple's entrance before pausing to look back. Huang Daong, with a scowl and 3 companions in tow, followed closely behind. Han Gang wore a smile that was neither warm nor inviting, while Huang Daong's entourage appeared furious. The confrontation at the entrance of Pu Xiu Temple soon drew the attention of passers-by. Despite his frail health, Han Gang's scholarly demeanor remained intact. Clad in a green gown that struggled to conceal his innate elegance, his smile was gentle, softening the sharpness of his features, which could otherwise intimidate. In stark contrast, Huang Daong and his companions, each with their unique flaws, resembled a gathering of malevolent figures. Han Gang, you have some nerve, Lu San shouted, pointing an accusing finger at him. Yet, in front of the 6-foot-tall Han Gang, he appeared as a mere scrawny monkey, lacking any real authority. Ignoring the tirade of the diminutive figure, Han Gang directed his attention to Huang Daong, coolly inquiring, might I ask what the head of the Huang family wishes to convey? Huang Daong scrutinized Han Gang with a calculating gaze, reminiscent of a venomous serpent fixating on its prey. He spoke slowly. Scholar Han, you possess quite the audacity. Han replied, from a young age, I have been steeped in the teachings of sages and have immersed myself in poetry and literature, cultivating a spirit of boundless integrity within. Even if malevolent spirits seek to disturb my tranquility, I would not cower before them. Feel free to indulge in your verbal sparring. Huang Daong leaned closer, whispering ominously in Han Gang's ear, let us see if your sharp tongue can safeguard your family's nurturer. Upon hearing this, Han's eyes narrowed, his expression sharpening. So it is truly you. The identity of the nefarious individual who harbored intentions towards his family had been unveiled, prompting Han Gang to break into a sudden, refined smile. He took a step back, bowing slightly with hands clasped, and earnestly advised, I observe that you have numerous growths upon your neck, which likely indicate a deficiency of vitality within. Should you not refrain from indulgence in women, I fear you may not see your years of wisdom. Han's cutting words were delivered with eloquence, leaving Huang Daong momentarily stunned before he grasped the implication. Among the onlookers, many had already understood, erupting into uproarious laughter. Huang Daong's face turned ashen, his growth of vivid crimson. He had seldom endured such humiliation, glaring at Han Gang and seething. You have some nerve. Han, having successfully incited Huang Daong's ire, changed his demeanor, raising his voice, you are indeed the audacious one. You conspired to usurp my family's land, tampering with official documents to coerce me, a mere single household, into service. For the sake of the nation, I have borne such indignities, and I accept that. Now, you further overreach, setting your sights on my family. If you possess the courage, eradicate my family entirely, and witness if I do not storm the state office with blood-stained letters to seek justice. I have spent several years under the Hongsu Gate, with many classmates and friends. Should anything happen to me, do not presume there will be no one to avenge my grievances. Chapter 9. The Turmoil of the Crowded Market, Part 2. Han Gang spoke with unwavering conviction, his voice resonating loudly enough for the entire street to hear. In front of a gathering of over 100 spectators, he boldly exposed Huang Daong's disgraceful actions, causing the latter's prominent growth to change from red to blue, and then back to red. After a prolonged moment of fury, Huang dared not command his underlings to assault the audacious village official standing before him. As the head of the county office, openly attacking a scholar in the street was an act of sheer tyranny, one that was clearly taboo. in broad daylight. Huang Daong knew better than to engage in such unlawful behavior, unless he could concoct a credible excuse, at which point he could act as he pleased. Fine, fine, fine. You have some courage, Han San. Let us see how long you can maintain that bravado. Huang Daong, who had no knowledge of the teachings of Xiong Chu, was incited to rage by Han Gang's words and, in a fit of anger, pushed through the crowd and turned to leave. Head Huang, may you walk well. I shan't see you off. Han Gang called after Huang Daong's retreating figure. Lu San, seeing his master depart, hurriedly followed, not forgetting to hurl a threat. Han San. Remember this. Han Gang laughed heartily. Though my memory is sharp, I cannot recall the names of lowly minions. His playful banter, coupled with Lu San's awkward exit, elicited another round of hearty laughter from the crowd. In Qizhou City, it was evident that Huang Daong was not well liked. The majority of onlookers reveled in his and his followers' embarrassment, yet none stepped forward to defend them. As the laughter echoed behind him, Huang Daong's expression grew increasingly sinister. He had initially intended to corner the Han family for labor obligations, compelling Han Qianlu to part with his son and land, thus acquiring both without resorting to force. After all, employing such extreme measures to seize another's land and family was hardly a noble endeavor. Han Gang, despite being a scholar, could not be allowed to escalate matters to the county hall, where suppressing the situation might be simple, but it would inevitably involve trouble for the esteemed Qinju. Regardless of the circumstances, Huang Daong sought to avoid provoking this formidable figure. Today, upon hearing that Han Gang was dutifully reporting for service, he had anticipated that a few stern words would intimidate the inexperienced young man, allowing him to seize the land in person without causing a ruckus. However, after Han Gang's public display, how could Qinju possibly remain unaware? The large growth on Huang's neck was now a vivid purple, a clear sign of his exasperation. He glared menacingly, vowing, "How dare a mere village official speak boldly before me? Does he not recognize who Huang Daong truly is? In Qizhou City, a dragon must coil for me, and a tiger must lie low." As he watched Huang Daong and his entourage retreat, Han Gang acknowledged the cheers from the surrounding onlookers with a respectful gesture before turning to enter the Puxiu temple. Upon stepping inside, a smile of satisfaction graced Han Gang's face, though only 100 or so had witnessed his brazen act in the street. His name would likely spread throughout Qizhou City within a few days. However, the temple's abbot, a monk named Daoan, bore a troubled expression. Han Tan, why did you confront that Huang Daong so fiercely? The nearly 70-year-old monk, timid and apprehensive, was a confidant of Qinju, who held immense power in Qizhou City, making him a figure no one could afford to offend. I apologize for disturbing you, Han Gang replied with a bow. But such a scoundrel must be confronted, otherwise he will only become more audacious and difficult to manage. The old monk shook his head with a sigh. Your temperament is commendable, but it may lead to trouble. In your youth, such arrogance might have been forgiven as mere ignorance, yet after 2 years of study abroad, you have not tempered this disposition. The fiery nature of youth is not always beneficial. It is wiser to endure and ignore him for the greater good. The current uproar may lead to uncontrollable consequences. Han Gang lowered his head in humble acknowledgement, but inwardly he scoffed. I only fear that the situation does not escalate enough. By tearing down the facade in front of nearly 100 witnesses, the news would likely spread throughout the city by nightfall. Furthermore, the fact that he was a disciple of Xiong Chu would also reach the ears of those who mattered. Huang Daong, lacking insight, did not comprehend the significance of the name Xiong Chu, yet there would be others in Qizhou City who understood its weight. Having studied under Zhang Zai for 2 years and interacted with numerous officials' offspring, Han Gang was acutely aware of his mentor's esteemed reputation in Guangzhou. Compared to Zhang Zai's disciples, Huang Daong was insignificant. In truth, Han Gang had not needed to provoke Huang Daong deliberately. Merely ensuring that his identity was known would likely attract a few officials willing to assist him out of respect for Zhang Zai. Yet the greatest concern lay in the uncertainty of that likelihood. Han Gang despised relying on others. What if no one came to his aid? What if those who intended to help arrived too late, forcing the Han family to resort to desperate measures? Thus, Han Gang resolved to escalate the situation. The louder the commotion, the quicker and broader his identity as a disciple of Xiong Chu would spread. Ultimately, Huang Daong was merely a minor player. If matters truly intensified, he would likely retreat in fear. Perhaps even Qinju, wary of the repercussions, would turn against Huang Daong and his accomplice, Li Lizi. Reflecting on this, Han Gang sighed inwardly, recognizing that in the isolated Qizhou, he faced greater challenges than if he were in Chang'an. No scholar would stand idly by while a classmate was humiliated by a villain. Even if relationships had grown distant, camaraderie among classmates still held weight. Young people were easily stirred. It would take little provocation to incite them to defend their own, making it exceedingly easy to confront scoundrels like Huang Daong and Li Lizi. Returning to his quarters, Han Gang lay down, feeling a sense of weariness. He had set the wheels in motion and now awaited the outcome. I never expected this bookish fellow to have such tenacity. In my opinion, he should be assigned to the armory at Dexian Alley, Lu Xian exclaimed. What sort of position is it to oversee the armory at Dexian Alley that you've given to Han San? Huang Daong, now infuriated, nearly shouted at Lu Xian, who remained unfazed, leisurely sipping his tea. Earlier that morning, when Han Gang visited the household registry to return the requisition documents, he had presented himself as a mere bookworm. Huang Daong's frustration at such a humble figure was amusing to Lu Xian. As Huang Daong gradually calmed, he recognized that the man before him, Lu Xian, was a lean scholar in his 40s and the strategist for Qinju, with an ability to cause ruin without raising a voice. It was evident why he had been summoned for counsel. What is truly going on? Lu Xian set down his teacup and leaned in closer, his voice low and conspiratorial. Are you aware that Wang Ji from the Military Affairs Office has proposed a reassessment of the military preparedness in the Qinfeng circuit? Wang Ji? Surely, Lord Li would never consent to that. Huang Daong, unfamiliar with the intricacies of governance, could discern that such a proposal encroached upon the jurisdiction of the Military Affairs Commissioner. On the contrary, Lord Li has already given his approval. Lu Xian replied with a smile. Huang Daong was taken aback. I heard that Lord Li and Wang Ji were at odds. How could he possibly agree to such a proposal? Lu Xian chuckled. A new official always seeks to make his mark. Lord Li has been in Qizhou for 6 months now, so it is only fitting. Moreover, as the governor of Qizhou, he has the opportunity to exert influence over the other 4 provinces. How could he refuse? Even if there are grievances, the proposal originated with Wang Ji, which cannot be blamed on Lord Li. According to tradition, the governor of Qinzhou concurrently holds the position of the commissioner for military affairs in the Qinfeng region, thus possessing the authority to command several military prefectures, including Fengzhou, under the jurisdiction of Qinfeng. Consequently, the official rank of the governor of Qinzhou is often several levels higher than that of a typical governor, and he is frequently addressed with the esteemed title of commissioner, a term of great value during the Song Dynasty, reserved for chancellors in formal court settings. However, at the local level, the highest official of a route may also be afforded this honor, albeit less commonly. Nevertheless, the other 4 prefectures and a military district under Qinfeng often disregard the words of Li Shizhong, the governor of Qinzhou. Given the opportunity to trouble a few disobedient colleagues, Li Shizhong would undoubtedly seize it. Lu Xian continued, since it is the command of Commissioner Li, Qinzhou shall certainly take precedence. In a few days, when Commissioner Li returns from the east, inspections will commence across all counties and villages in the prefecture. Which position do you suppose Qinji County will occupy in the order? Huang Daong abruptly stood, his expression somewhat flustered. He first peeked outside the door before returning and lowering his voice to inquire, shall we employ the same tactic as 7 years ago? Lu Xian smiled with an air of nonchalance, took a sip of tea, and leisurely nodded. This method is the most straightforward and efficient. The officer thinks so as well. Huang Daong expressed concern. There may be no issues within the county, but will the prefecture investigate further? Commissioner Li is a meticulous man. Lu Xian shook his head with a smile. The commissioner has gone to Longqing County, and Qin Tong'an has just stepped down, leaving the position unfilled. Currently, the military affairs are overseen by the chief judge, while the criminal judge handles legal matters, and the record keeper manages various administrative tasks. Their powers are evenly divided. Which of them could possibly extend their reach to Qinji County? By the time Commissioner Li returns, those who ought to perish will have met their fates, and those who should be burned will be burned. The evidence and witnesses shall be prepared in advance, and all he will be left to do is render a verdict. Having said this, Lu Xian raised his teacup and took another sip, comporting himself with the demeanor of a scholar official. Having effortlessly accomplished the task entrusted to him by Qinju, and with the prospect of reaping a benefit from Huang Daliu, Lu Xian felt greatly at ease. Yet, amidst his satisfaction, he neglected to inquire further about what Han Gang had said before the Pujiu temple. Had he known that Han Gang's mentor was the esteemed Zhang Zai of Hengku, he might not have been so amused. Excellent, Huang Daong exclaimed, slapping his thigh with a resounding sound, grinning maliciously. Tonight, I shall have Lu San take 2 men to Dexian Fang to assist the officer in executing the task. We shall also teach Han San a lesson. Let us see whether he will storm into the prefectural office tomorrow or find himself on the receiving end of a storm within those very walls. Chapter 10, Thunderous Strings Stirred in the Night, Part 1. Supervising the Armory? Han Gang never anticipated that his first assignment would arrive so swiftly. Just that morning, he had clashed with Huang Daliu, and by the afternoon, he found himself dispatched on an errand. To assert that there was no connection between the two occurrences would only be believed by a child of 3. Qinzhou is a crucial border stronghold, housing numerous armories belonging to various departments. Among them, the Qinfeng Road Military Office and the Qinzhou Prefecture possess the most substantial stores of weaponry, including an array of city defense tools. In contrast, the two smaller armories under Chengji County's jurisdiction serve specific purposes. One, located within the county office, primarily stores weapons for the archers and guards of the county, while the one Han Gang is headed to is a warehouse for reserve weapons, situated in the secluded Dixinfang area of the city. The man leading Han Gang to the Dixinfang armory appeared to be in his 30s. Previously called Li Liuge by Lu Shibun from the Ministry of Revenue. Noticing that Li Liuge was not donned in the customary black official garb, Han Gang surmised that he, like himself, was merely a local errand runner rather than a full-fledged officer. The nature of this assignment seemed perplexing. It was evident that the armory concealed hidden dangers. As Han Gang pondered how to extract information from Li Liuge, the latter spoke up first. Being in charge of the armory is one of the most sought-after assignments in the county. I wonder, Scholar Han, how much did you pay for it? Money? Han Gang was momentarily taken aback, quickly shaking his head. I have just recovered from a severe illness, and my family is in dire straits. Where would I find funds for a favorable position? Li Liuge frowned. If you do not wish to speak, it is of no consequence. I have never been fond of deceit, Han Gang replied. Although Li Liuge's tone did not suggest fabrication, he was well aware that news circulated swiftly within the bureaucratic circles. To claim ignorance of Huang Daliu's public altercation with him was something Han Gang could not accept. Once we reach the armory, you may inquire how much Zhou Feng paid to secure this position, Li Liuge remarked, his skepticism palpable. I had to spend 64 strings of cash just to remain under the Ministry of Revenue. 64? Han Gang was genuinely astonished. The errand runners were typically selected from the first-class households of the village, and while the standard for such households varied across regions, it was generally no less than 100 strings. Before his illness, Han Gang's family had possessed over an acre of land, a cow, and a courtyard, valued at over 150 strings, slightly above average for a first-class household. Yet, Li Liuge had spent 64 strings merely to obtain a menial position. This was half the average wealth of a first-class household in Qinzhou, and judging by his tone, the cost for supervising the armory was even higher. The cost of being an errand runner can indeed ruin a family in a year, Han Gang reflected. Li Liuge glanced back at Han Gang. When you find yourself tasked with escorting grain or distributing military rewards, you will understand the true value of this expenditure. As they turned a corner, the alley leading to the armory came into view. The armory's walls rose nearly 10 feet high, constructed from rammed earth. Though such construction might seem unimpressive, it was remarkably sturdy and durable. The Great Wall from the Qin and Han dynasties still stands in the wilderness after over 2,000 years. And the northern buildings of the Song Dynasty were predominantly built from rammed earth. As Han Gang approached, he tested the surface with his fingernail, leaving only a faint mark while causing his fingertip to throb with pain. 2 soldiers guarded the entrance to the armory, their red tassels hanging limply from their hats, while their colorful robes were wrinkled and worn. The only notable aspect was the black-sheathed, curved sword dangling from their waists. As Han Gang and Li Liuge approached, the 2 soldiers, resembling tired old dogs basking in the autumn sun, roused themselves to stand. Brother Wang Jiao, Brother Wang Wu, Li Liuge greeted them, to which Han Gang also offered a respectful nod. Though both soldiers shared the surname Wang, they were not of the same clan. The elder was the 9th in rank, while the younger was the 5th. Thus, the name of the shorter, fair-skinned, beardless Wang Wu, despite being younger, was called first. Ah, Li, you bring no good news. The older, bearded Wang Jiao remarked, eyeing Han Gang. Who is this person? While Wang Jiao conversed with Li Liuge, Wang Wu scrutinized Han Gang, who wore a simple blue robe, appearing weak and sickly, piquing his curiosity. You are Han San, he began, but abruptly fell silent. Out of the corner of his eye, Han Gang noticed Wang Wu discreetly jabbing Wang Jiao with his elbow. Upon entering the armory, the 2 guards barely cast another glance at Han Gang. Just moments ago, Li Liuge had inquired about Han Gang's expenditure for the position. Yet the guards did not even bother to ask. It was evident that Huang Daliu had already made arrangements with the guards. Revenge is a dish best served cold. The wise man waits, while the petty man seeks immediate gratification. Han Gang sighed inwardly, realizing the wisdom of such adages. Having suffered humiliation at the market, Huang Daliu was now poised to retaliate. The county office would be too perilous for a confrontation, while the monks at the Puxiu temple were known for their loose tongues, making it an unsuitable place for action. However, the soldiers guarding this armory were likely close to Huang Daliu. Once inside, locking the door would effectively trap him, leaving his life precariously in Huang Daliu's hands. Any disturbance within the armory could easily be blamed on Han Gang. Furthermore, since Lu Yuho had resorted to burning a granary to frame Lin Cheng, it was reasonable to suspect that Huang Daliu, lacking the powerful backing of Gao Qiao, would not hesitate to set fire to something deemed unimportant within the armory. As Li Liuge led Han Gang into the courtyard of the armory, the heavy door swung shut behind them. Wang Wu remained outside while Wang Zhou followed them in. What a splendid place for a trap. Han Gang surveyed his surroundings, instinctively tightening his grip on the dagger concealed within his sleeve. However, he soon relaxed his fingers, fully aware that Huang Daliu's elaborate scheme was not merely to ambush him within the armory. Han Gang vividly recalled the menacing glint in Huang Daliu's eyes as he departed. With Li Liuge leading the way and Wang Zhou by his side, Han Gang felt an increasing calmness amidst the impending peril. He possessed the remarkable ability to maintain composure in critical situations. In the past, whether during examinations or interviews, he had consistently exceeded expectations. Reflecting on the plane crash that had brought him to this era, he remembered how detached and calm he had been prior to the disaster. The reserve armory in Qingji County spanned only 2 to 3 acres and comprised 5 elongated warehouses aligned from east to west. Each side of the warehouses featured 6 large water tanks, nearly 5 feet high, filled to the brim with water. These tanks, once full, could potentially drown a person. Reminiscent of the incident involving Sima Guang in his youth. The foul-smelling water, teeming with duckweed, indicated that the safety standards of this armory were not particularly high. In stark contrast to the county office, which had endured 3 fires over the past 20 years. In a corner of the eastern warehouse, a small room had been constructed against the warehouse wall. Li Liuge led Han Gang to the small room and called out, "Zhou Feng, come out." A young man of average height, appearing to be around 23 or 24, stepped out. Upon seeing the serious expressions on Li Liuge and Han Gang's faces, he seemed somewhat apprehensive. The sight of Wang Zhou behind them made him tremble even more. "Brotherly, what brings you here? Is there something you need me to do?" Li Liuge gestured towards Han Gang, saying, "From today onward, your duties will be handled by Scholar Han. Prepare yourself quickly. I must return to report." Zhou Feng was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could this be possible? "I refuse to change. I spent 80 guan. 80 guan. That amount could buy a decent residence in Jingzhou Prefecture." Zhou Feng energetically gestured with both hands in front of Han Gang and the others, striving to convey the magnitude of the sum. Wang Zhou, growing impatient, stepped forward and kicked Zhou Feng. "When I tell you to leave, you ought to leave without all this nonsense." Zhou Feng was knocked to the ground and, instead of rising, lay there sobbing loudly. "I've already spent half of my family's wealth. What is all this wailing about?" Wang Zhou retorted angrily. He stepped closer, raising his foot to deliver a more forceful kick to Zhou Feng. The sound of Zhou Feng's cries was abruptly silenced as he was dragged out the door. Han Gang observed Zhou Feng being pulled along the ground, a chill creeping into his heart. It was evident that they regarded him as less than human. Li Liuge, appearing indifferent, turned to Han Gang and said, "Scholar Han, you are indeed fortunate. Director Lu holds you in high regard because you are a learned individual. Do not squander his goodwill." Han Gang, slightly regaining his composure, clasped his hands in gratitude. "I shall not forget Director Lu's kindness and will certainly repay it with diligence." He then glanced back at the storeroom, pondering how the handover should proceed. The military equipment within ought to be counted during the transfer, shouldn't it? Li Liuge waved dismissively. "We can address those matters tomorrow. What if there is a shortage in the storeroom?" Han Gang pressed on with a direct inquiry. "Even if this is merely the county's armory, no one would dare to steal from it. The punishment for stealing military equipment is severe, involving exile or worse. Who would have the audacity?" Li Liuge, perhaps fearing that Han Gang would continue to question, turned to leave. "We shall rest here tonight, and we can sort it out during the handover tomorrow." "Very well." Han Gang nodded repeatedly at Li Liuge's retreating figure, adding both Lu and Li Liuge to his mental list of adversaries. To think that a position worth at least 80 guan was casually relinquished to a penniless man who hadn't even offered a bribe. And this same pauper had just deeply offended a powerful colleague. Could this be an act of goodwill? It seemed more likely to deceive a fool. Chapter 10, The Thunderous Strings Stir the Night, Part 2. How foolish can one be? It is evident they intend to deal with me in the coming days. The underlings at the yamen are merely pawns, often sold off. An 80-coin position is not solely for Lu Shiban or Huang Delu to monopolize. Typically, it is a shared burden, distributed among them. Han Gang does not doubt his judgment. Human nature remains unchanged through the millennia, and the virtues of bureaucrats can be traced back just as far. Now, Huang Delu, driven by a meager plot of vegetable land and a 12-year-old girl, dares to jeopardize everyone's interests. He lacks both the qualification and the authority to do so. Having accepted Zhou Feng's bribe and then sending him away. The breach of trust only magnifies the damage to his reputation. Even in illicit dealings, one must uphold integrity, and Chunju, as the head of the faction, will certainly not tolerate Huang Delu tarnishing his name. In a matter of days, Zhou Feng will reclaim his position in the armory, at most. Huang Delu has only 2 or 3 days, and it is quite possible he will act tonight. The insufficiency of information leads to flawed judgments. Yet through an understanding of human nature, one can still deduce the correct outcome. Han Gang hums a tune. While searching for what he needs in the storeroom, he pried open. With the enemy's plans known, responding becomes considerably easier. Let them come. I eagerly await the chaos. As the crescent moon gradually rises in the east, it casts a silvery sheen upon the courtyard ground of the storeroom. On a night dark enough for murder and with winds high enough to incite arson, even when the moon is bright and the stars sparse, one can still commit heinous acts. Just 30 paces away, at the entrance of the armory, 2 guards, Wang Wu and Wang Jiu, loiter at the door. The 2 thieves are perilously close, their lives hanging in the balance. Tonight, Han Gang dares not sleep. He encircled the small room with fine cord, securing dozens of bronze crossbows laden with verdigris as makeshift alarm signals. Additionally, he retrieved 8 heavy crossbows and a bundle of 6-inch-long steel-tipped arrows made from narrow wooden slats. As Han Gang set up the alarm traps, a smile played on his lips. Truly, within the armory, one finds all manner of odds and ends. However, employing these odds and ends effectively poses its own challenges. To string the 8 heavy crossbows, Han Gang exerted every ounce of his strength. The bowstring he extracted from the storeroom had a pull of around 3 to 4 stones. While not the strongest, it was still impossible to draw with mere arm strength. Han Gang sat on the ground, using his feet to brace the bow arms, engaging his arms, legs, and back in concert to secure the bowstring in place. The names of the crossbows, Kuaizhong and Yaokai, clearly indicate that to draw the bow, one must employ both feet and waist. Panting heavily and drenched in sweat, Han Gang, still recovering from illness, felt thoroughly exhausted. He contemplated whether to enlist a craftsman to devise a stringing device. Although a complex pulley system seemed impractical, utilizing basic principles of leverage should not be beyond Han Gang, who had studied physics in secondary school. With a sharp twang, an arrow embedded itself deep into the leg of a wooden table, from 6 or 7 paces away. The 6-inch arrow penetrated the table leg as effortlessly as piercing through a teacup's thickness. Han Gang set down the empty crossbow, observing the 3 arrows lodged in the table leg from top to bottom. It appeared that, disregarding the laborious stringing process, crossbows were far more reliable than bows. Even with his current shooting skills, he could easily send a powerful arrow into a human target. Today, tomorrow, or the day after. He placed the restrung 8 heavy crossbows near the door for easy access and extinguished the oil lamp. In the darkness of the small room, with his back turned to the moonlight, he began to count on his fingers. Huang Delu would have his chance to act within these 3 days. Lying on his bed, Han Gang wished fervently for Huang Delu to arrive sooner, lest he squander 3 days of study. The creaking of the main door, pushed by the wind, interrupted Han Gang's calculations. He sprang up, grasping the already strung and armed crossbow. Through the wide crack of the door, he discerned 3 figures swaggering toward the armory's entrance. Judging by their stature, they were not the 2 guards. The emaciated figure in front was unmistakably Lu San, accompanied by 2 other lackeys of Huang Delu. Who would have thought they would rush to their doom so eagerly? Very well, let us expedite your journey. Han Gang tightened his grip on the crossbow, muttering softly to quell his rising tension. After only a few steps, his palms were drenched in sweat, feeling unpleasantly sticky. Han San, open the door. I'm here for a drink, Lu San called boastfully from several paces away. But before he could finish, a sharp scream erupted. followed by the clatter of the crossbow mechanism and a resounding thud as he fell. Han Gang chuckled softly in the room, his tension dissipating entirely at Lu San's folly. As Lu San relished his moment, he tripped over the alarm line that Han Gang had set, tumbling head over heels, leaving him dazed, with a cut from the rusted crossbow mechanism on his hand. Supported by the two others, he scrambled to his feet, picking up the severed rope, exclaiming, "What is this?" In the dead of night, disturbing the peaceful dreams, Lu San exclaimed, "Is this how you conduct thievery?" With a creak, the door to the guardhouse swung open, revealing Han Gang standing with his hands behind his back, a serene smile adorning his face, dressed in the traditional round-collared, wide-sleeved blue robe of a scholar, an attire utterly mismatched for the armory. A subtle smile graced Han Gang's lips, exuding an air of profound mockery toward Lu San under the moonlight. Lu San glared at Han Gang's smiling face, his anger gradually transforming into derision. To laugh in the face of death. "Go. Feed him well, he won't choke." At Lu San's command, the two guards accompanying him lunged toward Han Gang, eager to avenge the humiliation they suffered earlier with Huang Daong. "Be careful, don't kill him, just break his arms and legs. I want to see him suffer." Before Lu San could finish, Han Gang interrupted him with a sharp twang from the crossbow, resonating with a faint, buzzing sound. The guard at the forefront suddenly collapsed, while the others stood frozen in shock. Lu San stared in disbelief at his fallen companion, unable to comprehend the situation, but when he glanced back at Han Gang, he saw him holding a recently fired heavy crossbow. "Han Sanyu," Lu San stammered, pointing at Han Gang, utterly at a loss for words. "What is it?" Han Gang asked gently, his demeanor growing increasingly calm and composed as the tension mounted. The frown that had knitted his brows in response to Huang Dalu's schemes had finally relaxed. In the thrill of hitting his mark, his heart raced, and he felt a warmth coursing through him. The pent-up resentment and hatred that had accumulated over the past few days surged to a boiling point. After stringing the bow, he had only practiced 3 shots, enough to instill a semblance of confidence, though doubts lingered. Yet, he had just shot an arrow straight through a thief's eye, penetrating the skull. Now, with the precision of the crossbow, he felt assured that at a distance of 10 paces, he could not miss. Lu San finally regained his senses, drawing a short knife from his waist, shouting a warning to the other guard ahead. "He has no arrows left." "Is that so?" Han Gang laughed heartily, flinging the empty crossbow at the rushing guard, stepping back slightly, then bending at the waist before straightening up. Raising his hands, he revealed another expertly strung heavy crossbow. "Then what do you think this is?" He aimed the steel-tipped arrow directly at the now pale-faced guard, and without further ado, he pulled the trigger, sending another arrow straight to the center of his chest. The arrows, propelled by the powerful crossbow of Sanshur Duoli, penetrated the human body like venomous serpents, swiftly emerging from the back, quivering within, and turning the heart and lungs into a gruesome emlang. With a sense of pride, Han Gang gestured towards Lu San, showcasing his weapon as he counted his kills. It was rumored that the first act of murder would often induce nausea and a desire to retch. However, Han Gang felt no discomfort whatsoever, only a clear mind and a heart brimming with exhilaration. Such tales, he mused, were mere fabrications. Lu San was left utterly dumbfounded, as if ensnared in a nightmare. This was meant to be a simple task, yet it had devolved into this chaotic scene. Lu San's voice rose, high and shrill like a woman's. "How dare you kill an official and rebel? You shall face retribution upon your entire clan." "Official? Do you even deserve such a title?" Han Gang retorted, replacing his crossbow with another finely strung one, the gleaming iron tip reflecting the cold moonlight, aimed squarely at Lu San's mouth. "Try raising your voice again, and see if my finger trembles." As the half-moon ascended above the eaves, casting its light upon Han Gang's back, Lu San found himself enveloped in darkness, save for the moonlight glinting off the 6-inch wooden arrow aimed at his nose. Han Gang's towering figure cast a vast shadow, completely engulfing the frail Lu San. To Lu San, it was as if a malevolent deity had descended. The arrow pointed directly at him sent his spirit reeling, his legs buckled beneath him, collapsing to the ground. He struggled to speak, but his teeth chattered uncontrollably. He never imagined that a frail scholar afflicted with tuberculosis could be so ruthless. Han Gang loomed over Lu San, demanding, "Is it Huang De Lu or Chenju? Is it Chun?" Lu San began to reply, but Han Gang's finger moved, and with a smile, he released the trigger. The crossbow shuddered violently, and the twang of the bowstring resonated. The power of close-range fire was rivaled only by a pistol. The arrow pierced through Lu San's nasal bridge, emerging grotesquely from his jaw, brutally silencing his dying scream in his throat. Lu San writhed on the ground a few times before becoming still, his eyes wide open in shock. Just a moment ago, Han Gang had been interrogating him about the mastermind behind it all. Now, in the blink of an eye, he had turned violent. Third, he kicked Lu San's lifeless body to confirm his demise. Han Gang lowered his empty crossbow, breathing slightly heavier. The sensation of controlling another's life filled him with exhilaration. Gazing down at the three corpses, he felt no hint of unease. In mere moments, blood had splattered across the courtyard. Even in Qinzhou, matters of life and death were no trifling affair. This incident had escalated significantly. Han Gang silently observed the three lifeless bodies strewn across the courtyard for a moment, then raised his gaze to the gatekeeper 30 paces away, ultimately breaking into a cold smile. I fear the commotion may not be grand enough. Chapter 11, The Heart's Execution and the Illusion of Truth, Part 1. After discarding three lifeless bodies, Han Gang returned to his abode, where he equipped himself with another finely tuned crossbow. He swiftly retrieved a small cloth pouch from the table and exited the room with purpose. Casting a glance towards the main entrance, he observed that there was still no sign of disturbance. It appeared that Wang Wu and Wang Jiu remained oblivious to the unfolding events. The three individuals he had just slain had succumbed without uttering a single cry. This could be attributed to Han Gang's fortune, but it was equally a stroke of luck for the two guards. Had they made a sound, they would have shared the same fate as Lu San and his companions. Whether it was 3 lives or 5, when one's life is at stake, Han Gang would show no mercy. With an air of composure, Han Gang approached the corpses once more. He opened the small cloth pouch and, after rummaging through its contents, produced a set of fire-starting tools, a fire knife, flint, and tinder. He gazed at the 3 small implements in his palm, a chilling smile creeping across his face. Kneeling beside Lu San, he reached into the man's bosom. Suddenly, his expression shifted. As he withdrew his hand, it was now cradling a fire stick. This fire stick, crafted from sweet potato vines, could be ignited and extinguished while still retaining smoldering embers, allowing it to be reignited with a mere flick in the wind. Such a specially made fire starter could sustain a spark for an entire day. Why would Lu San carry such an item? Fire sticks are not inexpensive. A sense of unease washed over Han Gang as he promptly searched the pockets of the other 2 officers, only to discover yet another 2 fire sticks. At that moment, the moonlight poured down like water, illuminating the courtyard, allowing Han Gang to clearly see that each of Lu San's companions was equipped with a large gourd at their waist. When he reached out to touch it, his fingers encountered a slick, wet surface, reminiscent of fresh blood. Yet, upon bringing it closer to his nose, he discerned the scent of vegetable oil. Concealing fire within their garments and oil at their sides, the intentions of Lu San and his companions were all too evident. Could it be that the heroes share a common vision? Han Gang found himself confronted with the most absurd situation imaginable, nearly bursting into laughter. All were intent on framing another, yet they unwittingly conspired to accuse each other of the same crime. What crime could possibly rival the burning of an armory? He and Huang Dalu had identical motives. No, it cannot be Huang De using Huang Dalu. Han Gang suddenly shook his head. Huang Dalu lacked the resolve and necessity for such actions. While he had reason to eliminate Han Gang, he would never possess the capability to resort to such extreme measures. If he sought to destroy something inconsequential to incriminate Han Gang, a fire stick would suffice. The 3 gourds of oil, weighing 4 to 5 pounds, could incinerate the entire armory. It was equally implausible that Qinju intended to kill him, with Qinju's influence. There was no need to sacrifice an armory for a mere impoverished scholar. A simple word could ensure Han Gang's demise without a trace. What then? Did Lu San mean by mentioning Qin before his death? Who else could it refer to but Qinju? As Han Gang's mind raced, a sudden epiphany struck him. What if he was not the true target? The mastermind behind this scheme was undoubtedly Qinju. That much could be established with certainty. No one else possessed such audacity or capability. However, it was likely that Han Gang was merely an incidental casualty in Qinju's broader scheme, which was clearly aimed at the armory itself. The reasoning behind such an act was not hard to surmise. He had witnessed similar tales both in stories and in his own memories. Moreover, in the past 30 years, had the Qingji County office not burned down 3 times? Arson against government buildings was hardly an extraordinary incident. Not to mention that clerks had previously resorted to arson to destroy incriminating evidence. Han Gang recalled that even officials had committed such acts decades ago. Among them was Teng Zongliang, a close associate of Fan Zhongyan, the famed author of the Yiyang Tower. When Teng Zongliang's misuse of public funds was exposed, he did not hesitate to incinerate the evidence. Account books, all reduced to ash with a single fire. His audacious act allowed him to retain his position despite the scandal, merely transferring his governorship to another locale. In addition to Teng Zhongliang's notorious act, there was another scandal of even greater magnitude. During the reign of Emperor Zhenzong, a servant named Han, associated with the 8 great kings, set fire to the Rong Wangfu to conceal her theft of gold. The flames spread, consuming the Zhuangku, Chao Yuan Min, and Chong Wenyuan, along with a wealth of invaluable historical texts and records. The losses were catastrophic, all for a handful of gold. As for clerks committing arson, such occurrences were far too numerous to count. In this era, it was commonplace to set fire to evidence in order to cover up transgressions. With the majority of Song Dynasty buildings constructed from wood, a single spark could lead to a complete erasure of evidence, often necessitating merely a scapegoat to bear the blame. With this realization, everything began to crystallize in Han Gang's mind. As the intended scapegoat, he could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. How fortuitous indeed. With clarity restored, Han Gang's thoughts raced as he devised a plan. He returned to the house, retrieving a horn from the wall, a signal that could only be sounded in case of an emergency at the armory, and stepped outside, crossbow still in hand. However, as he emerged, he halted abruptly. Before him, a lantern floated into view from the main entrance, illuminating the figures of the guards, Wang Wu and Wang Jiao. Initially, Wang Wu and Wang Jiao had been tasked with keeping watch for the arsonists, Lu San and his accomplices, according to the instructions from the household clerk, Lu Shuban. Even if the armory were to be set ablaze, Chinju could still protect them. They believed they could easily pin the blame on the unfortunate Han Xiaocai, who would face no more than half a month's imprisonment, while the rewards promised would allow them to live comfortably for years. Both men felt a sense of reluctance. Yet they dared not defy Chinju's orders. As the night wore on and Lu San remained silent within the armory, their anxiety grew, compelling them to investigate. Upon discovering the scene, terror seized their hearts. The lantern's glow, paired with the moonlight, illuminated the 3 lifeless forms on the ground. The lingering fear etched upon Lu San's visage resonated with Wang Jiao and Wang Wu as they beheld Han Gang, the apparent perpetrator, standing calmly at the entrance. Han Gang, tall and imposing like a steadfast pine, maintained his composure. Yet how could he wear the same expression in the presence of 3 corpses? Han-san, what have you done? Wang Jiao shouted, his voice faltering against the chill that enveloped his heart. Meanwhile, Wang Wu's grip on the lantern trembled uncontrollably. With a cold smirk, Han Gang remained silent, bringing the horn to his lips. In the horrified gaze of the 2 men, he summoned all his strength and blew the alarm. Unlike cities in the interior, the streets of Qingzhou fell under curfew as the evening drum echoed. The piercing sound of the alarm shattered the stillness of the night, rousing many from their slumber. Patrols halted their steeds, and officials on night duty rushed from their quarters, straining to discern the source of the alarm. The horn rang out 3 times before gradually fading, leaving a lingering echo that danced through the crisp autumn night. Wang Jiao trembled incessantly. His body's warmth dissipated by the haunting echoes of the horns, rendering him nearly speechless. Han-san, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Can you not see? These 3 intruded the armory under the cover of night, plotting arson. Execute them. In a brief utterance, Han Gang elongated his words deliberately. The final 2 syllables emphasized with force. A finely tuned crossbow was gripped tightly in his hand, bolstering his declaration. The 2 guards felt an overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from Han Gang, chilling to the bone, as if they had plunged into a frozen abyss. Nonsense, they. Wang Wu stammered, finally recalling the jovial banter prior to Lu San's entrance. They came to invite you for a drink. Han Gang let out a cold, disdainful laugh, dismissing the rebuttal. Those who trespass at night without cause deserve no mercy. What of those who invade the armory without proper orders? Do they possess any official insignia? They arrive bearing fire and oil. What do you suppose their intentions might be? His smile grew increasingly sinister, lamenting the fate of the 2 Wang brothers, destined to share the same grave. This does not concern us. Wang Jiao stuttered. When Lu San and his companions entered through the main gate, you 2 cannot escape the suspicion of conspiracy. Entering the armory as a group is either theft or arson. And with everyone carrying fire and oil, what else could they intend? Han Gang stepped forward lightly, his movements silent yet resonant like the strike of a drum, causing the 2 to retreat several steps in fright. He paid them no heed, instead pacing around the lifeless forms of Lu San and his comrades, maintaining the deliberate gait characteristic of a scholar, as though he were lost in the contemplation of verse. However, from his lips emerged not the lyrical musings of poetry, but incisive inquiries sharp as blades. Consider this. If a fire were to ignite within the armory, do you truly believe that you, the guards, would evade culpability? I would certainly face death without question, but what of you? No matter how powerful Chenju may be, he cannot surpass the law of the land. As a mere county officer, can he shield you both? Perhaps he has assured you that you would merely endure a few strikes from a military baton and spend a couple of months in prison before everything would be resolved. But can you genuinely trust his words? You may find yourselves confined for but a night, only to succumb to illness. Could it be that Chenju would not resort to silencing witnesses? Or that he simply could not conceive of such a course of action? Chapter 11. The Heart's Demise and the Illusion of Truth Part 2. Han Gang's relentless questioning crashed upon the two guards like colossal waves, eroding the defenses of their hearts. Even beneath the faint moonlight and flickering lamps, the pallor of Wang Wu and Wang Jiao's faces was unmistakable. They opened their mouths, wishing to speak, yet found themselves at a loss for words. Success. Han Gang discerned their expressions. Seizing the moment while they were paralyzed with fear, he deftly shifted his discourse, stating, however, if Lu San and his accomplices entered by climbing over the wall, you two would only bear the blame of negligence. Since the three have surrendered and the fire is yet to be ignited, what is there to fear? Climbing over the wall. The guards were captivated by Han Gang's words. As if a luminous door had swung open amidst the boundless darkness. A commotion erupted from the street nearby. Han Gang glanced in that direction and exclaimed, "Ah! Reinforcements have arrived." Turning back, he urged the two, quickly, think. How did these three thieves gain entry? Despite their trepidation towards Chenju's influence. The two hesitated to speak, still cautious. How did they get in? Han Gang pressed, his tone severe and relentless, as the clamor outside grew nearer, resonating like the tolling of a funeral bell, instilling dread in the two guards. Wang Jia wavered, unable to come to a decision, while Wang Wu, being younger and less encumbered by fear, blurted out, they climbed over the wall. Yet Han Gang was dissatisfied with this solitary admission. Fixating his gaze on Wang Jiao, he raised his voice, reiterating, how did they gain entry? This time, Wang Jiao glanced at Wang Wu, gritted his teeth, and joined in the outcry. They climbed over the wall. How did they get in? Climbing over the wall. How did they get in? Climbing. Han Gang pressed on, repeating his inquiries with an intensity reminiscent of a modern-day cult, employing a method of relentless questioning to induce a reflexive response. Though the time was brief, the urgency of the situation made it easier for the guards to become ensnared in his manipulative grasp. With masterful finesse, Han Gang leveraged the circumstances, swiftly aligning Wang Wu and Wang Jia with his intentions. The sound of hasty footsteps echoed from the alley outside the armory, and Han Gang pointed to the three corpses, demanding, how did these thieves get in? In unison, Wang Wu and Wang Jia replied, we were merely watching the door. We certainly did not allow anyone to enter. It must be that Lu San and his men climbed over the wall with malicious intent. Curse be it. Curse be it. It truly deserves cursing. Precisely. This matter bears no relation to you two. Even if there were a charge, it could not be laid at your feet. Han Gang applauded. Yet a sigh escaped him. What a pity there is no merit to claim. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiao's eyes brightened. He, being astute, understood what needed to be done. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his dagger, stepping onto Lu San's corpse, and swiftly struck at the vital points with a flurry of blows. Wang Wu, initially taken aback, soon comprehended the implication and mimicked Wang Jiao's actions, stabbing into the abdomen of the other fallen constable, creating a gaping wound. Their actions were a declaration of loyalty, staining their blades with blood, thus binding themselves to Han Gang's cause, making any subsequent denial impossible. Just as the situation seemed to stabilize, a thunderous crash reverberated through the door, heralding the arrival of the rescue team responding to the alarm. Wang Wu and Wang Jiao hurriedly brandished their bloody daggers and rushed to remove the stone blocking the door, intent on admitting the reinforcements. Han Gang, trailing behind, called out urgently, wait a moment. The guards, now looking to Han Gang for direction, ceased their actions at once. Han Gang stepped forward to the door and called out loudly, who is it that crashes against the door? A coarse, gravelly voice answered from outside. It is the city patrol. Open the door. Do you have proof? Proof? What proof do I need? Open the door for me. After a brief pause outside, an authoritative roar followed, and the door was struck with force, causing the plaster above to rain down. Wang Wu and Wang Jiao exchanged uncertain glances with Han Gang. He shook his head. It was not yet time to open the door. He continued to assert, this is a military armory. Entry is forbidden. Without proof, how can I open it? Break it down. The outside voice grew more furious, commanding the men to force the door. Wang Wu and Wang Zhou began to panic, yet Han Gang remained resolute, declaring, "I cannot open it." "Wait." A clear and cultured voice chimed in from outside. "May I provide proof?" Wang Zhou, recognizing the voice, hurried to the door, anxiously turning to Han Gang. "It is Judge Wu from the state." Hearing that the visitor was not affiliated with Qingji County, Han Gang nodded. "Open the door then." With a creak. As the door of the armory was unbarred and opened slightly, it was suddenly kicked open with great force from outside. Wang Wu, caught off guard, stumbled and fell, while a troop of soldiers surged inside, armed with swords and spears, encircling the three men. Who sounded the alarm? A middle-aged civil official in formal attire crossed the threshold, addressing Han Gang and the others. It was indeed Wu, the judge who had just spoken. In the Song Dynasty, prominent prefectures typically bore three titles: the name of the prefecture, the name of the commandery, and the title of military authority. For instance, in Qin Prefecture, the prefecture name is Qin, the commandery name is Tianshui, and the military authority is Xiningen. The prefecture name pertains to local administrative divisions and is most commonly used. The commandery name is an ancient title, often for noble titles, such as Tianshui Commandery Duke or Tianshui Commandery Lord. The military authority title is a vestige from the late Tang and Five dynasties, having lost practical significance after the founding of the dynasty. It serves merely as a title for high-ranking military officials, yet the advisors and the military authorities still wield substantial power within the prefecture. Wu Yin, an official of the Xiningen military authority affiliated with Qin Prefecture, was not directly connected to Qingji County, yet he arrived promptly due to proximity. As a judge of military affairs, he was authorized to oversee matters of the state's military. Presently, as the forces of the Western Xia launched a vigorous assault on Qin Prefecture's neighboring areas, the original state of Yuan was under siege, with a detachment attacking Ganga City. Although this was merely a customary annual raid, earlier in the year, Qin Prefecture had been subjected to a full-scale assault by a formidable force of Western Xia troops, resulting in the fall of several fortifications and a brutal conflict. The former governor of Qin Prefecture had consequently been dismissed. Han Gang's two elder brothers had perished in that battle. Thus, there was no room for negligence this time. The governor of Qin Prefecture, Li Shizhong of the Jingfeng Road, had dispatched troops to secure the key passage of Long'an City, situated between Jing and Yuan, to ensure direct support for the Jingyuan route, while he himself was at Longcheng, the logistical hub of Qin Prefecture, inspecting local defenses and food supplies. With Li Shizhong absent from the city and the deputy governor having just been reassigned, Wu Yin took it upon himself to oversee military affairs. He was diligent in his duties, well aware that with the governor away, any lapse could lead to dire consequences. Each night, he, along with the military judge and the recording officer, would take turns keeping watch at the prefectural office. This night happened to be Wu Yin's watch. Upon hearing the alarm, he promptly left the office, accompanied by a squad of patrol cavalry, hastening to the armory. Throughout the journey, he was filled with trepidation, fearing a grave incident had transpired within the armory. However, upon entering the premises, he observed nothing amiss, which stirred a flicker of ire within him as he sought out the individual responsible for sounding the alarm, unbeknownst to Han Gang, who was about to report to Wu Yin. At this moment, soldiers who had rushed deep into the courtyard suddenly shouted from behind, "Judge, there are dead bodies here." Wu Yin turned in response to the voice, illuminated by the torchlight. He finally discerned three lifeless forms lying 30 paces away on the courtyard floor. Hastily, he inquired, "What has transpired?" This time, there was no need for Han Gang to step forward. Wang Zhou, discarding his bloodied long knife, approached and systematically relayed the prearranged falsehood to Wu Yin, stating, "Your Honor, this night, 3 thieves conspired malevolently, scaling the walls to infiltrate the armory. Thankfully, due to the vigilance of Han Sanxiu, their scheme was thwarted." Han Gang lowered his head, concealing his expression in the shadows where the light could not reach, secretly amused. Over the millennium, progress has not only been made in the natural sciences, but also in the social sciences. One wonders whether the malevolent brainwashing falls under the domain of natural sciences or social sciences. As Wang Zhou mentioned Han Gang's name, Wu Yin, having gleaned the general circumstances from him, immediately asked, "Where's Han Sanxiu?" Although he posed the question, his gaze had already settled on Han Gang. Though tall and imposing like a warrior, he was adorned in the robes typical of a scholar, with an air of literary refinement that starkly contrasted with that of an ordinary soldier, making it nearly impossible for anyone to mistake him. Han Gang stepped forward. Performing a respectful bow, Your Honor, Han Gang is here. Approaching closely, Wu Yin scrutinized the young man under the flickering light. The young man appeared to have a large frame, albeit somewhat frail, with a slightly sharp expression. Nonetheless, he spoke with a gentle demeanor, embodying the scholarly disposition that endeared him to Wu Yin. Who are you? What is your current position? Your Honor, I am Han Gang, and I am currently serving as the keeper of the armory in Qingji. You are a scholar? Wu Yin feigned ignorance. Han Gang respectfully replied, Indeed. I have studied for several years. Wu Yin furrowed his brow. If you are a scholar, why accept such a lowly position? Does it not bring disgrace to your learning? Han Gang sighed. The county has a vacancy, and it is a matter of duty. My father is nearly 50, and as a son, how can I allow him to endure such hardships? Wu Yin nodded, his gaze softening slightly. Filial piety is paramount among virtues, and devoted sons are often regarded alongside loyal ministers. Han Gang stepping forward to serve indeed reflects his filial piety. You are indeed a dutiful son. Were you the one who sounded the alarm? Yes, that was I. Now, recount to me the events of this night in their entirety. Chapter 12 The Diminishing Mansion, Part 1. A dull thud echoed through the air, accompanied by muffled cries, followed by the crisp sound of shattering glass emanating from Chenju's study. Huang Daong, clutching his head with his hand, revealed a dark bruise on his forehead, an unsettling sight where a fresh bump had formed, reminiscent of the size of the one on his neck. Beneath his feet lay a scattering of stone fragments, their purplish hue hinting at their origin as a rare and exquisite scholar's inkstone. Now, reduced to mere rubble, the sight was truly lamentable. Despite being struck on the head by such a precious inkstone, the typically arrogant Huang Daong dared not utter a sound of pain, instead standing obediently, pressing his hand against the source of his agony. The blow had been substantial. Although there was no blood, his vision danced with golden stars, and his head buzzed as if a multitude of glimmering flies swirled around him. The one who had hurled the priceless inkstone at Huang Daong approached him with a feigned concern, inquiring, Huang Daong, does it hurt? At this utterance, Huang Daong trembled, hastily lowering his head in a display of submission, his two bumps contrasting starkly. Yet, his grimace betrayed the intensity of his pain. While many figures in Qinzhou could command Huang Daong's compliance, only Chenju inspired genuine fear within him. Chenju, nearing 50, was unassuming in appearance, average height, dark and thin. However, his countenance exuded a sincere and humble demeanor, always graced with a slight smile. To the youth, he appeared as a kindly elder, to superiors, he was a trustworthy subordinate. Such a forthright man could easily win the favor of his superiors, and if he proved capable, who would not rely on him? Yet this seemingly benevolent middle-aged man had caused several county magistrates to depart in bitterness, leaving numerous officials feeling powerless. Chenju's influence extended beyond Qingji County. He had allies in the military, connections among the nomadic tribes, and even acquaintances in the capital. There was once a scholar of the highest rank who sought to challenge Chenju's position, yet he ultimately found himself exiled to a remote island, while his wife and daughter were taken into Chenju's household. For 30 years, Chenju had wielded control over the affairs of Qingji County, growing more entrenched with each passing day. Casting a glance at Huang Daong, Chenju's fleeting disdain was palpable. Huang Daong's obedience made him useful, and though he had a weakness for women, Chenju had never regarded it with much concern. Who could have anticipated that a mere 12-year-old girl would incite such chaos? As this thought crossed his mind, Chenju's resentment deepened. How audacious to venture out alone at 16, traveling great distances. Such a person is not to be trifled with. And as a disciple of the esteemed Mr. Hanke, one must consider the influential peers among her classmates. How many friends does her teacher possess? Chenju's ire also extended to the self-satisfied Lu Xian. He found him utterly exasperating. Han Gang, a reckless fellow with no credentials, had dared to confront Huang Daong openly in the streets, displaying the audacity of a fool. It was astonishing that such a person had been placed in charge of the military arsenal in Dexian Fang, a decision made with the foolish hope of achieving dual benefits without considering the potential fallout. Chenju had only accepted 80 guan in exchange for the post. But for what purpose? Stepping on the shards of the inkstone, Chenju paced heavily in the hall. This inkstone had been his favorite. A fine piece from an ancient quarry, procured with great effort from a once prominent family. If sold, it would fetch no less than 1,000 guan. Yet now, it lay beneath his feet, emitting a mournful creak. Chenju crushed the fragments beneath his soles, wishing fervently that they were Han Gang's face, which he could trample mercilessly. In Chenju's study, besides Huang Daong, stood 7 or 8 loyal subordinates, all summoned urgently after the incident at the military arsenal. They remained silent, fearful that Chenju's wrath might be redirected toward them. Each awaited further news with bated breath. Suddenly, the sound of the watchman's drum resounded, indicating that the hour was just past midnight. The warning bell had rung throughout Qinzhou at the second hour, and now only an hour had elapsed. With the crescent moon barely having ascended to its zenith, Qinzhou maintained a strict curfew, with patrols, watchmen, and soldiers monitoring the towering city walls. This comprehensive surveillance system rendered the streets of Qinzhou nearly impassable at night. Qinzhou's ability to gather his subordinates from across the city within mere moments after the incident at the arsenal spoke volumes of his extensive influence. Finally, when the drum tolled just past 1, a trusted aide entered to report, "Captain, Lu Yiri has returned." The atmosphere in the study shifted as the others perked up. Qinzhou hastily instructed, "Do not delay, bring Yiri in at once." Lu Xian, burdened with the weight of his own failures, entered Qinzhou's study with heavy steps. This night, he had sought redemption through diligent investigation. Having misidentified a venomous snake for a harmless one, he had been bitten, and should he perish, it would be his own folly. Where are they now? Qinzhou inquired urgently upon Lu Xian's arrival. All are at the county office. Han San, Wang Wu, and Wang Jiu are present, Lu Xian replied, shaking his head. None have been imprisoned. Currently, the law dictated that regardless of guilt, one must endure a stint in jail prior to any verdict. As Han Gang, Wang Wu, and Wang Jiu bore blood on their hands, the law mandated their immediate arrest. However, the magistrate, Wu Yin, had failed to act according to the law, clearly placing the blame on Lu San and those behind him. The seasoned officials present understood the implications, their expressions growing increasingly anxious. Do not worry, it is merely a trivial matter, Qinzhou reassured his subordinates, convinced that a mere impoverished vagabond could not disrupt the status quo. Yet, Han Gang's ruthless decisiveness mirrored Qinzhou's own youthful spirit, prompting a moment of reflection. The older one grows, the more cautious one becomes. Only the young dare to act without regard for the consequences. Lu Xian offered a suggestion. Perhaps we can temporarily set Han Gang aside. Our primary concern should be the military arsenal. As long as the discrepancies in the arsenal remain undiscovered, we can dismiss Lu San's issues. It is merely a loss of around 10,000 guan. We can cover that. The funds can come from me, Qinzhou stated casually. However, to be able to effortlessly produce such wealth was rare even in the capital. Beyond the monetary loss, the inventory had been thoroughly accounted for prior to the incident. The shortfall could simply be borrowed from Zhao Bin, and regardless of how deeply Li Xiang investigated, he would not trace it back to the arsenal. Even if he did, it would not take much effort for the craftsman to create some counterfeits. Yet, Qinzhou felt regret. Had he anticipated this predicament, he could have adjusted the accounts months in advance to cover the losses. Or perhaps he could have spared a few thousand guan to directly address the issue. But now, with the attention of the officials on Dexy and Fang, even if we have the funds, it may be impossible to deliver, one confidant cautioned. Lu Xian scoffed, just store it at the county office. As long as the numbers align and we record a transfer, who could dispute it? Qinzhou nodded in agreement. This course of action would leave little room for contention. With the major issue resolved so easily, the only remaining challenge was the predicament brought about by Han Gang. Qinzhou now had a plan. Focusing on Wang Wu and Wang Jiu, they had been intimidated by Han Gang, and they could hardly be blamed for it. As long as Wang Wu and Wang Jiu are willing to change their stance, even with Han Gang's eloquence, he would not be able to cast any blame upon Qinzhou. Qinzhou turned to a tall, sturdy youth standing in the corner of the study and said, Shaoqi, seize an opportunity to meet with them both. Inform them it is I, Qinzhou, who has spoken. The previous events can be forgiven, but, Yasi. Lu Xian suddenly interrupted Qinzhou, sighing, you are unaware. Lu Xian bears knife wounds, and they are all inflicted upon vital areas. It is the work of Wang Wu and Wang Jiu's sabers. Qinzhou's words faltered. Han Gang's actions were impeccably meticulous, far from the recklessness expected of an 18-year-old, resembling instead the cunning of an 80-year-old fox. After a long pause, he finally spat out with resentment, good old Han Gang. The onlookers in the study exchanged glances, while Huang Delu's complexion grew increasingly grim. They all understood that, since the parties involved, Wang Wu and Wang Jiu, could not be swayed. The solution to Lu San's predicament dwindled to but one option. Lu Xian hesitated to speak further, and after a moment's contemplation, Qinzhou ultimately shook his head and sighed deeply, addressing Huang Diyong, Brother Huang, you should return for now. Huang Delu was taken aback. He understood all too well the implication behind Qinzhou's suggestion for him to leave. He exclaimed, Yasi. Lu Xian approached Huang Diyong, resting a comforting hand on his shoulder, gently saying, Brother Huang, take a moment to rest. You have endured enough for today. Huang Delu's face turned as pale as chalk, his tumor taking on a dark hue. Just a day prior, he had been lying in the bed of the beautiful bald nun at Jinghui Monastery, preoccupied with thoughts of the Han family's young caretaker. Yet, a mere 12 hours later, he faced utter despair. During the day in front of Puxiu Temple, Huang Delu could never have anticipated that in the span of one day, fortune would turn. And it was the impoverished individuals he had looked down upon who had ensnared him in a noose of his own making. Desperately glancing at Chenju and then at Lu Xian, Huang Delu fell to his knees, grasping at Chenju's boots, crying out, "Yasi, for the sake of our past friendship, grant me a chance to survive. De Yong, what are you doing? You are my brother. How could I not leave you a way out?" Chenju replied with an impassive expression. Taking a step back and signaling to the two loyal confidants stationed at the door, "Why haven't you taken brother Huang away with care?" The two nodded in understanding. Recognizing this as an instruction to monitor Huang De Yong, to prevent him from taking any desperate actions, they covered Huang Delu's mouth and, while simultaneously lifting him from both sides, forcibly escorted the struggling Huang Ban Tu out of the study. "Second brother, follow Huang De Yong shortly, and assure him that I will safeguard his wife and children for a lifetime, so he may leave in peace." Chenju rarely concealed his facade of a smile, his countenance now dark and foreboding. Lu Xian nodded, indicating his comprehension. Chenju turned his gaze through the half-open window, staring intently in the direction of the state office. No one could perceive his expression, but after a lengthy silence, they heard him mutter through clenched teeth, "Han Gang." Chapter 12. The building on the verge of collapse. Part 2. At this moment, Wu Yin and Han Gang were within the state office. The government compound of Qinzhou was nothing out of the ordinary, merely a spacious courtyard with numerous buildings. What set it apart was the towering walls surrounding it, rising over 10 feet, resembling city fortifications, complete with crenellations and a width of 5 to 6 feet. This design was intended for urban warfare should the city fall. The main structures, including the Grand Hall and the Secondary Hall, were aligned along the central axis, serving as the residence of the governor of Qinzhou. Conversely, Wu Yin, serving as the military judge, occupied a courtyard on the western side as his official office. However, instead of leading Han Gang to his own quarters, he took him to seek out the neighboring military commissioner. Presently, with the northern front embroiled in fierce conflict and the military commissioner Li Shizhong yet to return, Wu Yin found himself burdened with numerous responsibilities as the acting military judge. Nevertheless, as the primary accountable individual, he felt compelled to thoroughly explain the case to the commissioner in charge of criminal matters during the handover. Unfortunately, upon reaching the commissioner's office, they found it unattended. With a sigh, Wu Yin led Han Gang back to his own office. Once seated, he called for an elderly night watchman to bring tea and gestured for Han Gang to take a seat and converse. Wu Yin held a favorable impression of Han Gang, speaking to him in a gentle tone. Instead of sitting, Han Gang knelt and respectfully addressed Wu Yin, claiming he had matters for which to seek forgiveness. Wu Yin, puzzled, inquired about the nature of his supposed offense. For unlawfully accessing the military arsenal and extracting equipment, Han Gang replied. Wu Yin chuckled. "Is that truly a matter of concern?" His words trailed off as he suddenly recalled something. "How could you be so certain that Lu San and his companions would come tonight?" Han Gang explained. "It was because I announced today my intention to inventory the storeroom in preparation for the handover. The demeanor of Li Lyoga, who accompanied me here, was suspicious. I had also heard rumors of the court ordering an inventory of state finances, and regarding the incident of the governor burning the account books. If such a thing were true and they succeeded, I would be left speechless and unable to redeem myself. Hence, I remained vigilant and made some preparations. I thought it was merely a precaution, yet I did not expect their urgency." Han Gang's reasoning was sound, and Wu Yin nodded in agreement, understanding the validity of Han Gang's concerns. After all, it wasn't uncommon for someone to be chosen as a scapegoat. The true culprits perished in the flames, while the gatekeepers, Wang Wu and Wang Jiu, faced mere exile. For added security, a silence could be enforced within the prison, resulting in a death by suffocation. The direct superiors of the arsenal, the military department, and the county magistrate would bear some responsibility and face removal pending investigation, while the current magistrate would be dismissed outright. In contrast, the officer Chenju could comfortably enjoy tea with the household department clerk Lu Xian, while Huang Deong obtained his desired beauty and Li Lizi fulfilled his long-held wish. Everything fell into a comfortable routine. It was frustrating, however, that Han Gang, the unexpected variable, refused to follow the script. A splendid performance was thoroughly disrupted. Han Gang understood that Chenju was likely thinking along those lines. His words to Wu Yin were not merely directed at Huang Daong, but aimed at Chenju, who lurked behind him. Once he had struck down Lu San and coerced Wang Wu and Wang Zhou into submission, Huang Daong had already become a mere shadow. Yet, looming behind Huang Daong was the infamous Chenju, who wielded substantial influence in Qingji County. Qingzhou's administrative center was located in Qingji County. The state office and the county office coexisted within the same city. Chenju claimed dominion, yet as Han Gang had remarked to his parents the day prior, in the presence of the numerous civil and military officials in Qingzhou, a mere officer could hardly be considered a significant figure. His so-called dominion was but a veil, shrouding the common folk from the officials. If someone were to pierce through this veil, they would find nothing more than a thin layer of vapor. Unlike Huang Daong and Li Lizi, Chenju did not bear an infamous reputation within the city. He had cleverly delegated the wrongdoing to his trusted subordinates while maintaining a respectable facade. However, as he constructed a self-centered network of interests, he inevitably encroached upon the interests of others. Having spent 3 decades in Qingji County, he must have offended many. But others refrained from acting against him out of fear of his considerable power. If one could tear a hole in the web of connections he had woven in Qingzhou, the undercurrents of discontent could shatter Chenju's influence into fragments. Han Gang had already made a start. There was no reason not to press on. He understood that he had to take this gamble at this moment. For the sake of future safety, it was imperative to strike Chenju down decisively. Is it Chenju? Wu Yan's question struck Han Gang like a bolt from the blue, sending a chill down his spine. Wu Yan was no fool. Having served in Qingzhou for 2 years, he had a clearer understanding of Chenju than Han Gang himself. The reason he had brought Han Gang and the others back to the state office instead of transferring them to Qingji County was precisely to guard against Chenju. Wu Yan did not shy away from confronting Chenju, but if it meant incurring unnecessary trouble, it would hardly be worth it. Chenju was no insignificant figure. His desperate struggles could easily entangle even an official of the 8th rank. Though he admired Han Gang, Wu Yan would not take unnecessary risks. An official's term may last 3 years, but a position in the bureaucracy could span a lifetime. Chenju had been entrenched in the Qingji County office since the time of his grandfather, long before the reign of Emperor Zhenzhou. Now, decades later, Chenju had served as a bureaucrat for 30 years, rising to the highest rank of officer at the county level, and held several honorary titles, including the Silver Wine Supervisor, a title of mere formality, devoid of real power. Despite these titles being mere tokens, a few among the nearly 1,000 clerks in the state could boast of such honors. There was also a saying, officials lack feudal titles, but clerks possess them. Many, like Chenju, had served multiple generations in a single office, yet the nature of official positions often involved rapid turnover. It was common for several officials to rotate through the roles of governor and magistrate within a year. With such a transient environment, how could the officials below stand a chance against the cunning clerks? Numerous officials had fallen prey to the deceit of clerks, leading to disgrace and dismissal. Even esteemed figures like Bianjing had been deceived by the clerks of Kaifeng. Those who could manage the clerks effectively were often renowned ministers whose exploits against clerks were immortalized in historical records. The phrase "all clerks can be executed" encapsulated the bitter tears of countless officials. In light of the esteemed Master Henkyu, Wu Yan was willing to lend Han Gang a hand, but he would never throw himself into the fray and take such risks. The previous day, Han Qianlu had entered the city alone. That night, he turned restlessly in bed, unable to sleep. When morning came, both his wife and wet nurse bore the same haunted look, having not slept a wink. With Han Gang left alone in the city, nearly surrounded by enemies, no one at home could find solace. In a hurry, Han Qianlu heated 2 flatbreads and, clutching one in his hand, rushed toward the ferry. Early in the morning, the cold wind blew fiercely, the sky overcast, and the air on the ferry felt heavy with gloom. Han Qianlu sat at the bow of the boat, his gaze fixed intently on Li Lizi seated at the stern. An honest man, Han Qianlu had never dared to contemplate wrongdoing, let alone engage in conflict with others. Yet now, he felt an overwhelming urge to kick Li Lizi into the river. Li Lizi, lounging comfortably at the back of the boat with a servant at his side, showed no fear of the simple-minded Han Qianlu. Should Han Ali be present, it would have been a different story, without his usual entourage. Li Lizi would never have dared to show himself before Han Ali. "Brother Han, are you heading into the city to see your 3rd brother?" Li Lizi initiated the conversation with malicious intent. Han Qianlu turned away, staring at the river and refusing to engage. Yet, this reaction only delighted Li Lizi, who wore a triumphant grin. Since his in-law has confidently guaranteed it, The vegetable field by the river bend will soon bear the Li surname. No longer a mere adopted child, but a true descendant. Today, Li Lizi ventured into the city, seeking to gather news. And he considered it a delightful diversion to possibly encounter Han Qianlu along the way. The waterway was rather narrow. And as both Han Qianlu and Li Lizi barely settled into their seats on the boat, they felt a gentle tremor as the ferry reached the opposite shore. Disembarking. Han Qianlu hurried his steps, attempting to shake off Li Lizi, who, accompanied by his servant, closely trailed behind. The more flustered Han Qianlu became, the more amused Li Lizi felt. For the sake of the 3 acres of vegetable garden by the river bend, he had contended with the Han family for 2 decades. Now, as his wishes were finally within reach, Li Lizi hummed a cheerful tune along the way, deliberately annoying Han Qianlu. As they swiftly approached the city gate, they encountered a chaotic scene, with many people blocked at the entrance, forced to queue for entry. Several soldiers wielded batons, shouting commands to restore order. The line to enter the city moved at a sluggish pace, as every individual and vehicle passing through the gate underwent thorough searches before being allowed entry. Li Lizi grabbed the arm of a soldier who was helping to maintain order, slipped him a couple of coins, and gestured towards the gate, inquiring, "What has transpired in the city?" It seems that last night, a man named Han committed murder at the Yamen. It is rumored that he was discovered while attempting to set fire to the military arsenal, possibly a spy for the Western bandits. Now, anyone entering or leaving the city must be searched thoroughly. The incident had occurred just a few hours prior, and aside from those directly involved, very few were privy to the true details. The information trickling out from the Yamen was fragmented, requiring speculation and conjecture to fill in the gaps. Han Qianlu, standing nearby, felt as if struck by lightning at the news, as though ensnared in a terrifying nightmare. It cannot be. Third brother would never do such a thing. Li Lizi, though somewhat incredulous, was familiar with Han Gang's stubborn nature. A malicious grin crept across his face, as he longed to burst into laughter to express his delight. "Brother Han, your third brother, what is it?" A familiar voice unexpectedly interrupted their conversation. Turning around, Li Lizi jumped back in shock, like a startled rabbit. The very person he had just mentioned stood beside them, having arrived unbeknownst to them. Note: the passage contains historical references to the bureaucratic titles and practices of the late Tang and 5 dynasties period, highlighting the prevalence of official titles and the complexities of governance that persisted into the Song Dynasty. Chapter 12: The Collapse of the Mansion. Dispatch, Part 2. Han Gang had initially intended to return home early in the morning to convey a message before rushing back. However, upon exiting the city gates, he unexpectedly encountered his father, Han Qianlu, and Li Lizi. Han Qianlu, both astonished and elated, seized his son's arms and scrutinized him closely. Akin to an antique collector nervously inspecting a cherished porcelain piece for damage after a close call, "Third son, are you unharmed?" With a smile, Han Gang retorted, "Does my appearance suggest otherwise? You haven't killed anyone, have you?" At this, Han Gang chuckled softly, casting a sidelong glance at Li Lizi. To Han Qianlu, his son's expression mirrored that of Li Lizi just moments prior. Indeed, the boy had taken a life. Han Gang's words hung in the air, causing Han Qianlu's complexion to drain of color, while Li Lizi appeared as if struck by a heavy blow, both jubilant and perplexed. Han Gang immediately clarified, "Lu San, Zhang Keting, and Xiao Shilai, surely you recognize these names?" Now it was Li Lizi's turn to blanch, his legs turning to jelly. How could he not know the young men who were his in-laws' underlings? Last night, my son was tasked with guarding the armory. To his surprise, these 3 thieves attempted to set fire to it in the dead of night, and he killed them. Han Gang observed with satisfaction as Li Lizi's face shifted from pale to green. Any lingering concern about the enmity with Qinju dissipated upon witnessing Li Lizi's expression. When danger approached, one must respond. If he could best Li Lizi and Huang Daliu, he could easily confront Qinju. Lu San and his companions were all related to the village chief, and their attempt to incinerate the armory would surely implicate their esteemed kin as well. Just before I left, I vaguely overheard something about Huang Daong. Han Gang's voice was low, yet his words struck Li Lizi like a bolt from the blue. He has already committed suicide out of guilt. Time flew by swiftly, and the investigation into the armory case proceeded with equal alacrity. The alarm raised 10 days prior had faded from the daily discourse of the citizens of Qinzhou. The repercussions of Lu San and his companions' deaths gradually subsided. The primary culprit, Huang Daliu, had taken his own life, assuming all blame upon himself. His assets were confiscated by the government, and his wife and daughters were consigned to the brothel, while his 2 sons mysteriously vanished. The local government issued only 2 bounty notices, offering 5 guan for each of the sons, announcing the case closed. Chenju had once boasted he would protect Huang Daong's family, and he did. He ensured that Huang Daong's son was given a new name and fled far away, while Huang Dalia's wives and daughters were ransomed shortly after entering the brothel and securing a document to free the government as courtesans. Chenju had to part with a considerable sum. By pacifying the aftermath of Huang Daong's demise, Chenju somewhat stabilized the hearts of those around him. Next, he had to deal with the external threat that had cost him a third of his wealth and left him indebted to many. As long as Han Gang lived, unrest would prevail. In a stable bureaucratic society, the delineation of power among its various departments had been established over many years. The authority of the military judge could not suppress the local officials beneath him. During these days, Han Gang diligently studied at the Pushio Temple, occasionally practicing archery to relieve his stress. Only conversations with Wu Yin could be considered a respite. Han Gang's industriousness garnered increasing regard from Wu Yin. However, when he sought to obtain identification papers certifying him as a single household, Qingji County paid him no mind. When a missive arrived from the county magistrate, Han Gang found himself compelled to visit the county office, navigating through the empty grand hall and along the stone path leading to the second hall. An uneasy premonition settled within Han Gang. He had seen the body of Huang Daliu, who had hanged himself. The skin was a ghastly purple, the tongue grotesquely extended, and the tumor on his neck shriveled and wrinkled like an overripe apple. Unlike the elation that his father, Han Qianlu, had experienced over the past 10 days, Han Gang felt no joy in victory. This was merely a lizard's tail severed for self-preservation. The venomous serpent still lingered behind, and he remained restless at night. A kindly-faced old clerk led Han Gang inside, while a young man clad in white mourning attire brushed past him. Han Gang recognized him as Zhou Feng, the man whose position he had usurped. Whenever Han Gang thought of Zhou Feng these days, he couldn't help but marvel at his good fortune. Had it not been for his family's entanglement with Huang Daliu, he might have met a fiery demise. The leading clerk, noting Han Gang's gaze lingering on Zhou Feng, remarked, "That fellow is quite fortunate. His father hanged himself the night before, and now his family has become a single household. Today, the county magistrate has shown mercy and allowed him to return home." Han Gang's expression shifted subtly. What a coincidence. Such luck was hardly welcome. With less than 2 months remaining this year, how could one not endure just a little longer? The clerk shook his head, sighing deeply. Han Gang scoffed. Were it not for your greedy clerks, Zhou Feng's father would not have felt compelled to take his own life merely to secure his son's return. As they approached the second hall, the old clerk did not enter directly, but turned to Han Gang, saying, "Scholar Han, death renders all disputes moot. With Huang Daong gone, all grievances should be laid to rest. Please spare Li Lizi. Let him return the land he purchased from your family." Taken aback, Han Gang pondered the clerk's words. Over the past few days, he had heard from Han Qianlu that, while the repercussions had not reached their kin, Li Lizi had been summoned to the county office and interrogated thoroughly. After 3 days, he had emerged transformed, gaunt and diminished, having lost nearly half his fortune. Following this turmoil, he had been so frightened by Han Gang's methods that he had visited daily to apologize, even offering to return the land he had forcibly acquired. If Li Lizi had Chenju backing him, why would he need to act in such a manner? Yet, despite his confusion, he felt compelled to respond. Since Huang Daong is passed, I harbor no enemies. Li Lizi is but a trivial matter. My family will reclaim the land he purchased in due time, without taking advantage of him. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Scholar Han indeed possesses a magnanimous spirit, the old clerk smiled. Then let me remind you, the county magistrate has summoned you today. It is likely he intends to assign you a new duty. When you enter, report your family matters and claim your status as a single household. You too may return home today, just like Zhou Feng. Consider Li Lizi. He presently lacks the courage to refuse your request. Han Gang bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Master Chen. Chenju's expression sharpened as he scrutinized Han Gang anew. The young scholar still donned the garb of an ordinary gentleman, exuding a refined elegance. However, his eyes gleamed with a sharpness that lent a fierce intensity to his otherwise genteel demeanor. Chenju recalled how, when Huang Dalia's body had been carried out, Han Gang had stood among the onlookers, standing out like a crane among chickens. At that moment, Han Gang's piercing gaze had not been directed at Huang Daliu, but rather at Chenju himself. A chill had run down Chenju's spine, stirring a shudder within him, reinforcing the notion that he should not provoke the student of a renowned teacher. Very well, very well. Chenju chuckled nervously as he accompanied Han Gang into the hall. A group of officials surrounded the second hall, beneath a prominently displayed plaque, where a young man in his 30s sat at the center, currently the county magistrate of Qingji. Upon Han Gang's entrance, the magistrate was engrossed in signing documents and managing affairs. After half an hour, he finally looked up and spotted the distinguished Han Gang. Dressed in a blue robe and a square cap, Han Gang presented himself as a quintessential scholar. His tall stature, straight nose, and bright eyes exuded an air of exceptional grace. Not wishing to offend a learned man, the county magistrate spoke warmly. "Scholar, may I ask your name and the purpose of your visit to the court?" Han Gang respectfully replied, "I am Han Gang, summoned to the court for duty." Han Gang's demeanor instantly grew cold, losing the warmth it had just possessed. The matter concerning the armory in Dexian Fang had caused him considerable trouble, and this year's performance evaluation would undoubtedly result in a mediocre assessment, extending the period of scrutiny by another year. He had heard numerous whispers from Chenju, nearly instilling a deep-seated animosity towards Han Gang within him. Why must issues that could be resolved at the county level escalate to the prefecture? What of Zhang Zai's disciples? Zhang Hanko had taken in countless students. Merely attending a couple of lectures hardly warranted the title of a pupil. Such a frivolous individual, what backing could he possibly possess? "Are you Han Gang?" The county magistrate of Qingji pressed once more. Indeed, the student was Han Gang, who responded with a respectful bow. The magistrate's expression was stern as he coldly declared, "Han Gang, having accepted the assignment, you have only served one day as the armory supervisor. The affairs of Qingji County are numerous and cannot accommodate idlers. Currently, there is a batch of silver, silk, and wine mint for the troops that must be delivered to Ganga City, and you shall lead the convoy. Shall I continue to serve as the escort?" he inquired, knowing that if he assumed this role, any losses incurred during transport would fall upon him. The Han family had no surplus funds to spare. For the Han family, shedding the burdensome task of escorting was the wisest choice. Meanwhile, Chenju, who had accompanied him, offered a gentle smile and an encouraging glance toward Han Gang. Yet, Han Gang's heart harbored a derisive chuckle. "If you truly cared, you would speak on my behalf now." This was undoubtedly a trap. Observing the current situation, the surrounding officials were all watching like hawks, and it was unclear how Chenju had portrayed him before the magistrate. The young and newly appointed magistrate regarded him with a rather unfriendly gaze. Perhaps if he merely uttered a refusal, he would be swiftly subdued, facing a brutal beating from the enforcers. Given his current physical condition, or even his state prior to illness, he could hardly withstand a few blows without facing dire consequences. Chenju had indeed mastered the art of performance, yet the level of the supporting cast left much to be desired. In their eyes, Han Gang sensed nothing but murderous intent. There was no perhaps or maybe, only a certainty, an intention to silence him and simultaneously quell dissent. Chenju had indeed calculated this well. "But if I were to agree, would you dare to act immediately? A gentleman does not suffer immediate losses. Thus, conceding momentarily is not without merit. To release Zhou Feng in my presence, the aim is merely to compel me, a solitary household, to utter a no. How could I allow you to achieve your desires?" With his thoughts swirling, Han Gang ultimately acquiesced, recognizing it as the magistrate's decree and a matter of national concern. He felt compelled to comply. Reluctantly accepting the task of escorting the supplies, Han Gang's expression resembled one adorned with frost. It was only when he noticed Chenju's equally grim countenance that his spirits lifted just slightly. Upon exiting the second hall, he gazed up at the gray sky, reflecting on how his fate was beyond his own control, manipulated by others. If only he held an official title. How could someone like Chenju dare to meddle with him? A heartfelt lament slipped from his lips. Indeed, it is far better to be an official. Chapter 13. The Iron Cavalry and the Cold-Hearted Thief, Part 1. The journey from Qingzhou to Ganga City is far from easy. In the guest room of Puxiu Temple, Han Qianlu sighed and shook his head beneath the flickering lamp. Huang Dahlia had passed away, and Li Lizhi had capitulated. He had thought that troubles were behind him. Yet he found himself entangled in this affair. Alas, what could he expect after his son had offended the county magistrate? Han Gang also wore a bitter smile. It is customary for officials to conceal matters from their superiors while keeping a wary eye on their subordinates, fearing that issues might escalate to higher authorities and obstruct their paths to promotion and wealth. However, the military arsenal case had been intercepted by the provincial government, involving only the people of Qingji County. The county magistrate had consequently suffered considerable backlash, inevitably attributing some blame to his son. This. Han Qianlu was taken aback. Although it was early winter, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead and cheeks. Huang Daong had nearly brought ruin upon the Han family with merely a squad leader's influence. Now that Huang Daong was dead, Chenju remained. And having offended the county magistrate, his tongue stumbled in fright. What? What should we do? Father, there is no need to fret, Han Gang reassured him. I have formed a good rapport with Wu Jiapan. Should any difficulties arise, he will surely lend a helping hand. The county magistrate is merely venting his frustrations and will not go too far. It is merely a transport mission. We cannot evade it. So we shall proceed and see how it unfolds. Han Gang's words were meant to comfort Han Qianlu, yet the reality he faced was far more perilous. The county magistrate would not seek his life, but Chenju certainly would, having failed to achieve his desires in the courtroom. Chenju's subsequent measures would undoubtedly come one after another. From his recent interactions with Wu Yan, Han Gang understood that the Xiongnu military commander would never confront Chenju directly. Officials typically shy away from trouble. The fewer matters they have to handle, the better. Wu Yan's willingness to communicate with Qingji County on Han Gang's behalf was merely a sign of goodwill. Should he choose not to assist, he would simply shrug his shoulders, offering no apologies. Nevertheless, Han Gang was not one to rely on others for hope. His requests of Wu Yan were modest. He merely needed him to concoct a plausible reason and send a few trustworthy individuals under the guise of delivering messages to accompany Han Gang to Ganga City, serving as a protective escort. Beyond that, Han Gang was confident he could manage on his own. Chenju's influence was confined within the county, firmly rooted in Qingzhou City. Once beyond the city limits, his options dwindled, making it easier to guard against any plots. What he feared was not Chenju's direct actions against him, but rather that he might retaliate against his parents and younger sister. Let us not dwell on this, Han Gang said, wishing to avoid further discussion about the county magistrate and Chenju, lest his parents and sister worry after his departure. He turned to Han Qianlu and asked, last year, when Grand Marshal Yang was repairing Ganga City, you were also conscripted. From Qingzhou to Gangu, which sections of the road are passable and which are treacherous? Surely you have some insight? The Grand Marshal Yang in question was none other than Yang Wenguang, the direct descendant of the legendary Yang Yi, renowned for his valor in battles against the Khitan. Regardless of past or present, Han Gang was well acquainted with these illustrious names. Yang Wenguang was a commander of both courage and wisdom, embodying the legacy of his forebears. Now nearing his 60s, he still fought valiantly on the front lines against the Western Xia. He had participated in the campaign to quell Nongzhigao and, after the commanding General Di Qing retreated north, had served as the governor of Yongzhou, guarding the borders of Guangxi. Last year, during the construction of Ganga City, then known as Bianjing, Yang Wenguang served as the deputy commander of the Qin and Fang military, with the governor of Qingzhou, a civil servant, overseeing the affairs. Now, he held the position of governor of Jingzhou, resisting the incursions of the Western Xia. To fortify Ganga City, which occupied a strategic location, nearly all residents of the 6 counties in Qingzhou were mobilized. The Qin Feng command dispatched tens of thousands of laborers from Qingzhou, with Han Gang's elder brother participating in the earthworks, while Han Qianlu was urgently summoned to transport supplies. Last year, to deliver grain to Ganga City, I made 6 round trips from Qingzhou to Gangu and back. Han Qianlu reminisced, sighing deeply. That route is as familiar to me as the back of my hand. But alas, it is fraught with difficulties. Han Gang nodded. Although Ganga City lay to the northwest of Qingzhou, a mere 50 to 60 li in a straight line, an imposing mountain range separated the 2 locations. There were no tunnels or mountain roads in this era. To transport goods from Qingzhou to Gangu, one must first head eastwards along the Jishui River to Longqing, the confluence of the Jishui and Weishui rivers. While both rivers flowed east to west, the Weishui to the north veered closer to a northwest-southeast trajectory, forming a slight angle with the Jishui, which flowed due west. The military supplies Han Gang was escorting would need to make a significant detour at Longqing, transitioning from the Jishui Valley to the Weishui Valley, then navigating upstream along the Weishui towards the northwest. The route would lead them through Sanyangzai, Shiyang Town, Fuxiang City, and Anyuanzhai before finally reaching their destination, Ganga City. They would essentially be taking a long detour, adding over 100 li to their journey. Han Gang understood this route from Qingzhou to Gangu, yet the winding paths of the rivers made the journey significantly longer than it appeared. Thus, it is indeed a treacherous path. The mountain roads are long and narrow, twisting and turning, and crossing a range requires 4 times the distance. Han Qianlu dipped his finger into the teacup, sketching a route on the table, illustrating the journey from the provincial city to Longqing. This constitutes the first leg. A leg of the journey equates to a day's travel, Han Gang interjected, questioning, yet it is merely 30 li from Qinzhou to Longqing, and the official road is well maintained. How can this be considered a leg? Han Qianlu chuckled. Ah, third brother. You may not realize that the second leg towards Sanyangzai, a stretch of nearly 60 li, is exceedingly arduous, winding through mountain crevices with no place to rest. Thus, once we reach Longqing, we must pause for the night. At break of dawn the following day, we shall set out in haste, aiming to reach Sanyangzai by nightfall. Han Gang nodded in understanding, recognizing that if Chunju had any plans, they would likely surface on the second day. Should he not appear then, the third day would be the next possibility. The third leg extends from Sanyangzai to Xiang town, does it not? Ah, it is not so simple. With barely over 20 li to traverse, where might we rest? We must rise at dawn, and if we manage to reach Xiang town before noon, we can pause briefly before hastening through Peixia, aiming to arrive at Fuxiang City by evening. Han Gang nodded again, committing the name Peixia to memory. Observing Han Gang's earnest attentiveness, Han Qianliu's enthusiasm surged, and he continued animatedly. Fuxiang City marks the confluence of the Gangu River and the Weishui. The fourth leg takes us northward along the Gangu River, covering 30 li to Anyuanzhai, and another 30 li to arrive at Gangu City. Grand Marshal Yang constructed this city at the entrance of the Great Gangu Valley, encompassing thousands of acres of fertile land. Gangu was originally inhabited by the Bilicha tribe for generations, and when the city was first built, it was still known as Bilichang. Yet, over a decade ago, they were driven out by the Tanguts, who were replaced by the Xinbo clan. Presently, the land is divided, with half belonging to them, and they covet the other half. I have heard that there are troubles brewing. Third brother, you may encounter some difficulties while passing through Gangu. Having gained a comprehensive understanding of the route north to Gangu, and having verified it through Han Qianliu's first-hand experience, Han Gang prepared for potential dangers. If Wei Yin sent capable individuals, he would surely arrive safely at Gangu. And even if they fell short, he had found some useful items in the arsenal capable of addressing emergencies. Once he reached Gangu City unharmed, he would have ample means to navigate the challenges ahead. In the realm of intelligence gathering, Han Gang may not rival the women of Qinzhou City who engage in the trivialities of daily life. However, when it comes to the organization, analysis, and deduction of relevant information, skills that would later prove indispensable even in commercial endeavors, he navigates a largely uncharted territory, one that remains devoid of systematic exploration. In recent days, Han Gang has diligently sought intelligence concerning Qinzhou, discarding a number of overly exaggerated and distorted accounts. He has, for the most part, acquired a comprehensive understanding of the overt strengths possessed by Qinzhou. Having glimpsed the tip of the iceberg, he is acutely aware that the shadows lurking beneath the surface cannot evade the scrutiny of a discerning observer. The Qin family's estates span the 5 provinces along the Qin-Feng road, and the manpower they can mobilize is, at the very least, a staggering figure within Qin-Feng. Moreover, several reputable shops in Qinzhou City that specialize in Tibetan goods, alongside large commercial enterprises catering to the Tibetan tribes, affirmed that Qinzhou could, when necessary, call upon the strength of the Tibetans. Through his connections in the capital and the networks established in various fortresses, Han Gang has meticulously analyzed the overt capabilities of Qinzhou, allowing him to grasp the methods at his disposal. His sole concern now rests on the safety of his parents and Han Yunyang. Father. The shadows cast by the flickering lights upon Han Gang's face were laden with anxiety, his usually sharp brows now furrowed in distress. With my departure, Qinzhou will undoubtedly resort to cunning ploys. I fear not his vile tactics, but rather worry for your and mother's safety. Uncle is currently stationed in the Fengxiang army. No matter how far Qinzhou extends his reach, he cannot touch that realm. It would be prudent for you and mother to seek refuge with uncle for a time. Once I have resolved the matters at hand, you may return. Third brother, do you have any assurance in facing Qinzhou alone? Han Gang smiled broadly and responded, Father, you have witnessed the fate of Huang Delu. Though Qinzhou wields considerable power, I perceive vulnerabilities within his grasp. As long as I am unencumbered by concerns for my family, I possess ample means to contend with him. Very well. Without much deliberation, Han Qianlu nodded in agreement. The fates of Li Lizi and Huang Delu had instilled great confidence in him, and he recognized that remaining in Qinzhou would only complicate matters for his son. I shall return and inform your mother, and we will seek refuge with your uncle. Chapter 13. The Iron Cavalry and the Cold-Hearted Thief. Part 2. In the stillness of the night, as the clock struck 3, the world outside lay shrouded in silence. While the soft glow of candlelight flickered in the study, Qinzhou had yet to succumb to slumber, engaged in earnest conversation across the table with Lu Xian. Two steaming cups of fragrant perilla and Qi infusion sat between them, the delicate aroma of the medicinal brew wafting gently through the room. The Song Dynasty favored tea. Yet they held an affinity for medicinal concoctions known as Ainzi. Chenju particularly relished his evening ritual of savoring a robust cup of perilla drink, adjusting its ingredients according to the whims of the weather, a practice that nourished his health. Approaching 50, his hair remained a deep shade of black, a testament to his diligent self-care. Is everything arranged? Chenju inquired solemnly, his benevolent visage betraying a hint of ruthlessness. The last time he had been this meticulous in planning was 6 years prior when dealing with a scholar who served as a principal clerk. Before that, it was 11 years ago against the county magistrate of Qingji. Now, however, his target was a destitute individual with nothing to his name. Yet Chenju's demeanor was fraught with trepidation, more so than when confronting two scholars. Rest assured, my lord. This time, let Shui Erba and Dong Chao accompany Han San. Both are exceptionally skilled in martial arts and unwaveringly loyal to you. Over a distance of 200 miles, they will undoubtedly find an opportunity to deal with him. Lu Xian spoke with humility, casting a furtive glance at Chenju, uncertain of his lord's intentions. Chenju lifted the cup, taking a sip of the scalding perilla drink, his brow furrowing as he questioned, "Is that all?" Lu Xian was momentarily taken aback, hesitantly asking, "Does my lord doubt that Shui Erba and Dong Chao can handle Han San?" "Handle Han San?" Chenju echoed slowly, a shadow passing over his face. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and with a forceful gesture, he slammed his hand down, causing the cup to shatter into countless fragments upon the floor, splattering the perilla drink everywhere. Lu Xian jumped up in fright. "Do you still dare to underestimate Han Gang?" Chenju's brow furrowed with fury as he pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Xian, his voice laced with ire. "Look at the trap you set before him. Do you think that rascal fell for it? He's more cunning than a ghost. 2 men are of no use. He can enlist Wang Wu and Wang Jiao to eliminate Lu San. So how could he not subdue Shui Erba and Dong Chao?" Lu Xian felt the weight of Chenju's reproach, his head bowed in shame. Earlier that day, it had been his idea for Chenju to extend an olive branch to Han Gang. Should Han Gang dare to advocate for himself, he would not escape the wrath of a dozen blows. With his recently recovered health, a few strikes would surely prove fatal. If Han Gang were to perish within the county office, who would dare to provoke Chenju thereafter? To his surprise, Han Gang had readily acquiesced, rendering all schemes futile. After all, Han Kwa was not without his own backing. After venting his frustrations, Chenju regarded the unhelpful clerk with disdain, having little faith in his counsel. Send someone to the Wuxing tribe to notify them to take action. Han Gang's group consists of only 30 or so. The Wuxing tribe should be able to handle them. Lu Xian hesitated to ambush on the road. The Wuxing tribe likely would not dare to touch government goods. Then let them freeze this winter. Chenju retorted. Not a drop of wine, a yard of cloth, nor an ounce of cotton shall be purchased from me. His wealth was not solely derived from the local fish and meat trade. His family business clandestinely controlled several trading rights with the tribes, which allowed him to casually produce tens of thousands of coins. He scoffed. If they could manage it 2 years ago, why not this year? Understood. Lu Xian replied quietly. The tribes in Qingzhou often resorted to highway robbery for extra income. Though few dared to touch government goods, many merchants fell victim to theft. And the Wuxing tribe was no exception. However, distinguishing between official and private goods was not always clear-cut. 2 years prior, the Wuxing tribe had mistakenly seized military supplies, stirring significant trouble, and had evaded scrutiny only by leaving no survivors. Yet they had not escaped Chenju's watchful gaze, which he now wielded as leverage. Chenju tapped his fingers on the table, a fierce glint in his eyes. He did not consider the Wuxing tribe a reliable assurance. Even a rabbit can retaliate when cornered, and a lion does not always triumph over a rabbit. Send another letter to Ganggu, instructing Qi Du Yuan in charge of the treasury to be informed. Should the Wuxing tribe falter, we shall have a backup plan. Typically, the most daunting aspect of transporting provisions and military supplies was not the treacherous paths, but the officials at the receiving end who scrutinized and verified the goods. If the journey from Qingzhou to Ganggu, winding through perilous mountains, resembled the treachery of Tongguan and the difficulty of the Shu Road, then the overseer of the treasury in Ganggu, Qi Diyuan, was akin to the gate of the underworld itself. Many a transport officer had arrived in Ganggu only to be flayed alive by Qi Du Yuan, who demanded exorbitant fees. Those who complied could avoid disaster, but those who hesitated would certainly endure a few punitive blows. Chenju shared a deep camaraderie with Qi Diyuan. They had engaged in many unscrupulous dealings together. Enlisting his aid against Han Gang was merely a matter of asking. Qi Din was notoriously greedy. Without a substantial bribe, he could not be swayed. Lu Xian lamented the financial burden, for Qi Dun's avarice was well known throughout Qinfeng. Had it not been for his solid backing, he would have been impeached long ago. To solicit his assistance was not something that could be settled with a mere 100 coins. However, this time it was not imperative for him to intervene. Han Gang would have no means to pass through the Wuxing tribe's checkpoint. But it was prudent to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. This expenditure was unavoidable. It was preferable to err in excess than to allow Han Gang to escape unscathed. In the current climate, Qinju was unwilling to spare any expense. Although he could assign Han Gang to transport military supplies, his own vulnerabilities had been laid bare for all to see. Only by eliminating the orchestrator, Han Gang, could he reclaim the attention of the lurking predators, who would withdraw their greedy gazes. Han Gang must die. 2 days later, on the 28th day of the 10th month in the 2nd year of Xining, the sky was heavy with leaden clouds, and a biting wind swept through the air. The first snowfall of the winter was imminent. An unfavorable time for travel according to both the weather and the almanac. Yet Han Gang found himself devoid of the liberty to act according to the calendar. After receiving the travel documents from the county office and checking the transported silver, silk, liquor, and the laden carts, Han Gang bid a heartfelt farewell to Han Qianlu, who had come to see him off. Meanwhile, Han Gang's mother, Han Ali, awaited outside the city with a young maid. Once Han Qianlu had seen off his son, they would head to seek refuge with Han Gang's uncle, who served as a chief in Fengxiang Prefecture, planning to return after the new year. Han Gang's maternal grandfather had once held the position of chief as well. Following the catastrophic defeat of Song General Ren Fu and his entire army at the Battle of Haoshui, he was urgently dispatched to garrison Longan City. There, he met Han Gang's paternal grandfather, who had also been conscripted to Longan City, ultimately marrying his daughter to Han Qianlu. With the protection of his uncle, a seasoned military leader with 2 generations of experience, Han Gang felt assured of his safety. As he watched Han Qianlu depart the city, Han Gang embarked on his second official task. Accompanying him were 37 laborers driving mule carts, all from the lower echelons of society, bound by labor obligations. Their toil mirrored Han Gang's own, but their roles differed significantly in rank and risk. Additionally, 2 soldiers, commonly referred to as Changxing within the military, one surnamed Shui, known as Shuerba, and the other named Dong Chao, joined Han Gang in the transport of military supplies. In Han Gang's estimation, both men exuded an air of cunning and ferocity, unmistakably formidable adversaries. Be cautious while sleeping at night. Perhaps we should strike first, Han Gang contemplated, weighing which strategy would afford him greater security. A bloodlust surged within him, and a glint of malice flickered in his gaze as he scrutinized the faces of his companions, making them uneasy under his steely glare. Finally, unable to contain his discomfort, he shot them a fierce glare in return. Perhaps it is best to eliminate them. After that night, Han Gang had ceased to regard human life with any reverence. If he deemed it necessary, taking lives and setting fires was no longer a matter of hesitation. He possessed an array of clandestine methods to harm others, feeling the small pouch concealed within his bosom. One must admit, an arsenal is indeed an excellent place, replete with all manner of items. The military supplies destined for Gangu had been securely fastened onto the mule carts. Silver, silk, and wine were not cumbersome commodities. The quantity these carts bore was sufficient to ensure that the 3,000 to 4,000 soldiers stationed in Gangu City would have a joyous time until the middle of the 12th month. 37 laborers stood docilely beside the carts. Han Gang meticulously inspected each beast of burden and cart, verifying the health of the mules and the secure packing of the goods. The personnel promised by Wu Yin had yet to arrive, and Han Gang was desperately trying to buy more time. "Scholar Han, it is time to set forth," urged Dong Chao impatiently, while Shui Erba rhythmically tapped the ground with a firewood stick, equally restless. They understood Han Gang was merely stalling, hoping that circumstances might change. However, as the leader of the group, their departure hinged upon his command. Without his consent, they could not forcibly proceed. Such actions were intolerable within the city limits. Indeed, should any military supplies be lost en route, the blame would fall squarely on Han Gang, who would be required to compensate for the losses. This was the most arduous aspect of the official duties, leading to countless families being driven to ruin. "Curse the road," Han Gang silently cursed, casting an irritable glance at the two. "Sharpening the axe does not delay the cutting of wood. Why the haste?" Once all inspections were completed, over an hour had elapsed. Han Gang glanced up at the sky, noting the increasingly heavy clouds, If they did not depart soon, they might find themselves trudging through snow halfway to their destination. Scholar Han, it is indeed time to leave, he said, deliberately dragging out the moment. Dong Chao Schwerba. And the laborers had long since grown impatient and seated themselves to await him. Seeing that Han Gang had finally finished inspecting the last cart, they rose once more to urge him on. The light is quite fine. There is no need to rush, Han Gang stated, feigning nonchalance. What nonsense. Han, you've read too many bird books. Your eyes are clouded, Dong Chao exclaimed, leaping up to scold him. Han Gang shot him a sharp glance. His gaze cutting as a blade. I say the light is fine, and so it is. The military command rests with me. Do not presume I would hesitate to execute you in the name of discipline. Chapter 13, The Iron Cavalry and the Cold-Blooded Thieves, Part 2, Curse You. Do not think that by killing Lu San, I am afraid of you. Dong Chao rolled up his sleeves, ready to show Han Gang his true colors. Han Gang was indeed ruthless. The methods he employed to eliminate Huang Daliu and Lu San were beyond the imagination of these ruffians from the streets. Yet, Dong Chao was no coward. In the underbelly of society, one must be fierce, never yielding in speech or spirit, lest they lose their standing in the world. However, as he stepped forward, his elbow was seized. Turning around, he saw Shui Erba signaling him urgently with his eyes. Dong Chao's expression shifted several times before he let out a heavy huff, spat on the ground, and retreated. Shui Erba smiled at Han Gang and also returned to his seat. Seeing Dong Chao and Shui Erba back down, Han Gang felt a chill in his heart. Their ability to endure this moment of anger hinted at some ulterior strategy. Nevertheless, his aim to provoke the two had been achieved. Once Wu Yan's reinforcements arrived, he would have his means to deal with them. Yet, a twinge of anxiety lingered in Han Gang's mind. If Wu Yan's men did not arrive in time, he would be left to face Dong Chao and Shui Erba alone. Although he had some methods of self-preservation, he only had 1 or 2 trump cards left, which left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Lowering his head, Han Gang intended to check the cart and mule once more to bide his time, when suddenly a series of urgent hoofbeats thundered from behind, echoing like a storm. Turning quickly to locate the source, he saw a cavalryman charging directly towards the supply convoy. At last, Han Gang felt a weight lift from his chest. The alley they occupied was not a thoroughfare. On days without military supplies being dispatched, few roamed these streets. This cavalryman was evidently headed for the convoy. Straightening his back and brushing off the dust from his clothes, he looked up at the sky, which remained overcast. It was nearly time to set off. The weather did not appear promising. Dong Chao spat towards Han Gang's direction, muttering to himself that he was not a dog of the Han family to come and go at their whim. He remained seated, unmoving. Shui Erba, however, sensed the newcomer's fierce demeanor and realized that the situation was not right. He leapt to his feet, bypassing Han Gang, and shouted at the approaching figure. Who goes there? It is your grandfather. The rider bellowed in return, his voice sharp and his temper evidently not mild. The voice was familiar, and the figure increasingly recognizable to Han Gang, though he could not immediately recall where he had seen him before. In an instant, the rider closed the distance, and it was Dong Chao who first recognized him. Startled, he leaped up and exclaimed, Wang Shunshan, what brings you here? The rider, referred to as Wang Shunshan by Dong Chao, said little. As he approached, he reined in his horse, and with a swift flick of his wrist, he cracked his whip. A crimson line appeared across Dong Chao's face. Is that how you address my name? Dismounting, Wang Shunshan spoke directly to Han Gang. You are headed to Genghis City, correct? I have been ordered to deliver a confidential message there, and fortuitously, I am on the same route as you. Consider yourselves fortunate to have my protection. Thank you, Your Excellency. Han Gang nodded vigorously. He was unaware of Wang Shunshan's official rank, but it was clear that he held a significant position. As he spoke, Han Gang scrutinized Wang Shunshan, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet still unable to place him. Dong Chao clutched his face, blood seeping through his fingers. Yet he uttered no cries of pain. He was a streetwise tough who had been elevated by Chinju to a position within the county office. Though he had been domesticated for some time, his rogue disposition remained unchanged. Having been forced back by Han Gang, he was already filled with resentment. And now having received a lash, his anger intensified. He shouted at Wang Shunshan, Wang Shunshan, you ride while we walk. We are not on the same path. The road is wide, and if I wish to walk horizontally, I shall. If I wish to walk vertically, I shall do that too, depending solely on my mood. Do you think I need to inform Chinju of my movements? This tone was strangely reminiscent. Glancing at Wang Shunshan again, Han Gang suddenly realized He was the officer who had roared in anger alongside Wu Yin during that fateful night when they came to his aid. Wang Jia, the judge, kept his word. Just days prior, Han Gang had asked him to arrange for a bodyguard, and he had indeed sent someone with courage. So it is him. In the Song Dynasty, many were named Yaochen and Shunshin, as common as the names established during the founding of the Republic, like names such as Liberation and Sunshine. These names were inspired by the revered ancient rulers. Wang Xunshin's name may be ordinary, but his appearance was striking. He had a notably large face, nearly twice the size of an average person, and long arms that, while not reaching Liu Bei's proportions, dangled close to his knees. His broad, stone-like physique was adorned with a somewhat unattractive visage, further accentuated by a scruffy beard. His round eyes, when narrowed, resembled the legendary Zhang Fei. However, Wang Xunshin wielded not the 8-foot serpent spear, but rather a bow and iron arrows. On either side of his saddle hung quivers containing well-crafted horns that, although not oversized, were of exceptional quality, unlike anything Han Gang had ever seen. At the front of the saddle, 2 4-edged iron arrows gleamed, clearly well-maintained. The bow and arrows were Wang Xunshin's primary arms, standard issue within the Song army. Wang Xunshin stood at a modest height of approximately 5 feet 2 or 3. His legs slightly bowed. Even when his feet were together, his legs remained crooked, a characteristic of one who has spent years on horseback. His arms were long and strong, indicating that his archery skills were undoubtedly formidable. Wang Xunshin, do not think that your association with the judge will shield you. If anything goes awry, it will be on you to bear the consequences. Learning from Dong Chao's predicament, Shui Erba dared not speak harshly, opting instead to approach the matter from a practical angle. But Wang Xunshin was unimpressed, retorting sharply, "What are you two rascals making a racket about? Do you not realize that Ganga City is awaiting the shipment of goods? Why are you still dawdling? Do not mistake my forbearance for cowardice. Military law is not a mere fade." As he scolded, he cracked the whip again, the sound echoing in the air as it landed on the backs of the 2 escorting officers, sending them rolling on the ground. Wang Xunshin had already earned a fearsome reputation in Qinzhou and was unafraid of any retaliation from them. The lashes left Dong Chao and Shui Erba groaning on the ground, their clothing tattered and faces and hands marred with blood. Nonetheless, Wang Xunshin did not strike too hard, ensuring neither was left severely injured. As he could not afford to incapacitate them within Qinzhou, Wang Xunshin sheathed his whip and suddenly turned, furrowing his brow as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Han Gang, his eyes gleaming with deadly intent. "You are the one who killed Lu San and his cronies." "Indeed, that is I," Han Gang replied with a smile, nodding in greeting. This envoy from Wu Yin was truly a remarkable individual, quick to act and unreserved in his speech. Yet, Han Gang found this temperament quite appealing. Wang Xunshin, unfazed by Han Gang's calm demeanor, understood that with 3 lives already claimed, he would not be intimidated by mere glares. He held a certain admiration for Han Gang's decisiveness in the armory. This scholar possessed commendable courage. Qinzhou had sent 3 men to ambush him, only to have them shot down in the process. 3 lives lost, and even Qinzhou, no matter how powerful, could not bury that truth. "How can you say that, Your Excellency? Huang Daong and Lu San were clearly spies for the summer thieves in the city, and how does that involve Officer Chen?" Wang Xunshin spat. "You are all so clever, hiding your true intentions. It is as clear as day, yet you refuse to admit it. You have done well. Qinzhou, with his considerable influence and backing, never respects us soldiers, treating us as mere pawns to command at will. If I were to encounter him in the wilderness, I would flay him alive and toss him into the river to feed the turtles." After exchanging a few harsh words, Wang Xunshin noticed that Han Gang did not join in, so he fell silent and addressed Han Gang. "Scholar Han, I am merely a military officer without rank, still several levels away from the palace. Please do not address me in such a manner. It is quite unpalatable to my ears." Han Gang lowered his head in humble gratitude. Though Wang Xunshin had a coarse temperament, he exhibited a sense of propriety and an observant mind. Wu Yin had done well to find him a capable bodyguard. With this assurance, Han Gang's confidence in safely reaching Ganga City grew stronger. Now that Wang Xunshin had arrived, there was no need for further delay. At Han Gang's command, the group promptly set off, with Shui Erba and Dong Ba being hastily tended to by Wang Xunshin, who compelled them to join the ranks with a kick. After passing through the city gate and undergoing inspection, the party proceeded directly out of the east gate, heading forth in a winding line. Over 30 mule carts formed a long procession along the official road, while Wang Xunshin rode at the periphery of the convoy. As they advanced briskly alongside the mule carts, Han Gang suddenly felt a stirring within him, and turned sharply to see a figure standing resolutely atop the city wall against the cold wind. His pupils constricted. It was Qinju. Indeed, it was Officer Qin. The group began to murmur amongst themselves. What was his purpose here? Did they not see who was leading this expedition? Scholar Han San, the one who had slain Lu San and driven Huang Delu to his demise. How could Officer Qin not come? Listening to the hushed discussions within the ranks, Han Gang smiled faintly. What difference did it make that Qinju had arrived? His greatest curiosity now lay in observing Qinju's expression. Perhaps Qinju himself had not anticipated that a bodyguard would suddenly appear by Han Gang's side, one with a fierce disposition yet not lacking in intelligence, like Wang Shunshin. The biting north wind began to intensify, and beneath Han Gang's outer robe, he wore a sheepskin vest, crafted from double-layered leather with the fur side sewn on the inside. The vest opened at the front and was secured with decorative buttons, differing from the attire of the time. This design had been suggested by Han Gang and tailored by Han Ali, with Han Yunong spending 2 full days stitching it together. This morning, it was delivered to Han Gang by Han Qianlu. Wearing this vest not only kept his body warm, but also brought a comforting warmth to his heart. The dark clouds that had loomed over Han Gang for days dissipated with Wang Xunshin's arrival, lifting his spirits to a state of ease, as bright as the sun. Though the sky above was shrouded in thick clouds, the path ahead appeared brilliantly illuminated. Chapter 14. The Dusty Path of Hubing, Part 1. The official road from Qinzhou to Longqing spans 30 miles, measuring 4 zhang in width. It is constructed along the banks of the Jishui River, with thick layers of yellow earth compacted to a hardness akin to stone. This road serves as the primary thoroughfare connecting Qinzhou to Fengxiang Prefecture, extending directly into the heart of Guangzhou. Such a broad pathway can accommodate the simultaneous passage of 8 horses or 4 carts, facilitating the annual transport of 300,000 stones of grain and fodder from the depths of Guangzhou to Qinzhou. However, at present, Han Gang and his convoy are stationed on the muddy ground beside the official road, awaiting its reopening. A procession of flag bearers, each brandishing their insignia, leads the way, with hundreds of armored cavalry following closely behind. The cavalry is divided into 2 groups, flanking a central contingent of over 300 individuals clad in mixed attire. This entire procession stretches nearly a mile in length, comprising approximately 700 to 800 individuals, judging by the number of armored riders. It is evident that a commanding force is present. Although Qinzhou is a frontline area, the cavalry remains sparse. Indeed, the entire Song Dynasty boasts a lamentably small cavalry force, with Qinzhou's combined strength with the frontier troops totaling merely around 5,000. The column passing before Han Gang now accounts for a significant fraction of that number. It is indeed the return of Lord Li, the esteemed strategist Li. Such a large escort could only signify the presence of a figure of considerable authority. Indeed, it is Master Li Shizhong who has returned. The strategist of the Qinfeng Road has spent a fortnight in Longqing, coordinating the supply of military provisions to Longan City and Ganga City, before finally returning to his administrative seat. Given Li Shizhong's high status and power, his movements are naturally met with the avoidance of common folk. While his presence does not command the same level of reverence as that of the emperor, a certain degree of deference is nonetheless expected. If only he could have returned a few days earlier, Han Gang mused with a touch of regret. Rumors abound regarding Li Shizhong's character. He is known for his tenacity in clinging to power and is often perceived as somewhat harsh, bordering on tyrannical. The case surrounding the military arsenal in Daxin would undoubtedly have resulted in a sweeping crackdown under his jurisdiction, ensnaring dozens, if not hundreds, of families in its wake. Qinzhou would certainly not escape this calamity. Should Qinzhou fall from grace, Han Gang would have already returned home across the Jishui, allowing the little girl to warm his bed. He truly returned far too late. What an imposing sight. Observing the procession of Li Shizhong, Wang Shunshin felt a different sentiment. Is this not to be expected? The strategist of the Qinfeng Road stands among the ranks of the most esteemed civil and military officials in the realm. Should he ascend to court, it would not be long before he attained the position of chancellor. Despite this, as Han Gang stood by the roadside, gazing at the formidable escort surrounding Li Shizhong, he felt an inexplicable mixture of emotions, part envy, part desire. He envied the power that Li Shizhong wielded, yearning for the authority that the strategist currently possessed. To serve as the strategist of the Qinfeng Road places one among the foremost ranks of the Song Dynasty's civil officials. The administrative divisions of the Song Dynasty are structured hierarchically, from towns, Xiang, to counties, Jimizhou, to prefectures, Fujunjian, and finally to circuits, Jing. With the circuit being the largest administrative unit, The distinction between the transport circuits and the strategic pacification circuits is notable, with only 15 transport circuits initially established, later expanded to 18, while the latter never exceeded 25. Regardless of the category, the northern circuits precede those in the south in rank. In light of the recent conflicts in the northwest, the 4 circuits west of the pass and 1 in the east of the Yellow River have gained particular significance. Li Shizhong's status ranks him among the top 5 of the over 20 strategists in the realm. As he watched Li Shizhong, clad in a purple robe and mounted upon a majestic chestnut steed, pass by with his retinue, Han Gang found himself momentarily lost in thought. When exactly did the scholars of Han descent become so weakened that they could not even mount a horse? In a previous life, Han Gang had always believed that the tradition of civil officials riding in palanquins while military officials rode horses was a relic of antiquity. Yet in this era, even civil officials predominantly ride horses, with palanquins being a rarity. To rely on people as beasts of burden is an unseemly notion. Even a chancellor, unless elderly and physically impaired, would ride a horse to the palace, save for a special edict from the emperor granting him a palanquin. And this is the era of the Song Dynasty, known for its advocacy of civil governance over militarism. Furthermore, it is a time when the northern regions, once rich in horse breeding, are now bereft of such resources. In contrast, the Ming and Qing dynasties, with ample land and horses, saw scholars reduced to mere bearers of burdens, unable to traverse without palanquins. Is this not a testament to the decline of each successive generation? Bin Chao commanded only 36 men yet dared to wreak havoc in enemy territories. Wang Xuanzi is said to have single-handedly led the armies of vassal states to defeat an ancient Indian kingdom. Although the martial spirit of the Song dynasty pales in comparison to that of the Han and Tang, scholars at least retain the ability to ride and shoot. Han Gang himself possesses commendable archery skills, having participated in springtime archery sessions during his studies under Zhang Zai. The celebrated scholar Chen Yaozi was renowned for his archery prowess, leaving behind tales of practice leading to mastery. Yet by the Ming and Qing eras, many scholars seemed only capable of wielding fans and playing with rabbits. Li Shizhong's procession has now moved far beyond sight, leaving behind a swirling cloud of dust. The citizens, forced to the roadside, hurriedly maneuvered their mule carts onto the official road. Wang Shunshan approached Han Gang and said, "Scholar Han, it is time to depart." Han Gang, roused from his reverie, offered Wang Shunshan an apologetic smile. He turned once more to gaze at the receding dust trail. This is the power of a strategist. In terms of intellect, he does not believe he is inferior. Regarding diligence, both he and his former self are individuals devoted to diligent study. In terms of vision and knowledge, Han Gang is filled with confidence. Given the opportunity, whether through participating in the imperial examinations or through recommendation, how could he not make a name for himself in the Northern Song Dynasty? Although he finds himself inexplicably transported to this era, Han Gang is unwilling to live a life of mediocrity. Whether labeled ambition or aspiration, his horizons have expanded significantly. One day, he shall stand at a height surpassing that of Li Shizhong. One day, after 2 hours of travel, Han Gang and his party finally arrived in Longqing. In accordance with custom, they were assigned to rest in an old military camp located outside the county town. Although Wang Shunshan was not part of Han Gang's convoy, and Dong Chao had engaged in a lengthy discussion with the gate guards to secure entry, Wang Shunshan, armed with the official documents issued by Wu Yan, and more importantly, wielding his horsewhip, strolled confidently into the camp, though it was not yet the hour of Shen. The winter darkness fell early, and the sun had already dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson hue across the sky. After arranging for a meal, the 40 men occupied 2 barracks, with 20 sharing 2 large bunks. Han Gang, under the pretext of supervising the laborers, separated Shuerba and Dong Chao, assigning them to different quarters while he and Wang Shunshan took up residence in the officers' quarters. Remember, this is a military camp, not a private den behind Wayman Bridge. There will be no wandering in and out. After nightfall, no one is permitted to leave their quarters without orders. If I catch you, you shall feel the weight of my military staff. Do not think I would hesitate to break your legs. Wang Shunshan stood in the barracks, his demeanor stern as he admonished the laborers, who lined up in 2 rows with heads bowed in submission. Ordinarily, Han Gang would be the one to lead the supply convoy, while Wang Shunshan would merely be a companion on the journey. If reprimanding were to occur, it would be Han Gang's responsibility. Yet, Han Gang merely stood by, watching, as Dong Chao and Shuerba were forced to stand alongside the laborers, their expressions cold and silent. Observing the expressions of the 2 men, Han Gang discerned that half of their demeanor stemmed from the pressure of Wang Shunshan's hands, which were gripping his horsewhip tightly behind his back, while the other half likely reflected their intent to regain their dignity later, suppressing their immediate frustration. Wang Shunshan's orders were not of his own concoction. In the stillness of the night, stepping out of the military tent and barracks is strictly against military law, punishable by the rod. One cannot simply venture outside for fresh air or convenience without prior orders. Without such commands, one is left to resolve matters in a most undignified manner. Han Gang, though not profoundly versed in this military regulation, was resolute in his intention to ensnare Shui and Dong. Should they dare to breach military protocol, he would not hesitate to incapacitate them. After all, this decree did not serve to restrain him. He first inspected the vehicles and the livestock's provisions, ensuring that the assigned civilian workers managed them diligently. Subsequently, Han Gang ventured beyond the military camp. The nearby populace were adept traders, thriving off the resources of the mountains and rivers. Positioned close to the barracks, they engaged in commerce with the transient troops. In gratitude for Wang Shunshan's assistance, Han Gang procured wine and meat for a convivial meal. Fostering camaraderie, his ability to do so was bolstered by the generous sum gifted to him by Han Qianlu just before his departure, without which such indulgences would have been unfeasible. Wang Shunshan's quarters were situated within a segregated room of the barracks, a design ensuring that officers and soldiers remained in proximity, allowing for oversight of the soldiers' comings and goings. Han Gang arrived, bearing the provisions, much to Wang's delight. Without further ado, they settled at the table, indulging in their feast. After several rounds of wine, Han Gang wiped the grease from his lips and earnestly expressed his gratitude to Wang Shunshan. "I am truly thankful for your assistance today." Han Gang felt a profound sense of appreciation for Wang Shunshan. Had it not been for his presence, he might have been compelled to take preemptive action that very night. For the uncertainties of the mountain path on the morrow loomed ominously. Wu Jiapan, though competent, would never directly involve himself. Yet he had recommended a trustworthy officer in Wang Shunshan, who proved to be not only dependable but also exceptionally reliable. Chapter 14, On the Dusty Road. Hu Bing, Part 2. It is I, who, unlike others, would not exert such effort. Wang Shunshan extracted a chicken bone from his mouth, glanced at it for a moment, and then returned it to his lips, crunching it with fervor, cursing under his breath. "I have long held a grudge against Chenju, Han Xiaocai. You have caused him to suffer a great loss, which brings me immense satisfaction. Regarding the military arsenal case, did anyone inform the scholar how much Chenju spent in a frantic attempt to conclude the case before the return of the Minister of War?" Han Gang nodded. "Over 8,000 guan." He paused, emphasizing, in copper coins. During the Northern Song Dynasty, copper coins were scarce, and their price was high, primarily produced in the southeast. Transporting them to Shaanxi from thousands of miles away was exceedingly inconvenient, leading to a frequent reliance on iron coins in both regions. The value of iron coins was significantly lower than that of copper coins. The official exchange rate was sometimes 1 to 2, whereas in more unscrupulous dealings, it could be 10 to 12. In the marketplace, 3 or 4 iron coins were commonly exchanged for a single copper coin of equivalent size. 8,000 guan in copper coins. Wang Shunshan shook his head, lamenting that Chenju had spent over 8,000 guan merely to bribe officials in the province, and over 10,000 guan to replenish the military arsenal, not to mention the substantial sum for settling Huang Deliu's family. "Han Xiaocai, your 3 arrows shot at Dexi and Fang have caused Chenju not merely to bleed but to suffer grievous losses." Han Gang chuckled bitterly, acknowledging that this was precisely why Chenju regarded him as a mortal enemy, and he would never dare to hope for reconciliation or compromise with Chenju. However, Chenju had laid bare his finances, revealing 2 to 3 tens of thousands of guan, which even Wang Shunshan recognized clearly. With so many officials in Qinzhou, Han Gang was skeptical that none would be tempted by such wealth. Yet, any immediate action from them was unlikely. Han Gang could hardly wait for the day when Chenju would be uprooted from Qinzhou. Wishing to change the subject from Chenju, Han Gang inquired, "May I ask where the military officer hails from?" Wang Shunshan replied promptly, "I am from Yanzhou, a lineage of soldiers, far less glamorous than you scholars." Han Gang was intrigued. "Since the military officer is from Yanzhou, why did you not serve locally and instead come to Qin and phone?" Wang Shunshan fell silent, his expression shifting in the flickering firelight. Finally, he gulped down a mouthful of wine, releasing a sigh tinged with regret. "Had it not been for my misdeeds, I should now be in Sueda City." Sueda. Han Gang recalled a saying from northern Shaanxi, "The wives of Miji and the men of Sueda, the slate kills of Qingjian and the coal of Waya." In this moment, Waya Fort had yet to be constructed. Miji was under the control of the Western Xia. and Qingjian was held by the Song. Sueda had consistently been under the dominion of the Tanguts until 3 years ago when the renowned general Zhong Yi, through cunning strategy, compelled the local commander, Wei Mingshan, to surrender, thus taking control of Sueda. Situated by the Wuding River, deep within the Hengshan Mountains, Sueda city was pivotal for controlling the Wuding River basin and the surrounding Hengshan tribes. Zhang Ye's capture of Sueda was akin to driving a nail into Hengshan, significantly expanding the Song's territory into the heartland of the Western Xia. If not for my misdeeds, why would I retreat to Qinzhou? With 5th Master's support, I would have been promoted to palace attendant in a couple of years. With further accomplishments, ascending to the 3rd rank would be within reach. My father once served under the esteemed Zhong Tai, guarding Qingjian Fort and constructing Xiao City, but alas, I was born too late to witness the grandeur of the Tai. The expression of admiration and longing that crossed Wang Xuanqin's face as he spoke of his father's association with Zhong Tai was a rare sight indeed. The military officer you speak of, is he not the esteemed Zhong Gongxian? Surely, there can be no other Zhong Tai in this world. Even the 5th Master, who captured Sueda, does not merit the title of Tai. At this moment, Han Gang realized, so he hails from the Zhang family of Fuyan. No wonder he carries such bearing. The venerable Zhang Tai mentioned was none other than the renowned General Zhang Xining, who passed away over a decade ago, and was the previous head of the illustrious Zhong family of Fuyan. Zhang Xiang was the nephew of the famous recluse Zhong Fang, well known during the reign of Emperor Zhenzong, though his reclusive status was more performative, as he likely sought political favor. After Zhong Fang's death, due to his lack of heirs, his nephew Zhang Xing benefited from his uncle's favor and entered the military. Zhang Xiang served as a general in the northwest for decades, achieving remarkable military success. When Fan Zhongyan recommended generals from Shaanxi to the court, he ranked Zhong Xiang second, with Di Qing being the first. Ouyang Xiu even wrote, "Since the rise of military affairs, the only border generals worthy of mention are Di Qing and Zhang Xiang, placing Zhong Xiang on par with the esteemed Di Wuxiang." However, Zhang Shiheng's political fortune paled in comparison to that of Di Qing, who ultimately ascended to the position of chief counselor. While Zhang Xing was renowned, his official rank was not particularly high. Although referred to as Zhang Tai in the northwest, he ultimately held the position of a mere 7th-rank officer, far from the high-ranking generals and a great distance from the true title of Tai. Referring to the ranks of military officials as Tai is merely a custom, much like addressing civilian officials as Minister of War. Yang Wenguang could be called Tai due to his service as deputy commander of the Qin and Feng military, whereas Zhong Shiheng's rank was insufficient for such a title. Han Gang, having been a scholar, possessed a natural sensitivity to the distinctions in titles and ranks. In his memory, he had never heard Zhong Xing referred to as Tai. Even calling him Lord Xing was already quite respectful. However, conversing with Wang Xuanqin, who idolized Zhong Xing, it was only fitting to address him as Tai. After the death of the old Tai, the eldest son went to the capital to lodge a complaint, but fell into trouble, leading to Wang Xuanqin's father aligning with the 5th Master, who unfortunately passed away 2 years ago. Wang Xuanqin had followed the 5th Master since childhood, but early this year, after a drunken altercation with an official's son, he found himself unable to remain in Yanzhou and had to seek refuge in Qinzhou. Wu Jiepan, who had once supervised the wine tax in Yanzhou and had a good relationship with the 5th Master, became his patron. Han Gang was unfamiliar with the internal hierarchy of the Zhong family, but since Wang Xuanqin mentioned that Zhong Wulong was currently stationed at Sueda, it surely referred to the most well-known son of Zhong Xiang, Zhong Yi. Wang Xuanqin had deep ties with the Zhong family. If he could cultivate a good relationship, it would provide him with additional avenues in the future. Han Gang was certain that until the end of the Northern Song, the Zhong family remained one of the prominent military families in the northwest, thanks to the illustrious Zhong Shidao, who left a lasting legacy. Han Gang filled Wang Xuanqin's cup. Your father served under the old Tai for many years. Surely, he must have earned some merit. Did he not leave behind any benefits for you? Wang Xuanqin downed the wine in one gulp, expressing indignation. Benefits? Such things are not meant for the likes of me. My father passed away in bed, so how could I expect any fortune? A commander, if he were among the upper ranks of the imperial guards, such as Tianwu, Pengri, Longwei, or Shuwei, would at least hold the title of a minor envoy of the 8th rank. However, if he were merely a commander stationed with the imperial guards, he might not even hold a rank at all. To secure benefits for one's offspring, one must first attain the rank of a minor envoy of the 6th rank. Of course, there is another path, to die heroically on the battlefield, in which case the court might grant a position to 1 or 2 sons as compensation. Yet, Wang Shunshan's father possessed neither of these merits, thus he could not expect any benefits. Han Gang chuckled. Never mind, with your talent as a military officer. Entering officialdom is merely a matter of time. Wang Shunshan scoffed. You scholars always speak sweetly, devoid of sincerity. Han Gang smiled, unfazed by the remark. However, he found it curious that Zhong Xiang had died 24 years ago during the 5th year of Emperor Renzong's reign, 1045 AD. And Wang Shunshan claimed he had not yet been born then. Could he truly be just in his 20s? Han Gang was taken aback as he observed the side of Wang Shunshan's face, covered in a thick beard, which suggested he appeared to be in his 30s or 40s. Wang Shunshan lowered his head, swirling the wine in his cup, and suddenly sighed. It is indeed beneficial to have a solid foundation. Scholar, you follow Mr. Hanku. Surely you will pass the imperial examination and become a jinshi, which is far better than our struggles for survival, risking life and limb for an official position. Though referred to as a disciple, Han had merely spent a brief 2 years under the esteemed mentor's tutelage, a rarity indeed. Han Gang sighed, acknowledging that if one were to delve into his origins, he was but a humble gardener. Had it not been for this humble background, how could he have fallen prey to the likes of Chen Ju and Huang Delu? Wang Shunshan scratched his head, pondering that regardless of the duration of study, a day's learning still holds value. Is there not a saying that goes, to hear the way in the morning is to die content in the evening? Han Gang chuckled. Indeed, to hear the way in the morning is to die content in the evening. Exactly. That's the phrase. Brother 19 had mentioned it several times. Yet I could never quite memorize it. Wang Shunshan lamented repeatedly today, recalling how the writings of the late minister were esteemed even by Emperor Zhenzong. But by the time of the old Grand Counselor, they had diminished considerably. Now, in this 4th generation, only Brother 19 from the Qi family stands out as both literate and martial. My companion, Brother 17, still lags somewhat in literary matters. The late minister was known for his discreet governance, and his posthumous title was Minister of Works. He was the 1st generation, followed by Zhong Xiang in the 2nd. Presently, the renowned 3 Zhang figures in the military of Guanxi, Zhang Gu, Zhang Yi, and Zhangshan are the 3rd generation, while the brothers mentioned, 17 and 19, belong to the 4th. Yet, what generation does Zhong Shidao belong to? Perhaps the 5th, Han Gang mused, considering that if he could ascertain the whereabouts of this future renowned general, it would be prudent to establish a closer rapport. What is the full name of the esteemed Brother 19 that the military officer speaks of? Han Gang inquired. Oh, scholar. Do you not recognize him? Brother 19 is a disciple of Master Hanku, and you should be classmates. Wang Shunshan, slightly intoxicated, suddenly sharpened his gaze. Scholar Han. Since you two are a disciple of Master Hanku, surely you must know him. For a brief moment, Han Gang's breath caught in his throat. Wang Shunshan was indeed a formidable character, his keen intellect starkly contrasting with his outward demeanor. His roundabout discourse had, unbeknownst to Han, been an attempt to gauge his background. Fortunately, Han had inherited the memories of his predecessor, and it was indeed true that he, Han Gang, was a disciple of Master Hanku Zhang Zai. Also a disciple under the master? He pondered. Zhang. Han Gang murmured, as an unfamiliar name emerged from the depths of his memory. Illuminating his eyes, Zhang Jianzhong. Is Brother 19 the esteemed Zhang Jianzhong, Zhang Issue? Chapter 14, The Dusty Path of Hubing Part 2. Indeed. He was truly a classmate of the 19th brother. This revelation left Wang Shunshan astonished. He had previously assumed that Han Gang's claim of being a disciple of Hanku was merely boastful, otherwise, he would have already begun to forge connections. Little did he expect Han Gang to accurately name the 19th brother, Zhang Jianzhong, as his classmate. Han Gang smiled, noting Wang Shunshan's prior skepticism and his current astonishment. Although they were classmates, their relationship was not particularly intimate. The master's disciples were numerous, and he had scarcely exchanged words with Uncle Yi. Han Gang was a bookworm, spending his days in study and nights transcribing texts, so he had few close classmates. Well, a classmate nonetheless. Wang Shunshan heartily thumped his chest, assuring Han Gang. Rest assured, since you are a classmate of the 19th brother, you are no outsider. I cannot speak for others. But those 2 rascals outside shall not cause any trouble along the way. Han Gang bowed in gratitude. With Wang Shunshan's assurance, he felt a sense of security for the upcoming days. With the connection to Zhong Jianzhong, the 2 felt significantly closer. After sharing 3 cups of wine with Wang Shunshan, Han Gang suddenly recalled something and inquired, by the way, military commander, Is there anyone in the Zhong family known as Sherdao? Wang Shunshan pondered for a moment and shook his head. No? Are you certain? Absolutely. Aside from the newborns in the past 2 years. I am well aware of the other members of the Zhong family, and none are named Zhong Sherdao. However, the second son of the Qilong family, who is the 19th brother's biological brother, is named Shizhong. The names are somewhat similar, but he is only 13. After resting for a night in Longqing, Han Gang and his companions rose at the third watch of the following day. They hastily consumed a light meal before setting off again, heading northwest. In the darkness before dawn, several torches illuminated their path. The river beside them was no longer the Jiaxia, but the more turbulent and murky Weishui. This day was spent traveling along the Weihe River, with the mountain path being narrow and arduous. One fortunate aspect was that although the sky threatened snow, it ultimately cleared, bringing sunshine instead. Throughout the day, Han Gang remained vigilant, prepared to confront Shui Erba and Dong Chao. In his view, the first day of their 4-day journey from Qinzhou to Gangu was on an open highway, while the 4th day would see them navigating the heavily guarded Gangu. Only the 2nd and 3rd segments posed potential dangers. Yet, nothing untoward occurred, and they smoothly reached their destination, Sanyangzai. Over the previous 2 days, Shui Erba and Dong Chao had obediently followed the group, and Han Gang deliberately collaborated with Wang Shunshan a few times to discipline them, but both endured the treatment silently. Observing their reactions, Han Gang grew increasingly convinced that danger was indeed drawing near. With Wang Shunshan providing protection, and with several lives in his hands, Shui Erba and Dong Chao still appeared confident. The only plausible explanation was that they had external support. On the 3rd day after their departure, they set off at the 3rd watch again from Sanyangzai, spending several hours traversing the canyon path and reaching Xiangzhen, present-day Xingxiang Township, by noon. The group found a sunlit spot on the outskirts of the town to rest. Xiangzhen lay within a basin surrounded by mountains. A rare flat area along this segment of the Weihe River, frequented by merchants who would stop to rest, thus forming a bustling market town. Moreover, 5 miles to the northwest was another town, Xiangxia, where a command garrison of the imperial army was stationed for protection. Wang Shunshan sat comfortably on a mule cart, rubbing his ankles. Although a cavalryman, he was reluctant to tire his steed unnecessarily and had mostly walked throughout the journey. Upon reaching Xiong town, we have already covered half of today's distance. Let us rest for a while before hastily passing through Peishia to reach Fuqiang City for a proper respite. Han Gang stood, gazing intently at the entrance to Peishia in the west, his brow furrowed. If we speak of danger, the Peishia Canyon is the most perilous stretch along our route. If any bandits were to attempt a robbery, it would surely be within Peishia. What are you talking about, Scholar Han? Wang Shunshan laughed heartily. Robbery? Who would dare? Han Gang glanced at Shui Erba and Dong Chao, who were hiding 20 paces away. I have killed Lu San and forced Huang Dahlia to take his own life. To swiftly close the case, Chenju spent tens of thousands of coins. He hates me to the core and would not allow me to safely transport this military supply to Gangu. Wang Shunshan dismissed his concerns with a wave. What is there to fear? If Shui Erba and Dong Chao wish to act against you, I can help you find a pretext to eliminate them. It would be easy to attribute their demise to an unfortunate accident in the narrow and swift waters of Peishia. However, once we reach Gangu, you should exercise caution. Han Gang replied. He was well aware that Chenju's people would not be absent from Gangu, but once inside the city, Chenju would undoubtedly worry about any contingencies Han Gang might have. After several confrontations, Chenju had yet to gain any advantage over Han Gang. If he believed he could simply utilize his allies within Gangu to eliminate Han Gang, he would be sorely mistaken. After all, Han Gang was a respected scholar, not someone easily disregarded, unlike the ignorant barbarian. Choosing between 2 options to resolve the potential threat posed by Han Gang was one thing. Relying solely on allies within Gangu was another matter entirely. Han Gang, who had been silently observing Shui Erba and Dong Chao, felt increasingly confident that there were indeed ambushes lying in wait within Peishia. Chenju's subordinates were not limited to Shui Erba and Dong Chao. It was said he could also command the barbarians. Knowledge of one's enemy is crucial, and since becoming sworn enemies with Chenju, Han Gang had expended considerable effort to gather intelligence on him. The Chun family's businesses with the various barbarian tribes west of Qinzhou were quite substantial, dealing in illicit salt and tea. The mountainous region west of Qinzhou serves as the watershed between the Jiaxia and Weishui rivers. Without the significant watershed, the straight-line distance between Qinzhou and Xiong town would only be a little over 30 miles, eliminating the need for a 2-day detour. Thus, The locations where Chunju frequently conducted business with the barbarian tribes would likely be in the mountains directly south of Peishia. Wang Shunshin chuckled softly. Scholar, you think too much. It's merely a rumor. No one has ever seen it. He gestured around them, adding, moreover, military supplies are not easily robbed. Even if those barbarian thieves had the courage, they lack the capability. From Qingzhou to Ganggu, aside from a few winding paths, the route consists mainly of military roads measuring 5 to 6 feet wide, spanning nearly 200 miles with 5 major forts and numerous smaller strongholds and watchtowers visible at a glance. The combined forces stationed at these garrisons amount to over 30,000 troops. This is a defensive line composed of a series of fortifications, boasting a depth of over 100 miles, not inferior to the Great Wall in terms of defense, yet possessing even greater offensive capability. This line of fortification stretches 2,000 miles, and despite the Song Dynasty's efforts over a century, it remains unfinished. Yet it is sufficient to make the Iron Hawks of Xia lament their inability to penetrate the heart of Guangzhou. One must always be cautious. When we left the city, Chunju was watching from the city tower, with military commanders providing protection. I need not worry about Shuerba and Dongqiao along the way. If Chunju wishes to kill me, it would be too late once I enter Ganggu. I do not believe he could watch the military commander accompany me on this journey, placing all his bets on Shui and Dong. It was quite possible that Chunju would notify his familiar barbarian tribes to stage a robbery along the way. Although the fortifications along the route could easily ward off Xia, when it came to the barbarians, the military commanders were well aware of how many of them frequented this road. Need I mention? The recent presence of the Commissioner of Military Affairs in Longqing was precisely to safeguard the 4,000 stone rations that were robbed by the barbarians on the road to Longon City. If they dare come, then all the better. Wang Shunshin raised his eyebrows, rubbing his fists in excitement, feeling that he could not adequately express his emotions without uttering a few curses. If only Qinju could bestow some merits upon him, he would not hold back. Along the banks of the Weishui River, the so-called gorge was merely a yellow earth ravine carved by the flowing water, with a large trench flanked by countless smaller channels resembling ribs, and further accompanied by numerous capillary-like ditches. A once splendid expanse of lush plateau had been eroded into a myriad of hills and valleys, leaving many areas barren. However, at this moment, both sides of the Peishia Gorge were not devoid of trees. Dense clusters extended from the eastern gorge entranced to the western one, though Peishia was not particularly long. Spanning less than 20 miles, navigating the mountain path along the riverbank with a cart would take nearly 2 hours. In the midst of the procession, Han Gang held a hunting bout with a draw weight of 6 or 7 doe before their departure. Han Qianli had entrusted him not only with money, but also had refurbished the old bow and replaced its string. He frequently glanced up at the ravines and dense forests on either side of the valley, where hiding places abounded. Everyone, stay alert and move swiftly. There are bandits lurking about. Han Gang urged his laborers. Wang Shunshin, brimming with confidence, found Han Gang overly cautious, yet Han Gang understood the gravity of the situation. Even if only a wine jar were smashed, it would still pose a significant problem upon reaching Ganggu. No one dared to dispute Han Gang's vigilance. But the laborers quietly shook their heads, believing the scholar was overly paranoid. Yet the world is rarely at its worst. It can always worsen, and events often spiral into dire circumstances. Bandits! Someone shouted from ahead. In the next moment, a group of armed men, brandishing bows and long knives, suddenly emerged from the thicket beside the road. These bandits moved with remarkable speed, dashing out of the woods, leaping onto the official path, and charging directly towards them. The laborers trembled, their gazes towards Han Gang filled with a mix of fear and resentment, thinking, this scholar is like a salt and sauce mouth. The moment he mentions bandits, they appear. There appeared to be around 40 to 50 of them. Han Gang's expression turned grave. Qinju's influence exceeded his expectations. While 40 to 50 might not seem like a significant number, such a presence on a major thoroughfare could even attract the attention of Li Shizhong. Should the identities of the bandits be revealed, their entire tribe might be viewed as traitors and subsequently eradicated by the imperial forces, a fate not unprecedented. In the past, during the border defense led by General Chao Wei, countless tribes had been annihilated under such accusations. What bargain had Chunju struck with them to disregard the consequences so recklessly? Han Gang cast a sidelong glance at Shui Erba and Dong Chao, who appeared unflustered. An arrow with white feathers was knocked onto the bowstring. To repel external threats, one must first secure internal peace. Bird bandits! Wang Shunshin bellowed, drawing his bow with delight. For the opportunity to earn merit had arrived. Chapter 15, The Extraordinary Departure of 3 Arrows, Part 1. Is today the day? Indeed, it is today. A faint scent of sandalwood entwines in the air, yet it is the aroma of the sumptuous feast before them that prevails. The conversation between the two individuals seated in the private chamber is curiously out of place, each word laced with an intense aura of lethal intent. The Tianning Temple, renowned for its vegetarian cuisine in Qinzhou, may not match the grandiosity of Miaoxing Temple, which boasts a prestigious reputation among the monasteries, but it excels in its elegance. Offering a serene refuge amidst the clamor of the city, it is also home to a famous chrysanthemum garden, attracting the city's elite to savor the blossoms and indulge in fine wines each autumn. However, as winter has already set in, the appeal of vegetarian dishes wanes in the frigid northwest, leading to a near disappearance of officials visiting Tianning Temple. Only Qinzhu, with his insatiable appetite, frequently graces the establishment, generously donating to the temple. Qinzhu scooped a piece of stuffed tofu with his spoon, savoring the silky texture that spread delightfully in his mouth. The tofu served at Tianning Temple is remarkably tender and devoid of the bitter brine often found in regular tofu, a proprietary secret known only to the temple, making it a dish Qinzhu never tires of. Opposite him, Lucien sat with his bowl untouched. According to the schedule, if there were no delays, Han Gang should have already departed from Shiyang town, heading towards Peixia Valley. I wonder if the Xing tribe will succeed, Lucien remarked lightly. The ambushers are the Armée de la Armée, while Han Gang commands merely over 30 laborers, with Shui Erba and Dong Chao as insiders. Even if Wang Shunshan is capable, surrounded by several times his number, how much can one man achieve? With the Xing tribe's strength, they could muster 800 to 900 soldiers at best. However, deploying such numbers would raise alarms. To avoid leaks, 100 is the maximum. How could 100 elite soldiers, meticulously selected from nearly 1,000, possibly lose to a force less than half their size? Yet, one must remain vigilant. The more Qinzhu dealt with the barbarians, the more he understood the need for caution. With Qi Duyuan involved, even if Han Gang reached Ganggu, he would inevitably meet his demise. Considering the timeline, today Shaoqi should have also arrived in Ganggu, and with him notifying Qi Duyuan, there is no cause for concern. Qinzhu nodded slowly, confident in the lethal traps he had set. He believed there was no way Han Gang could evade them all. If he fell into even one, his death would be certain. His only worry was that Han Gang might escape. After all, his parents had fled to Fengxiang Prefecture, and he might do the same. As he spoke, he set down his chopsticks and lifted his wine cup. Lucien, noticing, promptly filled it for him, saying with a smile, "Your fourth brother is also in Fengxiang. If Han Gang flees, his parents will surely face imprisonment, and your brother can conveniently intervene. Let him handle his official duties well. I will arrange for the eradication," Qinzhu declared. Qinzhu, a bureaucrat whose family had wielded power in Qingji County for 3 generations, naturally wished to pass on this influence to his sons. He had 8 sons in total. Yet only 3 survived. During this era, both commoners and royals faced a high infant mortality rate. Rare was a family like the Hans with 3 sons reaching adulthood. His youngest was merely 8 years old, while his second and fourth sons were already grown. His second son, Qinji, was currently serving in Qingji County, having recently been assigned to the Jingzhou Prefecture. As for his fourth son, Qinluo, Qinzhu had long decided against allowing him to remain in Qingji to compete with his eldest, and instead had purchased an official position for him, now serving as a minor tax supervisor in a county beneath Fengxiang Prefecture. These purchase titles, known as Jina officials, were often scorned in political circles and difficult to advance from, yet they offered tax reductions, exemptions from labor, and facilitated various dealings. Qinzhu's deceased second brother had also once acquired such a title, alleviating their family as tax burdens. Once Han Gang is dead, once his family has perished, surely no one would dare to challenge the authority of the magistrate. Qinzhu tilted his head back, downing his drink, setting the cup down. His narrowed eyes glinted with murderous intent, the grip on his right hand nearly crushing the vessel. Since the Arms Depot incident, his standing in Qingji County had plummeted. Previously, his commands went unchallenged. Now, many were met with reluctance. Who was to blame for this? Han Gang. To mend the rift and alleviate future troubles, he had expended tens of thousands of coins, depleting his family's cash reserves, nearly collapsing his business, and forcing him to sell several valuable plots of land and residences to cover the losses. Who was responsible for this? Han Gang, while he kept his wealth concealed. Many officials eyed him enviously. Each night, he tossed and turned, unable to find rest until the early hours, often awakening in a cold sweat from nightmares. Who was the cause of this? Han Gang. How could he find peace while Han Gang lives? Chen Ju uttered vehemently. Yes, as long as Han Gang is dead. Do you wish for me to assist your magistrate in eliminating the official from Qingji County? A middle-aged official clad in a blue robe inquired with a hint of amusement in his voice within the public hall of Ganga City. Qi Duyuan. This was the nickname of the official, Qi Jun. With both eyes wide open, it was difficult to discern which was genuine and which was false. Yet, a glimmer of compassion could be found in his left eye, while indifference and ruthlessness resided solely in the right. As the inspector of Ganga City, overseeing the various affairs of the treasury, Qi Duyuan was notorious in Qinzhou. No official who fell into his hands returned home unscathed, often losing their fortunes to satiate this bloodthirsty wolf. Many held animosity towards him, including Zhang Shiyue, who oversaw the military provisions and was in charge of Ganga City. Yet Qi Duyuan refrained from meddling with military supplies, as he belonged to the civil ranks, leaving Zhang Shiyue without grounds to confront him. Before Qi Duyuan, a rugged young man bowed his head and replied, "Honorable official, the magistrate has sent me to Gangu to convey one message." Qi Duyuan squinted, his tone chilling. "Li Qing, is this how your magistrate approaches a request? The magistrate has expressed that he regards you as a brother and desires that I serve you with utmost respect. However, I dare not speak beyond what the magistrate has instructed." Li Qing's demeanor was respectful, yet his refusal left no room for negotiation. Qi Duyuan snorted coldly, realizing he could glean nothing from Li Qing. To be sent by Chen Ju indicated profound trust. A servant like Li Qing was undoubtedly a family-born servant. Having served the Qin family since his parents' time, and such a background would not casually divulge his master's secrets. He casually picked up a heavy box that Li Qing had placed on his desk, peeking through a small opening, a smirk playing on his lips. His right eye's coldness diminishing significantly. His tone softened. "The situation in Gangu is precarious. It is commendable that you managed to enter the city. For the magistrate's sake, a minor task is of little consequence." Minor task? Qi Dun laughed dryly a couple of times, his laughter abruptly ceasing as he appeared somewhat worried. "It is becoming quite serious." Just then, an assistant appeared at the door. "What is it?" Qi Duyuan inquired. "Reporting to the official. The official from Longcheng who arrived last month has passed away, brought back from the infirmary. We request the official to inspect him before we proceed with cremation." "Already dead? This truly drags on." Qi Duyuan shook his head, a look of dissatisfaction crossing his features. He then stepped outside, followed closely by Li Qing. In the courtyard lay the corpse of a young man, a mat of reeds spread beneath him, evidently used to wrap him as he was brought in. Perhaps due to the chill of winter, the body had not yet decomposed, but an inexplicable, pungent stench pervaded the entire yard. Through the tattered and disheveled fabric enveloping the corpse, one could discern that nearly every inch of skin was marred, presenting hues of red and purple. A sight both shocking and ghastly. The face of the corpse, including the nose, ears, and cheeks, was missing considerable flesh, revealing the underlying bone. Li Qing surmised that it was likely gnawed away by rats, as the gaping wounds were stained with dark, congealed blood, suggesting the unfortunate soul had endured such torment while still alive. This was indeed the individual who had arrived in Gangu from Longqing last month. Qi Jun, holding a perfumed handkerchief to his mouth and nose, pointed at the body while introducing its identity to Li Qing, lamenting about the shameless scoundrel who had caused significant losses during the transport. When pressed for answers, he stubbornly refused to comply. The official, weary of further discourse, had resorted to breaking the man's legs before unceremoniously tossing him into the infirmary. Qi Jun kicked the corpse, exposing the wounds on its legs, which had been stripped clean by rodents, the stark whiteness of the bones only marred by a few traces of blood. Had it been summer, the wounds would have spawned maggots within days, leading to a swift demise, yet now, in the depths of winter, it had dragged on for half a month, causing the official considerable vexation. Qi Jun's tone was devoid of emotion, as if discussing the death of a mere chicken or dog, showing a disturbing indifference to human life, which sent a chill down Li Qing's spine. He had worked under Chen for a long time and had encountered many ruthless characters. But Qi Jun's blatant embodiment of equality among all beings was something he had only witnessed in Chen himself. With a wave of his hand, Qi Jun signaled for those below to remove the body, then turned to Li Qing and said, "It is currently difficult to exit Gangu. You should wait here for a couple of days. Once Han Gang arrives, he will be as good as a cooked duck. There's no escaping the pot." A hint of a smile broke through Li Qing's previously stoic expression as he knelt and bowed deeply in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, Su Shi. Chapter 15. The Unforeseen Consequences of Three Arrows, Part 2. At this moment, Han Gang remained oblivious to the intentions of those in Qinzhou and Gangu who sought his demise. Even if he were aware, he would be powerless to act, for before him stood a group of armed men, eager to take his life. The numbers were staggering. A young laborer quivered in fear, stuttering in his speech. That he could even muster words was a feat. The others stood speechless, pale as death, resembling startled frogs in the wake of thunder, unable to utter a single word. Like Han Gang, they carried bows and arrows, yet in the face of the bandit assault, they forgot to raise their weapons. What of the abundance of trees? More trees merely mean more for the axe. Wang Anshi jested nonchalantly. With his bow in hand, he dismounted and advanced alone. After taking 20 steps, he planted his feet firmly, bow slung over his arm, and bellowed, "But I do not plant or fell trees. I only arrange flowers." At last, Han Gang comprehended the source of Wang Anxi's confidence, realizing why he had not called upon others to join him. Han Gang had never imagined that one man, with a single bow, could unleash a torrential downpour of arrows. Emerging from the forest were nearly 50 bandits, with 7 at the forefront appearing particularly formidable. Wang Anxi's targets were precisely those men. He knocked an arrow and released it. The first arrow found its way into the left eye of the first bandit. The second blossomed a crimson flower upon the face of another. The third pierced through a throat, and the fourth penetrated the heart of the fourth man, just as the first bandit fell lifeless to the ground. The remaining 3, witnessing this, turned to flee. Wang Anshi swiftly released 3 more arrows, striking them down one by one. The copper thumb ring on his hand glimmered, and the slender bowstring, akin to a finger's width, transformed into a blur. The long arrows whistled through the air, a continuous lament of death. The sound of the bowstring resonated like a symphony of slaughter. The notion of a single warrior facing 1,000 foes may be an exaggeration. Yet Wang Anshi effortlessly dispatched 100. Though the longbow he wielded was not particularly powerful, perhaps possessing only a strength of around 1 stone. The minimum requirement for soldiers in the elite forces was a bow of 9 do and a crossbow of 2 stone 7 do. A military commander could not afford to possess less than 1 stone 5 do, lest he be unable to penetrate enemy armor and feel shame upon returning. However, Wang Anxi's bow, with a strength exceeding 1 stone, may not pierce the iron armor worn by the Tanguts. Yet its extraordinary accuracy rendered it unnecessary to contend with the solid armor. The wails of the fallen echoed as arrows struck true, leaving death and injury in their wake. The white feathered arrows quivered gently in the bodies of the bandits, resembling a field adorned with white irises swaying in the breeze. What a splendid arrangement of flowers. Wang Anshi single-handedly held the bandits at bay, yet he was but one man, and the bandits soon retaliated. A roar from one of the bandits rallied a dozen to stand firm, unleashing a volley of arrows toward Wang Anshi. Over 10 arrows flew in unison, forcing him to retreat behind a tree, where he was struck in the shoulder by an arrow. As he sheltered behind the tree, hearing the sound of arrows piercing the wood and feeling the shaft quivering in his shoulder, Wang Anshi grimaced in pain, regretting not donning armor. Had he worn armor, he could have withstood the bandits' arrows, potentially slaying a few more and utterly extinguishing their fighting spirit. Yet now he found himself suppressed by the very foes he sought to defeat. Damn it! Wang Anshi seethed with frustration, lamenting the lost opportunities for glory. With the situation turning dire, the laborers began to panic. Recognizing the peril, Han Gang raised his hand and directed Shui Erba and Dong Chao. One man cannot hold the line alone. You two must hasten to assist the commander. Otherwise, we shall all meet our doom today. As anticipated, Han Gang caught a glimpse of mockery on the faces of Shui Erba and Dong Chao. Dong Chao, touching the scar from Wang Anxi's whip, sneered, "Scholar Han, the bandits are too many. While Commander Wang holds them off, we should make our escape." His voice dripped with arrogance, but Han Gang's response was decisive. With a furrowed brow, he swiftly loosed an arrow. From a distance of 5 paces, his unexpected shot struck Dong Chao in the abdomen, the arrow piercing through before he even had time to react. "Those who disrupt our morale shall perish." Han Gang's voice echoed, coinciding with Dong Chao's anguished cry. The laborers stared in disbelief, as did Shui Erba, rendered speechless. Without further ado, Han Gang knocked another arrow. In internal strife, the one to strike first held the advantage, and he had seized upon the element of surprise. He was not a match for either Shui Erba or Dong Chao. The second arrow flew like lightning, piercing through Shui Erba's slender neck, the bloodied tip emerging from behind. He clutched his throat and collapsed to the ground, realizing too late why Lu San and his companions had been sent to eliminate this ailing scholar. Yet had all failed, such swiftness in execution. This was Shui Erba's final thought. Those who disrupt our morale shall perish. Han Gang shouted once more, with Shui Erba's death serving as testament to his command. The laborers dared not move, bowing their heads in submission. Han Gang exhaled in relief. This was an opportunity. He understood the identities of the deceased and their intent in accompanying the supplies to Ganggu. With Chun Ju's cunning, he surely had more than one plan in place. An ambush was merely one scheme, and it was likely that others awaited him in Ganggu. Yet with Huang Daliu and Lu Sin now dead, and Shui Erba and Dong Chao slain by his hand, how much cohesion could Chun Ju's small faction maintain? Particularly if the plan to incite the Tanga tribes to ambush failed? Even if Ganggu posed some challenges, Han Gang had gathered enough intelligence to know who might come seeking trouble. He had ample means to confront any adversaries. With internal strife quelled, Han Gang redirected his focus to the front. Wang Shunshin continued to face off against the bandits, unaware of the turmoil that had unfolded behind him. The bandits, fearful of Wang Shunshin's skill, hesitated to rush forward, yet a dozen still rained arrows upon him, while the remaining 7 or 8 began to close the distance under the cover of the arrow storm. The situation was dire. Turn the carts sideways. Quickly, block the path. Han Gang commanded urgently. Seal off the way back, and block this side against the hill. The laborers, bewildered and hesitant to cut off their own escape route, were silenced by Han Gang's recent display of authority, fearing to oppose him. Listening to Han Gang's words, the men hurriedly lined up the mule carts, blocking the rear road, while also obstructing the mountainside without a moment's hesitation. Han Gang incessantly urged them on, directing the laborers to form a defensive formation with the carts along this stretch of road. Although the barbarians may not possess the intellect of the Han, they are not lacking in cunning and craftiness. The crime of plundering military supplies is a burden no settlement in Qinzhou could bear, regardless of the circumstances. Han Gang and his companions had to be silenced. If even one were to escape, it could spell disaster for the entire tribe. However, should they successfully eradicate Han Gang and his group, they would acquire sufficient resources to ensure a prosperous year for their tribe. While simultaneously orchestrating a scheme to frame a rival tribe, tribal cohesion in Qinzhou was a mere illusion, particularly among neighboring tribes that often clashed over water sources, fields, and pastures. If his suspicions held true, there would undoubtedly be bandits lying in wait along their escape route, ready to strike when they attempted to flee, ensuring complete annihilation without a single survivor. Just as if to validate Han Gang's conjecture, the newly forming cart formation was still in the process of adjustment when shouts of battle erupted from behind them, as well as from the hillside at their side. The barbarians who had lain in ambush behind Han Gang had initially planned to spring forth and launch a two-pronged attack, while the supply convoy engaged with the blocking detachment. Their Han informants had indicated that 2 insiders were already embedded within the supply team. This would allow them to seize wealth and silence witnesses effortlessly. So they had been waiting for the signal from their accomplices. Yet, from a distance, they observed that the supply convoy, which had only been momentarily disrupted, was regaining its composure, showing signs of preparing to form a defensive formation. With no other options available, they had no choice but to charge ahead prematurely. Do not panic. Han Gang called confidently to the laborers. The bandits are merely bluffing. Their numbers are certainly not great. Otherwise, they would have surged forth alongside their comrades. Rather than hiding behind us, waiting for a flaw, he assured them, we are within the cart formation. They shall not breach our defenses any time soon. Han Gang was merely speaking off the cuff, as he held little understanding of the barbarian strategy. However, the laborers he commanded were men of the Guangxi region, many of whom had been conscripted to fight on the battlefield, adorned with tattoos that covered 1/3 of their hands and faces, and none would be bested in marksmanship. As long as they could maintain their composure, defeating a band of marauders that only outnumbered them by 1 or 2 times would be a trivial task. What they required was not the truth, but the unwavering confidence of their leader, accompanied by precise and effective commands. Han Gang was capable of providing them all. Draw your bows and knock your arrows. Follow my command. Fire. Chapter 15. The 3 Arrows Unleash a Surprising Aftermath Part 2. Once again immersed in a rain of arrows and unable to sustain further casualties, the bandits were compelled to retreat from the battlefield. Though these marauders exhibited valor, they could not withstand the superior strength of the bows and crossbows wielded by the men of Guangxi. In total, over 80 bandits engaged in battle, leaving behind 27 corpses, 11 of which were credited to the achievements of the royal army. Additionally, 4 captives were taken. After the battle, Han Gang swiftly tallied the results, identifying a few seemingly courageous laborers to sever the heads of the bandits for future commendation. Following this skirmish, Han Gang had garnered a reputation among the laborers as a scholar both revered and feared. Although Han Gang had previously claimed that the number of bandits lying in ambush behind was minimal, the reality was that the final charge was equally formidable as the initial assault. This was merely a comforting falsehood to bolster morale. However, due to his resolute demeanor and steadfast support, the laborers suffered only 7 injuries, one of which was serious, yet they achieved such significant results. Little did anyone notice that Han Gang's collar was already soaked through, facing battle for the first time and serving as the mainstay of the entire army. His recently recovered health was on the verge of collapse. Thank goodness for Wang Shunshin, Han Gang mused, reflecting that had it not been for Wang Shunshin's solitary valor on the front lines and his extraordinary archery skills, the outcome could have been dire amidst both internal strife and external threats. Nevertheless, Han Gang's contribution was not to be underestimated. Despite refraining from issuing specific tactical directives during the combat, his presence greatly enhanced the morale and effectiveness of the laborers, who far surpassed the bandits, who had long been lying in wait. This was all attributed to Han Gang's composure, which invigorated the spirits of all involved. It was only now that Han Gang truly grasped the pivotal importance of morale in warfare during ancient times. Wang Shunshin sat upon a mule cart, tending to the arrow wound on his shoulder, his expression tinged with dissatisfaction. Although he had bravely faced a foe numerous times greater, it was ultimately the efforts of the laborers and Han Gang's leadership that turned the tide of battle. At one point, Wang Shunshin had been forced to stand his ground against the advancing bandits, but a timely volley of arrows had scattered them. After only a few rounds of concentrated fire, nearly half of the attacking bandits retreated deeper into the woods. Observing Han Gang, who was also resting on a mule cart, Wang Shunshin felt a newfound respect. This respect was not solely due to Han Gang's commendable battlefield leadership, but also stemmed from his ruthless decisiveness. These unfortunate fellows truly met their match in Scholar Han, Wang Shunshin thought. Despite his growing respect, he could not shake his habit of speaking bluntly, lamenting that those shot dead had no chance to plead their case. Disobeying orders disrupts our morale. We must make an example of them, he quipped, amused by the thought of which unfortunate monkey would be frightened by their fate. Han Gang chuckled lightly but offered no reply, instead rising to approach the riverbank and tossing a small bundle into the Wei River. With the deaths of Shui Erba and Dong Chao, the items taken from the armory were rendered useless. Keeping them would only invite future peril. Returning from the river, he remarked, the bandits this time were formidable foes. They retreated only after suffering 30% casualties, and those still capable of movement suggest that over half were lost. They have battled in Guangxi for centuries, and those of lesser skill have long been exterminated. These bandits, resorting to highway robbery, leave no survivors and fight desperately. What is so surprising about that? While speaking, Wang Shunshin used a dagger to extract the arrowhead embedded in his shoulder, suddenly inhaling sharply. Damn, that arrow was ruthless. Han Gang hurried to inspect Wang Shunshin's wound. Once the long arrow was removed, blood gushed forth, but fortunately, it had not damaged any tendons or bones, merely a severe skin injury. Cleaning the wound with strong saline and stitching it up should suffice. Yet Han Gang possessed only theoretical knowledge with no practical experience, and they were in a remote area without means to boil and sterilize for surgery. Is there anyone skilled with a needle and thread? Han Gang called out, for he could not even sew a button, let alone perform delicate stitching on a living person. However, among the laborers, it should not be difficult to find someone capable. In that era, the quality of fabric was generally low, particularly the silk and hemp commonly used by the lower class for clothing, which were never known for their durability. If they were, the army could not possibly issue 4, 6, or 8 bolts of silk each year for soldiers' garments. Cotton was sturdy, but during the Northern Song Dynasty, its cultivation had only just begun, and the cotton fabric, known as jibe cloth, was priced comparably to shoe brocade, making it unaffordable for anyone without considerable wealth. Ordinary folk had no choice but to wear easily damaged silk and hemp garments, which required frequent mending, leading to the saying, travel by day, patch pants at night. Men who spent years outdoors without a woman by their side were not uncommon to find lacking in needlework skills. As Han Gang anticipated, a short man in his 40s stepped forward, self-recommending, I once apprenticed at a tailor shop in my teens, though I never completed my training. I can manage a few stitches. Han Gang examined the man's clothing, noting the meticulous stitching. Did you make that yourself? It's my own work. I haven't married yet. In an age where a single teapot could legally serve dozens of cups, it was no surprise that many bachelors existed among the lower class. Han Gang nodded approvingly. Very well, Zhu Zhong, you shall so. Not only Zhu Zhong, but Han Gang could recite the names of the other laborers as well. Knowing more individuals meant more resources. Even the seemingly insignificant laborers could prove valuable at any moment. He whispered a few instructions to Zhu Zhong, and Wang Shunshan observed as he led Zhu Zhong, grasping a bent needle, towards him. What are you doing? Stitching your wound. Han Gang explained. Stitching? Wang Shunshan exclaimed. A man renowned for his bravery seldom showed panic. He had never heard of stitching flesh. In the Three Kingdoms era, the famed physician Hua Tuo had opened up a man's abdomen to remove a tumor and sewn it back together. Surely, stitching a small wound was not an issue. Han Gang found Wang Shunshan's alarm amusing. Here was a formidable general unafraid of blades, yet fearful of a thin needle. Such a tale would hardly be flattering if it spread. Perhaps you should practice on someone else first before treating me, he suggested, contemplating the notion. Nodding in agreement, he led Zhu Zhong to a nearby soldier who had been struck in the thigh. Zhu Zhong, inexperienced in battle, cautiously stitched the wound. Several men held the injured soldier down to prevent movement, stuffing a cloth into his mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue. The arrowhead had already been removed, and after washing the wound with saline, they merely had to sew it up and bandage it to complete the procedure. Though it was Zhu Zhong's first time in such a situation, he appeared surprisingly skilled with the needle, quickly stitching up another soldier's injury. Han Gang watched in astonishment until he learned that Zhu Zhong's stitching skills had been honed on the necks of decapitated prisoners, a grim means of earning a living. Time to work on me. Let us be quick about it, Wang Shunshan urged, having observed long enough not to find the process too terrifying. Moreover, he was determined not to show any fear in front of his men. Indicating for Zhu Zhong to replace the needle, Han Gang advised Wang Shunshan. It may sting a bit, but no matter how painful it becomes, you must remain still. If only we had some anesthetic. A single dose would render you oblivious to any discomfort, even if the heavens were to fall. Wang Shunshan remained skeptical. Such a potion does not exist. It certainly does in water margin, Han Gang replied with a chuckle, but alas, not in our time. Bear with it for now. He continued. Just endure the stitching. Should you cry out in pain, you shall henceforth be referred to as grandmother instead of grandfather. Zhu Zhong had already threaded a piece of hemp yarn, carefully extracted from a clean cloth, through the needle's eye, awaiting Han Gang's command. With a nod from Han Gang, Zhu Zhong did not hesitate and took immediate action. However, as the steel needle descended, Wang Shunshan's entire body convulsed sharply. Does it hurt? Is it painful? Wang Shunshan grimaced, beads of cold sweat breaking out as he clenched his teeth. Yet he would not relent, exclaiming instead, what exquisite pain. By the heavens, how delightful. Not solely relying on Zhu Zhong's efforts, Han Gang orchestrated a few nimble laborers to assist in treating the injuries. After tending to the last wounded soldier, Han Gang was drenched in perspiration. Although he was no physician and possessed scant medical knowledge, he did manage to apply basic first aid techniques such as stopping the bleeding, cleansing the wounds, and bandaging them. Wang Shunshan's left arm had been stitched up without any serious complications. Following Han Gang's advice, a small opening was left for drainage. Since no major blood vessels had been damaged, the blood loss was minimal. Once the wound was addressed, Wang Shunshan regained his vigor. He brandished an iron rod and approached the four captives, inquiring, "Which tribe do you belong to, and who provided you with this information? Speak clearly, and I shall spare your lives." The captives, having cohabited with Han people for centuries, would surely comprehend the language. One of the captives displayed a stubborn demeanor, turning away and refusing to respond. Wang Shunshan, perhaps inspired by Han Gang's methodology, refrained from further dialogue. Instead, he raised the iron rod and swung it down, producing a dull thud as it struck, scattering blood and brains across the ground. Nonchalantly, he wiped the congealed mixture from the rod and pointed at the second captive. The second man, confronted with the glistening iron rod and the scent of blood, trembled in terror, his lips quivering as he struggled to articulate a response. Wang Shunshan, his anger flaring, glared fiercely and delivered another blow, crushing the man's skull. The man's eyes burst forth, accompanied by a gruesome display of flesh and blood. Wang Shunshan then turned his gaze to the third captive, whose face turned pale with fear, prompting him to hastily attempt to speak. However, Han Gang had approached silently and delivered a swift kick to the man's chin. "Scholar Han," Wang Shunshan exclaimed, both astonished and furious. Han Gang shook his head. "There is no need for further inquiry. We cannot delay in uncovering the true instigator behind this scheme. They are mere bandits lured by the Western thieves. raiding our lands and disturbing the tranquility of Gangyu. Wang Shunshan suddenly grasped the situation, praising Han Gang for his insight. Understanding Han Gang's intentions, he lifted the iron rods once more and delivered 2 final blows to the remaining captives' temples. As he observed the 2 souls depart this world, Han Gang sneered. It is futile to pin the blame directly on Qinju. Who would believe my words? Once these bandits are confirmed as spies for the Xia, their tribes will inevitably be implicated. At that point, the clandestine dealings between Qinju and them will be laid bare. He winked at Wang Shunshan, adding, moreover, branding them as Xia spies will enhance our merit. Wang Shunshan expressed concern. This could escalate into a significant affair. Han Gang chuckled softly. I fear it may not escalate enough. Chapter 16. 1,000 miles to reject others yet achieve renown. Part 1. In the winter, darkness descends early. By the hour of Shin, between 3 and 5 o'clock, the sky is already dimmed. Why has the shift not changed yet? Zhaolong, stationed atop the eastern gate tower of Fuxiang City, stifled a yawn in utter boredom. Below the city gate, a cacophony of sounds filled the air. Nestled within a small basin amidst the mountains, Fuxiang City guards the official road and waterways, with hundreds of people traversing in and out daily. Yet, atop the gate, Zhaolong felt overwhelmingly drowsy. Another convoy of mule carts gradually approached from the distant official road. Zhaolong lazily leaned against the city wall, watching as they drew nearer. As the year drew to a close, numerous convoys laden with military supplies traveled to various outposts in the northwest. This was already the 4th convoy of the day. With a lackluster glance at the approaching group, Zhaolong noticed nothing particularly special, only a few idle individuals lounging atop the carts. Curiously, as the convoy reached the city gate, Zhaolong's eyes widened in surprise. Supporting himself against the crenellations, he leaned out and exclaimed, Wang Shunshan, is that not Wang Si from Yenzhou? Seated atop a mule cart, resting against a pile of soft silk, Wang Shunshan raised his head, straightening up in astonishment. Jada, what brings you here? Why not me? Zhaolong retorted. Isn't it you who was supposed to be on duty as a daring warrior? Why are you guarding the city gate in Fuxiang? Zhaolong's expression soured as he countered. What is so wrong about a daring warrior guarding a city gate? Yet here you are, a respectable military officer. Reduced to escorting supplies, Wang Shunshan refused to concede defeat in their verbal sparring. Escorting supplies is quite advantageous. At least I can earn some military merit along the way. Far better than sitting at the city gate, wearing my backside raw. Zhaolong was momentarily stumped, pouting as he withdrew his head. Han Gang, waiting for the gate officer to inspect the passing convoy, chuckled softly upon hearing their banner. Their exchange revealed a certain camaraderie. Establishing relations with the people of Fuxiang City could yield valuable insights regarding military achievements and enemy intelligence, preventing one from blindly seeking the wrong individuals. The gate officer, appearing fatigued, merely glanced at the checkpoint and did not descend to inspect the vehicles. He offered only a cursory look at the few injured laborers lying on the carts before waving the convoy through. At this moment, Zhaolong had descended from the city wall and was waiting inside the gate. He stood nearly as tall as Han Gang, and his appearance was as unremarkable as Wang Shunshan's. At around 20 years of age, his muscular physique stretched his outer robe, making him look as sturdy as an ox. In terms of martial skills, Zhaolong had earned his place among the daring warriors, yet his fortune was decidedly poor. Han Gang understood the essence of what it meant to be a daring warrior. In the realm of official ranks, military merit, and local heroes, none were indifferent. However, once enlisted, one had to bear tattoos on their face and hands, a grave insult for many. Thus, the Song court established the system of daring warriors, allowing those who valued their appearance to serve in the military without such markings. Daring warriors were elite fighters, often relied upon by generals. Yet it was rare to find someone like Zhaolong reduced to the role of a city gate guard. As the convoy of mule carts entered the city, Zhaolong exchanged greetings with the gate officer and ambled over. Seizing the moment, Han Gang gleaned some information about Zhaolong from Wang Shunshan. Zhaolong hailed from Qinji County, notorious in his youth, and had formed an acquaintance with the brash Wang Shunshan, who had sought refuge in Qinqing. Their camaraderie had blossomed over a few months of shared revelry. He had enlisted as a daring warrior when the Party Xiang troops invaded Qinsheng in August of this year. Yet, for reasons unknown, he had been assigned to guard the city gate merely 2 months later. However, Zhaolong seemed to find ways to escape, and the gate officer dared not impede him. Fuxiang City is not a place for wandering. Allow me to guide you. Upon reaching the convoy, Zhao Long paid no heed to anyone else, not even glancing at Han Gang standing by the cart. With an air of familiarity, he leapt onto the cart and pointed out the direction to the supply team, then, mimicking Wang Shunshan, reclined comfortably. Turning his head, he caught sight of the bandaged wound on Wang Shunshan's shoulder and jested, "Did you get bitten by a courtesan after failing to pay for your indulgence at Huimin Bridge?" "Indeed," Wang Shunshan boasted. "I single-handedly battled 15 at night and 18 by day, overwhelming dozens of those barbarian wenches. They were so satisfied that one of them took a bite out of me." Zhao Long abruptly propped himself up, gazing toward the cart carrying the heads of the bandits. Although the heads were covered, the wind carried the scent of blood. His face betrayed astonishment as he inquired, "You've got nearly 30 heads in there? Haven't you?" Provoked by Zhao Long's curiosity, Wang Shunshan proudly lifted his chin and declared, "We started with nearly 100, and now there are 31 left. You've truly honed your skills." While Wang Shunshan reveled in his victories, Zhao Long, confined to guarding the gate, wore an expression that was hard to distinguish between envy and admiration. Wang Shunshan laughed heartily a few times, eager to boast further. But he was cut short upon seeing Han Gang ahead. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he redirected his words, "This is all thanks to Scholar Han. I merely benefited slightly from his presence." Han Gang smiled and turned back. "The military officer is too modest. Shooting down 11 with a single bow is a feat worthy of admiration wherever one goes. It is not my merit." "Scholar Han," Zhao Long exclaimed in surprise, turning to look at Han Gang, who had suddenly transformed from a mere laborer to a scholar. "Scholar Han is the one leading the team. I am merely just passing through." Wang Shunshan awkwardly clarified for Han Gang. Following the earlier battle, Han Gang had seated the injured laborers and Wang Shunshan on the mule cart while he chose to walk, having not changed clothes or bathed for days. His entire being cloaked in dust, devoid of any scholarly demeanor. "Greetings, Zhao Daring Warrior." Han Gang clasped his hands in salute toward Zhao Long, who promptly jumped down from the cart to return the gesture. As the Song Dynasty progressed, the deep-rooted value of culture and martial prowess became ingrained in society, leading warriors to harbor a degree of respect for capable scholars. Had it not been for Wang Shunshan's reminder, Zhao Long might not have noticed, but upon closer inspection, Han Gang indeed stood apart from the other laborers. Not only was his demeanor and comportment extraordinary, but even his stature and appearance surpassed the average. Particularly, the way his eyebrows arched like blades and the enigmatic depth of his gaze sent an inexplicable chill through Zhao Long. Guided by Zhao Long, Han Gang and his companions traversed through Fuxiang City toward their resting place for the night. Compared to Qinqing, Fuxiang City was not particularly large. However, among military fortifications, it could be considered a significant stronghold. According to the customary practices in the kingdom, a city measuring 900 steps in circumference was referred to as a city. A fort between 900 to 500 steps was termed a stockade, while those under 500 steps were merely considered a fortress. And anything below 200 steps was scarcely deemed a beacon tower. Cities, stockades, and fortresses each had defined specifications, with different structures, storage, governmental offices, and troop arrangements. As a military city, it was common for cities to measure 900 or 1,000 steps, with the largest reaching only 1,200 steps, translating to a little over 3 miles. But less than 4. Positioned at the confluence of the Ganggu and Weishui rivers, Fuxiang City, the largest military stronghold at 1,200 steps, housed 4,000 soldiers and their families. The city also boasted markets and inns, and while it contained more military camps, warehouses, and horses than a typical county town, it bore little distinction otherwise. As dusk descends, a time typically reserved for returning to camp or home for dinner, the city is bustling with an unusual influx of people, creating an atmosphere of disarray. Han Gang perceives that something is amiss, and Wang Shunshan shares his concern. Inquiring of Zhao Long, "The city seems rather chaotic. What has transpired?" Zhao Long's demeanor shifts to one of gravity, lowering his voice to ensure only Han Gang and Wang Shunshan can hear. He relays, "A message received just past noon indicates that the Western rebels across from Ganggu have suddenly increased by 10,000. Ordinarily, this wouldn't pose a significant threat, as Ganggu City is fortified enough to withstand such an assault. However, it is unfortunate that Zhang, the elder commander stationed at Ganggu, took 2,000 men on a patrol just the day before yesterday, and it is rumored they have encountered the enemy head-on, with no word of their fate thus far. Whispers abound that Commander Zhang's forces have been entirely annihilated. Currently, fewer than 2,000 elderly and infirm remain within Ganggu, and should the Western rebels advance, they would be utterly defenseless. It is likely that even the hearts of the sand tribes within the valley are now filled with trepidation. Mark my words. If there is no news from Commander Zhang by nightfall, the beacons will surely be lit. Would this not plunge Qinzhou into utter chaos? Han Gang understands the implications of igniting the beacon. Such an act signifies an urgent military crisis, for smoke signals will not rise without dire necessity. Conversely, once the beacons are lit and smoke billows towards the heavens, the military forces along the Qinfeng Road must be mobilized in full. And urgent messages must be dispatched to the capital. In the absence of Commander Zhang's steadfast presence, Ganga City is likely to fall, leading to inevitable disorder. Zhang Shuyue, stationed at Qinfeng Road, is a renowned general of the Guanxi region. Having served as a deputy to Yang Wenguang and participated in the construction of both the Shaxi Fortress and the two strongholds of Ganga City. These fortifications were erected under the watchful eyes of the Tanguts and endured multiple assaults during their construction, yet they were completed with remarkable stability. As a result, Commander Zhang earned acclaim as the foremost military leader under General Yang Wenguang's command. He is regarded as the stabilizing force of Ganga City. With his leadership, the Western Xia cavalry, the Iron Hawks and infantry, numbering 30 to 50,000 would pose little threat, requiring no reinforcements. However, should he be absent, the current state of affairs prevails, from the northern Ganga City to the midsection of An Yuan stronghold, into the city of Fuqiang where Han Gang presently resides. The entirety of the Gangu Valley, extending over 60 miles, is thrown into turmoil. Chapter 16. 1,000 miles of rejection, yet renowned. Where is Lord Liu? Han Gang inquired about the city lord of Fuqiang, commonly referred to as the city lord. Given the turmoil within Fuqiang City, he ought to emerge and quell the unrest. This morning, Lord Liu departed with two commanders to An Yuanjai, attempting to pacify the unruly tribes within the valley. But what of the deputy city lord? Zhao Long scoffed disdainfully, dismissing his authority, a sycophant who would heed his words. Han Gang shook his head in dismay, realizing the laxity at the city gates. Without a steadfast leader, who could be expected to guard diligently? Talents are indeed rare, and in Qinzhou, there are few who can serve as a stabilizing force. The absence of Zhang Shuyue, who steadfastly defended the northwestern frontier at Ganga City, has left the surrounding defenses in a state of trepidation. With Luan's absence, chaos has ensued in Fuqiang City as well. However, the scarcity of capable individuals makes it easier for one to stand out. Akin to a crane among chickens, how could one not be noticeable? Lost in thought, Han Gang suddenly witnessed a commotion ahead in the street as a dozen heavily laden pack horses burst forth from a side alley, sending pedestrians scattering in disarray and blocking the path of the caravan. Observing the chaos, Zhao Long cursed, "Damn it, it's truly in disarray. Even the trade caravan returning from Dalong Fort has fled." The term returning here implies smuggling, although the Song court strictly prohibits trade between the Song and the Tang people. Apart from a few official trading posts along the northwestern border, the flow of commerce between Song and Xia is incessant, particularly in the illicit salt trade. The northwest is graced with superior salt production areas, and the fine salt from the Qingbai salt ponds surpasses that of the Jishin salt ponds in taste, lacking the bitterness of brine, and is sold at remarkably low prices, making it highly favored among the local populace. Merchants who navigate trade between these rival nations may appear ordinary, yet their backgrounds are often formidable. Those involved in smuggling across the border are unlikely to survive without some degree of influence. However, it is rare to encounter a group as brazen as this pack train. Among the smugglers, a gaunt man in his 30s, resembling a withered cucumber, was commanding his servants to clear the path. Clad in plain satin garments and walking alongside the pack horses, he too seemed a servant, albeit of a higher rank, a mere 7th-rank official at the Prime Minister's court. His haughty demeanor suggested he might as well be of the 8th or 9th rank. "Zhao Ganyong, do you know which family they belong to?" Han Gang inquired. Zhao Long replied with a scoff, "They're all from the Qianxia family. They come and go 3 to 5 times a month. How could I not recognize them?" "The Qianxia family? Xiangbao?" Han Gang pressed further. "Who else could it be?" Zhao Long responded curtly, "There's only one Qianxia in Qinfeng." "No wonder." Both Han Gang and Wang Shunchen exclaimed in unison. The military commander Qianxia Xiangbao ranks 3rd among the Qinfeng road forces. The highest position is that of the governor and pacifier, who concurrently serves as the overall military commander, wielding both civil and military authority, typically held by a civil servant. Beneath him is the deputy commander, and below that, the military officers. If an officer is seasoned, they may prefix their title with "du," as in Xiangbao's case. Further down the hierarchy is the road supervisor, the city lord of Ganggu, Zhang Dun, who is the military supervisor of the Qinfeng forces. Except for the governor and pacifier, the other three positions are filled by military officers, ranked hierarchically yet operating independently, each commanding troops at different locations. They can stand on equal footing, balancing one another while all ultimately answering to the civil administrators. When assessing who holds more sway, it ultimately depends on their prestige and achievements. The previous deputy commander, Yang Guang, has just been reassigned, and the incoming deputy commander lacks significant skill or military merit. Having merely climbed the ranks through seniority in the imperial garrison, Han Gang does not even know his name, and it is likely few in Qinzhou do either. In the present circumstances, the one whose words carry weight in the Qinzhou military is undoubtedly the military officer Qianxia Xiangbao. After a brief disturbance, the Qian family's returning trade caravan redirected towards Han Gang and his group. Wang Shunshan quickly cautioned Han Gang, "We cannot provoke them. Let us yield." Han Gang nodded, wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble, and instructed the porters to move the mule carts aside to allow passage. As the Qian family's caravan approached, the gaunt man suddenly halted and inquired of Wang Shunshan, who was leaning against the cart. "Whose are you?" Zhao Long interjected. "We are tasked with transporting military supplies from Qingji to Ganggu." The gaunt man scoffed derisively. What a bother to send so many for a mere shipment of wine. It could allow someone to lounge in the cart. Wang Shunshan's expression shifted, and for a moment, Han Gang feared he might retaliate against the gaunt man. Yet, in the end, he swallowed his anger, dismounting from the cart and standing at attention. Aside from one severely injured individual, the other injured porters also dismounted in line. A legitimate military officer and a porter, unless one sought death, how could they dare offend someone who could be addressed as Tai? Even if someone of stature like Zhong Yu were to arrive, they could not protect them. The gaunt man, seeing Wang Shunshan and the others dismount, arrogantly cast a glance, as if it were his due right. His gaze swept over the group multiple times before finally settling on Han Gang, pointing at him and declaring, You will take 3 mule carts from here, hurry to the west gate and load the remaining goods. Young Master Jiao is waiting there." Relying on Xiang Bao as his backing, the gaunt man was confident he would not be refused, issuing commands with utter disdain for Han Gang and Wang Shunshan. Once his companions acknowledged the order, he turned back to Wang Shunshan, saying, "If anyone in Ganggu City inquires, just say you borrowed the carts and personnel from Tai Xiang. Return them upon arrival in Qinzhou. If there are further questions, direct them to my residence to find me, Xiang Rongwei. I will provide an explanation." Watching Xiang Rongwei speak as if he were the center of the universe, Han Gang could no longer contain himself upon seeing several of the Qian family's servants preparing to discard silk from the cart. Wait, what is the meaning of this? Xiang Rongwei shot him a glare, still perceiving Wang Shunshan as the leader of the group, just as Zhao Long had moments ago. Viewing Han Gang as merely a porter, "You must provide an explanation to Han." Han Gang's voice was chilling and resolute. How could a servant of Xiang's household owe an explanation to anyone? Once they reach Ganggu City, if people or goods go missing, Han Gang could conjure 100 reasons to make his life miserable, and would Xiang Rongwei utter a word in his defense? What nonsense is this? This is military supply meant for Ganggu City, Han Gang emphasized. Young Master Xiang has not touched your military supplies. He only requires your carts. Anger began to rise visibly on Xiang Rongwei's face as he felt compelled to assert his authority over Han, believing he had selected him simply because he found his appearance more agreeable than those of the other porters. "You wretched cur, do not be ungrateful. If it weren't for the sudden shortage of hands, I wouldn't be dragging people in the street." Wang Shunshan seized Han Gang, who seemed ready to erupt. After a day of battle and subsequent healing, he held Han Gang in high regard and had no desire to witness him walk into danger. Suppressing his own temper, he forced a smile towards Xiang Rongwei. "This fellow has a poor temper. Allow us to exchange him for another." "Exchange for whom?" Xiang Rongwei insisted. "If young master says it's him, then it's him." He pointed at Han Gang, glaring with his disproportionately small eyes. "No more nonsense. Follow me. Do not be ungrateful. This is for your own good. You look sturdy. You are fit to carry the sedan. Get lost." Han Gang bellowed, his voice booming, echoing through the entire street. Unbeknownst to him, his face had turned an ashen hue, lips trembling with rage, embodying a fierce fury. How dare a mere servant of the Qianxia family presume to command a scholar? Even if your master, Xiang Bao, were to arrive, he would not dare. In the marketplace, Han Gang's roar drew the attention of all, whether it be Wang Shunshan, Zhao Long, or Xiang Rongwei. They were all taken aback by Han Gang's sudden roar. Fixing his gaze intently on Xiang Rongui, Han Gang felt that mere words could not convey the fury that surged within him. Swiftly, he drew his formidable bow, nocked an arrow, and let it fly directly towards him. Scholars must not be harmed, Wang Shunshin exclaimed, horrified, rushing forward to intervene. However, Han Gang's movements were too swift, and he could only watch helplessly as the arrow struck the felt hat perched atop Xiang Rongui's head. As Wang Shunshin's heart settled, he silently thanked the heavens for Han Gang's lackluster archery skills, as he had missed his target from a mere 2 or 3 paces away. Had he caused a fatality? It would surely have led to dire consequences. Yet, upon witnessing Han Gang's hand reaching once more for his quiver, Wang Shunshin's heart raced anew, nearly bursting from his throat. He dashed forward, joining forces with Zhao Long to restrain Han Gang, shouting urgently into his ear, "Scholar Han, have you lost your mind? If you kill him, you shall also lose your life. A gentleman may be slain but must never be insulted." Han Gang struggled fiercely, gritting his teeth, seemingly intent on delivering yet another arrow to Xiang Rongui. This scoundrel has wronged me gravely, daring to treat a scholar as livestock, as a disciple of Henkyu. How shall I face my mentors and peers after enduring such humiliation? Zhao Long, overwhelmed with fear, repeatedly chanted, "Amitba, he has truly gone mad. Amitba, he has truly gone mad." Meanwhile, Wang Shunshin, pale-faced, held on to Han Gang tightly, not daring to relent, while bellowing at the dazed Xiang Rongui, "You better get out of here. You shall pay for this." The terrified Xiang Rongui uttered a hasty retort, abandoning his horsemen and fleeing in a panic. Once Xiang Rongui was gone, Han Gang ceased his struggles, his expression suddenly tranquil. Freeing himself from Wang Shunshin and Zhao Long's grasp, he calmly straightened his attire. Wang Shunshin and Zhao Long exchanged bewildered glances, while the onlookers murmured amongst themselves, and Han Gang appeared entirely unfazed. Scholar Zhao Long, now apprehensive of Han Gang's erratic behavior, spoke cautiously, "You should leave at once. Depart for Ganggu overnight." "But how can one traverse the night road to Ganggu?" Han Gang shook his head. "It is the end of the month, and there is not even a moon to light the way. But Xiang Rongui will be returning with his men soon," Wang Shunshin urged, assisting in the persuasion. "Is he not waiting for me? I shall remain here and wait." Chapter 16. 1,000 miles to refuse and yet gain renown. Part 2. Wang Shunshin was drenched in sweat, and Zhao Long's eyes clearly conveyed the word madman as he looked at Han Gong. However, Han Gong was not mad at all, nor did he fear offending Xiang Bao, for they were not in the Qinfeng Road Military Command Office, nor in the Qinzhou Prefecture, nor in the Xiang residence, but rather in Fujiang City, a city situated at a crucial military juncture, bustling with countless officials and troops. His arrow had been intentionally aimed away, otherwise, at such a mere distance of 3 to 5 paces, even a novice archer would not miss. Yet, having discharged the arrow, it would undoubtedly spread throughout the entire Qinzhou in no time. It was impossible to quantify how many eyes had witnessed that moment. All he could see was the growing crowd around him. As soon as Han Gong declared his intention to wait here, the surrounding spectators erupted in cheers. Han Gong paid no heed to the applause, nor to the counsel of Wang Shunshin and Zhao Long, choosing instead to stand with his hands behind his back, gazing skyward. Yet internally, he was meticulously calculating the risks and benefits. Han Gong was also forced into this predicament. Should Xiang Rongui drive away the carriage, he would inevitably be dragged into carrying the sedan chair. He need not ponder what Shinju would do. To think that he could ask Xiang Rongui to speak on his behalf was nothing short of absurd. Intercepting military supplies could be construed as a serious offense. If it remained undisclosed, it would be as though nothing happened. Observing Xiang Rongui's brazen demeanor, he had certainly done so before. But once it went public, even Xiang Bao would not dare to take the blame. Could a mere servant of a military officer bear the weight of such a charge? In this situation, if Han Gong did not fight desperately, he would have no place to be buried. However, if he altered his perspective, since intercepting military supplies was indeed a crime, Xiang Bao would not dare to make it public, regardless of whether he seized local people and vehicles rather than military supplies bound for the front. Once it was exposed, he too would suffer consequences. The more uproarious the situation became, the safer Han Gong would be. As long as he stood firm and acted with resolve, Xiang Bao would find himself powerless against Han Gong. For Han Gong was a scholar, while Xiang Bao was a martial official. In the Song Dynasty, the paths of civil and military officials diverged. What Han Gong had just said and done was something Wang Shunshin could neither utter nor undertake. One was a scholar, the other a soldier, and the tolerance shown by bureaucrats towards them was starkly different. Han Chi, the esteemed minister, could overlook the transgressions of minor officials. Yet he could easily use a trivial mistake to ruin a seasoned general with a history of accomplishments, all to demonstrate authority over the general's superior, Di Qing. When Di Qing pleaded for his subordinate Jiao Yong, claiming him to be a commendable man of merit, Han Chi retorted that a good man was one who paraded with flowers outside Donghua Gate. Men like Jiao Yong were merely sacrificial pawns in the greater game. Once the pawn was sacrificed, the monkey, in this case, Di Qing, was indeed left speechless. Though Xiang Bao held a prominent position and bore the title of a commander equipped with imperial machinery, he could not think of dealing with a scholar of established reputation as he pleased. Perhaps he could act covertly, but under the sun, he would dare not do so. Even with tenfold courage, since the affair had already escalated, if Xiang Bao dared to pursue Han Gong over today's incident, he would invite countless reprimands. There were far too many officials in the world eager to showcase their integrity. Even Li Shizhong would write to address the matter, lest the inspectors turn against him. While civil officials might protect one another, when faced with military officials, it depended on the mood and timing. Moreover, Xiang Bao was entirely in the wrong regarding this matter. If the official he sent to oversee the situation was wise enough, there was only one course of action available. Xiang'an, I have met Scholar Han, just as Han Gong had anticipated. It was not long before an elder of modest standing approached him, with Xiang Rongui following closely behind. However, upon returning, Xiang Rongui's once gaunt face had become considerably rounder. His cheeks swollen like freshly baked buns, glowing red. Xiang'an pointed at the swollen face of Xiang Rongui, stating that the servant, in his ignorance, had offended the scholar. I have already reprimanded him. If the scholar still finds this insufficient for his satisfaction, I shall administer further punishment before his very eyes. Han Gong returned the gesture with a bow, his expression remaining cool and indifferent. Your Excellency is indeed considerate, yet my earlier anger stemmed from the laws of the state, not personal grievances. I am tasked with escorting military supplies. How can I turn this into a private affair? The matters of the military must never be superseded by personal interests. If you believe I would dwell solely on personal vendettas, you greatly underestimate me. The scholar was indeed magnanimous. I have misjudged your intentions. There are indeed faults. Xiang'an bowed deeply, appearing genuinely sincere. Han Gong's brow twitched, inwardly cursing, old fox. Having dealt with Huang Daliu, cunningly maneuvered around Chen Yasi, frightened Xiang Rongui, this time, he was encountering a slippery opponent for the first time. Yet, for all his cunning, a scholar was still a scholar. How could he submit to such a lowly servant? It would be better to return with the old man to Qingzhou. I am certain the county magistrate of Qingji would not deny the old man's request. Xiang'an sincerely advised. As long as Han Gong lowered his head and returned to Qingzhou, Xiang Bao would bear no fault in this matter. If anyone dared to raise an issue, the only blame would fall on Han Gong, who had vacillated. But Han Gong was not concerned about Xiang'an's nodding agreement. The office in front of the magistrate was notorious. Everyone knew the infamous steward in Ganga City, who excelled at skinning and flaying in front of the office, was quite renowned. To escape the drudgery of official duties, who would not be willing to sacrifice their dignity? Han Gong took a step back, bowing deeply. If the impression he had left on the crowd moments ago was one of integrity and sternness, his current demeanor was a stark contrast, suddenly becoming servile and obsequious. Ultimately, he has revealed his true colors. Xiang'an squinted, though pleased, could not help but feel contempt. Many others shared his sentiments. Han Gong's inconsistency was glaringly evident. So this is a scholar. Straightening his back, Han Gong addressed Xiang'an. Your good intentions are appreciated. However, a man cannot stand without trust. Having accepted a mandate, I must see it through to completion. There can be no abandoning it midway. Han Gong's response completely caught Xiang'an off guard. Was that bow merely a rejection of his goodwill? The surrounding spectators were in an uproar, to escape the clutches of hardship yet stubbornly refused to leave. Has this scholar lost his mind? Unappreciative. Xiang Rongui groaned, clutching his increasingly swollen jaw, muttering a curse under his breath. Han Gong ignored him. The most effective form of contempt was indifference, especially since Xiang Rongui would likely face a dead end upon returning. He interrupted Xiang'an, who was about to offer further counsel, stating, the laws of the state cannot be trifled with. The matter concerning the office before me is permissible for the county magistrate and the governor, yet it cannot involve you. I am deeply grateful for your kindness in wishing to rescue me from suffering, but having accepted your goodwill, I cannot embroil you in injustice. How could I allow you to act contrary to the laws of the state and military regulations? Such actions contradict the teachings of the sages. How could I possibly comply? After delivering his meticulously crafted words, Han Gong bowed deeply once more, observing the necessary courtesies. Without waiting for Xiangyin's response, he turned and departed. Gesturing to Wang Shunshan and Zhao Long, all is well. Let us return to the camp. Wang Shunshan was still in shock, while Zhao Long had yet to close his mouth. Upon hearing Han Gong speak, he muddled along, following him forward. After a few steps, both realized. How did I become a follower? The group of laborers, equally bewildered, hastily gathered their carts and followed behind, leaving the increasingly grim-faced Xiangyin behind. Unintentionally, Han Gong's leadership had gained unanimous recognition from all present. Wang Shunshan, who had always prided himself on his abilities, had only taken on Wu Yan's task out of admiration for Han Gong's skills and courage in the military arsenal, hoping to vex Qinju a little in the process. However, as he now looked at Han Gong walking ahead, he felt a newfound respect for him. The battle in Peixiao Valley aside, Han Gong's recent performance against Xiang Ronggui and Xiang'an was already enough to win Wang Shunshan's admiration. Zhao Long was equally astonished and astounded as he gazed at Han Gong's retreating figure. He was by no means a timid person. Faced with 100 or so Western bandits alone, he would still dare to fight. However, if he were to encounter one of his own officers, even a mere inspector, he would not dare to show any sign of defiance, let alone challenge someone of higher authority. This was solely due to his fear of implicating his family. Yet, a destitute individual, devoid of connections, resolutely rejected both temptation and threats, leaving the trusted family members of the commanding officer speechless. After several years of study, a scholar named Zhao Long, who bore the courtesy name Zijian, suddenly recalled a few words from Mencius. Poverty and low status cannot alter one's principles. Wealth and high rank cannot lead one to licentiousness. Power and might cannot bend one's will, such is the essence of a true gentleman. Han Gang strode confidently ahead, and wherever he went, the crowd instinctively parted to make way for him. His expression was solemn and dignified, but within, he was filled with joy. He remembered a saying from his past life, that a salesman, in essence, sells himself when promoting a product. Although Han Gang's status had transformed, he still understood how to present himself effectively. With opportunities presented by fate, how could he let them slip away? Offending the magistrate, angering the county head, or crossing the commanding officer, Han Gang was no longer troubled by debts, for his situation could not deteriorate further, and he felt a newfound confidence. For an impoverished scholar lacking official status and connections, reputation was everything. With renown, his position would be as stable as a mountain, impervious to the encroachments of power and wealth. What Han Gang sought was prestige. His recent challenge to Qinju had already spread his name throughout the city and beyond. And now, as he confronted Xiang Bao, was it not likely that his reputation would reach Qin Feng Road? Once his name as an unwavering servant to the state echoed through the land, who could dare to challenge him? Qinju or Xiang Bao? The case of the military armory, the battle at Pei Gorge, and the recent arrow incident. Once these three events became widely known, Han Gang would surely be recognized as a notable figure in the region of Qinzhou. Chapter 17. A visit to the wise at night. The actors had all departed. Yet near the stage that had just concluded a farce, two individuals stood pensively, gazing at the receding figure of Han Gang. Surrounding them was a detachment of cavalry, each dismounted and awaiting orders. Their stature and demeanor bespoke of elite warriors. Such formidable protection indicated that these two were not of ordinary standing. Such character. The younger of the two could not help but exclaim. Indeed, quite astute. The middle-aged man, around 40, added with a hint of admiration. The contrasting evaluations of the same individual and event prompted the younger man to inquire, "How can you say that, my lord?" While Han the scholar possesses undeniable integrity, intelligence is hardly his forte. A mere rural scholar, having offended a string of officials, could hardly expect a favorable outcome. Have you not heard of Xiang Bao's broad-mindedness? You are still too young. The elder shook his head. Though Han the scholar appears to be of similar age to you, his cunning far surpasses your own. How can that be? The youth blinked, struggling to comprehend his father's words, yet unwilling to accept them. Han the scholar cannot possibly foresee that Xiang'an would come to apologize rather than arrive with a retinue of servants. That is precisely why he is cunning. The elder sighed, reflecting on the rarity of such youth. In my own youth, I was far from such. I possessed wit and boldness, yet lacked the rare talent that Han seems to embody. The young man shook his head, unconvinced. Han Gang is of similar age to me. I cannot believe his intellect is profound enough to anticipate Xiang'an's response. Only a father knows his son well, the elder chuckled softly. You shall discover for yourself what kind of person Han the scholar truly is when you engage him in conversation. My lord wishes for me to converse with him? The youth's eyes sparkled with excitement. The elder nodded slightly. Tonight, go and speak with him. Assess his knowledge. If he is indeed a student of Zhang Ziyu, we should offer our assistance. It is beneath a scholar to serve in menial roles. If we ignore his plight, it would be embarrassing to face Zhang Ziyu later. Then I shall go directly. The young man said, his demeanor lively, eager to escape his father's company. Go then, my son. I am but an old man. Lacking the vigor of youth, the elder lamented, a deep weariness etched across his brow. As Han Gang and Xiang Ronggui were engaged in spirited banter, the elder had just entered the city, only to be obstructed and witness a delightful spectacle. He was slender and dark-skinned, not solely due to months of toil, but by nature, he was not a robust figure. After a day spent horseback, he could no longer endure the fatigue and sought rest. The soldiers followed the elder towards the central city government office, where an inn was designated for officials to rest. Only 2 soldiers remained behind, seemingly to guard the young man. The youth gently shook his head, signaling for them not to follow. Straightening his attire, he resolved to visit Han Gang, just as his father suggested. Meanwhile, Han Gang and Wang Shunshin, under Zhao Long's guidance, found shelter at a garrison in the northern part of the city. The usually spacious encampment was now crowded with merchants and their laden carts. This camp served as the designated resting site for the convoy transporting provisions and military supplies from Chengji County to various northern garrisons. Yet, these merchants had overtaken the barracks entirely. Impatient, Zhao Long rolled up his sleeves, ready to shoo the intruders away. Han Gang stopped him, smiling. No need for force. Allow me to negotiate with the military officials. Make room for us. Wang Shunshin bellowed, taking on the role of the stern enforcer. Could I trouble you to squeeze a bit? Han Gang played the conciliatory role. Together, Han Gang and Wang Shunshin compelled a merchant occupying the largest 2 barak rooms to vacate swiftly. Both were calculating. Should the merchant resist further, they would not hesitate to toss the head of someone still in the cart into the room, testing his resolve. Do you expect me to yield my quarters for some lowly official? The merchant began to protest, but was hurriedly pulled aside for a whispered conversation. When he returned, his previously round face now wore a facade of professional servility, his gaze towards Han Gang markedly different. Of course, I will vacate the barracks immediately. He bowed and nodded, eager to comply. In the blink of an eye, the 2 barak rooms, including the officers' quarters, were cleared. The laborers rushed inside, filled with admiration for Han Gang, recognizing his capability and authority. Scholar, Brother Wang, please rest. I will fetch some wine and dishes and return shortly. Zhao Long exclaimed, bustling about with enthusiasm, almost mirroring the laborers, who revered Han Gang for his bravery in confronting the military officials. Thank you, Zhao Ganrong, Han Gang replied graciously, meticulously observing the smallest details of etiquette. Zhao Long returned shortly, accompanied by a young attendant carrying a food box and wine jar. Han Gang was already tending to the injured laborers, ensuring their comfort while directing others to dine. Upon seeing Zhao Long's return, Han Gang preemptively welcomed him, sending the provisions directly to the laborers while requesting the attendant to bring more fine food and drink. After all, Dong Chao and Shui Erba carried ample funds, which Han Gang graciously accepted. Zhao Long was momentarily taken aback, as were the laborers. Han Gang smiled. Today, at Peixiao Valley, everyone fought valiantly, with no one faltering. Had it not been for this courage, none of us, including myself, would have survived. In the military, following a battle, it is customary to reward the troops with fine food and drink. We cannot be an exception. Once today's events are reported, rewards will surely follow. Rest assured Han, shall not be greedy. Thank you, scholar. The laborers expressed their gratitude, voices thick with emotion. Turning back to Zhao Long, Han Gang continued, Zhao Ganrong. We must first report to the city office about the situation at Peixia. The tribes there are beginning to heed the commands of the Western bandits. This is not a trivial matter and requires urgent notification. An hour later, the 3 sat around a table in the barak room. Their expressions were grim. Wang Shunshin seethed with barely contained anger. Zhao Long frowned in disdain, while Han Gang maintained a facade of calm, inwardly cursing. That wretched deputy city official, neglecting the military affairs for the sake of entertaining some insignificant official. No wonder no one listens to him. Wang Shunshin slammed the table, frustration boiling over. What does that deputy city official have to do with me? Zhao Long retorted, discontent evident. That incompetent has been an eyesore for quite some time. If given the chance, who wouldn't he want to put a bolt in his back? Han Gang shook his head, choosing silence as he sipped the insipid wine. The three had gone to the city office to report military affairs, expecting the deputy city official. Upon hearing of the bandits at Peishia Valley, an important route connecting to Qinzhou, to promptly attend to them. Instead, they were informed that the deputy was preoccupied with entertaining superiors and had no time for such trivial matters. A mere 100 or so bandits is hardly a concern. There are 8,000 more to deal with at Gangu. They were brusquely dismissed. Zhao Long sighed again. I wonder which small official was visiting the scholar just now. We made the trip for nothing and wasted the scholar's time. It is truly unfortunate. Han Gang, unfazed, smiled. If there is intention, one may return. If there is none, then so be it. Well said. Wang Shunshin exclaimed, raising his bowl and drinking deeply. Han Gang quickly restrained Wang Shunshin, forbidding him from consuming alcohol. As a military officer, you have sustained injuries. You must refrain from drinking. Wang Shunshin, feeling disgruntled, complained, what pleasure is there in merely consuming vegetables without partaking in wine? After a moment's contemplation, Han Gang relented. The beverages available were predominantly water with scant wine, and they were not distilled spirits. Thus, a small amount would pose no significant harm. The coarse millet wine was served in large bowls alongside generous portions of roasted lamb, the flavors not particularly exquisite. Yet the experience was undeniably satisfying. As the rounds of drinks progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, despite the minimal intoxication. Zhao Long pointed at Wang Shunshin and recounted their acquaintance. This rascally fellow hails from the Fuyin Road, and for reasons unknown. He arrived in Qinzhou earlier this year in quite a fluster. Even upon his arrival, he caused quite a stir, brandishing a horsewhip that threw the city into chaos. I went to confront him, but despite being younger than I, he stubbornly refused to yield. Ultimately, we settled our differences with a fierce brawl outside the city. And through that clash, we formed a bond. Zhao Long's account bore similarities to what he had previously shared with Han Gang. Yet one detail astonished Han Gang. Wang Shunshin was actually slightly younger than Zhao Long. In disbelief, he inquired of Zhao Long, pray tell, how old is he? 19. Han Gang was taken aback and turned to Wang Shunshin, asking, you are not yet 19? Wang Shunshin cleared his throat twice, stroking his beard and stammering, well, I was born in the year of Rinchen AD 1052, during the reign of Emperor Renzong, making me a dragon. You are a year younger than I am. Han Gang had initially estimated Wang Shunshin's age to be under 24, which was already difficult to accept, but now he was utterly astonished. Wang Shunshin, feeling both embarrassed and furious, retorted, I simply appear a bit older. A bit? Han Gang stifled his true thoughts, though his gaze betrayed his incredulity. It is often said that ancient people mature early, yet Wang Shunshin's level of maturity was truly shocking. But I am indeed only 17. Wang Shunshin exclaimed, filled with indignation. Very well, very well. Zhao Long consoled him with a pat on the shoulder, chuckling mischievously, let us raise a glass to the 17-year-old General Wang. Chapter 17. A Visit to the Sage at Night, Part 2. May I inquire if Scholar Han is present? I am Wang Ho from Dun, and I hope to pay my respects this evening. I would be most grateful for a moment of your time. A sudden voice calling from outside interrupted the lively atmosphere within the room, where drinks were flowing abundantly. Wang Shunshin shook his slightly heavy head. Finding the voice that drifted in from outside rather peculiar, isn't that the young official who sought out the scholar earlier? Why does he have a southern accent? Which route is Dun on? Dun? Is that in Jiangxi? Han Gang, in his previous life, had traversed the Yangtze River both north and south, having visited Lushan, Zhejiang, and was quite familiar with Dun. In the 21st century, Dun belonged to Jiangxi province. Yet he was uncertain if the Dun of the Northern Song also fell under the jurisdiction of Jiang and Shilu. A Jiangxi native, Zhao Long, who had been momentarily startled, relaxed upon hearing this. Then it is not a concern. Not a concern? Wang Shunshin inquired. Zhao Long chuckled. There are a few southerners in Fuqiang City. I thought it was someone from Wang Ji's household, who has been frequenting the area lately. However, Wang Ji hails from Jiangzhou, which is in Jiangdong. Jiangzhou? Han Gang was suddenly alert, his intoxication fading. Jiangzhou had been the ancient name for Zhejiang. Having read water margin, he was well aware of this. Dun was indeed in Jiazhou. Zhao Long, feeling the wine he had consumed turning into perspiration, exclaimed, is it truly Wang Ji? Wang Ji? Han Gang pressed urgently, as he had never heard of such a figure, nor did he recall Zhao Long mentioning Wang Ji during their conversations. The very same who petitioned the emperor to annex Qingtang and expand into the Hahuang region. Wang Shunshin, who had only been in Xinjiang for a little over half a year, was more familiar with the affairs of the region than the native Han Gang. He had gained the emperor's favor and was appointed to Xining, overseeing matters related to the frontier, a role originally shared by the Minister of War in the Qianxia prefecture, now usurped by Wang Ji, leaving both parties displeased. Han Gang compared the two sets of memories in his mind and quickly deduced the location of Qingtang. It likely referred to the eastern region of Qinghai Lake in later times. The Hehuang area encompassed Hezhou and the Huang River. Located in the Linxia and Heshang areas at the intersection of Gansu and Qinghai, a frontline during the Tang dynasty's confrontations with the Tibetan kingdom. After Emperor Xuanzong, it was gradually occupied by the Tibetans, and following the fragmentation of the Tibetan kingdom, it remained under the control of its remnants. At this time, it broadly referred to a vast area in northeastern Qinghai and southeastern Gansu under Tibetan control, also known as the Shihe region, centered around Shizhou and Hezhou. Wang Ji, having the ambition to expand the borders of the Song dynasty, would undoubtedly be on the lookout for talent. If he could gain his favor and be recommended for an official position, it would not be beyond reach. Such a golden opportunity was one Han Gang would not let slip away. What is the name of Wang Ji? Han Gang pressed once more. Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao? Han Gang found the name somewhat familiar, though he could not recall from which of his memories it resonated. Is Scholar Han available? The voice from outside grew more insistent, revealing Wang Ho's impatience. Coming. Han Gang rose, straightened his rumpled clothing, and approached the door. A young man, around 20, handsome yet slender, stood before him. Scholar Han. Wang Ho's eyes widened. Were it not for the strikingly similar tall stature, he would never have connected the disheveled figure before him, reeking of alcohol, with the dignified Scholar Han he had encountered on the busy thoroughfare earlier. Even the impressive brow and bright eyes that had left an impression on Wang Ho seemed dulled by drink. It was indeed Han Gang. Yet, Han Gang squinted slightly, the haze of intoxication lifting to reveal a keen gaze. He first performed a respectful bow. If you have matters to discuss, why not step inside? Wang Ho glanced hesitantly into the room, reluctant to enter. After running back and forth twice and waiting outside for a considerable time, he had been trying to comfort himself with the tale of Liu Bei's 3 visits to Zhuge. Now, seeing the smoky interior, the table strewn with empty cups and plates, and 2 soldiers flushed from drink, he was even less inclined to enter, feeling greatly disappointed in Han Gang. Perhaps you have indulged in drink? Han Gang suddenly inquired, noticing Wang Ho's hesitation. Wang Ho was taken aback, unsure how to respond, fearing he might be invited to partake in the drinking. With such a filthy and chaotic setting, he had no intention of complying, wishing instead to find an excuse to decline. Han Gang smiled, though the waters of Qingjing may not be as sweet as those of Jianan. The wines produced here possess a distinctive flavor. Different localities foster different customs, and the taste of wine varies. One cannot determine superiority without experiencing it firsthand. Would you not agree, Wang Gong? Han Gang's words seemed laden with deeper meaning to Wang Ho. After much hesitation, he reluctantly stepped inside. At that moment, Wang Shunshin and Zhao Long had already tidied up the table and, upon noticing Wang Ho's arrival, prepared to take their leave. Han Gang stopped them, insisting they remain to continue their revelry. How can we send off 2 guests when a new one arrives? Wang Jun and Zhao Ganyong should stay and converse. I trust Wang Gong will not mind. Han Gang acted on his own volition, not inquiring if Wang Ho was amenable. Both Wang Shunshin and Zhao Long, now looking to Han Gang for direction, understood he meant them no harm and said nothing further, taking their seats once more. Wang Ho stood awkwardly in the room, caught between indecision, but finally he gritted his teeth and pulled a chair closer to join them. He thought, since I am here, it is no harm to sit for a while. At worst, we may find our conversation lacking, and I shall take my leave early. At least for now. Han Gang's unconventional hospitality led Wang Ho to believe that Scholar Han possessed some capability, else he would not have such an attitude. Seated, Han Gang joined him, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Based on his past experiences, he knew it was most challenging to entice someone to visit, yet retaining their presence was rather simple. Han Gang deliberately took his time with Wang Ho. Rather than being overly respectful, he chose a more aloof demeanor, ensuring that Wang Ho would not dare to be dismissive, fostering an air of reverence. According to societal norms, those with talents often bore an arrogant disposition, and Wang Ho should be accustomed to this. After all, judging by Wang Gong's expression upon meeting him, his assessment of Han Gang must have plummeted to an all-time low. As long as Han Gang could demonstrate himself to be commendable, any improvement would be a boon. Without inquiring about Wang Ho's purpose for visiting, Han Gang directly fetched a clean wine bowl and filled it for Wang Ho, remarking, Lushan is perilously beautiful, located so close to Jiangzhou, truly. You from Dun are fortunate. The sun shines on the incense burner, producing purple smoke. From afar, the waterfall hangs before the river, cascading down 3,000 feet. As if the Milky Way descended from the heavens, Li Qinglian's exquisite verses evoke a longing for Lushan every time I read them. Han Gang paused, just as Wang Ho was about to interject. Before he could, Han Gang continued. Dun is in such proximity to Lushan, adjacent to the vast expanse of Pingli. With the mighty Yangtze River flowing nearby, the lakes reflect the mountains, and the river surges. Such a splendid locale is rare indeed. If the opportunity arises, I would sincerely wish to visit. Jiangnan is indeed more prosperous than Guanxi, Wang Shunshan interjected casually, his spirits lifted by drink, disregarding Wang Ho's status. The waters and soil of Jiangzhou nurture its people. I hear the maidens there are more enchanting than those in Guanxi. Beautiful women abound in the water towns of Jiangnan. Han Gang laughed in agreement, but then shifted the tone of the conversation. Yet, Jiangzhou is a paradise, but it is not a place to achieve great deeds. Prompted by Han Gang's words, Wang Ho nodded emphatically, eager to respond, but Wang Shunshan had already been stirred by Han Gang's last remark. Scholar speaks rightly. To achieve merit, we must look to Guanxi. Han Gang shook his head. To govern the military, one must first ensure ample provisions, and to ensure provisions, one must nurture the populace. The waters and soil of Guanxi are far inferior to the prosperity of the Han and Tang eras. A single battle can deplete all local grain reserves. Without supplies, relying solely on imports from beyond the borders drains the strength of the people, leaving the court unable to provide support. Scholar speaks the truth, Wang Shunshan readily agreed. Adding, during my time in Yinzhou, I consumed grain transported from the east and rice from the south, yet nothing compares to the millet from Guanxi. The conversation swiftly transformed into a duet between Han Gang and Wang Shunshan, with Wang Ho struggling to find an opportunity to interject. Han Gang declared thus, there exists but one solution to this dilemma. What is it? Inquired Wang and Zhao. Establish a marketplace for trade. At last, Wang Ho seized the moment to speak, his words tumbling forth with urgency, as if they were eager to escape his lips. By establishing a customs house in Weiyuan, we can not only extract taxes but also collect rents, thereby alleviating the burden of transportation from the central government. Moreover, this would enable many tribes of the Qitang to align themselves with the Great Song, yielding numerous advantages. Upon hearing this, Han Gang felt a surge of delight. Finally, I have uncovered the crux of the matter. He had deliberately withheld opportunities for others to speak, allowing tension to build until he could discern the right moment to relax his grip, thus prompting individuals like Wang Ho to inadvertently reveal their innermost thoughts. Utilizing some of his own knowledge and integrating a few unremarkable insights, Han Gang deftly organized his words to gauge Wang Ho's intentions, effortlessly extracting Wang Xiao's plan. Weiyuan, the source of the Wei River, lies nearly 300 miles upstream from Fuxiang City, deep within lands seized by the Qingtang Tubo. Clearly, establishing a trading customs house in Weiyuan is Wang Xiao's preliminary strategy for subduing the Qingtang and expanding into the Hahuang region. Now that he had gleaned a fragment of the opponent's intentions, he could adeptly navigate the dialogue, whether to counter or concur, thus seizing the reins of the conversation and easily outwitting the naive youth before him. Indeed, you are absolutely right, Brother Wang. Only with wealth and provisions can we muster an army for battle. Han Gang initially echoed Wang Ho's sentiments, but then earnestly added, however, both endeavors will require considerable effort. We must proceed with caution and avoid the temptation of seeking immediate results. Indeed, Zhao Long eagerly nodded. How many trade caravans traverse the border? And the officials behind them are all averse to establishing a customs house, as it would impede their profits. Chapter 18. Waiting for Dawn with a Candle. Sleep Forgotten, Part 1. Zhao Long's irrelevant interjection struck a chord with Han Gang, awakening him to a profound realization. To repel external threats, one must first secure internal stability. If there are too many hindrances behind one, how can one achieve great accomplishments? Establishing marketplaces and facilitating trade are not inherently flawed. However, the officials in Qinzhou, often from influential families, have a history of engaging in trade. If one were to abruptly initiate trade activities, disrupting their livelihoods would incite public outrage. When the time comes for grievances to be aired, who would then have the peace of mind to expand into the Heshi corridor? Han Gang had articulated the crux of Wang Ho's concerns, causing Wang to furrow his brows, a hint of helplessness evident. Glancing at Han Gang, he rose slightly, humbly inquiring, so, should we first focus on land reclamation? Compared to the complexities of trade, land reclamation seemed less daunting. With the vast, sparsely populated lands along the border of Qinzhou, one could find opportunities to fortify and guard these reclaimed areas, potentially yielding small successes within 2 to 3 years. By stationing troops on the reclaimed lands, one could intimidate the surrounding tribes, suppress the rebellious, fairly arbitrate disputes between the Han and the tribes, and bestow positions of authority upon the tribal leaders who were loyal to the Han, thereby winning their allegiance. This would ensure they serve our interests rather than those of the Western Xia. In the future, when we confront the Western bandits, they would become our allies. The methods Han Gang proposed for stabilizing the frontier, while not particularly novel, have been passed down through the ages. Nevertheless, Wang Ho was moved by Han Gang's earlier words. Nodding in agreement, finding the scholar before him to possess great knowledge and insight, Han Gang chose not to delve further into the matters of land reclamation or trade. Having shared all that could be said, fearing that further discussion would reveal too much of his own thoughts. Instead, he sighed softly and remarked, "However, the Guanxi region is no longer a land of abundance. Its yields pale in comparison to those of the Han and Tang dynasties. If it were otherwise, we would not need to toil over land reclamation. Many fertile fields have been washed away by the Yellow River, which has consequently taken on a muddy hue. This is certainly troubling. Not only have the good lands of Guanzhong been lost, but the entire realm suffers from this affliction." Han Gang spoke with solemnity, and Wang Ho leaned forward, listening intently. The Yellow River carries a mixture of water and sediment, originating from Guangzhou. Before reaching Tongguan, the river flows rapidly, carrying silt along its course, but after leaving Tongguan, the current slows, causing the sediment to settle. Han Gang lifted his wine cup, the unfiltered liquor swirling within, with the sediment floating and sinking as he moved the cup. The term green ants in New Brew aptly describes this unrefined liquor. And it is said that the Bianjing River, fed by the Yellow River, suffers from sediment buildup, necessitating annual dredging of its channels. Yet even so, it cannot keep pace with the rising riverbed. Wang Ho nodded in agreement, recalling his visit to Tokyo Bianliang, where he observed that the boats within the levees were even taller than the rooftops outside, due to the influx of Yellow River silt. To dredge the Bianjing, large numbers of laborers and soldiers are mobilized every winter, causing immense suffering for the local populace. Han Gang set down his cup, watching as the sediment settled at the bottom. You see, as long as the water flow slows, the sediment naturally settles. To manage the Yellow River, we must first address its sediment. To manage the sediment, we must tackle its source. Otherwise, no matter how high we build the levees or how deep we dig the riverbed, it remains a temporary fix. And the dam's collapse or diversion is merely a matter of time. Indeed, you speak wisely. Wang Ho, enlightened by Han Gang's clarity, took a sip of the bland, murky liquor and sighed, recalling the events of June in the 8th year of the Qingli era, 1048 AD, when the Yellow River breached at Changzhou, diverting northward and flowing directly into the Bohai Sea. The officials in the court debated for years over whether to seal the breach or redirect the river's flow northward. Yet no resolution was reached, and ultimately their efforts were in vain. By the 5th year of the Jiayou era, 1060 AD, a breach occurred at the 6th dam in Damingfu, creating a tributary that flowed eastward into the sea via the Duma River. The Yellow River now flows into the sea through 2 channels, one to the east and one to the north. A matter of contention from the reign of Emperor Renzong until now. The officials, including Fu, Han, and Wen, have engaged in numerous debates over this issue. And what of Liangshan Marsh? Where did its vast expanse of water originate? Was it not from the breach of the Yellow River at Huazhou in the 1st year of the Kaiyuan era, 944 AD, which flooded the states of Chao, Shan, Puyang, and Yang, resulting in the accumulation of water in Juyuan, transforming it into Liangshan Marsh? I heard that the Yellow River seems to have changed its course again a few months ago. Zhao Long interjected. Indeed, in August, the northern flow was obstructed, leading to the breach of the Xia family port river. The waters inundated Daming, En, Da, Song, and Yongjing, claiming the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers and civilians. Wang Ho sighed deeply, reflecting on the immense financial and human costs spent on this river, yet ultimately, a lasting solution remained elusive. Han Gang dipped his head, taking a sip of his wine. Observing Wang Ho's discourse, it was evident that he had invested considerable effort into the management of the river. Han Gang recognized that in matters of Yellow River management, he could not rival Wang Ho's extensive knowledge. Preferring not to delve into the intricate details, he redirected the conversation back to a topic he was more adept at, the issue of soil erosion. This highlights the dangers of excessive sediment. The southern regions receive 10 times the rainfall of the north, and the Yangtze River's flow is far greater than that of the Yellow River. Why then? Does the Yangtze rarely experience breaches? Is it not due to the lesser amount of sediment carried by the Yangtze compared to the Yellow River? The rampant deforestation has stripped the mountains of their vegetation, leaving the soil vulnerable. When the rains come, sediment flows down in torrents. Observe the clarity of the Jing River in contrast to the murkiness of the Wei River. What accounts for this clear distinction? The Jing region is lush with trees, which help anchor the soil, while the Wei River, flowing from Fuxiang upwards, is entirely barren. Wang Shunshan interjected, finding Han Gang's insights both profound and comprehensible. Well said. Wang Ho raised his cup in salute to Wang Shunshan. With a hearty laugh, Wang Shunshan accepted the toast and drank. Although young, Wang Junjiang had traveled extensively in the Guanxi region, gaining substantial geographical knowledge. His martial skills were also exceptional, particularly his unparalleled skill in the art of archery. Han Gang clapped Wang Shunshan on the shoulder, introducing him to Wang Ho, whose few words of praise left Wang Shunshan deeply moved. As the three men engaged in conversation, they became increasingly engrossed, for few could articulate the Yellow River's issues so clearly from their root causes. Inspired, Han Gang swept aside the clutter on the table, dipping his finger into the wine to draw upon the polished surface. With a swift stroke, he sketched a character, indicating the river's flowing form. This represents the Yellow River. Across a millennium, what is truly valuable? It is the understanding of the geography of the land. At least for Han Gang, this is undeniably so. A map, now worth merely a few coins, could have commanded a fortune in ancient times. That map was the product of extensive surveying efforts involving countless individuals and advanced instruments, incomparable to anything trivial. Despite his lack of historical knowledge, Han Gang excelled in geography. His eloquence allowed him to navigate through centuries of geographical changes, effortlessly outsmarting the inexperienced Wang Ho. With just the stroke of the character, Wang Ho found himself increasingly impressed by Han Gang's knowledge. How many could claim to know the course of the great rivers without extensive study of geography? Wang Ho's understanding of the Yellow River and the Yangtze's general pathways was largely due to his father's influence. Having seen a replica of the famous map displayed in the Chongzheng Hall, is this truly what the Yellow River looks like? Wang Shunshan and Zhao Long gazed curiously at the table. Though they had both seen the river and drank from its tributaries daily, articulating its characteristics remained a daunting challenge, leaving them at a loss for words. Indeed, that is correct. Wang Ho confirmed, adding a dot to the lower right of the character, indicating the location of Tokyo. This is Tokyo. Wang Shunshan and Zhao Long nodded attentively, though it was uncertain whether they truly comprehended the significance of what they were learning. With a millennium separating them, many specific geographical terms have transformed over time. While Han Gang may not surpass Wang Ho in terms of precise place names, his familiarity with broader regions, supported by memories of his past, allowed him to navigate these discussions with ease. He pointed to the empty space to the right of the vertical stroke in the character, indicating the area of Hedong, present-day Shaanxi. Its name derives from its location east of the Yellow River. His finger then moved upward from Hedong, pausing at the horizontal stroke atop. Wang Ho immediately interjected. That is the western capital road of the Khitan. Han Gang dipped his brush in ink again, sweeping horizontally to nearly seal the opening beneath, representing the Weishui River. And we are currently at. He paused momentarily, and Wang Ho astutely tapped beneath the horizontal line representing the Weihe River, stating gravely, Fujiang City. And the Western Bandits are right here. Han Gang pointed at the land enclosed by the Weihe and Yellow Rivers, describing this area, which is surrounded on three sides by the Yellow River, resembling a pouch. Thus, I refer to it as Hetao. Hetao? Wang Ho echoed, murmuring the term several times as if savoring its meaning. Finally, he nodded with conviction, exclaiming, indeed, it resembles a pocket, just like a pouch. Han Gang straightened his posture, dramatically extending his arms, proclaiming, the Yellow River brings 100 calamities, yet one benefit, the pouch. The Tanguts occupy this region, where the intricate network of waterways resembles the southern Jiangnan. Whether for farming or herding, it far surpasses other lands. Beyond Xining, the vast sea serves as a barrier, making it difficult for external foes to invade, presenting a natural defense even more formidable than the Yangtze River, as wide as the abyss. To strike directly at the stronghold of the Western men, one must first consider how to traverse the 700 miles of the vast sea, while also ensuring a secure supply line. Otherwise, the risks of total annihilation loom large. Wang Ho interjected, from Hedong, Fuyin, and Huanqing. Any attack on the Western Bandits will undoubtedly be impeded by the vast sea. If we approach from Qinfeng and Jingyuan to the north, we will face the obstacles of Tiandu Mountain and Doling. Even if all routes strike simultaneously, the Western bandits, leveraging their natural defenses, can disperse their forces and still maintain a strong defense. However, if we were to position an elite force further west, say in Lanzhou, it could confound the Western bandits, leaving them unable to guard both their front and rear. Lanzhou? Is that not held by the Western bandits? Zhao Long inquired. Chapter 18. Waiting for Dawn with a Candle. Forgotten Sleep, Part 2. What of occupying it? Reclaiming it is all that matters, Han Gang declared with grandiosity, hands on his hips, while Wang Ho and Wang Shunshan applauded in approval. The strategic location of Lanzhou, which opens the west to the western regions, suppresses Qintang to the south, blocks Qinzhou to the east, and directly targets the vulnerabilities of the Dongxiang to the north, is a coveted prize for military strategists. Once this place is secured, if the Western bandits do not send 3,000 to 5,000 troops to garrison it, I fear that the Empress Dowager Liang will find it hard to sleep. But how many troops do the Western bandits actually possess? At this point, Han Gang paused, allowing his thoughts to drift, his face alight with yearning. As he mused, Lanzhou lies along the banks of the Yellow River, where the waters twist and turn, and the deep, unending gorges are said to rival the grandeur of the Hekou and Longmen, almost comparable to the Three Gorges. Wang Ho nodded vigorously, captivated by Han Gang's eloquence, completely forgetting the purpose of their visit. He continuously praised Han Gang, exclaiming that the scholar was indeed erudite and knowledgeable. Han Gang chuckled, saying, "A scholar can know the affairs of the world without stepping outside. Knowledge is gained through reading, understanding one thing and inferring another. I am not a mere rote learner. I left home at a young age for my studies, walking from Qinzhou to Jingzhou, and then returning to Weizhou to follow Master Hankyu. While I cannot boast of other regions, I am at least well acquainted with the affairs of Guancher." Wang Ho, now serious, respectfully said, "Truly, you are worthy of being a student of Master Hankyu." Han Gang nodded earnestly. If it were not for the guidance of Master Zithu, there would be no Han Gang today. His words were spoken with genuine sincerity. The vast knowledge of classics and military treatises he inherited from his predecessor, along with his profound understanding of geography, were all due to Zhang Zai's teachings. Under the tutelage of Master Hankyu, one learns not only the Confucian classics but also astronomy, geography, military strategy, and hydraulic engineering. Those who believe that Song scholars are only versed in Jihu Jie are gravely mistaken, especially in military strategy and geography, which were emphasized in Zhang Zai's lectures. In his youth, Zhang Zai had petitioned Fan Zhongyan, expressing his desire to recover the old lands of Qintang alongside local heroes, but was persuaded by Fan to abandon martial pursuits for literature. A decade later, Zhang Zai became a jinshi and began teaching. Even so, his understanding of military affairs was highly regarded by Kai Ting, the military governor of Jinyuan. Han Gang, reflecting on this, suddenly recalled where he had heard the name Wang Xiao. Zhang Zai had once served as the military judge of Weizhou, esteemed by Kai Ting. While in Weizhou, he taught students and assisted Kai Ting in reorganizing the military, addressing vacancies. Just last year, he had heard that Zhang Zai was helping Kai Ting revise the military regulations established by Fan Zhongren. Moreover, before Han Gang returned, he learned that the current minister Kai was successfully implementing these military regulations, gaining the attention of the court, particularly from young officials eager to enrich the nation and strengthen the military, including Minister Wang, who was wholly supportive of the reorganization of local armies to enhance combat effectiveness and command efficiency. At that time, Kai Ting had a valued retainer by his side, also a jinshi, who, like Zhang Zai, was a product of the Jiayu examination of the second year, known colloquially as the same year. However, unlike Zhang Zai, he had failed in the higher-ranking examination, opting to forsake an official career to follow Kai Ting to Shaanxi, traveling through various regions of Guancher, and had even discussed Zhang Zai's plans to recover Qitang. Zhang Zai had told his students that he aspired to follow in the footsteps of Ban Ma and Ma Fubo, wishing to travel thousands of miles to spread the prestige of the Han Dynasty. His name was Wang Xiao. Engaging in pleasant conversation with Wang Ho, Han Gang sensed it was time to delve deeper and inquired, "Is it true that Wang Ji from the strategy division?" Before Han Gang could finish, Wang Ho interjected, "Indeed, that is my father." A subtle smile graced Han Gang's face as he continued, "It is said that your father wishes to annex Qintang and open the border river. This aligns perfectly with our aspirations and the lifelong wish of my master. If your father succeeds, not only will his achievements rival those of Ban and Ma, but he will also be the first to bring peace to the court after pacifying the northern Han. The hundreds of thousands of citizens in Qinzhou will surely feel indebted to him. The Western bandits are eyeing us greedily, and the rebellious Tubo are strong and defiant. Without the aid of wise and capable heroes, success will be elusive. Brother Han, you possess exceptional talent and insight far beyond the ordinary. Might you lend your support to my father to alleviate the suffering of our homeland? In the future, you may even secure a position of honor for yourself and no longer endure the oppression of petty individuals. Wang Ho gazed intently at Han Gang, awaiting his response. Han Gang smiled but remained silent, not inclined to answer. He would certainly like to, but Wang Ho was merely the son, not Wang Xiao himself. His invitation held no weight without his father's endorsement. Han Gang desired an official invitation from Wang Xiao, not a mere suggestion from his son. Wang Ho paused, intending to persuade further, but upon seeing the faint smile on Han Gang's face, he suddenly comprehended. It was clear that such words ought to come from his father. He rephrased, if Brother Han has leisure tomorrow, might you visit the city office? Wang Ho will certainly await your arrival with eagerness. The city office? Han Gang shook his head, laughing. I have already been once today. I wonder if I shall be turned away if I go again tomorrow. Could it be that you wish to see my father? No, I have urgent military matters to report, but no one pays me any heed. Han Gang sighed, as though lamenting a great injustice. What military matters? Wang Ho inquired. I am tasked with escorting military supplies from Qinzhou to Ganggu. This afternoon, we encountered nearly 100 Tibetan bandits in Peisha. Although we scattered them, the main route to Qinzhou is now beset by bandits. This is not a good omen. Han Gang pointed to the slight bulge on Wang Shunshin's left shoulder, where an arrow had struck him. Nevertheless, despite being wounded, Wang Shunshin killed 11 men with his bow. And of the 31 heads displayed on the card outside, a third were his achievements. 11 killed? Wang Ho glanced at Wang Shunshin in astonishment. Not expecting such bravery from him, he quickly pressed, of the 31 heads, what were the spoils? 34 bows, 41 weapons, and a piece of armor. Han Gang recounted these details meticulously. To gain trust, one must not overlook any specifics. With trophies and decapitations, Han Gang's words were undoubtedly credible. With 30% of the bandits slain, it was indeed a fierce battle. Wang Ho nodded, understanding that with a father like Wang Xiao, he had some grasp of military affairs and the casualty rates of battles. He then asked, what of your side's casualties? Including both myself and Wang Shunshin. We total 41 men. 8 were injured, but none were killed in battle. Ah! Wang Ho gasped in disbelief, astonished that not a single man was lost. Han Gang shook his head. 2 were indeed lost. He explained to Wang Ho, these 2 attempted to flee in the heat of battle and sowed discord among the ranks. I had no choice but to execute them, so they cannot be counted as battle deaths. Wang Ho was even more taken aback. It was rare to find a scholar capable of executing men with his own hands, and Han Gang spoke of it as casually as one might discuss a meal. Yet recalling Han Gang's earlier act of shooting Rong Gui in the market, he knew it to be true. As a youth, Wang Ho was captivated by Han Gang's deeds, and his eyes now radiated admiration, filled with respect for him. Rising, he lifted his bowl with both hands, toasting Han Gang. Brother Han, you are indeed a man of guancher. Let us drink to that. Han Gang heartily clinked his bowl against Wang Ho's and emptied it, setting it down to share a knowing smile. Even coarse wine can intoxicate, and a sense of camaraderie surged within Wang Ho's heart, making him feel that the scholar he had met that night was truly a hero of his time. At that moment, Han Gang clapped Wang Shunshin on the shoulder. Speaking of which, the greatest credit for this battle goes to General Wang. I merely maintained order. But General Wang was the one who repelled the enemy. When we were besieged from both sides, it was General Wang who stood firm, his arrows striking true, sending the approaching bandits into disarray. Were it not for General Wang, I would not be able to sit here tonight. Wang Ho examined Wang Shunshin closely, repeatedly praising. Indeed, he is a remarkable general. He then raised his bowl again in salute to Wang Shunshin. Wang Shunshin, delighted, had his mustache standing on end as he eagerly lifted his wine cup in response, feigning modesty with words of flattery. Too kind. Too kind. Not at all. After toasting Wang Shunshin, Wang Ho filled another cup and turned to Zhao Long, saying, Zhao Ganyong's achievements must also be considerable. He should drink a full cup. Zhao Long, feeling embarrassed, blushed deeply and murmured, I am merely a city guard. Han Gang stepped in to alleviate the awkwardness, saying, in terms of martial prowess, Zhao Ganyong is not inferior to General Wang. It's just unfortunate that he offended a superior and has been punished to guard the city. It is truly a pity for such a gem to be tarnished. Zhao Long was profoundly moved, his eyes glistening with tears, nearly on the verge of weeping. Regarding Han Gang, whom he had known for less than half a day, as his greatest confidant, Wang Ho nodded discreetly, compelling Zhao Long to drink, while also noting down his name. As the group settled back down, Han Gang spoke again. Peishia is a vital thoroughfare, located right by Fushang City. Now that bandits have emerged, no one seems to be concerned. I wished to meet with the deputy city lord, but was informed that I must first receive the superior. Upon hearing this, Wang Ho realized it implicated his own father and quickly smiled to explain. If Lord Liu were present, this would not have occurred. It's just that Deputy Li, eager for advancement, hosted a banquet to invite the family, but was rebuffed by them. He is now sulking and, of course, reluctant to attend to matters. Such national affairs. Han Gang sighed, shaking his head, pondering when the officials of the western regions would unite to eliminate the western bandits. Let us not dwell on these troubling matters. Let us drink. To drinking. Wang Shunshan raised his cup in invitation, and the three responded heartily, indulging in joyous toasts. Fueled by the spirit of the wine, Han Gang and Wang Ho continued to converse about various topics, reflecting on past and present, while Wang Shunshan and Zhao Long engaged in light banter, oblivious to their troubles. The four of them drank deeply, losing track of time until the crowing of roosters heralded the dawn, illuminating the sky. Chapter 19. Departing at the city gate on a crisp winter morning, the gentle breeze carried a biting chill that penetrated the very marrow of one's bones. A delicate layer of frost had already coated the ground outside. The western sky was adorned with a deep blue speckled with stars, while the eastern horizon had gradually faded from a resplendent crimson to a gentle glow of dawn. The air was filled with the melodious chirping of birds. The winter residents of the northwestern regions, primarily the brown-feathered sparrows with white bellies, flitted about in the granaries of the bustling Fushang city, their chattering harmonizing with the bugle calls from the military camp. As the rooster crowed, the laborers in the two barracks had long since risen. They no longer required the urging of Han Gang to prepare their belongings. Each man busily gathered his gear, motivated by the respect Han had earned after the previous day's battle. Zhu Zhong, who had gained a degree of prestige after tending to the wounded, had unwittingly become the leader of the laborers. He swiftly organized his belongings and approached the officers' quarters. Zhu Zhong hesitated before the thin wooden door, apprehensive about whether he might disturb the ongoing festivities within. He feared angering the esteemed scholar, so he raised his hand, wavering. Yet, the thought of delaying their departure and potentially inconveniencing Han Gang steeled his resolve, and he gently knocked on the door. Inside the quarters, the wine had run low. The 2 jars initially purchased had been quickly emptied. Zhao Long had since ventured out to procure 3 more jars, and the 4 men had spent the night in revelry and conversation. At this moment, Wang Ho was thoroughly intoxicated. Wang Shunshan and Zhao Long were only half conscious. Only Han Gang, having avoided the wine and burdened with his thoughts, appeared more somber, his eyes reflecting a deeper intensity, unaware that the sun had already risen. The 4 continued their sporadic exchanges until the knock at the door drew their attention. Wang Shunshan leapt to open it, revealing Zhu Zhong. What is it? Wang Shunshan inquired impatiently, his bloodshot eyes radiating an unspoken threat. In the eyes of the laborers, Wang Shunshan was a merciless figure, and Zhu Zhong flinched under his glare, involuntarily stepping back. However, upon catching sight of Han Gang behind him, he mustered his courage and cautiously reminded, "Esteemed scholar, we must set out soon. If we delay, we may not reach Ganga City before nightfall." Indeed, Han Gang responded without hesitation, rising to bid farewell to Wang Ho. Their deep conversation from the previous night had forged a bond of brotherhood, and they now addressed each other as such. Brother Chudao, our connection feels as if we have known each other for ages. I wish to share a few more days of revelry with you. Alas, I am bound by military orders and cannot tarry. Once I return from Gangu in a few days, let us indulge in a proper feast in Fuxiang or the state city. Wang Ho was momentarily taken aback, the effects of the wine dissipating. Why the haste, Han Gang? Will you not visit your family? Han Gang shook his head, adjusting his attire before stepping outside. My mission has a time constraint. I cannot afford any delays. Gangu is not far from Fuxiang. A round trip will take merely 2 days. We shall discuss everything upon my return. Seeing Han Gang's determination to leave, Wang Ho followed closely, desperately seeking reasons to persuade him. You have not slept all night. How can you embark on the journey now? Han Gang laughed heartily. When one is on the road, such concerns are trifles. Missing a night's sleep is hardly detrimental. I can merely rest on the cart. Do you not have military matters to report? First, attend to the city office. Wang Ho continued to devise arguments to keep Han Gang from leaving. Have I not already conveyed this to you? Han Gang replied. I still have a severely injured laborer and 2 others with lighter wounds who can serve as witnesses. The captured weapons and heads will serve as tangible evidence. I trust you will represent me well, Brother Chu Dao. What issue could possibly arise? Surely, you do not intend to appropriate my credit? Of course not. Wang Ho fervently shook his head. Then it is settled. With your assistance, I am confident that both GE and Deputy Cheng will heed the security concerns regarding Peishia. If so, what do I have left to worry about? Han Gang stated calmly. That which is obtained too easily is seldom cherished. Conversely, items acquired through great effort, even a mere shell or a few broken shards, are often meticulously adorned and carefully preserved. This principle holds true for talent as well. Without the arduous process of seeking out Zhuge Liang, how could he have been entrusted with significant responsibilities upon joining Liu Bei? If one merely drinks through the night, how can they expect to be valued highly? Han Gang was not in a hurry to see Wang Xiao. Rather, he hoped Wang Xiao would seek him out. At that moment, Zhu Zhong arrived with a wooden bucket filled with well water and a towel, prepared for Han Gang's ablutions. Han Gang expressed his gratitude and, dipping the towel into the icy water, vigorously washed his face and rinsed his mouth. The shock of the cold water invigorated him, and as the morning light illuminated his features, he appeared composed and refined, devoid of any signs of fatigue. Wang Ho frowned deeply, moving closer to Han Gang and lowering his voice. Ganga City is in dire straits. You venture forth recklessly, which may lead to unforeseen troubles. Everyone seeks fortune while avoiding calamity. Does that mean no one will attend to state affairs? Han Gang countered, glancing up to see tendrils of smoke rising in the distance, confirming Zhao Long's earlier words. He tossed the towel to the laborers for them to clean up, his demeanor remaining undisturbed. Seeing that he could not dissuade Han Gang, Wang Ho turned to Wang Shunshan and Zhao Long for assistance. Both men shook their heads, placing their faith in Han Gang's judgment and understanding that his actions were guided by reason. Their refusal only heightened Wang Ho's frustration, having encountered a capable individual. He could not bear to let him slip away. Take your time packing, and I shall seek out your family, Wang Ho declared, rushing off like the wind. As he watched Wang Ho's figure disappear beyond the camp gate, a faint, enigmatic smile grazed Han Gang's lips. In the Inshur pavilion of the city office, Wang Xiao, clad in a blue robe, paced slowly in the courtyard as dawn broke. He felt no concern for his son, who had not returned home. The 2 guards assigned to him had reported that he was enjoying wine and conversation with Scholar Han. Wang Xiao understood that the astute Han, who had leveraged his influence to compel the local officials to apologize, would find it relatively easy to keep his somewhat naive son engaged and distracted, possibly manipulating him into requesting money or positions. As he continued his pacing, Wang Ho burst in, exclaiming his desire to recommend Han Gang as a staff officer to the Military Affairs Commission. Are you proposing to recommend Scholar Han for official duties? Wang Xiao inquired, not turning to face his son who trailed behind him. Indeed, Wang Ho replied excitedly. Yu Qin is truly talented, knowledgeable in astronomy, geography, military affairs, and hydrology. There is nothing he does not comprehend. His views on the Western bandits and the Tibetan threats align closely with yours. Yu Qin is a disciple of Zhang Zihao, and since you have previously discussed matters of the Hishi region with Mr. Henku, it is no wonder he articulates these issues with such clarity. Is that so? Wang Xiao remarked with a cold smile, his pace unwavering. While his strategic insights in the Pingrong policy were indeed inspired by Zhang Zai, the strategies regarding Hishi were neither original to Zhang Zai nor himself. Many knowledgeable individuals in Guanxi could articulate similar thoughts. Wang Ho, oblivious to his father's expression, continued to extol Han Gang's virtues. Yu Qin possesses integrity, intelligence, and courage. Just yesterday, he led over 30 laborers to decisively defeat the bandits at Peishia, claiming 31 enemy heads and seizing nearly 100 weapons. Such a talent, how could one not recommend him for an official position? With his achievements, it is more than sufficient. Suddenly, Wang Xiao halted, turned back, and raised his hand to interrupt his son's words. Furrowing his brow, you mean there are bandits in Peishia? Wang Ho nodded, indeed. Yukuan. Wang Xiao once again interrupted his son's discourse, urgently inquiring, are they Western bandits or barbarian bandits? How many are there? They are barbarian bandits allied with the Western ones. Their numbers exceed several hundred. Are there any heads and weapons? I have personally verified it. There are also casualties on Yukuan's side. Wang Ho had not actually witnessed it himself, but he held no doubts regarding Han Gang. He believed whatever Han Gang said. This matter must be reported immediately to Li Jinglu. Both Fujiang City and Xiyang Town must mobilize. As Wang Xiao spoke, he prepared to return indoors to draft a letter, instructing someone to urgently deliver it to Qinzhou City. This situation is of utmost importance. The mobilization of hundreds of barbarian soldiers implies the presence of at least one tribe behind them. If this is merely a precursor, the danger escalates. The thoroughfare from Qinzhou to the camps near Wei Shui cannot afford any negligence. Wang Ho called out hurriedly from behind, "Father, what about the matter concerning Yukuan?" Wang Xiao turned back and asked, "Do you remember what I said yesterday? Han Gang is exceedingly cunning. You are far from his match." Wang Ho immediately responded earnestly, "Father is mistaken. Yukuan is a man of integrity. I wish to invite him to the Yinbin Pavilion for a discussion." Yet he declined due to official duties. Such an action cannot be attributed to a petty person. If he were an ordinary individual, he would have come forth without my suggestion. Is that so? After hearing Wang Ho's words, Wang Xiao genuinely contemplated accepting Han Gang as his subordinate, to serve as his aide. The Song Dynasty has never been short of talented poets and scholars, but individuals endowed with both talent and courage are lamentably scarce. In just one night, he had subdued his perpetually proud son. Even more astonishing was that his son exhibited restraint, choosing to uphold his principles while awaiting greater rewards. Han Xiaocai, barely in his 20s, is certainly not an ordinary character. He might indeed prove to be useful. I shall recommend him, but not at this moment. He must first be tempered. Once he has demonstrated sufficient capability under my guidance, I will not delay in recommending him. Wang Xiao smiled, realizing that one cannot simply acquiesce to individuals of superior intellect. Otherwise, they would be led astray. Speaking of this now is rather premature. It is best to wait until he returns from Ganga City. But Han Yukuan is currently serving in the official ranks. Wang Ho exclaimed anxiously, "A bit of hardship is appropriate for the youth. It will not bring harm." "You are simply too compliant," Wang Xiao remarked nonchalantly. "Given the perilous situation in Ganga City, can you truly bear to watch him walk into danger? Do not worry. Han Sen Xiaocai is more discerning than you think." "Sir." Wang Ho suddenly raised his voice, shouting at Wang Xiao in anger. The guards, observing the familial contention, retreated to a distance, hesitant to approach. Wang Xiao frowned at his usually obedient second son, while Wang Ho defiantly met his gaze. The fact that his son was so protective of Han Gang elevated Wang Xiao's opinion of him, yet it also diminished it significantly. A friend who incites discord between father and son is not one any father would wish to see around his child. Wang Xiao pondered. His son's favoritism towards Han Gang made him question the veracity and reliability of the events at Peishia. Historically, Wang Xiao had placed the utmost trust in his second son, Wang Ho, regarding his talents and insights, which is why he had taken him along to learn the ropes. However, Wang Xiao found it increasingly difficult to maintain that level of trust. Should he hastily report the situation at Peishia to Li Shizhong without verification, it would merely become a source of ridicule in Qinzhou City. If it were to tarnish his reputation in Dongjing City, such a loss would be irreparable. Ultimately, it is essential to confirm the facts, Wang Xiao finally conceded. Very well, let us go meet him. Wang Ho was unaware that Wang Xiao's momentary shift in thought had eroded his previous trust in his son's judgment and abilities. He only recognized that his father had finally agreed to his request. He transformed his anger into joy, eagerly calling for guards to prepare for their departure, oblivious to the indifferent expression that had settled on Wang Xiao's face. Chapter 19. Farewell at the City Gate. The tracks of wheels stretch far, Part 2. Without any intention of waiting for news from Wang Ho, Han Gang swiftly completed his preparations. The mules that drew the carts had already been well fed with fodder. According to the agreement with Wang Ho, Han Gang left behind 3 injured soldiers and a cart laden with captured weapons and heads. He had no concerns that anyone would seize these spoils in his absence. With Wang Xiao's son overseeing the matter, no one dared to usurp his achievements. Moreover, aside from Wang Ho, few in Fujiang City were aware that he had left behind these trophies in the camp. After a few cracks of the whip, the supply convoy departed the camp. Han Gang's departure went unnoticed by others. Once the convoy left the camp, it proceeded northward along the main avenue of the city. Today marked the final leg of the journey, totaling 60 li. Following the Gangu River northward, they would reach On Yuan Stockade after 30 li, and another 30 li would bring them to Ganga City. Although the situation in Gangu was currently unstable, The first half of the journey to Anyuan Stockade would pose no issues. They could reach Anyuan Stockade first and then determine their next course of action. Should Ganga City fall, it would not be his concern. If it remained standing, he would find a way to enter. In any case, Fuqiang City was not a place he could linger. Han Gang had already made his intentions clear yesterday. To change his mind today and not go to Ganga City would be akin to handing a knife to Xiang Bao, inviting him to stab him in the back. Xiang Bao would not even need to act personally. With just a few words, a host of petty individuals would rush forward to make Han Gang's life unbearable, or even to take it. Wang Ho had indeed brought his father, Wang Xiao. When the convoy reached the northern gate of Fuqiang City, the father and son, accompanied by several guards, were waiting there. Indeed, it is Wang Ji. Zhao Long whispered excitedly to Han Gang. He is guarding the city gate. I am well familiar with Wang Xiao's appearance. Is that so? Wang Xuanqin's spirits lifted as well. He had not anticipated that Wang Ho would truly bring his father along. It seemed that Han Sanxiu was indeed poised for promotion. Yes, I see him, Han Gang replied, his voice steady as he confirmed Wang Xiao's identity even before Zhao Long spoke. Upon first sight of Wang Xiao, Han Gang recognized that the cunning strategist of Qin Feng Road was not easily deceived like his son. The gaunt face bore the marks of hardship, and beneath the straight brows were eyes that discerned the intricacies of human nature and worldly affairs. His gaze, though lacking in aggression or oppression, was as unyielding as stone. From Han Gang's past experiences, he understood that individuals with such eyes were profoundly difficult to sway with mere words. Thus, it was unnecessary to squander breath and time on such a person. Student Han Gang pays his respects to Ji. Approaching Wang Xiao, Han Gang bowed respectfully, his demeanor unchanged. As if greeting an ordinary superior, he merely fulfilled the customary gesture. Han Gang was acutely aware that when dealing with an old hand like Wang Xiao, the best strategy was to act with integrity and perform his duties well. Wang Xiao, though not particularly tall, required Han Gang to look down at him when he straightened up. Yet, even without considering his status as a cunning strategist, Wang Xiao's presence was no less formidable than Han Gang's. Standing with his hands clasped behind him, Wang Xiao revealed no discernible emotion, yet this very posture conveyed much. Han Gang's gaze flickered, understanding that it was unlikely he would hear any words of invitation from Wang Xiao today. The carefully crafted rhetoric he had prepared, portraying himself as a virtuous official dedicated to the state, had lost its opportunity to shine. In light of this, he resolved to pursue a secondary objective, to have Wang Xiao assist him in resolving some pressing issues. Efficiently utilizing resources was also Han Gang's steadfast principle, and his elegant and upright appearance often garnered favorable impressions. Yet Wang Xiao had never been one to judge by appearances. He had no desire for idle small talk and directly urged Han Gang to share his primary concern. Relate to me in detail the events surrounding yesterday's battle at Peishia. Han Gang's expression mirrored Wang Xiao's stoicism, calm and unruffled, with the sharpness in his eyes deeply concealed. He recounted the events of the previous day's battle in plain and simple language, devoid of the exaggerated embellishments typical of ordinary literati. He refrained from inserting his thoughts or speculations and made no self-aggrandizing statements, faithfully adhering to the facts. If there were any distortions, it was that Han Gang had attributed much of his credit to Wang Xuanqin and the laborers. However, he intentionally omitted some crucial details, confident that Wang Xiao would perceive them. As Han Gang expected, Wang Xiao displayed a profound understanding of military matters. He immediately discerned the flaw caused by Han Gang's deliberate omissions. Peishia Valley is filled with vegetation and numerous ravines. The bandits who attacked numbered only a little over 100. They could easily conceal themselves. How did Scholar Han perceive this? Why did you take precautions upon entering Peishia? Wang Xiao's inquiry struck at the crux of the matter. The Wei River Valley below Fuqiang City had long been under the control of the Song army, and no one would suspect the presence of barbarian bandits. Yet, why did Han Gang manage to anticipate the danger while traversing Peishia Valley? If the convoy were suddenly ambushed by enemy forces during their march, even seasoned generals would struggle to organize their troops for a counterattack promptly. Maintaining constant vigilance would significantly impede the pace of the march. How could a supply convoy of more than 30 individuals remain alert while swiftly advancing through the various hiding spots in Peishia Valley? Wang Xiao had been in Qinfeng for a year and was well aware of the logistical arrangements for supply convoys traveling north from Qinzhou to various stockades. The fact that Han Gang's convoy had entered Peishia before noon indicated that they were moving at full speed. Under such circumstances, if 100 bandits suddenly descended from the mountains, it would be inevitable that they would suffer complete annihilation unless they had been prepared in advance. or if Han Gang's convoy included a valiant warrior capable of single-handedly facing 100 foes. Wang Xiao's gaze sharpened as he questioned Han Gang, keenly observing the changes in his expression. Han Gang's performance bore no flaws. He offered a wry smile, a genuine sense of resignation, because the student had already known that this journey would not be easy long before departing from Qinzhou. Huang Daong had been designated as a Western rebel spy attempting to incinerate the military arsenal. Huang Dala was a confidant of Qinzhou, and this was common knowledge in Qinzhou. Yet, Qinzhou severed his ties with Huang Dala after spending tens of thousands of cash. However, if someone were determined to weave a web of accusations to ensnare Qinzhou in an irretrievable predicament, it would not be a difficult task. Han Gang succinctly conveyed his grievances with Qinzhou to Wang Xiao, emphasizing Qinzhou's influence and wealth. Qinzhou's family had held positions in the Chengji county government for 3 generations, with all the local officials as his subordinates. Even the county chief appointed by the court could not touch him. Numerous officials had been offended by Qinzhou's machinations. The fact that he could casually produce tens of thousands of cash to extricate himself from trouble demonstrated the extent of his ill-gotten gains amassed through dealings with the barbarian tribes. Before he could finish, Wang Xiao's demeanor appeared unchanged, yet Han Gang noticed subtle shifts in the contours of his eyes and the corners of his mouth. The ability to weave language that precisely addressed the issue at hand and modulate his tone to enhance credibility was Han Gang's forte. Moreover, his adeptness at discerning the audience's sentiments and directly striking at their hearts was a well-honed skill. As the chief strategist, Wang Xiao was not technically responsible for internal affairs in Qinzhou. However, following the battle at Peixiao Valley, the crucial route to the front lines had encountered problems, granting Wang Xiao ample justification to intervene. Power is never unwelcome, and if Wang Xiao could topple Qinzhou and preside over the division of his substantial wealth, his influence and authority among Qinzhou officials would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. How could Wang Xiao remain unaffected by such prospects, concealing his inner satisfaction beneath a solemn facade? Han Gang concluded, Huang Daong is but a mere lackey. How could he possess the audacity to incinerate the military arsenal? Over the past 20 years, Qingji County has faced 3 instances of arson. Could it be solely attributed to Huang Daong? In Qingji, it is Qinzhou who holds absolute power, with the capability to orchestrate such fires. The one with close ties to the barbarian tribes is none other than Qinzhou. I inadvertently disrupted Qinzhou's grand scheme. And though I may be inexperienced, I am not blind to his intentions toward me. With Qinzhou's fortune of hundreds of thousands, how difficult would it be to mobilize a barbarian tribe, had it not been for the serendipitous fortune of the students, who had sought the assistance of Wang Jun from Wujiapan in advance? The more than 30 individuals accompanying them would undoubtedly have found no means of escape. After Han Gang concluded his remarks, he awaited Wang Xiao's decision in silence. He understood that Wang Xiao would never rely solely on a single account. Upon returning to Qinzhou, further investigation was inevitable. However, Qinzhou's fate had already been sealed. Whether he was a spy for the Western bandits was of little consequence compared to the matter of his substantial wealth. Han Gang had now placed a formidable weapon in Wang Xiao's hands, and it was hard to believe he would remain indifferent to the enticing prospects presented by the prosperous Qinzhou. Wang Xiao fell into deep contemplation. Having spent a year in Qinzhou, he was certainly acquainted with the name of Qinzhou. It was indeed remarkable that after a minor conflict with Han Gang, Qinzhou had managed to thrive to this day. Moreover, Han Gang's connection with Judge Wu Yin further elevated Wang Xiao's regard for him. If even half of what Han Gang had asserted held any truth, it would be sufficient to bring about Qinzhou's utter ruin. Yet, Wang Xiao had discerned Han Gang's cunning from his words. With sufficient incentives, he would not hesitate to utilize Han Gang as a tool for his own ends. Although the desire to inflict some hardship upon him grew increasingly pronounced, without lingering too long in thought, Wang Xiao turned to Wang Ho and instructed, "Second brother, go to Han Shou's camp from yesterday and deliver the heads and weapons in the cart to the city office for verification. Once confirmed, commend Han Shou for his efforts." "Understood," replied Wang Ho, oblivious to the fact that this was merely a ruse by Wang Xiao to distract him. He assumed Wang Xiao merely wished to validate the truth of Han Gang's statements. Excitedly nodding in agreement, he exchanged a knowing glance with Han Gang before hastening into the city with 2 guards. Once Wang Ho had departed, Wang Xiao's gaze swept over the convoy, and he remarked, "Ganga's city urgently requires support. This supply convoy must not falter." Han Gang solemnly responded, "As this is my duty, I shall endeavor to fulfill it diligently." "You think thus, which proves that your study of the sages has not been in vain," Wang Xiao commended. glancing upward at the gradually rising sun before lowering his gaze and casually urging Han Gang. Time is of the essence. If we delay further, we may not reach Ganga City before nightfall. Without hesitation, Han Gang bowed once more in agreement. If that is the case, there is no need for you to see me off. I bid you farewell. Throughout the exchange, Wang Xiao exhibited no inclination to recruit Han Gang. Instead, he pressed for their departure. Wang Shunshin and Zhao Long, who had been delighted for Han Gang, were momentarily taken aback. Yet, Han Gang maintained his composure, responding with unwavering clarity. Without harboring expectations, one can avoid disappointment. Since Wang Xiao currently showed no interest in enlisting him, Han Gang resolved to continue with his own endeavors. Opportunities to showcase his capabilities would undoubtedly arise, and there would be ample occasions to prove himself. There was no need to depend on Wang Xiao. Regardless, Han Gang found it sufficient that Wang Xiao had turned his attention toward Chenju. With neither resentment nor anticipation, Han Gang performed the customary salutations to the Qinfeng Road's military administration, bidding a heartfelt farewell to the still-dazed Zhao Long before leading his contingent northward. Without a glance back, such an unburdened farewell left Wang Xiao furrowing his brow. As he watched Han Gang's convoy bathed in the morning light gradually recede, he pondered silently. Have I misjudged Han Xiao? Chapter 20. The Enemy Comes Like a Tide, Part 1. Zhang Shouyue turned to glance back. Behind him, banners waved majestically, and soldiers swarmed like ants, their numbers seemingly filling the entire valley. Yet, if one were to count meticulously, the actual strength amounted to a mere 2,000. This was the entirety of his military force at the command of the Qinfeng Road. Approaching the age of 60, Zhang Shouyue's hair had turned gray, and his thick eyebrows heavily cast shadows over his weary eyes. The seasoned general squinted, the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes resembling deep, aged ravines on his sunken, darkened face, which bore the marks of time like a parched field. His expression remained calm and unyielding, though his tightly pressed lips betrayed the anxiety brewing within. His dim eyes were fixed on the enemy to the east, where over 10,000 Xia bandits gathered, mounted warriors wielding spears and foot soldiers clad in armor. The sea of adversaries stretched across the valley, completely obstructing Zhang Shouyue's route back to Ganga City. He inwardly cursed his own ambition during this border patrol, having fallen prey to such a simplistic ruse. Ganga City stood at the entrance of the Great Gangu Valley, with the southern expanse stretching 60 miles, renowned for its hot springs, thus dubbed Hot Valley. To the north of Ganga City lay the Upper Gangu Valley, known as South Valley, which now demarcated the territorial boundary between the Song and Xia dynasties. Zhang Shouyue's intention in leading the patrol was to expel the over 1,000 bandits invading South Valley, not realizing that these brigands were merely bait, with the true enemy lying in wait to ensnare him. After 2 days of pursuit, winding through the terrain and following the bandits, he found himself ambushed by thousands of foes, blocking the return route of his 2,000 troops. Currently, Zhang Shouyue and his men were approximately 30 miles from Ganga City. This distance, while seemingly manageable, would feel insurmountable in the event of battle. During the Battle of Sanchuankou, General Lu Ping had once been a mere 5 miles from Yen Prefecture, gazing longingly at its walls. Yet despite a fierce struggle, he was unable to breach the city, culminating in the annihilation of his forces outside its gates. With 30 miles to traverse, facing 5 times the enemy's numbers, and having pursued the bandits for 2 days, Zhang Shouyue found himself in a predicament similar to that faced by Lu Ping years ago, prompting him to stroke his beard in contemplation, silent and pensive. Dare I ask, Commander, what shall we do now? One of his anxious subordinates stammered. What is there to fear? Is it merely over 10,000 bandits? Zhang Shouyue snapped, irritation rising at the cowardice displayed by his troops. Their trepidation unwittingly ignited a fire within him, rekindling his resolve. Setting aside the dip in morale caused by the ambush, his primary concern was simply the overwhelming enemy numbers. Indeed, simply, Zhang Shouyue was a seasoned veteran from the western frontiers, over 20 years prior. The Song armies had suffered consecutive defeats against the Xia bandits. Although he had not participated in those battles, he had been involved in subsequent rescue efforts. He possessed an intricate understanding of the circumstances surrounding Lu Ping's defeat at Sanchuankou, Ren Fu's loss at Haoshuichuan, and Gu Huaimin's failure at Dingchuanzhai. The geographical conditions had resulted in the western borders being divided into 4 routes: Qinfeng, Jingyuan, Huanqing, and Fuyan. Consequently, the border forces were also split into 4 segments. While the total military strength of the Song dynasty in the Western territories exceeded that of Su Shi, when viewed in isolation, each rout fell short against the bandits. Moreover, the necessity to disperse troops to defend various strategic points meant that it was impossible to concentrate forces. In contrast, the Su Shi bandits could mobilize their entire army at will, launching fierce assaults on any route they desired. Thus, the three prior defeats had seen the Song armies, already at a disadvantage, fall into the cunning traps laid by Li Yuanhao, only to be overwhelmed by the Su Shi forces, who struck with decisive superiority. In the battle at Sanchuankou, Lu Ping's weary troops, having been misled by the Su Shi stratagem, faced the well-rested army of Li Yuanhao, numbering over 100,000. Despite the fact that they had been outmaneuvered, it was difficult to blame the enemy's cunning. However, the stark disparity in troop strength meant that even after 2 days of grueling combat, Lu Ping was only able to establish a defensive position. The formidable strength of the Su Shi forces was a bitter pill for many commanders to swallow, causing lingering resentment over their defeats. In an equitable confrontation, with equal forces engaged directly, the Song troops had not suffered many defeats, and instances of routing the Su Shi bandits were not uncommon. Now, however, it was merely a matter of 2,000 against 10,000. Moreover, the 1,000 bandits serving as bait had already fallen into Zhang Shoyue's grasp, thwarting the Su Shi's dream of encircling him. There was still a chance to fight back. Zhang Shoyue thought with renewed determination, if he could delay the battle a little longer. Reinforcements from Fuchang City and Jichuanzhai across the mountain should arrive, allowing the Song forces to encircle the Su Shi bandits. Yet, as the reinforcements had yet to arrive, the Su Shi were already preparing to attack, with the rising sun illuminating their backs. The Song troops on the west side now had to contend with both the enemy and the blinding sunlight. In terms of timing, terrain, and morale, they had lost 2 out of 3 advantages. Zhang Shoyue pondered his options, realizing that he could only rely on the morale of his troops to counter the odds. As various strategies flitted through his mind, one name emerged above all others: Wang Junwan. Your orders, General. A tall, handsome officer dismounted gracefully from his steed just a few paces from Zhang Shoyue, his agile movements undeterred by the weight of his armor. He knelt before Zhang Shoyue, awaiting commands. Raising his somewhat heavy right arm, Zhang Shoyue pointed towards the vast enemy formation ahead. You shall lead your men and charge forward. His tone was as calm as if he were merely sending Wang Junwan to fetch wine or buy vegetables. Charge? Wang Junwan looked up, puzzled. In an instant, Zhang Shoyue's dim eyes sharpened, regaining the fierce determination of his youth. He demanded sternly, do you dare, or do you not? Wang Junwan, possessing a pair of slightly delicate phoenix eyes, appeared youthful and fair-skinned, distinctly unlike a battle-hardened soldier. Yet, this strikingly handsome young man, still under 30, bore the stains of battle on his armor and robes, remnants from his earlier skirmish against the Su Shi bandits. Upon hearing Zhang Shoyue's challenge, Wang Junwan sprang to his feet, his eyes blazing with resolve. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he shouted defiantly, what is there to fear? With a swift motion, he mounted his horse, brandishing a lengthy spear that he had thrust into the ground. The weapon whistled through the air, capturing the attention of his fellow soldiers as he bellowed, brothers, let's charge forth. As a cavalry commander, he led 400 horsemen, holding a non-ranked position, still a considerable distance from the official ranks. Yet, his commanding presence was that of a seasoned general. The 400 riders surged forth like a tempest, their thunderous hooves echoing through the valley. Under Wang Junwan's leadership, they crashed into the concentrated formation of Su Shi troops in South Valley. With spear in hand, he brandished it like a glimmering silver blossom, slicing through the air. As they charged, a wave of crimson followed in their wake, forcing the enemy to retreat. The white standard of the Su Shi bandits loomed before him, and Wang Junwan's battle cry grew louder as he wielded his spear, toppling several Su Shi warriors, scattering their ranks, and surged towards the banner, determined to claim the head of their commanding general. As Wang Junwan prepared to launch a decisive assault on the central formation of the Western Xia, the horns of the party Xiang army blared urgently, accompanied by a rallying cry. A contingent of seldom armored infantry, clad in mismatched colors, surged forth with fierce determination, resolutely positioning their flesh and blood as a barrier against the advancing Song cavalry. Zhang Shoyue's breath quickened, his grip on the reins tightening with alarm. The force obstructing the Song cavalry was known as the Zhuangling, a battalion comprised of Han people organized and trained within the Western Xia realm. Whenever confronted by formidable foes, they were compelled to charge forward. If victorious, the rear would follow up with a massacre. If defeated, it was merely the Han who would perish. This treacherous band of traitors had wrought a bloody toll across the 4 routes of Guanxi, rivaling that of the party Xiang rebels. With the Zhuangling firmly entangled, the momentum of Wang Junwen's 400 cavalry began to wane. A squadron of Iron Hawks seized the opportunity, charging in to intercept them. Wang Junwen skillfully maneuvered his forces, pulling on the reins to evade their onslaught. However, their offensive crumbled in the wake of this maneuver. Waves of party Xiang troops surged forward, howling like a pack of wolves attacking a hungry tiger, surrounding Wang Junwen and his men. Though the fierce tiger was formidable, each clash resulted in the loss of flesh to the relentless wolves. The Song cavalry, having breached the enemy lines, dwindled visibly, with each passing moment bringing injuries and riders tumbling to the ground. Wang Junwen, glancing back, felt his eyes nearly burst with fury. With a thunderous roar that reverberated across the battlefield, he wielded his spear, sending a torrent of lethal strikes through the throats and chests of a dozen Western Xia warriors, the blood glistening on the spear tip. In a fleeting moment, the overwhelming enemy forces before him were momentarily repelled by the ferocious Wang Junwen. "Follow me," he bellowed once more, urging his steed forward, and, with his remaining troops, he charged out before the party Xiang could regroup. The cavalry fought their way through the Western Xia ranks, desperately seeking an opening, and at last, they managed to retreat back to their own position. Despite having claimed hundreds of enemy lives in their foray, only a little over 300 of Wang Junwen's iron steeds remained, each rider wobbling precariously in the saddle, all bearing wounds. Chapter 20. The enemy comes like a tide. Part 2. The battle situation resembled a seesaw. As one side's momentum waned, the other would inevitably rise. As Commander Wang Junwen retreated, the sound of drums and horns erupted from the Xia camp. 2 battalions of Iron Hawks, each comprising around 1,000 men, split from the central army, flanking the Song forces from both sides. Zhang Dun glared at the oncoming Xia soldiers, and upon observing his cavalry, now weary and incapable of charging again, he snorted coldly and dismounted. He discarded his helmet, which clanked as it fell, and unfastened his cloak, allowing it to flutter away in the wind. The veteran from Ganga City removed his shoulder armor, shedding his protective gear, and tied his inner robe around his waist, revealing an upper body marred with scars, his skin hardened like iron. Zhang Shoyue's robust physique, comparable to that of a youthful warrior, stood bare against the cold wind, showing no signs of retreat. He stepped forward, pushing aside a drummer who was fervently beating the war drums, and seized a pair of drumsticks, swinging his arms to strike the large drum with great force. The resonating sound echoed through the heavens, the war drum struck by the commander himself invigorating the entire army, lifting their spirits instantly. In sync with the rhythm, the sword and shield bearers clashed their weapons, while the spear wielders pounded their weapons against the ground. "Victory! Victory!" The resolute shout of 2,000 soldiers echoed, embodying the Han Sun's fervor for triumph. With a flourish of his arms, Zhang Shoyue quickened the rhythm of the drumbeats, signaling the infantry of over 1,500 men to advance in formation. Rows of swords and spears pointed forward, bracing against the assault of the Iron Hawks. Meanwhile, the archers in the rear unleashed a torrent of arrows, creating a rain of projectiles that made it difficult for the Xia forces to advance. Despite the Song infantry being individually less formidable than the Khitan and Tanga warriors, once they formed their arrow formations, even the mightiest of armies would hesitate to approach. The Xia cavalry, realizing this, ceased their advance and gradually fell back beyond the Song army's range, skirting cautiously, unwilling to charge recklessly. As arrows fell like rain, they scattered across both armies. The Xia forces could not breach the Song defense, yet the Song army was equally unable to dismantle the Xia blockade, resulting in a stalemate in the conflict. Since departing from Fuxiang City, the supply convoy had been journeying north along the official road. The mountains on either side gradually rose, marking the beginning of the Lupan Mountains. The Gangu River, flowing through the valley, originates from a hot spring. In this era, hot springs were referred to as Tang, and mountains with such springs were called Tang Shan. Hence Gangu is also known as Tongyu. Flanking the riverbank, fertile fields flourished. The vast farmlands of Gangu Valley were nourished by the waters of this river. The 60-mile-long valley yielded bountiful harvests. As one gazed out, the landscape was dotted with fields where stubble was burnt after harvest, living up to the name of Gangu. However, the Gangu River, being a river of the Lust Plateau, was particularly clear now due to the sparse winter rains. Yet, during the summer monsoon season, It is said that a single torrential downpour could engulf the entire valley with muddy floodwaters, and once the waters receded, enormous stones, towering over half a man's height, would be strewn about, even carving away layers from the valley floor. The official road along the west bank of the river had sections where the embankment and river surface varied by nearly 10 zhang, a testament to the power of the flood. After crossing a gentle slope, the official road dipped, rising only 2 zhang above the river's surface. Observing the gently flowing water, as clear as a mountain stream, Han Gang felt a stir in his heart. He halted the convoy and descended with Wang Shunshin to the riverbank. Kneeling down, he reached out to test the water. Instantly, he gasped, so cold. The early winter river was not yet frozen, yet its temperature was akin to ice. As he plunged his hand into the frigid water, a chill shot through him, making him feel as if half his body had turned to ice. He splashed some water on his face, but refrained from drinking, fearing it might upset his stomach. Beside him, Wang Shunshin, unconcerned, knelt on the ground, cupping the river water and gulping down several hearty swallows, droplets cascading from his unkempt beard. He wiped his face haphazardly with his sleeve, exuding a wild and carefree demeanor. After quenching his thirst, he sighed deeply and suddenly cursed, "Damn it, all this pent-up frustration has only just subsided." Han Gang patted Wang Shunshin's shoulder, understanding the source of his friend's discontent. It was evident that his friend was upset on his behalf, which only deepened their bond. Why fret? The matter of recommendations must be mutually agreeable. If I do not catch Wang Ji's eye, so be it. Wang Shunshin clicked his tongue, still feeling unsatisfied. In his view, the Wang family was indeed unreliable. Wang Yanyi had spoken optimistically, and yet Wang Ji had reached the city gates. After exchanging a few words, they sent third brother out of the city without even a kind word. Was this not a farce? He had never encountered such nonsense. Wang Chudao was one person, and Wang Ji was another. They should not be conflated. After a night of drinking together, one would expect Wang Ji to have some understanding of his brother's character. He must have genuinely intended to recommend me, but failed to gain Wang Ji's approval. Otherwise, why would Wang Ji have sent Chudao away first? Wang Ji truly lacks foresight. Wang Shunshin's expression darkened as he leapt onto the riverbank, stepping over the loose soil and stones. For these soldiers, the camaraderie forged in the crucible of battle was of utmost importance. Having fought side by side, they shared a bond akin to life and death. In Peisha Valley, he had worked in tandem with Han Gang to repel the enemy. He admired Han Gang's character, demeanor, and tactics immensely. Moreover, with the connection to the 19th brother, Zhang Jianzhong, Wang Shunshin was hopeful that Han Gang would secure an official position, even if he did not promote him. Having a familiar official would be a matter of pride. Han Gang followed behind, drawing strength from Wang Shunshin's presence. Whether Wang Ji possessed vision was his concern. All Han Gang desired was for him to resolve the Chunju issue. Otherwise, why should he relinquish the captured heads and weapons to Wang Chudao? He spoke candidly, valuing sincerity and friendship. Even if they could not share their innermost thoughts, they should at least maintain a facade of openness. Once Chunju was no longer a threat, he could study in peace in Qinzhou. With his talents, Han Gang needed no recommendation to attain an official post in the future. Indeed, with your talent, third brother, you are destined to excel in the imperial examinations. You need not rely on him for a recommendation. Wang Shunshin nodded in agreement, recognizing Han Gang's abilities, which far surpassed those of many literati he had encountered before. Yet, for some reason, Han Gang suddenly began to glance around, his expression turning serious. Third brother Han, what is the matter? Wang Shunshin inquired. Do you not sense something amiss? It seems too quiet. A tightening sensation gripped Han Gang's heart. While traversing the road earlier, he had not noticed it, but now that they halted, he realized that apart from the gentle murmurs of the flowing river, all that remained was the sporadic, mournful call of cold-hungry birds. Indeed, Wang Shunshin also perceived the unusual stillness in the valley. Having spent his youth in the army, his instincts for danger were unusually acute. Where had the tribesmen gone? Gangu was originally the domain of the Biliu tribe, yet due to the ravages of war, they had migrated south into the Qianling Mountains over a decade ago. The valley they left behind was claimed by the more ferocious Xinbo 3 clans. Although the Xinbo 3 clans were nominally 3 tribes, they were essentially a single entity formed through intermarriage. They had always navigated between the Song and Xia, sometimes siding with the Song army against the Xia, and at other times joining the Tanguts in their incursions, seeking to share in the spoils. Despite the Xinbo 3 clans having made numerous enemies in Guanshi due to their fickle allegiances, when they found themselves in a precarious position, they could easily adopt a subservient demeanor, making it difficult for the Song to decisively eradicate them. However, the Xinbo three clans' opportunistic existence came to an end last year with the completion of Ganges City. With the route to Xixia sealed, they were forced to become subjects of the Song. The tribes in Qinzhou were no longer nomadic groups following water and grasslands. While they rarely constructed homes, they cultivated the land for agriculture. The Xinbo three clans, residing in Gangu Valley, were said to possess 4,000 tents, which, by Han standards, equated to 4,000 households, marking them as one of the prominent clans among the hundreds of tribes in Qinzhou, easily capable of organizing a formidable army. A total of 4,000 Tibetan tents found themselves encircled by Ganges City and Fujian City, compelled to labor diligently in the valleys for cultivation. However, as Han Gang and his companions traversed the terrain, they encountered no signs of the Tibetan encampments. Where could they have vanished? A glance exchanged between Han Gang and Wang Shunshan revealed that their whereabouts were of little consequence. More importantly, it was the intentions of those who sought refuge in Fujian City that mattered. Gazing northward, they beheld plumes of smoke rising in straight columns from the mountain peaks, gradually ascending into the heavens. The urgent news from Ganges City could no longer be concealed, relayed swiftly along the beacon signal pathways that traversed the Gangu Valley. Should Ganges City fall, which side would those marauding brigands choose? Wang Shunshan fixed his gaze upon the curling smoke signals scattered across the mountain tops. He doubted that the Sanboi tribes would dare to besiege Ganges City. Had these Tibetan clans possessed such audacity, they would have been extinguished long ago. They would only exploit the chaos during the Western incursions to gain some advantage, lacking the courage to confront the Western forces directly. It was likely they had retreated into the deep recesses of the valleys flanking Gangu, biding their time for a resolution on that front. Was this not self-evident? Han Gang scoffed inwardly. Those not of our kind harbor fundamentally different intentions. If these Tibetan tribes cannot be educated and assimilated into the Han culture, they will remain malignant tumors to the Song Dynasty's dominion over the northwestern frontier. Each time the Tangut people invaded, numerous Tibetan factions would follow suit, complicit in their depredations. If a more resolute border commander were stationed, he could subdue a few of these tribes, serving as a warning. Yet, should they encounter a feeble scholar such as Fan Yong, they would be allowed to act with impunity in the region west of the passes. Suddenly, Han Gang leaped atop a nearby mule cart, standing tall in the cart bed, and called out to the laborers below. This is our final leg. Let us muster our strength. If we reach on Yuan Zhai by noon, we shall find ourselves resting in the comforts of Ganges City before nightfall. Over 30 voices responded in unison, the rhythmic clatter of wheels resuming, now much faster than before. After 4 arduous days, with a skirmish along the way, the laborers eagerly anticipated the journey's conclusion. Han Gang then hopped down from the cart, returning to Wang Shunshan's side, and remarked with a smile, in any case, we can only rely on the wisdom of the esteemed Supervisor Zhang now. Chapter 21. Unleashing the Divine Arm Against the Enemy from a Distance of Several Dozen Miles. Zhang Shoyue continued to strike the war drum with fervor. As the battle raged on, the nearly 60-year-old veteran's breath became increasingly labored, beads of sweat cascading down his bronze skin. In the biting cold wind, steam rose from his bare shoulders. Yet, the strength he infused into his drumsticks remained capable of shaking mountains, the thunderous sound of the drum still reverberating through the air. Kill for me, Zhang Shoyue roared, consumed by an intoxicating fervor. After 40 years of military service and countless battles, he had marched forward countless times to the rhythm of the drum. Enemies fell before his spear, banners fluttered at his feet, and the pounding of the drum became his second heartbeat, igniting his blood like smoke on the battlefield. In the valley, the two armies were locked in fierce combat. A relentless barrage of arrows filled the air, punctuated by the muffled cries of soldiers struck down. Waves of infantry surged from both flanks, unleashing a hail of arrows upon the Song army before retreating to their starting positions. Meanwhile, the heavily armored infantry advanced directly, exchanging fire with the Song's crossbowmen to shield the cavalry from attacks during their maneuvers. The bolts flew from the crossbows with deadly precision, met with cries of agony as they struck their marks. However, the tactics of the Tongxiang people held little significance before the Song army's formidable arrow formations. Gaps were carved into the ranks of both the infantry and the cavalry by the relentless onslaught of arrows. The Song's arrow formations, regarded as impregnable fortifications, could exact a heavy toll on any enemy once properly arrayed. In terms of archery, the men of Guanshi were certainly not inferior to the Tongxiang. And when it came to weaponry, the Song's powerful crossbows were unmatched. However, as the battle progressed, the rate of fire from the crossbows began to wane. Even with Zhang Shouyue leading a contingent of 2,000 elite troops from the Qin-Feng Road, they could not endure the relentless toll of continuous shooting. The hard crossbows employed by the Song army possessed a draw weight often exceeding 3 stone, while the battle bows were around 1 stone. The physical exertion required to knock the arrows was immense. Ordinary soldiers would typically find their arms and legs weary after discharging a dozen or 20 arrows. Explaining why quivers held only around 20 arrows. If the bows were drawn only halfway, it was indeed possible to fire a few more arrows. But such shafts would lack power and only serve to bounce harmlessly off the enemy's armor unless shot with extraordinary precision to pierce vital areas. As for the hard crossbows, they could only be fully drawn, requiring an immense force of 300 pounds. Few could withstand the physical drain of such exertion. Zhang Shouyue understood well, as did every officer of the Song army, that if this stalemate continued, it would be the side with dwindling numbers that would suffer defeat. 2,000 against 10,000 meant the Tongxiang could rotate their forces, while the Song army could only grit their teeth and hold on. Zhang Shouyue pondered in distress. Many choices lay before him, yet none appeared reliable enough to ensure the safe return of his men to Ganga City. With no retreat possible and no advance feasible, how could he break the impasse? Victory seemed tantalizingly close, yet Yuzhong wrongly suppressed the tumult within him. As a powerful contender for the position of clan leader of the Yuzhong family, a prominent Tibetan clan allied with the Tongxiang, he had long harbored a fierce competitive spirit toward his illustrious elder brother, Yuzhong Huama. Despite being fellow luminaries of their generation, Yuzhong Huama consistently overshadowed Yuzhong Rongli, winning the favor of the clan elders and members alike. Thus, Yuzhong Rongli's deep-seated desire for military achievement, coupled with his ambition to surpass his brother, drove him to be willing to pay any price. This marked Yuzhong Rongli's first command of a large army. Initially intending to lure out a few commanders from Ganga City to bolster his military reputation, but unexpectedly, he had hooked a formidable opponent in Zhang Shouyue. 200 paces away, the red banner emblazoned with the black letter Zhang dazzled Yuzhong Rongli's eyes. The venerable General Zhang Shouyue, renowned along the Qin-Feng Road, was both the chief inspector of the road and a steadfast bulwark of Ganga City. If he could slay this formidable foe, presenting Zhang's head as a trophy upon entering Gangu, the mighty city would surely capitulate without a fight. The prospect of imminent military glory exhilarated Yuzhong Rongli. Everything felt so close at hand. Zhang Shouyue was within reach. Victory was within reach. And the position of the head of the Yuzhong family was equally within his grasp. Yet, the resistance from the Song army persisted. As both cavalry and infantry pressed forward against their ranks, suffering staggering casualties. Let the Chuangling general charge again, Yuzhong Rongli ordered, knowing no officer would oppose this command. After all, did not the Han advocate for using the barbarian against the barbarian? The Chuangling general was a product of Han strategy. If they could break through the Song's arrow formation and enter Gangu, they could revel for 3 days. The Chuangling general obeyed, surging forward. These traitorous Han soldiers lacked honor and dignity, unable to govern their own lives under the Tongxiang, yet they scrambled to plunder their compatriots. Observing the renewed ferocity of the battle lines ahead, Yuzhong Rongli lightly pulled the reins, guiding his horse forward. General, a loyal guard, unaware of Yuzhong Rongli's true intentions, assumed he aimed to personally charge the enemy lines. Beat the drum, Yuzhong Rongli commanded. His voice booming amid the drumbeats. Raise the banners. Advance 50 paces. Listen well, my army. Bring me Zhang Shouyue's head, and upon entering Gangu, I vow not to sheath my blade for 10 days. Zhang Shouyue was still absorbed in contemplation, yet the Tongxiang did not wait for him to devise a plan. The drums of war began to sound from the opposing side, a customary call to advance for the Tongxiang. The banner of the Western Xia, once stationed over 150 paces away, began to move forward, halting after advancing 50 paces amidst the cheers of the Western brigands. The old general's gaze fixed intently on the white banner, beneath which stood a fully armored commander, undoubtedly the leader of the Western brigands. The advance of the banner signified a movement of their central formation, heralding the imminent launch of a new assault, and indicating that the upcoming attack would be even fiercer. 1,000 elite Tongxiang troops roared in unison, their shouts echoing throughout the valley, and as Zhang Shouyue had anticipated, their onslaught intensified abruptly. The Chuangling general's previous charge had left the defenders in disarray, and now waves of iron hawks surged forward, heedless of their own casualties, relentlessly assaulting the Song army's crossbowmen. The exhausted crossbowmen struggled to keep pace with the relentless attacks of the iron hawks, and their numerical disadvantage became increasingly apparent. The defensive line began to crumble, akin to a levee collapsing under the onslaught of a raging flood. Inspector, Wang Juan stepped forward, requesting permission to claim the enemy general's head. Zhang Shuyue glanced at Wang Junwan, the young and handsome cavalry commander whose resolute yet tragic eyes betrayed his intentions. Zhang Shuyue then turned his gaze back to the enemy's banner, slowly shaking his head. Suddenly, he erupted into boisterous laughter. A sound filled with a sense of liberation. "We don't need you." Zhang Shuyue tossed the drumsticks to the drummer standing nearby, instructing him to maintain the rhythm. Amidst the bewilderment of his capable subordinates, he took a few steps forward, extending his left hand and commanding in a deep voice, "Bring me the divine arm bow." A peculiar hard crossbow was promptly handed to Zhang Shuyue by his personal guards. Crafted from mulberry wood for the body, sandalwood for the bow, iron for the bolt's tip, copper for the horse's jaw, and hemp rope for the string, it was named the divine arm bow. Compared to the previous crossbows, the divine arm bow featured a circular iron ring at its front, allowing it to be drawn without stepping on the bow arms, thus mitigating the risk of damage and enabling a greater draw weight, typically ranging from 4 to 5 stone. This design had been introduced to the court last year by the barbarian Li Ding. After the trial shooting conducted by Emperor Zhao Su, he personally named it the divine arm bow and ordered the Military Equipment Supervisory Bureau to expedite its production, hoping to swiftly deliver it to the troops. The divine arm bow currently in Zhang Shuyue's possession is among the first batch recently distributed to the various routes in the western region. At a distance of 110 paces, this range is almost unattainable for long arrows unless propelled by a fierce tailwind, akin to a typhoon. For traditional crossbows, this distance is already at the limit where lethality is compromised. However, with the divine arm bow, 110 paces falls well within the effective killing radius. The maximum range of the divine arm bow reaches an astounding 300 paces. As the divine arm bow was handed to him, it had already been strung in preparation. With a wooden feathered arrow nocked, Zhang Shuyue raised the robust bow. Alongside him, a cadre of divine arm bowmen stepped forward, collectively aiming at the enemy commander. With over 100 divine arm bows at their disposal, this was Zhang Shuyue's greatest assurance. After carefully calibrating their aim, Zhang Shuyue gave the command, simultaneously pulling the trigger himself. The sound of 100 strings twanging harmoniously resonated as more than 100 short arrows were released, cascading like a swarm of locusts towards the enemy standard. Victory was within reach, yet in Yu Zhangrongli's eyes, only a sea of crimson remained. The personal guards standing alongside Yu Zhangrongli, alongside him, were pierced by the lethal projectiles. Resembling a hedgehog, Yu Zhangrongli, now lying supine with several arrows embedded in his face, still defiantly raised his right hand, only to have it fall moments later, taking with it his ambitions, which crashed to the ground. The first battle of the divine arm bow on the battlefield of Qinfeng commenced with the decapitation of the enemy's commander. From a distance of 110 paces, the situation on the opposing side was hardly discernible. Yet, in an instant, chaos erupted beneath the enemy's grand banner. The armored enemy commander vanished from sight. Zhang Shuyue stared intently for a moment, finally convinced that he or another divine arm bowman had indeed struck the target. Truly, it was a remarkable weapon. The old General Zhang caressed the bow, still rough around the edges, with profound affection. The mournful sound of horns from the enemy line echoed like a lament. Over 10,000 Western marauders began their retreat, flowing northward like a receding tide. Zhang Shuyue relaxed entirely. They had secured a victory. However, upon seeing the casualty reports from the cavalry, his spirits plummeted. Out of 400 cavalrymen, over 80 had perished, and nearly all the survivors bore wounds, with more than 100 severely injured. Zhang Shuyue was acutely aware of the medical officer's capabilities within the camp. It would be fortunate if half of the more than 100 elite cavalrymen who had sustained grave injuries survived. Biting his lower lip, Zhang Shuyue finally sighed. Such valiant men. Chapter 22, The Voice of the Clouds, Part 1. Is this the Anyuan stockade? Crossing a short bridge over a tributary of the Gangu River, Han Gang gazed at the stockade that lay before him, unable to believe his eyes. Wang Shunshin understood that every first-time visitor to Anyuan stockade would likely mirror Han Gang's astonishment. He chuckled, 500 paces for the stockade, 900 for the city. Anyuan stockade is indeed a genuine 500 paces. The dimensions are 1 step north to south and 249 steps east to west, which indeed totals 500 paces. Such a layout is considered a stockade. Of course, Han Gang was exaggerating a bit. No stockade could possibly take on a linear appearance. However, On Yuan stockade is undeniably narrow from north to south and wide from east to west. The entire stockade spans approximately 50 to 60 paces from north to south, while its east-west length is 3 times its north-south width, resembling a flattened rectangle. The stockade walls extend down from the western hillside, running alongside the riverbank of Gangu, effectively blocking the official road. This stockade is not easily defendable. To the east of Yuan stockade lies the Gangu River, and to the south, a tributary. The two converge 50 paces southeast of the stockade, potentially serving as a moat. However, if the Tongxiang people were to attack, they would likely approach from the north. Third brother, you may be mistaken. Wang Shunshan seized the rare opportunity to enlighten Han Gang, smiling as he explained, one cannot judge Yuan stockade from the outside. Once you enter, you will understand. From the exterior, it appears unified, yet it is divided into upper and lower stockades. The portion on the mountain is the upper stockade, while the section in the valley is the lower stockade. The lower stockade is vulnerable, but capturing the upper stockade is a formidable challenge, without even considering the terrain. There are several wells that reach a depth of 20 zhang, which took half a year to excavate and never run dry, rendering them immune to enemy disruption of water supply. I see, Han Gang nodded in understanding. It is only logical, after years of warfare and the construction of countless stockades. It would be ludicrous for the Song people to squander resources on an indefensible stockade. The current structure of Yuan stockade must have its rationale, not something to be casually judged at first glance. As they spoke, the group arrived at the stockade, underwent a security check, and faced a scrutiny 10 times more meticulous than that at Fuxiang City. Han Gang and the caravan were finally permitted entry into the stockade. Just as Wang Shunshan had stated, Yuan stockade is a divided entity. The partition between the two stockades is no less in height and thickness than the outer walls. The upper stockade on the western side ascends with the slope, while the lower stockade on the eastern side is flat. Within the lower stockade are the camp and the government offices, while the upper stockade houses the military storerooms and grain storage, fortified many times over compared to the lower stockade. At that moment, Yuan stockade was bustling with activity. The 500 paces of the stockade crowded with an unknown number of soldiers and civilians. The main road connecting the north and south gates was teeming with people, causing Han Gang's caravan to be jammed in place. How many people are currently in the stockade? Han Gang turned to glance back, noticing a red flag emblazoned with the character Lu fluttering high atop the stockade walls. The 1,000 troops from Fuxiang City could not have caused such congestion in Yuan stockade. And the people from Dalong Fortress, Wang Shunshan remarked. 1/3 of the merchant convoy heading to Gangu was from the trade at Dalong Fortress, located west of Yuan stockade. Dalong Fortress lies 70 miles west along the southern tributary of the Gangu River. Its name derived from the nearby nomadic tribe known as Longzhong, signifying arrival at Longzhong. 30 miles north along the main stream of Gangu lies Gangu City. The Xiang family's convoy must also be returning from Dalong Fortress. Han Gang recalled Zhao Long's words. The Xiang family had been in Fuxiang City yesterday, and these individuals had just arrived at Yuan stockade today. Wang Shunshan scoffed. Who can compare with the intelligence network of the Xia family? He then asked Han Gang, third brother, should we continue to Gangu City or remain here at Yuan stockade? Han Gang did not respond directly, but countered with a question. Why hasn't Lu Zhiqing of Fuxiang taken his troops northward to Gangu? Yuan stockade falls within Fuxiang's defense zone, and Lu Zhiqing's presence here is justifiable. However, Gangu City is under the command of the old supervisor Zhang, and without military orders, who would dare to venture beyond the boundary? Wang Shunshan, having grown up in a military family and spent his life in the barracks, was well acquainted with military affairs. He chuckled coldly. Actually, this is an excuse. The military situation is urgent. If Lu Zhiqing were to send troops to support Gangu, even Li Xiangong would not object. Rather, he would reward him. By halting at Yuan stockade, he seeks stability and avoids mistakes. If Lu Zhiqing remains at Yuan, the fall of Gangu City would bear no consequence for him. However, should he march north from Yuan toward Gangu, it signifies his commitment to assist, and if he fails, he would face collective punishment. He sighed, for us warriors, promotion is arduous. We toil tirelessly to ascend only a few ranks. Yet, demotion is far easier. A minor transgression can result in a drop of 3 to 5 ranks. There have been instances where one fell a dozen ranks, from the position of Chongyi marshal to that of a mere functionary, who would willingly place themselves in peril without orders. It's the same everywhere. Han Gang lamented, reflecting that the more one accomplishes, the more errors one is likely to make. It might be wiser to patiently await orders. Across the centuries, the nature of bureaucrats remains unchanged. Human nature is constant, and interpersonal relations remain steadfast. Thankfully, for this reason, he too could manage to thrive in this place. What shall we do then? Wang Shunshan inquired. Shall we proceed to Gangu or remain temporarily at Anyuan? Han Gang pondered. Not heading directly to Gangu, but instead waiting at Anyuan stockade for news is a viable excuse, and a resolution could emerge within a day or two, thus ensuring greater safety. Moreover, he noticed several supply convoys preparing to head to Gangu that were not planning to move northward. In a situation where blame does not fall upon the many, no one would voice dissent. Even if Chenju sought trouble, both Wu Yin and Wang Ho would have ample reasons to assist him in resolving it. Reflecting on Chenju, Han Gang's lips curled into a slight, disdainful smile. Having offended Xiang Bao, he now found favor with the officials of Wang Shao. And with his merit from the battle in Pei Gorge, his reputation would inevitably reach the desk of the regional commander, Li Shizhong. Regardless of Li Shizhong's opinion of him, he would not tolerate the humiliation of a well-regarded scholar by a mere scribe. Just days ago, Chenju was a formidable figure in Han Gang's eyes. Now, he no longer held such significance. Returning to the question of whether to go or not, if they adhered to the original schedule and arrived at Gangu on time, they would indeed be risking much, yet the potential rewards were equally substantial. With Gangu City in peril, all commanders had recoiled, none dared to offer assistance. However, at this moment, a government convoy with over 30 men carrying military supplies had reached Gangu City, a remarkable display of support. Furthermore, it would draw the attention of the third-ranked military officer, Zhang Shoyue, effectively countering any potential attacks from the Xiang family. As his thoughts settled on this, Han Gang chuckled at himself. Having arrived at Anyuan stockade, with only 30 miles remaining, how could he not fight to the end? Rather than rely on Wu Yin and Wang Ho for salvation, it would be far more prudent to leverage his own efforts to ensure that Xiang Bao and Chenju would not dare to lay a finger on him. He lifted his head, gazing northward. Under the gradually slanting sunlight, the smoke of war still billowed. Turning back, he saw dozens of trusting eyes awaiting his decision. Laughing heartily, Han Gang turned and strode forward. Let us go. To Gangu. Night enveloped the landscape like ink. Walking beneath the dark sky, there was not a glimmer of light, aside from the torches held by the laborers illuminating the ground just enough to prevent the caravan from straying off the official road. There was no other source of light to pierce the starlit darkness. With uneven steps on the somewhat rough official road, the laborers were all captivated by Han Gang, voicing no complaints about his decision and daring not to express any dissent. Upon exiting Anyuan stockade, they were briefly halted by the gatekeeper, causing the convoy's progress to lag nearly 2 hours behind schedule. Originally, they should have arrived at Gangu City before the hour of 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. But now, as they approached the hour of Su, 7 p.m. to 9 p.m., the silhouette of Gangu City remained elusive. As night fell, the cold wind in the valley grew more biting, relentlessly seeping into their garments. Lying on the cart, one's body quickly turned icy, causing even the injured to disembark and walk to warm themselves a little. Wang Shunshan inhaled deeply, leaning closer to his beloved steed. The biting cold had rendered him numb, and he silently cursed the gatekeeper stationed at the northern entrance of Anyuan Fort, though he lacked the strength to voice his grievances. Nevertheless, his right hand firmly gripped the battle bow, for signs of unrest were evident among the 3 clans within the valley. Upon entering Gangu, he tightened his hold on the longbow as soon as he stepped beyond the city walls. Even though he was compelled to draw the string with his left hand due to injury, Wang Shunshan remained confident in his ability to pierce the vital points of any bandits that dared to obstruct his path with the arrows from his quiver. Han Gang followed closely behind Wang Shunshan, flanked by towering peaks that obscured much of the night sky, leaving only a narrow ribbon of darkness visible. The knights of the Song Dynasty differed vastly from a millennium later. Even in his birthplace, the midnight sky would shimmer with the glow of earthly lights, regardless of the absence of stars or moon. Yet now, apart from the dim glow of torches and a smattering of stars, there was no trace of light, enveloping the world in the purest darkness. As the procession advanced, the dense shadows before them were intermittently dispelled by the torchlight, only to be reclaimed by the encroaching darkness behind. The creaking of footsteps and the axle of the carts echoed monotonously through the valley, as if the entire world had been reduced to their solitary company. Occasionally, the sharp cries of night owls, carried by the wind, reminded them of the existence of other creatures nearby. The 30-mile journey from Anyuan to Gangu felt interminable, with a vacant gaze fixed upon the path illuminated by flickering flames. Han Gang pressed forward, step by step. The way ahead remained shrouded in profound darkness, and after what felt like an eternity, they were still yet to reach Gangu. His spirits gradually sank, and within the darkness, emotions long suppressed resurfaced like silt stirred from the riverbed, clouding his thoughts. Han Gang could not help but spiral into disquieting reflections. He questioned whether his decisions made at Anyuan Fort were indeed prudent, whether Gangu still remained in the hands of the Song, and he even thought of his parents and Aunt Han Yun, who had sought refuge at his uncle's home in Fengxiang Prefecture, despite reason assuring him that there was no cause for concern. He found himself irresistibly drawn to contemplate the worst possible outcomes. Chapter 22, The Voice Resounds in the Clouds, Part 2, Shaking off the myriad distracting thoughts. Han Gang extricated himself from the depths of despair and confusion. The prolonged silence during the march had suffused the air within the ranks with an oppressive weight. Affecting even his resolute spirit, the condition of the others was likely even more dire. Had they engaged in conversation or song during their march, this somber atmosphere would have been easily dispelled. However, traversing through the treacherous valley, where hidden perils lurked in the shadowy ravines on either side, both Han Gang and Wang Shunshan were on high alert. The tension of the commanding leader naturally permeated the entire troop, instilling a sense of dread in all. As their path turned a corner, the mountains that had obscured their view receded, revealing a shimmering river of stars on the horizon, a startling sight that captivated the onlookers. The starlight was dim and flickering, yet one point shone with extraordinary brilliance. Han Gang squinted and focused, only to realize that it was not the heavens, but rather the flames of a beacon ignited atop a city fort. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the near-freezing air, the chill invigorating him and momentarily dispelling his pessimism. That was Gangu City. Hundreds of torches outlined the ramparts against the darkness, their scattered light unable to illuminate the night sky, yet penetrating the hearts of Han Gang and his companions. Even though the beacon signaling Gangu City was the brightest star in this darkened landscape, they did not dwell on it, for it at least signified that Gangu remained in the hands of the Song. It is Gangu City. A low cheer began to ripple through the ranks. We have finally arrived. We have finally arrived. Though still nearly 10 miles away, the mere sight of their destination ignited excitement among the troops. Without waiting for Han Gang's encouragement, they urged their mules forward, quickening their pace. Wait. Wang Shunshan suddenly approached, his voice tense. Third brother, something is amiss. What is it? In Han Gang's memory, the usually bold Wang Shunshan seldom exhibited trembling in his voice, and a foreboding sensation stirred within him. Something was wrong. Damn it. Han Gang's words cut off abruptly, replaced by a curse. On the left slope of the road, shadowy figures emerged like specters, their multitude of disordered footsteps coalescing into a cacophony in mere moments. The slope was shrouded in shadows, and faint, scattered sounds emanated from above. How many barbarians had gathered? How many bows, swords, and spears lay in wait? The yellow earth of the slope had been trampled by countless feet, and the collapsing soil and stones cascaded down onto the roadway. It is the barbarians of the Xinbua tribes, Wang Shunshan shouted, his voice filled with fury. Indeed. They are the Xinbua tribesmen. If they join forces with the Tongxiang people to invade the prosperous Qinzhou, they too could enjoy a year of abundance. The Xinbua tribes are not small. They need not fear being made an example of. Their combined strength exceeds 4,000, enough to make the Qinfeng Control Office wary. Their actions have always been unbridled, only calming after the construction of Gangu. For the Xinbua tribes, Gangu City is a yoke around their necks. If they can break it, they will gladly seize the opportunity. The beacon atop Gangu City continued to blaze, but in the hearts of Han Gang and his men, it no longer signified the imminent arrival at their destination. They had come to understand the true meaning of the beacon through their own experiences. Third brother, quickly extinguish the torches, Wang Shunshan urged urgently. Since we can see Gangu City directly, the path ahead shouldn't be too winding. Even without illumination, we can proceed cautiously. Suddenly, a wave of darkness loomed below. The thieves on the slope likely dared not descend. Han Gang, however, did not heed Wang Shunshan's advice. Instead, he commanded the entire troop. Raise the torches high. Everyone take up 2, and stick them on the carts. The more, the better. Third brother, we are too few. It won't intimidate them. Wang Shunshan's voice grew more frantic. There are only over 30 of us. No matter how much noise a frog makes, it cannot rival a bull in size. Who cares to frighten them? Han Gang barked. I want Ganga City to see us. The Xinbo tribes had not yet rebelled. Otherwise, they would have attacked Ganga City by now. They were still observing. Han Gang was certain of this. As long as Ganga City was not lost, these barbarians would be cautious about their future. He ordered everyone to light more torches to signal to the defenders of Ganga City that a party was approaching from the direction of Fujian. Would Ganga City send reinforcements? Could they resolve the audacious threat before the reinforcements arrived? The more the Xinbo leaders contemplated, the less inclined they would be to descend and engage. The longer they hesitated, the closer the convoy would draw. By the time they made their decision, Han Gang's convoy might have already reached the gates of Ganga City. On the official road, the once sparse 30 torches swiftly multiplied into 100. The elongated line now appeared quite imposing. As Han Gang had anticipated, the thieves on the slope did not descend. They merely observed and calculated. Meanwhile, the supply convoy advanced steadily amidst their indecision. As they moved forward, an absurd thought crossed Han Gang's mind. Reminiscent of a film he had once seen. In many tedious movies, the protagonist would traverse a path formed by crossing blades and spears. He now felt as though he were that protagonist, advancing beneath the gleaming blades above. Yet in those films, the protagonist always passed through the peril unscathed. He wondered if he would be so fortunate. Scholar. Zhu Zhong approached, his voice trembling as he bore the weight of the surrounding peril. He, too, was at a loss for words, seeking only to hear Han Gang speak, hoping to glean some courage for himself and his companions. Forward. Keep looking ahead. Move onward. They dare not descend. Han Gang's resolve remained unyielding, his voice as firm as steel. At this moment, retreat was not an option. The wolves were lurking outside, and any display of fear would invite their savage assault, tearing them to shreds. With his gaze fixed upon the distant lights of Ganga City, he intentionally disregarded the threats beside him, leading his troops cautiously forward. The flames of Ganga City's beacon soared into the heavens, the urgent yellow light becoming the warmest salvation for the supply convoy amidst the encircling darkness. Yet, no one anticipated that in the next moment, that most brilliant flame would flicker a few times before vanishing without a trace. Had it not left a faint imprint on their retinas, it would have seemed as though the beacon had never existed. The extinguishing of the beacon could only signify two outcomes, victory or capitulation. Which was it? Han Gang could not provide an answer, but the barbarians on the slope had already drawn their own conclusions. In an instant, a clamor erupted from the shadows on the slope. Countless figures began to stir, one after another descending toward them. The sound of falling stones sent the convoy into chaos. Several mules braying in alarm. Stay calm, Han Gang roared, knowing there was no time to contemplate Ganga City's fate. Everyone, gather around. Draw your bows and heed my command. As Han Gang's orders were swiftly obeyed, the laborers clustered together, half drawing their bows, ears perked for his signal. But the next moment, instead of a command to engage, a resonant and spirited melody drifted through the air, as if carried from the heavens. With the strength of a man, one can stand against 1,000. With fierce resolve, one faces death as if in sleep. As if in response, a chorus of cheers erupted from the distant city, the thunderous sound of countless voices shaking the very heavens. Amidst the jubilant cries, a familiar melody intertwined, heralding the triumphant return of the commander Zhang. This was the victory song of the men of Guanxi returning home. For many years, the Huns, the Western Chong, the Turks, and the Tibetans, generation after generation of valiant men from the western frontiers, have taken to the battlefield, singing military songs to fend off the relentless incursions of barbaric marauders. Subsequently, they returned victorious under the moonlight, bearing the severed heads of their foes, their triumphant anthems echoing through the night. With the vigor of a true man, one stands ready to face 1,000 adversaries. Their fierce spirits surge forth, regarding death as merely a fleeting slumber. The victorious melodies arise from the throats of countless warriors, traversing miles, soaring into the heavens. And the exhilaration is palpable to Han Gang and his comrades. The sound of their unified chorus reverberates through the air, shaking the very earth and ascending to the clouds. Akin to a falcon striking a goose, piercing through all in its path. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Anshi has also joined in the chorus, his voice rising in a powerful roar. He raises his hand, drawing back his bow, and a resounding arrow darts forth towards the mountainside. In the darkness, a brief, anguished cry pierces the air, only to be swiftly engulfed by the chorus. Confronted by the provocation of a mere supply team, the defiant barbarians may harbor resentment. Yet before the triumphant army, They ultimately lacked the courage to stand their ground and choose to retreat. After a brief standoff, the rustling sounds once more arise, gradually diminishing as shadowy figures fade into the night, leaving no trace behind. Everything returns to the state it was in a quarter of an hour prior, save for the resounding, repeated chorus that fills the air, echoing throughout the valley. With the strength of a true man, one stands ready to face 1,000. With fierce spirits surging forth, death is regarded as merely a slumber. Weapons never leave their hands, steadfast on the battlefield, like a falcon striking a goose, piercing through all in its path. Amidst the song, Han Gang bursts into hearty laughter, the tension of the past hours dissipating as his pent-up emotions release in a long, resounding howl. He shouts with fervor, "Let us go!" To Gangu. The words remain unchanged, yet his spirit has transformed. Chapter 23. Who says a gold wound must die? Part 1. Arriving early is less significant than arriving aptly. Zhou Ning was unaware of why Han Gang suddenly uttered such a perplexing remark just before stepping into the storehouse management office. He only knew that the final hurdle of the 4-day journey from Qinzhou to Gangu was now in sight. Zhou Ning had heard that the most troublesome aspect of escorting military supplies was not the perilous and winding roads, but rather the officials responsible for receiving the materials upon arrival. If the treacherous journey was likened to the road to the afterlife, then the storehouse office in Gangu was akin to the hall of the king of hell, with the overseer of the storehouse, Qi Duyuan, embodying the role of Yama himself. Qi Duyuan's notorious reputation for skinning and dismembering was well known among the laborers in Qinzhou, and Zhou Ning was certain that the scholar Han San had also heard of it, as had the military commander Wang. Otherwise, Wang would not have taken Han San aside for an extended conversation after entering the city. From their vague exchanges, Zhou Ning gleaned the same enigmatic phrase, "Arriving early is less significant than arriving aptly." Among the 30-odd laborers, Zhou Ning was the only one who had received an education in his youth. He had always regarded himself as superior, believing his intellect surpassed that of the other laborers. Yet, he still found himself perplexed by Han Gang's statement. When Han San confidently led the way into Qi Duyuan's office, he displayed no hesitation, appearing more at ease than if visiting a relative. However, as Zhou Ning followed Han Gang, the thought of Qi Duyuan's fearsome reputation filled him with trepidation. If only Commander Wang were here. Unfortunately, Wang Shenchen had parted ways with Han Gang shortly after entering the city, heading towards the city center with a legitimate excuse, as he indeed had official documents from Wu Yin to deliver to the city office. Thus, Han Gang alone guided the convoy to the southern storehouse. After navigating the crowded streets, which had become congested due to the recent good news, the convoy finally arrived at the storehouse area. The laborers stood outside observing the vehicles, while Han Gang signaled Zhou Ning to follow him inside. Zhou Ning's modest education was valued by Han Gang. The village schoolmaster taught not only classical texts but also arithmetic as a fundamental subject. Zhou Ning's ability to read and calculate made him a suitable companion for Han Gang, who harbored intentions of promoting him in the future. The storehouse office, located at the edge of the area, was a simple courtyard with a separate main hall. Despite the late hour of their arrival, protocol dictated they typically would have to wait until the following day to be summoned. However, due to the recent victory, the hall was ablaze with light, with countless clerks bustling in and out, preoccupied with their tasks. Following a hard-fought battle, rewards were surely forthcoming, although the bulk would be distributed by the court. It was customary to advance a portion to the victorious soldiers to celebrate. Qi Duyuan's name resonated throughout Gangu, known to all who had visited or were about to arrive. Yet, when Han Gang and Zhou Ning first encountered Qi Jun, it was amidst a heated confrontation. A scarred officer, appearing to be in his 30s, stood face-to-face with Qi Jun. The prominent scar on his left cheek and the lingering scent of battle were unmistakable. The scarred officer, visibly agitated, shouted, "Qi, the supervisor demands not 5 jars of wine, but 50. With 2,000 brothers, you think 5 jars will suffice? Do you expect them to drink diluted water?" Qi Jun, appearing beleaguered, replied, "Su Dianjing, it's not that I refuse, but as you can see, the storeroom is bare, empty enough to starve a rat. With the Western bandits attacking Gangu, not a single supply convoy has arrived. A clever cook cannot make a meal without rice. I, too, find myself at a loss. 45 jars of wine. Who can conjure that? Take this message to the 2,000 brothers. Let us see if they will accept your excuses." The scarred officer retorted angrily, while Qi Jun wore a bitter smile, aware that he lacked the authority to confront the fierce soldiers returning from victory. Observing from outside, Han Gang and Zhou Ning witnessed the entire exchange. Han Gang lowered his head, suppressing a smile, for he possessed something that would surely satisfy the victorious 2,000 soldiers. He muttered to himself, arriving early is less significant than arriving aptly. Zhou Ning, astonished, widened his eyes. Had Han San foreseen this very scene? It was simply too much. Zhou Ning struggled to find the words to describe Han Gang's foresight. He marveled at Han Gang's figure. Realizing why some claimed he was destined to become a successful scholar, Han Gang cleared his throat and stepped forward, entering the room without waiting for a formal announcement. Gentlemen, I have matters to discuss. Get lost. You have no business here. The scarred officer barked, turning sharply, his temper flaring. The thunderous reprimand startled Zhou Ning, causing him to retreat several steps, nearly losing his balance. Yet Han Gang, standing nearer, remained unfazed. With a smile, Han Gang continued, I am here on official business, delivering wine and silver for the soldiers' rewards, which has just arrived in Ganggu. In total, there are 60 jars of wine, 550 taels of silver, and 800 bolts of silk. I kindly ask Supervisor Qi to verify the contents. Wine. The officer's expression shifted from anger to delight as he seized Han Gang's arm, exclaiming, Where is it? Take me to see it. Han Gang offered a polite smile. I must ask for a moment of your patience, as it will be presented to you after Supervisor Qi's inspection. Which county are you from? Where is your documentation? Where are the military supplies for examination? Although Han Gang's arrival alleviated Qi Jun's predicament, the officer's impatience was palpable as he sought to exert his authority over Han Gang. Before Han Gang could respond, the officer, aflame with irritation, slammed his fist onto Qi Jun's desk, scattering documents across the floor as he raged. To hell with your county. To hell with your documentation. To hell with your inspection. Who doesn't know that you feast on the flesh of the laborers? Do you think you can escape unscathed? The supervisor is waiting to distribute rewards. Try delaying this further. Qi Jun, drenched in the officer's spittle, wore a dark expression. Though he held a 9th-rank civil officer position, the scarred officer was merely a 9th-rank military official. Yet, in the face of the officer's ire, Qi Jun felt powerless. His position had been purchased. And despite being a civil official, no gentleman of scholarly background would regard him as an equal. Even a mere 9th-rank military officer could disregard him without consequence. Even with his connections, Qi Jun would not expect any support over a trivial matter. A gentle breeze swept through the room, causing the lights to flicker, reflecting the fluctuating emotions of the three men. Han Gang stood humbly to one side, his eyes gleaming with delight. His mere presence was sufficient. There was no need to fan the flames of conflict. Given the circumstances, despite Qi Jun's fierce demeanor, he was compelled to acquiesce. With a grim expression and a silent resolve, Qi Jun, under the impatient urging of the scarred officer, snatched the document from Han Gang, signing without a glance at the contents. He hastily wrote a receipt, stamped it, and handed it to the officer, stating, If anything is missing, do not return to me. With a cold glare, he shot a warning look at Han Gang. The message was clear, let us see how this unfolds. This was the sentiment Qi Jun most wished to convey. Han Gang bowed respectfully to Qi Jun, his demeanor one of gratitude. Yet a playful smile lingered in his expressive eyes. Qi Duyuan was indifferent to what others thought. Since he was already filled with resentment, a little more would not matter. Han Gang, at this moment, feared neither offense nor confrontation. In just a year, the notorious reputation of Qi Duyuan had spread throughout Qinzhou. From the rumors Han Gang had gathered before his departure, it seemed that Qi Duyuan and Qinzhou were as inseparable as two sides of the same coin. Given their life-and-death rivalry, severing ties with Qi Jun would not exacerbate his situation. As the official in charge of the convoy, Han Gang knew that since Qi Duyuan had already signed the receipt, he could no longer be held accountable. Moreover, with Qinzhou's imminent downfall, Han Gang doubted that Wang Xiao would spare him. As such, how could Qi Jun, being on the same side of the conflict, expect to remain unscathed? The only concern was whether Zhang Shouyue would protect him, but judging by Zhang Shouyue's eagerness in sending someone to urge rewards, it was evident that Qi Duyuan was merely a hindrance in the grand scheme. Offending him might even be welcomed by Zhang Shouyue. Su Balian took the receipt and handed it to Han Gang with a smile, saying, Since Supervisor Zhang has been silent, no troops have dared to venture to Gangyu in recent days. Luan from Fuxiang City refused to proceed further once he reached Anyuan. While your convoy transporting silver and provisions has arrived ahead of schedule, next time I see him, I shall inquire if he feels embarrassed. Han Gang carefully folded the receipt and stored it away. After all his efforts, this slender piece of paper was his reward. Su Balian then picked up the official document from the table, glanced at the noted date, and exclaimed, for days. It took just 4 days to travel from Qinzhou to Gangyu without any delays. At that moment, Qi Jun, who was plotting how to dismantle the fortunate official in front of him, suddenly stiffened, his gaze fixed menacingly on Han Gang's face. Could this be the person Qinzhou intended to target? Han Gang smiled modestly and replied, "The troops are eagerly awaiting this batch of military supplies. I have come north at my orders, and I feared moving slowly, hence I never considered delaying. As for taking Gangyu, do a mere 10,000 Western bandits truly believe they are worthy?" Well said. Su Balian laughed heartily, finding Han Gang increasingly agreeable. His tone softened considerably. "By the way, I haven't yet asked for your name." "Han Gang," came the unexpected response as Li Qing, sent by Quanzhou to liaise with Qi Jun and Gangyu, stood at the door, mouth agape in disbelief at the sight of the smiling Han San, the scholar. Chapter 23. Who Says Gold Wounds Must End in Death? Part 2. Su Balian turned to look at Li Qing, then back again. "Are you Han Gang?" "Indeed. That is I," Han Gang replied. Su Balian faced the outdoors once more, while Li Qing's astonished expression remained frozen like a porcelain statue, unchanged. Su Balian, puzzled, pointed to him and asked Han Gang, "Is he someone you know?" "No, I've never seen him before." Han Gang spoke the truth. Yet he could easily deduce the identity of the young man. Upon seeing his own reaction and hearing his name, Qi Dian appeared as if he were a plucked duck flailing in the sky. If Han Gang were unable to piece together the situation with a fair degree of accuracy, it would be an insult to his intellect. A wave of relaxation washed over him, as if he had just emerged from a hot bath. The oppressive shadows that had loomed over him since departing from Qinzhou had finally begun to dissipate. Qinzhou's means of manipulation should have reached their limit here. With the receipt in hand, Qi Dian had lost his most effective weapon against him, although he still wielded some influence in Gangyu City. Finding a legitimate pretext to eliminate him would prove increasingly difficult. As long as he remained in Gangyu, his safety was assured, and there was no further cause for concern. After days of hardship, everything had finally reached a resolution. Han Gang stood in the street, feeling somewhat disoriented. After delivering military supplies to the designated location set by Su Balian, the laborers had been assigned to the labor camp. Han Gang himself had a bed reserved there as well. Now, with the receipt in hand, he could rest in the labor camp and set off for home the following day. Yet this was the least desirable option. What would he do upon returning home? Qinzhou might be eliminated by Wang Xiao, but it was equally possible he would remain unscathed. Dealing with someone as deeply entrenched as Qinzhou would require meticulous planning and the approval of the strategic commander, Li Shizhong, which would undoubtedly take time. What then? Should he accept a third assignment or seek refuge with Wang Xiao? Han Gang was unwilling, considering his ambitions, pride, and personal safety. He must remain in Gangyu for the time being and carve out a path for his advancement. In the streets of Gangyu City, the customary curfew had vanished, and the victorious soldiers and citizens continued to revel joyously. A group of envoys returning from the south was blocked at the city gate and forcibly made to drink a toast to their victory. After enduring fear for so many days, they could finally let loose, and even Zhang Shoyue was reluctant to emphasize military discipline at this moment. Han Gang stood in the center of the street, appearing particularly conspicuous. A drunken man, one hand clutching a wine jug and the other a cup, stumbled before Han Gang. "Brother, why are you standing there in a daze?" Old Du Jian led 2,000 soldiers to repel over 10,000 Western bandits. Today is a day of great celebration. Come, have a drink. 2,000 repelling 10,000. A general success is often built upon countless bones, is it not? Han Gang's voice was low, and in the darkness, his deep-set eyes seemed even more profound. The drunken man, startled by Han Gang's gaze, instinctively took a step back. Han Gang chuckled softly, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and pushed through the throng, striding towards the labor camp. "Madman!" The drunken man shook his head in disbelief at Han Gang's retreating figure before staggering off to find others to drink with. The labor camp in Gangyu City was located in the northwest corner, and it took Han Gang some time to reach it. Upon entering the camp, he located his group. Wang Shunshin had gone to the city office and had not yet returned. Except for him, everyone else had gathered in the barracks assigned to Han Gang within the labor camp. As soon as Han Gang stepped inside, Zhu Zhong hurried over, his expression anxious. "Scholar, just now someone from the city office arrived, saying they need to reinforce Gangyu's defenses. Old Du Jian has ordered all laborers coming to Gangyu to be intercepted. And we are the first batch. Scholar, what should we do?" As Zhu Zhong spoke, over 30 laborers surrounded him, eager for Han Gang to provide direction. In the dead of winter, we are to toil in the mud again. It could cost us half our lives. If luck is against us, we might as well be finished. We didn't come to Gangu to be laborers. Someone in the crowd complained quietly. Indeed, indeed. Do not panic. I have a plan. I assure you, you will not suffer, Han Gang declared, his prestige commanding immediate silence among the crowd. Internally, he was laughing. This truly is divine assistance. After calming the crowd, he approached a few injured men, instructing them, prepare yourselves. When Commander Wang returns, accompany me to the infirmary. To the infirmary? The Ganga City infirmary had military doctors stationed there. Their wounds needed proper care. It was said that only 4 physicians had been dispatched from the Tai Bureau to Qinzhou. 2 were in the city, while only 1 each was assigned to the frontline fortresses of Jichuan and Gangu. Their injuries required re-examination by a doctor, and treatment from a physician from the capital would surely be superior to hasty bandaging. Third brother, no military doctor will treat laborers. Wang Shunshan entered just after Han Gang. Overhearing his words, the infirmary was directly connected to the execution ground and the mass grave. Entering could lead to contracting a disease, and death would follow within days. At this time, the military had already established the rudiments of a hospital, consolidating patients in one location for treatment. However, the pretext of convenience for healing was merely a ruse. The primary concern was the wails of the injured affecting troop morale. The physicians dispatched by the Tai Bureau typically served officials and would not extend their services to laborers or soldiers. All soldiers and laborers suffering from illness endured in silence, at best receiving the care of a few close friends. Yet those friends also had their daily duties to fulfill, leaving the sick and injured with sporadic attention, often resulting in a slow demise. Seeing Wang Shunshan inadvertently undermining his authority upon entering, Han Gang shot him a glare. Didn't he realize this? It was better that there were no doctors. Wang Shunshan shrank back at the glare, uncertain of his transgression. Han Gang brushed past him, tugging him outside. Let us first check the infirmary. If there are doctors, it would be beneficial for them to provide treatment. If, as you say, there are no physicians available, then we must go and see for ourselves. Leading a few injured men, they arrived at the southern infirmary. Contrary to the external revelry, the dilapidated camp exuded an eerie stillness. Within the barracks, there was not a single physician to be found. Instead, hundreds of wounded soldiers lay listlessly on the common bedding, their expressions vacant. The air was filled with the lamentations of the injured, and a putrid stench permeated the atmosphere. The ground was littered with pus, blood, and filth, alongside the bodies of rats and cockroaches, indicating that the infirmary had not been cleaned since winter began, just as Wang Shunshan had described. This infirmary was directly connected to the execution ground and the mass grave. Merely standing there, Han Gang felt as though his own lifespan had diminished considerably. The 4 injured laborers, anxious and fearful, implored Han Gang, "Scholar, we cannot be left here. We are not gravely injured. We can walk and travel. Please take us back. Here, we are surrounded by those who cannot be saved." Who says that? Han Gang's voice inexplicably rose, interrupting the 4. With proper care, aside from those severely injured, who cannot be saved, his words roused the barely living soldiers, each one lifting their head to gaze at the unfamiliar figures that had unexpectedly entered the camp, their eyes filled with questions. What did they intend to do? Han Gang straightened his posture, meeting the hundreds of questioning gazes, his voice booming once more. Who says that to be here is to await death? Third brother, do you truly wish to remain in this wretched place? Wang Shunshan had spent the night in the infirmary, observing Han Gang as he gathered laborers, directing them to clean the barracks, change the bedding, and tend to the wounds of the injured one by one. Yet he remained baffled as to why Han Gang would take on so much. This is the 3rd time you, Brother Wang, have asked this question. Han Gang, without turning his head, was wholly focused on changing the bandages of a wounded soldier who had an arrow lodged in his shoulder. After a night, the expressions of the injured had changed. Though still filled with confusion, they now bore a greater measure of gratitude. My response remains unchanged. Since Han has witnessed this, how could I leave without a clear conscience? Ignoring the piercing glares from the injured around him, Wang Shunshan continued to implore Han Gang, saying, "This is truly not your responsibility, third brother. The benevolent love of others is the teaching of Confucianism. To save a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. As stated in Buddhism, Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism all emphasize the principle of benevolence. How can we not save these gravely ill soldiers? What does duty have to do with this?" Han Gang turned around, revealing a slightly weary smile on his face from a sleepless night. One must first help others, and in doing so, one shall be helped in return. When you exert yourself to assist others, they will also come to aid you in the future. Without shying away from the filth, Han Gang personally cleaned the soldiers' wounds with saline, applied some unknown and likely ineffective medicinal powder, and carefully bandaged the injuries with clean linen. His sole intention was to act with a heart of compassion, regarding all else as trivial. Wang Shunshan's impression of Han Gang was that of a decisive and fierce character, with an intellect far surpassing others. He was jovial when drinking, yet would become irascible when insulted. However, Wang had never considered that Han Gang possessed a heart capable of tender compassion, which could, at times, seem overly sentimental, the so-called feminine benevolence, as the scholars would phrase it. Wang Shunshan was uncertain if this description of Han Gang was accurate, but in his view, it would not be too late to return and fulfill his duties before rescuing others. While it was a noble act to save some injured soldiers, and Wang Shunshan himself had been treated by Han Gang, he could not fathom the necessity of putting himself at risk. He had speculated whether Han Gang's actions bore another ulterior motive, yet despite his ruminations, he could not arrive at a conclusion. Frustrated, he tugged at his hair. Pacing alongside Han Gang in the barracks, though their duties were entirely separate, Wang Shunshan felt that as long as Han Gang remained, he too should not depart. Though he was left anxiously waiting for Han Gang to reconsider and return home. After tending to another soldier's bandages, Han Gang straightened up and patted his back. The night had passed, and he had changed bandages countless times, roaming the barracks until his back and legs felt numb. Turning back, he was surprised to see Wang Shunshan still following closely behind. "Brother Wang, you should return to Qinzhou to report back. Staying here is a waste of time." Wang Shunshan resolutely shook his head. "We came together, and we shall leave together. Am I so lacking in loyalty?" Seeing this, Han Gang pulled Wang Shunshan outside, saying, "Brother Wang, it is not that I do not wish to leave. It is that I cannot. Wang Ji needs more time to deal with Qinzhou, and returning now would be akin to walking directly into danger. Third brother, how could you fear Qinzhou even a little?" Wang Shunshan had considered that Han Gang's unwillingness to return to Qinzhou was a means to avoid Qinzhou. Yet after observing Han Gang's demeanor throughout their journey, it seemed almost reversed. "I am indeed unafraid of confronting Qinzhou. However, he wields considerable power. Engaging him feels like walking on the edge of a blade, uncertain when one might be caught, and it is hard to find peace at night." Wang Shunshan looked at Han Gang, whose eyes were bloodshot. "Will you find peace in Genghis City? I could sleep now. Do you think there is anyone here who could conspire against me?" Han Gang's retort left Wang Shunshan speechless, and he continued, "Once you return, be sure to pay a visit to Wang Chudao. With his introduction, Wang Ji will surely trust you. Just like Wang Yanni introduced you the other day. That kind of trust from Wang Ji, I have neither the strength nor the interest to pursue. Do not be foolish. You are not like me. My prospects lie in Gangu, whereas your future is in Qinzhou. If I am not mistaken, both you and Zhao Zijin will surely be valued by Wang Ji." Han Gang's voice grew stern, imbued with an undeniable authority. Wang Shunshan, being a man of action, understood that Wang Xiao was in need of capable aides, and through Wang Shunshan, he could also forge connections with Wu Yan, which Wang Xiao would not overlook. As for Han Gang, it was clear he was not disinterested in being utilized. He could see that, yet Wang Ji would first offer a slap before handing out a reward. Han Gang had no interest in the slap. He could procure his own rewards elsewhere. Though Wang Shunshan was not foolish, he was no match for the intricacies of human relationships that Han Gang, with his 2 lifetimes of experience, had mastered. Grasping his head in frustration, he lamented, "I cannot fathom this. In time, you will understand. Speaking of it now would be futile. Trust me on this. Upon your return, you will naturally comprehend." Chapter 24. A Clever Strategy to Save Thousands, Part 1. Wang Shunshan left in a state of uncertainty. After seeing him off, Han Gang returned to the basin of clear water to wash his hands, cleansing away the pus and blood from his palms that had accumulated while tending to the wounded soldiers. A laborer approached to take away the dirty water and replaced it with a fresh basin. Not only was the water being consistently changed, but the originally filthy ground had also been thoroughly cleaned. The bandages required boiling in hot water before reuse. Han Gang picked up the soiled cloth bandage discarded on the ground and handed it to another laborer, loudly reminding everyone in the barracks that every piece of bedding, clothing, and used bandage must be boiled in hot water and dried in the sun before being used again to prevent the spread of infectious diseases. Moreover, the barracks needed daily cleaning, otherwise illnesses would inevitably arise. In just one night, Han Gang had not yet established an unassailable authority in the infirmary. and most of the wounded were still perplexed by his sudden appearance to care for them. However, they were genuinely grateful for the long-awaited treatment they received. Simultaneously, Han Gang's words resonated with all the laborers, who called out Scholar Gong, nodding in agreement. The laborers from Qingji County, led by Zhu Zhong and Zhou Ning, were now bustling about in the infirmary. Unlike Han Gang, who served as a conscript, these laborers were engaged in physical labor wherever they went. Zhang Shouyue had the authority to keep the laborers, but not Han Gang, in order to repair the damaged fortifications of Ganga City during this period. Zhang Shouyue immediately issued an order prohibiting all laborers from leaving Ganga City and reported the decision to the military administration, ready to commence work upon approval from Li Shizhong. With the laborers unable to leave and Han Gang unwilling to depart, both sides reached a tacit agreement. The laborers had already received guidance from Han Gang. Understanding that this was a rare opportunity, repairing the city defenses was arduous work, and enduring hunger and beatings was commonplace. Yet, serving the injured in the infirmary, though not entirely clean, was a preferable alternative to suffering physical abuse. Seizing the opportunity before the official order was issued, Han Gang brought the laborers to the infirmary, hoping to create a fait accompli. After all, the laborers from Qingji County were tending to their injured comrades. Even Zhang Shouyue, lacking compassion, would not transfer them to the construction site for hard labor. Han Gang was busily occupied, yet he felt an exhilarating sense of control. Wang Xiao, you do not wish to recommend me? Then I shall seek Zhang Shouyue. After all, we are all officials. There is little distinction between civil and military ranks. Even if Zhang Shouyue does not endorse my appointment, my grandfather has established such a significant goodwill in the military. Who would dare to trouble me? One must utilize others to the fullest when the opportunity arises, yet one should never depend on them. Determining one's own direction and relying on oneself for the future, that has always been Han Gang's principle and practice. Han Gang spent the entire night in the infirmary. Listening to reports from his confidants, Qi Jun felt a twinge of doubt. Logically, Han Gang should have returned promptly to report after receiving the receipt. Zhang Shouyue's recent order applied solely to the laborers and not to the officials. If Han Gang wished to leave, he could simply present the receipt at the city gate and exit. Why was he lingering in the infirmary? Qi Jun was incensed that Han Gang had seemingly gained an unwarranted advantage. Since he had accepted Chenju's generous gift, he had no intention of returning it. Having received financial support, one must assist in resolving troubles. Although Han Gang had already obtained the receipt, as long as he had not left the city, Qi Jun still had room to maneuver. Qi Jun was not merely a fool who exploited the officials. He possessed the insight to seek allies and the self-control to refrain from touching the resources in the treasury. However, distinguishing between luck and perseverance in Han Gang was a judgment Qi Duan had yet to master. Any group that had managed to arrive at Ganga City could have seized this opportunity, yet only Han Gang had grasped it. Opportunities abound, yet none materialized without risk and effort. Where was Lei Jian? Qi Jun was determined not to overlook Han Gang, although he himself had found no opportunity to act. Han Gang's foolish behavior in the infirmary presented Qi Duan with a chance. The infirmary was his domain. Qi Jun's confidant hesitated. Dr. Lei has not been to the infirmary for months. If someone else is assisting him, he should be pleased. Qi Jun's lips quirked in a half-smile. Even if it were a worthless bone, what was in his own bowl was still his. If a wild dog appeared out of nowhere to snatch it away, wouldn't any dog chase after it to reclaim it? The ways of the world are the same. How could Lei Jian be an exception? Qi Jun did not believe that Lei Jian could endure such a slight. Furthermore, Han Gang's actions in the infirmary openly criticized the negligence of Dr. Lei, who had come from the capital. What is tolerable and what is not? How could Lei Jian endure this? By using Dr. Lei to frame Han Gang with the charge of neglecting the wounded soldiers, once incarcerated, there would be no concern about his demise. When the renowned itinerant physician Qiu Yiwen, known for treating bruises and injuries, was urgently summoned from Anyuanzhai to Ganga City to treat several officers, Han Gang and his laborers were diligently working in the infirmary. After nearly a day, the accumulated refuse in the infirmary had been cleared away and burned, and all the filth had been thoroughly cleaned. Yet, during this lengthy period, not a single distinguished martial official had come to visit the wounded. Instead, ordinary soldiers and junior officers showed much more humanity, coming to check on their injured comrades. And upon seeing Han Gang and his laborers busy, they would even lend a hand. Zhu Zhong, go to bed number 15 and stitch up his wound according to protocol. Yes, Zhu Zhong was not accustomed to refusing. He complied with whatever Han Gang instructed. In less than a day, Han Gang had organized the bedding in the infirmary, numbering several rows and positions in an orderly fashion, making it easy for the laborers, even those unable to read, to count clearly. Zhu Zhong hurried to bed number 15, where a soldier lay with a knife wound on his thigh. Although he had received some hastily applied bandaging after the injury, it had not been effective. Zhu Zhong swiftly unwrapped the bandage, and blood gushed forth from the wound. After undergoing training with more than a dozen individuals and receiving guidance from Han Gang, Zhu Zhong had at least learned some basic first aid techniques. Following Han Gang's teachings, he tightened a tourniquet, cleaned the wound with saline, and, while the soldier was numbed by the salt, seized the opportunity to stitch it up with linen thread. "Thank you, Dr. Zhu. Thank you, Dr. Zhu." The caretaker of the wounded expressed his gratitude, bowing repeatedly. Having lived for over 40 years, this was the first time Zhu Zhong received genuine gratitude from someone. Being respectfully addressed as doctor, which filled him with a sense of accomplishment, driving him to work even harder to suture the wounds of the injured soldiers. Though he held the lowest rank among the medical officials, still without an official title, Lei Jian's status in Ganges City remained relatively elevated. He was neither a civil official nor a military official, but a skilled practitioner without real authority, usually treating the city lord and various officials and their families. Hoping to gain military merit and credentials, and in 2 years returned to the capital to navigate the courtiers. In his 30s, the medical officer was filled with medical texts. Yet none compared his skills with those of the itinerant physician who specialized in treating injuries. For a wounded vice commander in the midst of a battle, Lei Jian and Xiu Yiwen had differing treatment plans. Unlike the ordinary soldiers, the officers had homes in the city where they could recuperate. None would linger in the infirmary to await their fate. Wang Juan had just arrived at the residence of his deputy to visit when he observed Lei Jian and Xiu Yiwen engaged in a heated argument. "Use a gold needle to release the stagnated blood, then apply my specially crafted sinew ointment. In 3 to 5 days, I can restore you to a state where you can walk and jump about. Do not be deceived by the surface bruise. Being struck by an iron hammer has penetrated deep into the organs. What use is bloodletting?" There was no coughing up blood, and although breathing was slightly labored, the pulse remained steady. What internal organs could possibly be injured? Even village doctors know the essence of healing. Let not the inexperienced youth with no facial hair come forth to be ridiculed. One was an esteemed physician of long-standing reputation in Qinzhou, while the other hailed from the capitals of Tokyo and Kaifeng. The common folk could scarcely discern who was right or wrong in their arguments. Wang Zhenwen's deputy lay pallid upon the bed, clinging to life, as his wife and children wept inconsolably at his side. Growing impatient, Wang Juan struck the wall with a fist, exclaiming in anger, "With life hanging by a thread, what is there to dispute? What nonsense is this?" Xiu Yiwen, a veteran on Qin Feng Road, had the respect of many seasoned military leaders. He relied on his seniority, unafraid of the younger Wang Juan. Despite appearances, the injuries were merely superficial. 2 fractured bones had already begun to mend, and after a fortnight, all would be well. "You are the one who speaks nonsense," Lei Jian interjected, countering once more. "If internal organs are indeed injured, neglecting proper treatment for even 4 to 5 days could have dire consequences." Frustrated, Wang Juan declared, "Then let us treat both aspects. Xiao Lao, you shall perform bloodletting, and Dr. Lei, you shall administer medication. One for internal use, the other external. They shall not interfere with each other. If the patient recovers, all will be well. If not, you shall await my judgment." With that, Wang Juan left in a huff. Xiu Yiwen and Lei Jian busied themselves, one preparing prescriptions and the other administering acupuncture and herbal applications. Although they had quarreled extensively, accusing each other of being quacks, their treatments proved remarkably effective. After the acupuncture and medication, the deputy's complexion improved significantly, and his breathing steadied. "See, I told you so. The bloodletting has worked wonders. Nay, it is due to the efficacy of my medicine." As Xiu Yiwen and Lei Jian exited the room amidst the heartfelt gratitude of the deputy's family, they continued their spirited debate. Suddenly, a voice arose behind them. "If you wish to settle this dispute, it is quite simple. The southern part of the city is a field hospital. Treat the injured soldiers separately, and see whose patients recover more. The outcome shall reveal the superior healer." Chapter 24, A Resourceful Plan to Save Thousands, Part 2. Upon hearing the voice, the 2 physicians turned, and upon recognizing the newcomer, the elder physician, Xiao, furrowed his brow. "Qi Duyuan, what brings you here with such goodwill?" Lei Jian cast a disdainful glance, as if he had encountered something unsightly. "Are you asking me to deliver a message to the infirmary on your behalf?" "Xiao, Being an experienced and well-connected physician, had a multitude of military men indebted to him, while Qi Jun, despite holding an official title, was of no consequence to him. Lei Jian, having arrived from the capital, held no fear of a mere official, and similarly regarded Qi Dun with distaste. Given his frequent contributions to the grim statistics of the infirmary, with a smile that seemed to dismiss the scorn of both men, Qi Jun remarked, "Isn't it true that every time you come to Gangu, you find yourself at the infirmary?" "Very well, I shall pay a visit," Chiu agreed after a moment of contemplation. Then turned to Lei Jian and proposed, "How about a contest?" Though Chiu was well-meaning, his encounters with wounded soldiers were rare. As he roamed the 5 provinces of Qinfeng, Lei Jian, however, was unafraid of a challenge, summoning his attendant to carry his medicinal pouch as they set off. The infirmary was nearby, and in mere moments, they stood at its entrance. Chiu was taken aback, exclaiming, "How has it become so clean in just 4 months?" Lei Jian shared the same sentiment, although he measured the time as 3 months. Unlike Lei Jian, who sought glory in Gangu, Chiu was a seasoned battlefield physician. His experience far exceeded that of Lei Jian, having treated countless wounded over his 40-year career. Within the once filthy infirmary, the debris had vanished, revealing the yellow earth marked by lime. The stench that typically filled the barracks had dissipated, replaced by the sounds of laughter and joy. Is this truly an infirmary? Both physicians were astonished, unable to believe their senses. Surely not. Qi Jun scoffed from behind them. "Dr. Lei, you have been in Gangu for quite some time. Chiu, you have also visited multiple times since the establishment of Gangu. Yet it seems your efforts pale in comparison to a single day's work of others. What is going on here?" Lei Jian seized a soldier preparing to leave, demanding answers. Though he rarely visited the infirmary, it was still within his purview, and the lack of communication infuriated him. Who had usurped his authority? The soldier, eager to exit, gestured towards the interior. It was Scholar Han who came. "Scholar Han." Lei Jian abandoned the soldier and strode into the barracks, his eyes immediately locking onto Han Gang. Amidst the crowd, Han's scholarly demeanor made him stand out unmistakably. Lei Jian approached Han Gang, disregarding decorum, and demanded, "Are you the Scholar Han?" "Indeed, I am Han Gang," he replied, stepping back slightly and clasping his hands. "Forgive me, but may I inquire who you are?" Lei Jian did not answer, instead pressing on, "On whose orders have you come to the infirmary? Who needs orders to save lives?" Han Gang replied succinctly, "I act solely for my own peace of mind. Others are of no concern." Anger ignited within Lei Jian. The military has its regulations. You cannot simply act as you please. Before Han Gang could respond, the wounded soldiers and their families, recognizing Lei Jian, protested against his presence. "Dr. Lei, you do not heal us, yet you hinder others from doing so. Scholar Han has worked tirelessly for us, while you have not even deigned a visit. Now that you arrive, it is not to heal but to confront the scholar. If you refuse to help, must you also obstruct our salvation?" Surrounded by a dozen agitated soldiers, Lei Jian's complexion paled. The military men were not known for their patience, and he was aware that being cornered could lead to dire consequences. "What is this commotion?" Han Gang suddenly interjected, rising to Lei Jian's defense. "Dr. Lei has come to treat you, has he not?" With Han Gang's vehement intervention, the soldiers reluctantly retreated. Lei Jian, shaken, felt his authority diminish significantly. Qi Jun, observing the escalating tension, found it surprising how quickly Han Gang had garnered such respect within the infirmary in a mere day and a half, prompting him to take action. "Han Gang, while you may claim to be a scholar, medical expertise is not merely acquired through reading books. An incompetent physician can be fatal. How many lives do you intend to jeopardize with your reckless treatment?" Chiu, who had been watching the spectacle with amusement, relished in Lei Jian's predicament. While Qi Jun was seeking to challenge Han Gang, he was not entirely wrong. Human lives were not to be trifled with. If Han Gang had the knowledge, he would surely defend himself. If not, Chiu was content to see this tall, young man learn a lesson. The elder physician stood at the back, observing the pristine barracks with approval. He contemplated whether to intervene after Han Gang faced adversity, but his attention was drawn to a particular wounded soldier. His eyes widened in shock as he rushed forward, grasping the soldier's arm. Who treated this? Many in the infirmary recognized Chiu, and his sudden presence elicited excitement among the wounded. His astonishment drew all eyes to the injured soldier, who bore several wounds, his chest nearly cleaved open, and his thigh pierced by an arrow. Yet both injuries had been properly treated and bandaged. As for the broken arm, it seemed trivial. Han Gang had aligned the bones and secured them with a splint, adhering to protocols from the future, though lacking plaster meant not all procedures could be completed. Chiu examined the splinted arm closely. The use of a splint for fractures was his unique technique, known to few outside his disciples. However, upon inspecting the makeshift splint, he shook his head. You have merely skimmed the surface, without grasping the essence. While Han Gang was inexperienced in bone setting, Zhu Zhong only knew basic stitching. But Zhou Ning had some education and a smattering of knowledge in treating injuries. He assisted in aligning the fractured bone and, following Han Gang's instructions, secured it with the wooden splint. Lei Jian's gaze shifted to the soldier's arm, and he exclaimed, "Why use wood? Fractures require cedar bark for proper wrapping." His eyes then darted to Han Gang, clearly seeking confrontation. Yet it was Chiu who defended Han Gang, scoffing, "Cedar bark is of no use. Fractures must be bound with willow wood. It grows easily and is ideal for stimulating bone healing." Ancient medicine was rife with assumptions, often lacking in empirical basis. The thoughts of Chiu Yiwen are indeed founded on this principle, as willow trees can thrive through cuttings. Merely placing a segment of willow branch into the soil will soon yield a sapling. Observing this characteristic of the willow, he firmly believes in its regenerative and healing properties. Han Gang diligently noted this, while Lei Jian regarded it with disdain. To him, Chiu Yiwen merely employed trivial skills derived from the common folk, relying on luck to effect a cure. When it comes to the art of medicine, one must adhere to the texts. For a fracture without a break in the skin, one should apply medicinal substances and bind it with cedar bark. Han Gang furrowed his brow, astonished. How can one use cedar bark to stabilize a fracture? If not cedar bark, then what else? Lei Jian retorted, binding with cedar bark is explicitly stated in the principles of wound healing and fracture restoration. To trust in books entirely is worse than to have none at all. Han Gang exclaimed passionately, cedar bark is too soft and feeble. How can it serve? Whose bones are as pliable as tree bark? The true principle lies in willow wood promoting bone healing. To expedite recovery from fractures, one must utilize sturdy willow boards for support. He sighed, pondering where to procure willow trees, ultimately deciding to seek out any available boards for makeshift support. In truth, any type of board could suffice for stabilizing a fracture, yet Han Gang understood the wisdom of leveraging strength and flowing with circumstances. The aged folk doctor appeared far more reliable than the official physician Lei Jian, who harbored an open disdain for him. Thus, it was natural for him to align with the old doctor's assertions. Heaven knows, this was the first time Han Gang had heard of willow wood healing bones. However, mere agreement with others was insufficient. He needed to demonstrate his own abilities. He was well aware of how to articulate his thoughts. The old doctor possessed vast experience but lacked theoretical depth. By aligning his ideas with the 5 elements of traditional Chinese medicine, Han Gang could easily impress him. This was fortuitously aided by his previous life's work related to medicine. Yet, merely using willow wood splints was insufficient. After applying the willow splints, one must also cover it with earth, binding it tightly for stabilization. Humans are born of the 5 elemental energies. In treating bone injuries, the properties of wood and earth must harmonize to achieve efficacy. Han Gang posed a question to the attentive audience surrounding him. Who has seen willow branches rooting and sprouting when placed in water? They must be inserted into the soil. Correct? The crowd nodded in agreement, affirming his statement. How can plants thrive without soil or stones? Lei Jian found himself unable to counter this. While Chiu Yiwen stroked his grizzled beard, lost in thought, Han Gang articulated his points simply enough for all to comprehend, yet the rationale was inherent, leaving no room for dispute. Chapter 24. A Strategy to Save Thousands, Part 2. The soil is soft and is unlikely to provide a strong fixation for injuries. Chiu Yiwen suddenly remarked, perceiving a flaw in Han Gang's theory. In military camps, injuries from falls and blows are the most common ailments. Many are merely ordinary fractures that, due to improper care post-realignment, result in lifelong disabilities. Not even the seasoned veteran, Chiu Yiwen, can change this reality. Han Gang glanced at the old military doctor and said, when I speak of soil, I do not refer to the earth beneath our feet, but to gypsum. The 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, are merely broad classifications, with further subdivisions beneath them. Gold, silver, copper, iron, and tin belong to the metal category. Willows, elms, locusts, and pines are classified as wood. Gypsum, being a mineral that cannot be smelted, falls under earth. At this time, gypsum is seldom used as a building material, with lime being the common choice among the populace. Its primary utility lies in medicine. Gypsum possesses a cold nature, effective in alleviating fevers and purging toxins. Thus, Lei Jian inquired, given that gypsum is a cold substance, What basis is there for its application in bone injuries? It is used externally, not internally. Furthermore, to treat bone injuries with gypsum, it must first be calcined and reduced to powder to eliminate its cold properties. Then, it is mixed with water to form a paste, which is applied to the injured area that has been bound with willow wood and finally secured with linen. When calcined gypsum meets water, it solidifies, becoming as firm as stone, thus preventing any misalignment of bones. The willow strips, gypsum powder, and clear water represent wood, earth, and water respectively, indicating that to properly heal a bone injury, one must nourish it with all three elements. Han Gang's arguments were compelling, leaving Lei Jian and Qiu Yuan speechless, their thoughts increasingly aligning with his reasoning. Medical practitioners emphasize the properties and effects of medicines, while those treating injuries focus merely on healing. Han Gang tailored his approach to the specific ailments presented. Both Qiu and Lei were indeed taken aback, their gazes toward Han Gang tinged with newfound respect. Qi Jun was equally astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had not anticipated Han Gang's medical prowess. Well, he had expected some skill, but not to the extent surpassing that of Lei Jian and Qiu Yuan. Now, what was he to do with Han Gang? Observing Han Gang's commanding presence in the infirmary, any covert attempts to undermine him would likely backfire, possibly costing him dearly. Truly impressive medical skills, Scholar Han. I am in awe, praised Qiu Yuan, unable to restrain his admiration. However, Han Gang shook his head. I have not been trained in medicine. I am utterly ignorant of the 4 diagnostic methods and know nothing of acupuncture or prescriptions. What I have shared is merely a repetition of others' wisdom. I dare not claim any credit. Whose wisdom do you repeat? Lei Jian and Qiu Yuan pressed simultaneously. The principles Han Gang articulated seemed unprecedented, indicating a remarkable proficiency in medicine. A wandering Taoist. This was in May, when I was studying under Master Zihu in Weizhou, Han Gang replied, slightly lifting his head, his gaze distant as if lost in thought, though in reality, he was fabricating a lie. Just after the Dragon Boat Festival, Master Zihu was recommended by the court scholar L to assume an official position. I had intended to accompany him, but unexpectedly received a letter from home. Upon hearing this, the crowd regarded Han Gang with newfound reverence, while Qi Ju nearly erupted in anger, realizing that Han Gang was a disciple of the esteemed Zhang Zai, renowned as the master of Henkyu. No wonder the gifts sent by Qin Ju were so substantial. His status was indeed illustrious. How infuriating that Qin Ju would attempt to ensnare Han Gang in peril. If he succeeded, Master Henkyu would not let it rest, nor would Han Gang's peers. You have acted unjustly. Do not be surprised if I retaliate, Qi Jun thought bitterly, contemplating revenge against Qin Ju. Meanwhile, Han Gang continued recounting his extraordinary experiences. As you know, April was the time when the Western bandits invaded Qinzhou. He smiled, albeit with a hint of melancholy. The letter? Zhou Ning inquired, aware of the rumors surrounding Han Gang's family, which hinted at the letter's grave contents. The letter conveyed that both my elder brothers perished in the royal service, urging me to return home for mourning. Han Gang sighed deeply, recalling the moment I hastened home through the rain, only to fall ill from exposure, collapsing by the roadside at a mountain shrine. Truly fortunate, scholar, falling ill at an inn, with a moment's negligence could lead to tragedy, Qiu Yuan remarked, well aware of the small shrines often sheltering travelers who succumb to illness. Indeed, fortune favored me. I lay alone in that mountain shrine, devoid of even a straw mat. The shrine leaked rainwater, and I found myself soaked. After lying there for half a day, I became utterly disoriented, teetering on the brink of life and death. As I narrated this tale, my emotions were palpable, and to my surprise, a Taoist entered just then. With a single pill, he induced perspiration and my illness receded significantly. Han Gang reminisced fondly about a figure who never truly existed. The Taoist cared for me for 2 days, discussing various medical topics, including fractures. When he departed, he advised me to rest another day, or else I might become ill again. Though I believed him, I could not abide by his counsel. As my return from mourning was urgent, feeling a bit stronger, I pressed on toward home, only to have my illness flare up again, collapsing upon entering the door, nearly costing me my life. I lay bedridden for over a month before I could stand again. Who was this Taoist? What was his name? Lei Jian inquired urgently. Calmly, Han Gang wove his fabrications. The Taoist was a figure akin to a wandering cloud. His name was not disclosed, only that he bore the surname Sun. Wang Juan, searching for Lei Jian and Qiu Yuan, stepped into the infirmary just in time to hear Han Gang's last words. Standing behind the crowd, Wang interrupted, who bears the surname Sun? No one answered. Lei Jian, Qiu Yuan, and Jun stood in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. After a moment, Han Gang found himself in the back hall of the Ganges city government. By merely uttering Taoist son, he had ensured that his name reached the ears of the military commissioner and Ganges city lord. The elderly Zhang Shouyu sat in the hall, flanked by Wang Junwan and a host of officials. "Are you the Han Gang who encountered the immortal?" The Ganges city lord asked directly. "Encountered an immortal?" In the presence of the commissioner of Qin Feng Road, Han Gang's lips parted slightly, his expression bewildered. "What brings this about?" Zhang Shouyu's gaze turned icy, akin to the frigid northern winds outside, as it fell upon Wang Junwan. Wang Junwan, bewildered, questioned Han Gang. "Did you not claim to have encountered the famed physician Sun Jinren from the previous dynasty? Why the sudden change in your story? When did I ever say that?" Han Gang's astonishment and fury were evident. "I merely stated that the Taoist who saved my life bore the surname Sun, nothing more. What connection does that have to the medicine king Sun Jinren? He lived in the early Tang dynasty, centuries ago. How could he still be among the living? I am a disciple of the holy teachings and do not indulge in superstitions." From the moment Han Gang fabricated the tale, claiming that the Taoist who saved him was named Sun, he had mentally prepared for the ensuing rumors, hoping for such an outcome. Sun Sima, the medicine king, renowned in Guangzhou, with countless legends surrounding him, enduring through the centuries. As expected, due to Han Gang's conduct in the infirmary and the rumors of encountering an immortal, Ganges City Lord Zhang Shouyu summoned him before him. "You." Wang Junwan stepped forward, barely containing his rage. "Enough of this bickering," Zhang Shouyu barked, silencing Wang Junwan. He then turned to Han Gang. "I have heard that you, Scholar Han, are untrained in medicine. How is it that you can save lives? In the infirmary, I employ treatment techniques rather than medical practices. There is no need to be well-versed in horse husbandry to understand the care of horses, nor is it necessary to be knowledgeable in agriculture to cultivate the land. Why must one master medical arts? As my injuries are not fatal, having survived thus far, why should I not continue to live? With attentive care, how many could truly perish in vain? Presently, many individuals in the infirmary are already on the path to recovery, which serves as undeniable evidence." Wang Junwan, feeling impatient, inquired eagerly, "Pray tell, Han Xiaotsai, how confident are you in bringing my sons back to health? I still have over a dozen close brothers at home who require care." Han could not guarantee that each one would recover completely, but he could assure that the number of unnecessary fatalities would be significantly reduced compared to the past. Caring for the ill does not solely involve administering needles and medicines. The essence lies in the dedication one invests. Han Gang possessed unwavering confidence, inspired by the legendary nurse Florence Nightingale, whose remarkable contributions during the 19th century battlefield demonstrated that the mortality rate of the wounded did not decline with scientific advancements, consistently ranging from 30 to 50%, not due to medicine, but due to the quality of care provided. During the Crimean War, when England, France, Russia, and Turkey engaged in battle, Nightingale led a team of nurses to the field hospitals, lacking exceptional medical skills or miraculous remedies. Her meticulous nursing reduced the mortality rate of the wounded to single digits. This was a miracle born out of compassion, a vision Han Gang aspired to replicate within the infirmary at Ganges City. Although this was not the answer Wang Junwan had hoped for, he found satisfaction in the response he received. Turning to Zhang Shouyu, he proposed, "Why not allow Han Xiaotsai to take charge of the infirmary? Dr. Lei and Dr. Qiu would heed his counsel." Han Gang, "If I were to entrust the infirmary, no, all the wounded within Ganges City to you, would you be able to manage their care? To claim that I can single-handedly attend to thousands is indeed an exaggeration. I need not personally tend to each one." Han Gang's response, though somewhat audacious, did not sit well with the officials present. However, Zhang Shouyu did not take offense. It would be peculiar for a talented young man to lack a hint of pride. Moreover, Han Gang was the only one who had ventured into Ganges City amidst peril, a kindness that Zhang Shouyu duly noted. "Very well," Zhang Shouyu concluded, deciding to vacate the camp in the southeast of the city, transferring all the wounded there. Jun, provide Han Xiaotsai with whatever he requires. Well, except for money and weapons. Understood. Jun readily assented, recognizing that Han Gang was the individual he needed to ally with. As for Qinju, who was he? Han Gang, the care of the wounded in Ganges City is now in your hands. I trust you will diligently fulfill the expectations of the troops. Rest assured, esteemed supervisor, I understand." Han Gang humbly bowed, yet his face bore a smile reflecting the fulfillment of his grand aspirations. Chapter 25. The Desire to Capture the Enemy's Heart, Part 1. In the city of Qinzhou, Lu Xian, the clerk of Qingji County, hurriedly entered Chenju's study. Typically, Lucien endeavored to emulate the leisure and composure of the gentry, always appearing calm and collected, walking with measured steps. Today, however, he was anything but composed, displaying an urgency that was quite out of character. In the study, the renowned Chen Yasi leisurely sat at the table, sipping tea. A graceful maid delicately held a tea pestle, grinding the tribute tea from Fujin, though it was merely the most commonplace grade rather than the exquisite gold-flaked varieties reserved for the emperor. Nevertheless, acquiring a piece was a rarity indeed. With fingers as tender as scallions and skin as pale as jade, the maid expertly ground the white tea into a fine powder. Once hot water was poured in, the liquid surged, revealing fleeting images of flowers, birds, and beasts, only to vanish quietly. A spectacle so exquisite that many would concede defeat in a tea competition. The tea artistry of Yin Suxin, Chenju's maid, was quite famous in Qingzhou. The blue tea cup and white tea were presented to Chenju, the fragrance wafting invitingly. Observing her graceful movements, one might think nothing had changed from days of old. Yet, upon closer inspection, Chenju, though seated and sipping, bore a heavy cloud of worry etched upon his brow, rendering him oblivious to the taste of the tea. In just a few days, strands of gray had begun to pepper his hair. As soon as Lucien entered, Chenju waved his hand dismissively at the maid. "Suxin, you may leave." Suxin quietly acknowledged and began to tidy the tea set. Chenju, forgetting even to set down his cup, stepped forward and urgently inquired, "What news? Has Han-san returned?" Lucien shook his head despondently. "He has not returned." As Suxin quietly exited, Chenju's voice erupted behind her. "Not returned? Why is he still absent? Does he wish for his own demise? Father, mother, have we finally waited long enough?" Suxin murmured softly, her expression inscrutable. Her footsteps were steady, yet tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. "Old villain, you two have your day." Inside the study, Lucien produced a document bearing a crimson seal and handed it to Chenju. With a resigned sigh, he stated, "Han-san has been detained by Zhang Shouyue. This document, received 5 days ago from Gangga City, states that Han Gang is to remain in Ganggu awaiting orders, but it has only now reached the county office. Even if there were prior grievances, Zhang Shouyue has borne the responsibility. Han Gang has allied himself with Zhang Shouyue and now feels invulnerable. Although Han Gang held a position in Qingji County, Zhang Shouyue had no authority to detain him. Yet, who would dare to confront a supervisor over such a matter? Even Li Shizhong would not undertake such a risk, so how could the county magistrate of Qingji possess such audacity? Even if Chenju managed to secretly send a document to Ganggu requesting Han Gang's return, if Zhang Shouyue chose to ignore it or dismiss it entirely, could the case even reach Li Shizhong? Han Gang had narrowly escaped, thanks to Zhang Shouyue's assistance. Chenju felt a surge of anger, but it quickly subsided into a bitter smile. Han Gang had long since slipped from his grasp. The news of Pei Xiaogu's devastating defeat reached Chenju's ears just 3 days after the battle. For this reason alone, the Mo Xing tribe, which had maintained relations with the Chun family for decades, turned against him, directly killing the confidant he had sent to liaise with them. To the Mo Xing tribe, they had fallen victim to Chenju's deceit. How could a mere civilian escort defeat a convoy with double the number of elite warriors? Chenju was equally furious. 100 men lay in ambush against a convoy of merely 40. How could such a disparity result in defeat? How could they dare to lose? It was no wonder the Mo Xing tribe had declined year after year, constantly pressed by the Longzhong tribe. Then there were Dong Chao and Shuaibai, whether they were alive or dead, whether they had defected to Han Gang or remained loyal to Chenju. He had no way of knowing. Furthermore, that scoundrel Li Qing had not sent a word since arriving in Ganggu, leaving him utterly in the dark. Meanwhile, Han Xiaocai had shot an arrow at a servant of the Xiang family in Fuqiang City, and soon the entire Qingzhou was abuzz, yet the local magistrate had remained silent. On the second day after the Xiang family's caravan returned to Qingzhou, a mat was discreetly taken out from the back door of the Xiang residence. Rumored to have been a victim of a sudden illness that might have been infectious, requiring immediate incineration. With winter approaching, what sort of plague could possibly arise? The local magistrate could not even handle Han San. What could a mere Yasi do? Having relied on his authority, Chenju had treated Qingji County as his own backyard, believing that with 3 generations of accumulated influence, his position was unassailable. Yet, it now appeared as fragile as a thin layer of paper, easily pierced by Han Gang without any apparent effort. Lucien, originally pale, now appeared as white as a sheet. "Yasi, what should we do now?" Chenju tightly gripped the teacup, producing a sharp crack as the delicate porcelain shattered in his palm. Scalding tea splashed out, but he remained oblivious. For days, Chenju had been unable to sleep soundly, awakening from nightmares drenched in cold sweat. Each time he awoke, the details of the dream faded. Yet the lingering scent of blood and the haunting visage of those sharp brows and eyes remained vivid. Send word out. I will offer a reward of 100 guan. For any information regarding Han Gang, I will pay according to the quantity. If there is 1 piece of news, I will pay 1 piece of silver. If there are 10, I will pay 10. Through gritted teeth, Chenju declared, as long as Han Gang lives, I cannot find peace. Lucien nodded in agreement. Moreover, his parents have fled to Fengxiang Prefecture. We must bring them back now. Chenju abruptly corrected himself, his expression turning more ferocious. Let them fall ill. Let us see if Han Gang will rush to Fengxiang to pay his respects. On the way, Chenju cast a cold glance at Lucien, who hastily complied. Go find Wang Shunshan. Say nothing. Simply offer him 100 taels of gold. If he refuses, add another 100. Though Han Gang has not returned, Wang Shunshan has, which indicates their relationship has not yet grown too close. 200 taels of gold could exchange for 5,000 copper coins. Chenju doubted a mere commoner could maintain such high ideals. Due to Han Gang, he had already spent 1/3 of his visible wealth, and much of his hidden fortune was also at risk of exposure. Now, spending an additional 5,000 coins was hardly a concern. Say nothing. Wang Shunshan is a clever man. He should understand what to do. Lucien nodded, noting it down, then forced a light-hearted smile. With your strategies, I cannot believe a mere village chief could turn the tide. If he dies, the local magistrate would surely rejoice. Chenju ignored Lucien's words, gripping his forehead with his right hand while his bloodied left hand rhythmically tapped the table. The sound continued for a long while before suddenly stopping. Chenju's face turned ashen. Was Wang Ji back the day before yesterday? Lucien nodded in confusion, unsure of Chenju's inquiry. Wang Ji was in Fuqiang City recently? Chenju's voice grew more urgent. Wang Ji was responsible for tribal affairs, and for the past few months, he had been traversing the border regions. Dalong, Jida, Anyuan, Tongwei. In Ganggu, Fuqiang Lucien's voice faltered, a chilling thought rising from his core. Yasi, do you think he might have encountered Han Gang? Chenju's voice was low and grave. Is it possible? Impossible. No way. Absolutely not. Lucien shook his head vigorously, yet his own denial failed to convince even himself. Calculating the timeline, the battle at Pei Shagu and Han Gang's arrival in Fuqiang City coincided with Wang Xiao's return from the north just 2 days prior. From Ganggu to Qinzhou, a swift horse could cover the distance in a day. However, Wang Xiao returned alongside the messenger who bore the good news from Ganggu, accompanied by his retainers and their mounts, 2 of which reportedly perished in the stable. Ganggu was already secure. So what urgent matter compelled Wang Xiao to hasten back with such urgency? Apart from the affairs concerning Pei Gorge, Chenju and Lucien could think of no other justification. As the principal party involved, it was inevitable that Wang Xiao would seek clarification from Han Gang regarding the circumstances. Chenju's resentment towards the Mo Xing tribe flared anew. If he could eliminate Han Gang and his associates in Pei Gorge, any potential repercussions could easily be deflected onto other tribes. Yet, with so many witnesses alive, who could guarantee that neither Chenju nor the Mo Xing tribe would remain undiscovered? It was merely a matter of a clever stratagem. What terror could it truly evoke? Lucien's outcry only served to betray his own trepidation. Time. Chenju's hands trembled, his countenance pale. How many days had been squandered since Wang Xiao's return? Although the strategic role was significant, it did not possess high rank. He was not a pacification official. If Chenju were to leverage all his resources and connections, perhaps there was still a chance to fight back. Yet, the time lost could never be reclaimed. With Wang Xiao returning from the north, would he afford them any further opportunity? Master! Master! No. It is bad. The elderly steward of the Qin family stumbled into the inner courtyard, rushing to the study, breathless and panicked. What is amiss? Chenju glared fiercely, prepared to receive 20 strokes of the family discipline. Master! Master, forgive me. The steward gasped, his anxiety intensifying. Outside. Outside. He stuttered for a long moment without elucidating the matter. However, Chenju and Lucien no longer needed to hear more. Suddenly, a deafening crash resonated from the front courtyard as the heavy gates of the Chun residence were violently flung open, sending dust swirling and trapping several servants beneath the fallen doors. A robust and commanding voice rang out in the courtyard. By the command of the strategic envoy, I am here to apprehend the Western traitors Chenju and Lucien, along with their kin and allies. Anyone who dares to resist will be executed without exception. Conduct thorough searches. Do not let the two scoundrels escape. The steward's complexion turned ashen, his tongue no longer faltering. Outside. It is Wang Shunshin and his troops who have surrounded us. A quarter of an hour later, the clamor of the search continued throughout the Chun residence. Yet Wang Shunshin stood in the study, casting a disdainful gaze upon the ground before him. Before him lay the accused culprits, Chenju and Lu Xian. Bound tightly like rice dumplings, forcibly pressed to the floor as they awaited Wang Shunshin's pronouncement. Typically, Chenju and Lu Xian presented themselves as well-dressed gentlemen. But now their garments were torn, their hair disheveled, and their faces marred by the bruises inflicted during their capture. Lu Xian's expression was one of rage. His previously cultivated demeanor vanished. He struggled against his bonds, raising his head defiantly. Wang Shunshin, do not revel in your triumph. When we emerge, you shall have cause to weep. Emerging? Do you mean being reborn? Wang Shunshin sneered, peering into his eyes. I shall await your return for 18 years. With a swift kick, he sent Lu Xian sprawling before crouching beside Chenju, grinning maliciously. Did you not wish to eliminate their brother? How does it feel now? To be the hunted? Chenju's pallor deepened. The foundation built by 3 generations of his family lay in ruins, toppled by the foot of one of humble origin. His confidence crumbled, leaving only a desperate desire to preserve the Chun family's lineage. He shifted closer to Wang Shunshin, forcing a sycophantic smile. If you would be so gracious as to spare us and send word to my son in Fengxiang, I would gladly offer you the family's hidden treasures, worth a full 10,000 strings of cash. Bah! Wang Shunshin spat a thick gob of phlegm onto his face. Now you seek to humble yourself? When you wreaked havoc upon others, where was your mercy? Consider how many lives your family has ruined across 3 generations. Let me be frank. Those sent to capture your 2 sons have long departed and will not return. Now, take them away. Wang Shunshin escorted Chenju and Lu Xian back to the outer courtyard, where their family members were gathered, weeping and bound together like a string of beads. All escape rendered impossible. Meanwhile, dozens of servants and maids were herded together, faces drawn in sorrow, quietly sobbing. Only one maid, clad in white, cradling a small girl, stood resolutely in a corner, her gaze fixed intently upon Chenju, a white flower swaying in her hair against the biting wind. Chapter 25, To Capture the Heart of Scholars and Enemies, Part 2, My Lord. Wang Ho swiftly entered the public hall of Wangshao, finding Chenju and Lu Xian already in custody. Along with Chenju's 2 sons, the accomplices and kin of the 2 thieves had been entirely apprehended. Wang Shunshin was currently escorting them to the state prison. Understood, Wang Shao replied indifferently, not lifting his gaze from the document before him, his attention still fixated on the paperwork in his hands. Wang Ho, brimming with excitement, failed to notice his father's peculiar demeanor. Astonished at how effortlessly they had captured Chenju, the Lord merely had to offer a hint, and countless individuals eagerly rushed to act, including Li Jingli, who raised no objections. This was because Chenju, once a formidable adversary, had now become a plump target. Wang Ho, grinning widely, nodded in agreement. Indeed, my lord. With a fortune amounting to hundreds of thousands of strings of cash, he would be considered one of the wealthiest individuals even in the capital city. However, Chenju's former power meant few knew the true extent of his wealth. Even if someone coveted his assets, they had to be wary of being bitten back, rendering such endeavors a perilous gamble. But now, the complications have vanished. Chenju's intent to harm Yukuan has placed his own head upon the chopping block. In the Song Dynasty, wealth was akin to a conduit to the supernatural. If Chenju's vast fortune were wisely utilized and timely, his name might soon be added to the list of officials exiled to distant, obscure counties this year. However, now Chenju's considerable wealth had transformed into a delectable morsel that everyone yearned to bite into. Han Yukuan, having been wronged by Chenju, had no choice but to serve in the official capacities, with his parents fleeing to Fengxiang to evade the storm. Should he learn of Chenju's downfall, he would undoubtedly be immensely grateful to the Lord. Who knows? Wang Shao sighed, tossing the document onto the table. It was then that Wang Ho finally noticed something amiss in his father's expression. Leaning over, he caught a glimpse of the text on the document and exclaimed in shock. Zhang Shoyue intends to recommend Han Yukuan to manage the affairs of injuries and illnesses across various regions. Wang Shao calmly elaborated. Closing his eyes and leaning back against the chair, Qin Feng, the military envoy, sighed deeply. I never expected that Han San, not only excelling in literary and martial arts, but also possessing skills in healing and saving lives. Fan Wenzheng Fan Zhangyan, once remarked, if not a good minister, then a good physician. Zhang Zihu is a disciple of Fan Zhang and must possess some knowledge of medicine. I recall he even prescribed a remedy for Kai Jingli. Who would have thought that Han Gang, whom he taught, would so adeptly follow suit, earning a third-class position in just a few days from Zhang Shizan Zhang Shoyue? In less than 10 days since arriving in Ganga City, Han Gang had managed to secure Zhang Shoyue's recommendation for a third-class position at the rank of the 9th grade. This entirely surpassed Wang Xiao's expectations. The third-class position was the lowest rank among military officials, and Han Gang was now responsible for overseeing matters related to injuries and illnesses in various regions. The former represented his official status, determining his salary level, thus also referred to as a salary officer. The latter defined the duties he was to undertake. This separation of official titles and assignments would be inherited by future generations. For instance, if an individual held the position of director of the Municipal Health Bureau, a mid-level official, according to the Song Dynasty's terminology, the Health Bureau Director would be the assignment, while the mid-level position would be the official title. However, the official system of the Song Dynasty was far more intricate. The assignments in the Song Dynasty were unrelated to rank. A county magistrate and a provincial governor both held assignments but did not possess fixed ranks. Officials with the same level of assignment could range from the 3rd to the 8th rank. For example, Wang Xiao's role as a military envoy was merely an assignment, lacking a specific rank. Only his official title, Taizi Zhongyun, determined his rank, an 8th grade court official, the lowest level eligible to attend court meetings. Although Zhang Shoyue's recommendation for Han Gang was only a third-class position at the 9th grade, it nonetheless conferred an official status in the entirety of the Song Dynasty. The number of officials with ranks, both civil and military, would not exceed 40,000. For instance, Wang Shunshan, holding merely a nominal military title, was still 5 levels away from a third-class position. Wang Junwan, commanding 400 elite cavalry, was merely a palace attendant, also 3 levels away from the third-class position. Wang Shunshan had personally captured 11 bandits in Peixiao Valley. If he had no backing, he might barely advance a couple of levels. In contrast, Wang Junwan, leading the charge in the battle at Nangu, could only achieve a position equal to Han Gang's after calculating his merits. To be frank, Han Gang's rise from a commoner to an official position through recommendation was akin to soaring to the heavens. While Wang Ho held a deep admiration for Han Gang, he did not wish for Han Gang to receive an official position through Zhang Shoyue's recommendation. He believed such favor should be reserved for his own family to cultivate a good relationship with Han Gang. He expressed his dissatisfaction. Zhang Shoyue is merely a road inspector. His recommendation may not necessarily succeed. As a road inspector, Zhang Shoyue certainly held the power of recommendation, but the road envoy also possessed the authority to oppose it. Moreover, Zhang Shoyue's recommendation had to be reported to the third-class court, where officials responsible for assessing low-ranking military officials would judge Han Gang's qualifications for an official position. I'm quite certain that Xiang Bao will likely oppose. Wang Ho declared with conviction. Do not underestimate Xiang Bao. Wang Xiao scoffed. He is indeed in a quandary at present. If he supports the recommendation, he may earn a reputation for being magnanimous. But if he opposes, how many would be eyeing his position? Wang Ho mused. Zhang Shizan might also have a hand in this. Is it possible that Zhang Shoyue is intentionally performing for Xiang Bao's benefit? Most likely, Wang Ho, being astute, blinked and swiftly grasped his father's intentions. Xiang Bao was the road envoy, while Zhang Shoyue was the road inspector, both respectively the second and third figures among the military leaders of Qinfeng Road. If Xiang Bao were to leave his post, his position would either be filled by someone dispatched from the court or directly ascended by Zhang Shoyue, having just achieved merit in Ganga City. The central officials would certainly take note of this. Zhang Shoyue was likely fully preoccupied with the idea of ousting Xiang Bao from Qinfeng to take his place. Zhang Shoyue truly knows how to seize opportunities. This chance has been presented to him by Han Gang. My lord, how many times has Zhang Shoyue recommended Han Gang to no avail? Wang Ho remained undeterred, continuing to advocate for Han Gang, asserting that both his intellect and strategies far surpassed ordinary individuals. If he were not recruited promptly, they would inevitably regret it in the future. Of course, I am aware of this matter. Wang Xiao sighed for the umpteenth time after perusing the document from Ganga City. Wang Xiao understood well that Han Gang had earned the admiration of his usually proud son. However, his true understanding of Han Gang would only come after returning to Qinzhou City. At that time, Han Gang had traveled north to Gangu, while Wang Xiao had first dispatched urgent letters to Qinzhou, and the next day returned with the messenger bearing tidings of victory from Ganga City. The battle in Peishia Valley had been an unforeseen event or an ominous omen. This was something no one could ascertain. Neither Li Shizhong nor Wang Xiao were willing to take a single risk. By the time Wang Xiao hurried back to Qinzhou City to arrange for an investigation with Li Shizhong regarding Peishia Valley, they began to gather information about Han Gang, and thus the case regarding the military armory came to light. With Wang Xiao's keen insight and experience, he certainly would not be deceived by superficial appearances. Piercing through the fog of the written documents, Wang Xiao had already grasped the entirety of Han Gang's actions since leaving home for the city. In a desperate situation, he had managed to kill 3 individuals overnight, turning the tide and forcing his enemies to their doom. Furthermore, 2 soldiers originally aligned with Chunju had been persuaded by Han Gang to abandon their allegiance, resolutely standing by Han Gang's side after the incident. Decisive in his actions and courageous in battle, Han San, in terms of temperament, valor, and intellect, could not be overshadowed by the renowned Zhang Guaya of yore. This was what Wang Xiao communicated to Wang Ho upon learning the intricacies of the military armory case. Zhang Guaya was a distinguished minister during the reigns of Taizong and Junzong, known for his swordsmanship. There are tales of him encountering danger during his youth, where, when faced with the threat of harm, he unsheathed his sword and eliminated the entire family of the would-be assailants, leaving behind a notorious tale of massacre. As the magistrate of Chongyang, he caught a treasury clerk stealing a coin from the treasury. Zhang Guaya intended to punish him with a beating, but was met with scorn from the clerk. Without uttering a word, Zhang issued a decree stating, 1 coin a day amounts to 1,000 in 1,000 days. A saw can cut through wood, and water can wear away stone. He then personally executed the clerk with a single stroke of his sword, embodying the spirit of a true hero. Even amidst the abundance of heroes during the Han Dynasty, he stood out. In comparison, Han Gang's ruthless demeanor in killing was similarly formidable. Should this young man pass the imperial examinations, he might very well become a distinguished minister in the future. This was Wang Xiao's current assessment, based on Han Gang's remarkable achievements within just 2 months of recovery. Demonstrating his undeniable talent, Wang Xiao, recognizing Han Gang's potential, desired to bring him under his wing. However, his son Wang Ho had been thoroughly deceived by Han Gang, leaving him in a precarious position. Inviting Han Gang under such circumstances would not be easily appeased with mere patronage. At the very least, an official title would be necessary. It would be foolish to provide sustenance to a donkey before it had even begun to grind. Wang Xiao was reluctant to commit such a folly. During a brief encounter at the northern gate of Fuqiang, Han Gang's striking features left a deep impression on Wang Xiao. The countenance reflects the spirit. No matter how much humility and calm Han Gang feigned, his inner pride could not be concealed. Thus, Wang Xiao resolved to temper Han Gang's temperament and arrogance, ensuring he would not harbor overly ambitious desires. He also planned to eliminate Han Gang's adversaries, allowing him to operate without fear. This strategy of coaxing and restraining would likely lead Han Gang to bow in submission. Should Han Gang prove capable in the future, Wang Xiao would recommend him for an official position. Conversely, if he turned out to be all talk and no substance, he could easily dismiss him. Wang Xiao's calculations were astute, his script well-written, yet he overlooked the fact that while Han Gang might not be a prominent figure, he was under no obligation to adhere to someone else's script. Wang Xiao could not have anticipated that Han Gang possessed the capacity to craft his own narrative. Who could have foreseen that Han Gang, merely days after arriving in Ganga City, would achieve accomplishments worthy of Zhang Shouyu's formal recommendation? With a sharp mind, how could he not stand out? Wang Xiao sighed at his own naivety and said to Wang Ho, "Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to Ganggu." Note: the 8th rank of Wang Xiao may appear low, yet in the bureaucratic hierarchy of the Northern Song Dynasty, high-ranking officials were few, and lower-ranking officials could hold significant positions. Often, a 6th-rank title sufficed for a prime minister. For instance, while the county magistrate is colloquially known as a 7th-rank official, in the Northern Song, the position was typically held by 8th-rank officials from the capital. By the time one reached the 7th rank, they could be appointed as a prefect. I will elaborate on the bureaucratic structure of the Northern Song in subsequent passages. Chapter 26. The Official's Pursuit of Grain and Rice. Part 1. To study and review it at intervals. Is it not a joy? To have friends come from afar, is it not a joy? To remain unperturbed when others are unaware, is it not the mark of a gentleman? After a long day of toil, Han Gang finally found respite. The gentle sunlight dispelled the winter chill, and with the howling northern winds absent, sitting outdoors became quite bearable. Han Gang leaned back against a wooden bench, reciting passages from the Analects aloud. With his eyes half closed and his hand resting on the pages, he was not actually reading the book, yet the well-versed words flowed effortlessly from his lips, devoid of any hesitation. As Han Gang recited the scriptures, the bustling individuals passing by him softened their footsteps, hesitant to disturb him. Many even bowed respectfully to Han Gang before continuing on their way. His unwavering dedication to study truly befits his scholarly reputation. It is said that this scholar is not only busy with camp affairs during the day, but also studies late into the night, esteemed for his profound knowledge. Even notable physicians from the capital, including the renowned Dr. Chiu, hold him in high regard. One can only imagine that even the celestial beings would be compelled to assist him in his ailments. Yet, it is not only the title of scholar that should be used. Soon he shall be referred to as an official. The senior supervisor has already submitted his recommendation. In a matter of days, he will attain the true status of an official. It is said that Han, the official, will oversee the medical camps for all the cities along the Qin and Feng roads, ensuring that those injured will no longer suffer in vain. Many spoke in hushed tones about Han Gang's diligent studies and the official position he was about to assume. While there was envy, there was no jealousy. Among those in Ganga City who had witnessed the new medical camp, there was a shared consensus. The discussions of others did not hinder Han Gang's recitation. His thirst for knowledge, his industriousness, and his inability to part from his books were commendable virtues. Han Gang's previous life had endowed him with a wealth of knowledge. Yet memory fades with time, necessitating frequent review. Mastery of scholarship is paramount. Conversing with the gentry while remaining oblivious to the classics would render one a laughingstock. Especially if one were to share a humorous anecdote related to the Analects or the Book of Songs, only to be met with laughter while remaining in ignorance oneself. The bench on which Han Gang sat had just been crafted, still imbued with the unique scent of new wood. Positioned southward, it captured the rare winter sunlight. Currently, there were 11 such benches in the medical camp. Over the past half-month, the previously empty barracks in the southeastern corner of Ganga City had been transformed. Since the day before, when Zhang Shoyue had entrusted this vacant military camp to Han Gang, he had wasted no time. He converted all the laborers from Chengji County into caregivers and directed the artisans and laborers within the city to completely renovate the new medical camp. Outside the camp's entrance hung a sign for the Ganga Sanatorium, a name coined by Han Gang, with the inscription pinned by Zhang Shoyue himself. Though the script may not have been perfectly executed, it exemplified Han Gang's respect for the supervisor and city head. The dormitories in the military camp were uniformly constructed with communal sleeping arrangements, with only the officers allowed the luxury of private quarters. Although time was limited and separate beds could not be crafted for the wounded, Han Gang managed to partition the communal spaces using wooden boards after repainting the boundaries. The 14 modest barracks, excluding the caregivers' quarters, could accommodate a total of 230 beds. The injured were assigned to different barracks based on the severity and type of their conditions, with each room staffed by a varying number of dedicated caregivers, some even providing one-on-one care for the severely injured. Beyond the barracks lay a washing area, an open shed without walls, where several large pots continuously emitted steam, used for sterilizing the linens and garments of the patients. The linens and clothing were first rinsed in flowing water to remove dirt, then subjected to high-temperature steaming, dried, and returned for reuse. Those responsible for cleaning and laundering were the friends and relatives of the patients, as well as the patients themselves. Han Gang, through education and guidance, perhaps one could say through advocacy and indoctrination, helped them understand the benefits of mutual aid, without spending a single coin. Even the ambulatory soldiers willingly participated in maintaining cleanliness and order. On the southern side of the camp, Han Gang instructed the city artisans to construct a row of benches with backs, allowing the patients to sit and bask in the sun when the weather permitted. Additionally, he reserved a spot for a flower bed, intending to transplant some flora come spring. Furthermore, Han Gang planned to pave the camp roads with gravel, rather than leaving them as muddy paths, not fearing for the horses' hooves in this medical camp. He also aimed to excavate drainage channels to dispose of waste discreetly. As opposed to the currently exposed ditches, there remained much to accomplish. They had merely scratched the surface. Yet this medical camp, or sanatorium, had already garnered countless admiring glances and earned Han Gang a position as a 9th-rank military official. In every village, there must be loyal and trustworthy individuals akin to Chiu, surpassing even Chiu's dedication to learning. Upon reaching this point, Han Gang closed his book. Unbeknownst to him, he had memorized a quarter of the 20 volumes of the Analects. The scriptures are indeed brief, Han Gang exclaimed, stretching as he stood. The classic texts, passed down from ancient times, are typically concise, comprising only a small fraction of what one must comprehend and memorize. Yet, the commentaries accumulated over generations far exceed the original texts. When the scriptures are obscure, there are commentaries. When those are unclear, there are further annotations, and so forth. To memorize the vast literary works spanning from ancient times to the present would require more than a single lifetime. Even the original owner of his body had only memorized a relatively significant portion, of course, utilizing the memorized texts in his unique interpretations. Han Gang might still manage to achieve the status of a tribute scholar in the academically modest northwest frontier, perhaps even take a stroll in Kaifeng. However, the contemporary imperial examinations are not closely tied to these classics. They focus on poetry and prose. Lacking any poetic talent, Han Gang could harbor no hopes of winning a grand prize. Feeling fatigued from his studies, Han Gang was about to return to the barracks for a brief inspection when a caregiver hurriedly approached. Han, an official named Wang, is at the entrance. Wang. Han Gang paused, calculating in his mind that it was likely Wang Xiao, the only Wang official he was acquainted with. He promptly replied, "I shall go at once." As Han Gang made his way to the camp entrance, he could not suppress a smirk, regardless of the reasons. It was improbable for Wang Xiao to arrive in Gangu without cause. Whatever the matter, it surely pertained to him. He felt grateful to Zhang Shoyue for his recommendation. Now Wang Xiao could hardly sit still, reminiscent of stock market investors who prefer rising stocks over falling ones, a mentality that has persisted for millennia. However, this was also advantageous for Han Gang. With both parties vying for attention, he could bide his time and fetch a favorable price. Initially concerned that Xiang Bao might covertly undermine his prospects, he now felt reassured with a high-ranking official from the Military Affairs Department endorsing him. Han Gang need not worry about further setbacks. Is this truly a medical camp? At the entrance, Wang Xiao stood momentarily stunned. The place now dubbed the sanatorium completely overturned his prior perceptions. Gone was the usual morbid atmosphere associated with medical camps, replaced instead by an environment of vitality. The injured individuals strolled and conversed merrily among themselves. Their wounds were wrapped in clean bandages, and their eyes, once empty, now sparkled with hope. Meanwhile, laborers adorned with blue armbands busily tidied the courtyard and transported clothing, yet their expressions bore the serene smiles characteristic of daily life, devoid of the usual weariness seen on laborers' faces. Since his appointment to the Qin and Feng roads, Wang Xiao had traversed numerous military camps and had seen much. Depending on the time or the commanding officers, a military camp can be bustling, silent, sorrowful, or even filled with anger. Yet, he had never encountered a camp that was pristine, refreshing, and imbued with a touch of familial warmth. Is this truly a sanctuary for all the wounded and ailing? How has Han Gang achieved this miracle? Han Gang Han Yuku and Wang Xiao murmured the name of the miraculous hand. The jade emerges from Kuan Gang. This rough gem is indeed extraordinary. However, Wang Ho did not ponder as deeply as his father. He gazed at the transformed infirmary, merely expressing his admiration with a few clicks of his tongue before hastily entering, eager to converse with Han Gang. "Do not be hasty," Wang Xiao called out to his impatient son, casting his gaze ahead. The individual was already approaching. From a distance, at the entrance of the camp, Han Gang ambled forward, exuding an air of calm and composure, embodying the demeanor of a distinguished scholar, perhaps due to the busyness of his recent endeavors. Wang Xiao appeared a shade darker and leaner than when they last met. As Han Gang approached, he performed the customary greeting. Student Han Gang pays his respects to Ji. Rising, he then offered a respectful salute to Wang Ho, exchanging pleasantries. His etiquette was impeccably executed. In Confucianism, the emphasis on propriety is paramount, and the first lesson for children entering school is not to recognize characters, but to learn the rights. The rights of auspiciousness, mourning, hospitality, and familial conduct, as well as the nuances of interpersonal interactions, all require meticulous study. Different occasions and individuals demand distinct forms of etiquette. A slight misstep can lead to unwarranted scrutiny. The greatness of propriety is called Xia, is not merely a saying. Zhang Zai, as a luminary of Confucian thought, possessed profound insights into the laws of propriety, which Han Gang, as his disciple, naturally absorbed deeply. The demeanor he exhibited daily stemmed from this foundation. Leading Wang Xiao and his son into the camp, Han Gang casually inquired as he introduced his surroundings, "I wonder what brings you and Brother Chu Dao here." Chapter 26, The Pursuit of Wealth in Officialdom, Part 2. Wang Xiao glanced around, seemingly oblivious to the conversation. It was Wang Ho, impatient and straightforward, who spoke up. Yukuan, do not feign ignorance. My brother and I have come here for a specific purpose. Surely you are aware of it? Han Gang smiled without responding, though he was moved by Wang Ho's use of the term sir when addressing Wang Xiao. This term, which he had only heard from Wang Ho since his arrival, was a respectful title for officials that was rarely used in this era. The term sir could also refer to a sage, as exemplified by the renowned Sima Xiangru of the Western Han, who authored biography of the sir. However, its most common usage was as a respectful address for one's father or ancestors. The proud Han literati would never use sir to refer to officials, as they would not demean themselves by acknowledging the offspring of a superior. Even in later dynasties, like the Ming and early Qing, officials were not addressed as sir. Han Gang had read Journey to the West and The Scholars, two works from the Ming and early Qing dynasties, respectively, which affirmed this fact. It was only after the mid-Qing period, when the integrity of the Han people had greatly diminished, that the term began to be commonly used in official circles. Seeing that Han Gang led the way without acknowledging him, Wang Ho grew increasingly agitated. Why did everyone have to beat around the bush? His father was like this, and even his most esteemed friend shared the same tendency. Wang Xiao sensed his son's frustration and interjected, Han Xianzi, this infirmary appears quite different from others. The wounded here should recover swiftly. Your praise is excessive. It is merely due to diligence, Han Gang replied humbly, not wishing to take undue credit. Nonetheless, the results spoke for themselves. His contributions could not be overlooked. The more modest he was, the more respect he garnered from others. Many injuries, if cared for at home, would not worsen or lead to death. The current state of the infirmary was not due to the students' efforts, but rather the dedicated care of the attendants. You are overly modest, Wang Xiao remarked with a smile, observing several attendants diligently washing the patient's soiled garments. He nodded and continued, yet you are correct. Diligence is essential in all endeavors. If every infirmary in the various cities and camps operated as efficiently as this one, future campaigns would face far fewer concerns. Precisely, Han Gang affirmed. I am currently compiling a set of regulations regarding the treatment of injured soldiers. Everything done in Ganga City, both completed and planned, will be included. If the infirmaries adhere to these guidelines, the mortality rate among the injured should significantly decrease. Wang Xiao looked at Han Gang in surprise. Is this what they call establishing a doctrine? In the Confucian tradition, scholars aspire to three achievements: establishing merit, virtue, and doctrine. Han Gang had already attained merit and virtue through his work in Gangu. Only the establishment of doctrine was lacking. But once he compiled these regulations, he would fulfill that criterion as well. Thus, your efforts will not be in vain. Wang Xiao nodded, smiling. Zhang Dun has recommended you to oversee the affairs of the infirmary. Regardless of the outcome, having these regulations in place will provide future infirmaries with a reference, preventing a return to past conditions. Yukuan, Wang Ho suddenly called out, frustrated by the circling conversation between Wang Xiao and Han Gang. Do you truly believe Zhang Shouyue recommended you because he admires how well you manage the infirmary? He seeks favor. Han Gang looked at Wang Ho, momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a sigh, as if overwhelmed with emotion. I know. I am aware. Whatever Wang Ho was about to say, Han Gang understood. He comprehended Wang Xiao's intentions and Zhang Shouyue's motives. How could he not? Yet what could he do? He was not born into the Han family of Xiangzhou. Otherwise, with the legacy of the renowned Han Shi, who served two emperors, he could have donned an official's robe at the tender age of 8. Nor was he born into the Linshou Han family, where the descendants of the influential Han Yi could easily gain public office. He was merely the youngest son of a humble family in Qiuan, seeking to make a name for himself in Qinzhou, which necessitated finding a solid backing. Han Gang understood this well, yet he would not grovel to seek support. He intended for opportunities to present themselves. To gain recommendations, one must possess reputation and ability. Han Gang seized most opportunities that arose, demonstrating sufficient excellence to capture the attention of Wang Xiao and Zhang Shouyue. Recommendations essentially constitute an exchange of benefits. They must provide the recommender with sufficient advantages, be it fame, authority, or wealth. Otherwise, who would squander their ink and credibility, burdening themselves with another's fate? Every recommendation concludes with a phrase akin to willing to share the blame, indicating the recommender's confidence in the candidate and signifying their shared fortunes. Wang Xiao sought to utilize Han Gang primarily to expand influence in the Heshi corridor. Officials in different positions have limits on the number of recommendations they can make. Even the emperor, who commands myriad nations, and the highest-ranking officials cannot recommend anyone at will. Given Wang Xiao's role overseeing military affairs, He could only recommend 2 or 3 individuals at most. By allocating one of those slots to Han Gang, Wang Xiao surely expected considerable returns. As for Zhang Shouyue's sudden recommendation, it ostensibly stemmed from Han Gang's performance in the infirmary. However, Han Gang was not so naive. Zhang Shouyue had inquired about the situation in Fujiang City just the other day. Han Gang was astute enough to discern the delicate relationship between Zhang and Du Qianxia, even without Wang Ho's insights. After Wang Ho's outburst, a silence enveloped the three as they walked quietly through the courtyard. The attendants and patients, upon seeing Han Gang accompany others, immediately stepped aside, bowing respectfully. Their reverence was not for Wang Xiao or Wang Ho, but for Han Gang. Wang Xiao couldn't help but marvel at how Han Gang had truly won the hearts of the people during his time in Gangu. At the entrance of the ward, Lei Jian and Qiu Yiwen awaited their arrival, accompanied by several attendants and ambulatory patients. Qiu Yiwen, dressed in practical attire, bore a look of mild annoyance, while Lei Jian, true to his origins in the capital, appeared impeccably dressed, exuding courtesy and attentiveness. Han Gang stepped forward, intending to introduce the 2 chief physicians of the infirmary to Wang Xiao, but Wang Xiao interrupted with a smile. No need for introductions. We are already acquainted. Lei Jian was one of the 4 military doctors of the Qinfeng Road, whereas Qiu Yiwen, though a folk doctor, was far more renowned within the Qinfeng army than Lei Jian. Having spent a year in Qinfeng, Wang Xiao certainly recognized them. Wang Xiao was respectfully ushered into the ward. The newly organized space was immaculate, devoid of any clutter. The beds, separated by wooden partitions, were orderly, with freshly laundered linens. The severely injured patients had received meticulous care. Although they could not rise, they did not appear despondent. A glance around revealed a spacious and tidy barracks that was pleasing to the eye. Wang Xiao nodded in approval, commending the 2 doctors. Turning to Han Gang, he praised, "You have done a commendable deed. An infirmary like this in Gangu is truly unprecedented. It's merely the beginning. There are still many areas for improvement." Han Gang replied humbly, gesturing to the ground. "This yellow earth is not conducive to water retention. However, laying bricks would be too costly. Thus, when spring arrives next year, I plan to level the ground with a mixture of lime and sand." Wang Ho exclaimed in surprise, "Yukuan, you are quite knowledgeable. Even aware of the techniques used by the wealthy in Jiangnan to construct tomb walls." Han Gang was equally astonished. Was he truly referring to earth and cement? Had such materials already emerged in this era? He inquired of Wang Ho, "Is it not customary to use bricks for tombs in Jiangnan?" Wang Ho elucidated, "In ancient times, the tombs of nobility in Jiangnan were predominantly constructed with brick and stone walls. However, these were frequently pilfered by unscrupulous individuals. Nowadays, we have learned from past mistakes and have resorted to using lime mixed with sifted earth for wall construction. Once it dries, it becomes as hard as stone, comparable to brick and stone in durability. The sifted earth refers to sand, which is extracted from riverbanks and contains pebbles and stones. It must be sifted before use. Hence the term sifted earth. The mixture of lime with sifted earth essentially serves as a rudimentary form of cement." Han Gang was genuinely astonished to discover that this earth and cement had emerged in this era, as he had anticipated waiting until he could produce cement himself to showcase his ingenuity, and perhaps even amass a fortune in the process. Upon exiting 2 hospital rooms, Wang Xiao instructed Lei Jian and Qiu Yiwen to continue their tasks without further accompaniment. Qiu Yiwen turned back to the ward, while Lei Jian, unabashedly attempting to engage, was brusquely dismissed by Wang Ho. The 3 meandered casually beside a clothesline laden with garments and sheets, when Wang Xiao suddenly posed a question. "Do you still remember the barbarians who ambushed your convoy in Peishia?" "Indeed, I recall them well. They were incited by the treacherous traitor Chenju, attempting to sever our supply lines, which greatly affected the students as well. Thankfully, due to timely and decisive actions, the mastermind Chenju and Lu Xian were apprehended. I have heard this news. It is likely that in a few days, the barbarians who launched the assault in Peixiao Valley will be brought to justice." Han Gang spoke in accordance with Wang Xiao's tone, recognizing that if he wished to seek favor, it would not hurt to lend support. The ambushers in Peixiao were the Mo Xing tribe from Luomin Mountain, present-day Luomin Town. The Chun family has had dealings with them for several decades, dating back to the time of Chenju's grandfather. The Strategic Command has already dispatched 4 units from Fujiang City and Xiyang Town and summoned 2,000 troops from 9 nearby tribes. If all goes as planned, the Mo Xing tribe shall face annihilation within these few days. Wang Xiao spoke lightly, as if casually noting that a tribe, with nearly 1,000 tents, was on the brink of obliteration. Chapter 26. The Dangers of the Bureaucracy, Part 2. The threat posed by the Xing tribe is a pressing concern that ought to be extinguished as swiftly as possible. Han Gang asserted with righteous fervor. Wang Xiao shook his head in disagreement, stating that the Xing tribe is merely a minor issue. Comprising only 800 or 900 tents, the imperial army could easily annihilate them with a mere gesture. The true peril lies far away with the Western bandits and the Tanguts, and closer at hand with the various Tibetan tribes, which present formidable and elusive threats. What, I wonder, are your thoughts on this matter, esteemed nephew? Han Gang understood this to be a test of sorts. Should he succeed, all would be well. But failure might lead Wang Xiao to turn away. Fortuitously, he had undertaken some preparation in recent days. The content of Wang Xiao's proposal to the emperor, titled Strategies for Pacifying the Frontier, was not a secret, and during his tenure as the military judge of Weizhou under Zhang Dun, he had diligently recorded numerous materials and data, ensuring he would not falter before Wang Xiao. The specific measures and practical insights contained within the strategies for pacifying the frontier were comprehensive, advocating for the use of foreign powers to counter foreign threats, the absorption of Tibetan tribes, and the offense against the Tanguts. Wang Xiao nodded lightly, remaining silent. Han Gang was acutely aware that Wang Xiao was not merely seeking these responses. With a grand gesture, Wang Xiao began to expound on historical matters. The Tibetan Empire arose concurrently with the Tang Dynasty, wreaking havoc upon the central plains, having besieged Chang'an thrice, their ferocity surpassing that of the Western Xia. Fortunately, their downfall coincided almost exactly with that of the Tang, rendering them no longer a cause for alarm. However, despite the fall of the Tibetan state, the tribes persist. Currently, in the 4 routes of Guanxi, there are thousands of tribes, with Qin and Feng being the most significant. The Qin-Feng route alone possesses 13 strongholds along the border, comprising over 100 major tribes and nearly 500 minor ones, their population vastly outnumbering the Han, with Tibetan tribes accounting for more than 90%. Indeed, the number of Tibetans along the Qin-Feng route is exceedingly high, and even more so further west. Wang Ho interjected with a comment, assisting Han Gang to transition the conversation forward. Han Gang turned to Wang Ho with an appreciative smile, before continuing. Nonetheless, the Tibetans have one notable advantage, which is their reverence for noble lineage. The bloodline descending from Songtsen Gampo commands the utmost respect among the Tibetans. Otherwise, Li Lizuan would not have had to journey to the western regions to retrieve the puppet ruler, Gu Sua Luo, to establish a claim to legitimacy. Li Lizuan was one of the great leaders of the Tibetan tribes in Xining decades prior, yet lacking the royal blood of the Tibetan lineage. He could not assume the title of Zampu, Tibetan king. Thus, he sought to elevate Gu Sua Luo, who bore the bloodline of Songtsen Gampo, as a figurehead, even marrying his 2 daughters to the 12-year-old Gu Sua Luo, creating an appearance of holding the emperor to command the lords. This tactic proved effective, as another prominent leader among the Xining Tibetans, Wen Wuqi, was compelled to acknowledge Li Lizuan's authority and name. Regrettably, Li Lizuan's arrogance led him to attempt to depose Gu Sua Luo and declare himself Zampu, only for Gu Sua Luo to preemptively ally with Wen Wuqi. As Han Gang recounted this, Wang Xiao scoffed. Wei Wu is not so easily supplanted. The crux of the matter is that after falling out with Gu Sua Luo, Li Lizuan's power greatly diminished, and he was no longer the force he once was. Following Gu Sua Luo's defection to Wen Wuqi, he discarded Li Lizuan's daughter as his wife. However, learning from Li Lizuan's missteps, he refrained from marrying into Wen Wuqi's family, and instead took a daughter from the prominent Xiao clan of Tibet as his consort. This expansion of power was intolerable to Wen Wuqi, and ultimately culminated in a violent confrontation, resulting in Wen Wuqi's death and Gu Sua Luo's establishment as the true ruler of Xining, even achieving a significant victory over the rebel Li Yuanhao, forcing him to retreat to the Lupin Mountains. Wang Xiao appeared contemplative, remarking, "Fortunately, there was discord within his household. Otherwise, we might have faced another Li Yuanhao." Indeed, discord plagued Gu Sua Luo's family. He rejected Li Lizuan's daughter and fell out with his eldest son, Xiazhong, and his second son, Imo Zhanjiao. Ultimately, it was his youngest son, Dong Zhan, who inherited the position, while the other 2 sons established their own factions. Xiazhong and Imo Zhanjiao even covertly assisted the Tanguts, compelling Gu Sua Luo to flee from Qintang City to evade his foes. Now that Gu Sua Luo is deceased, Dong Zhan lacks his father's cunning, and the region around Xining is trending towards fragmentation. The Western bandits eye Xining with treachery, If the court does not take this seriously and allows the Western bandits to exploit the situation, the safety of Guangzhou is in jeopardy. Wang Xiao was quite satisfied with Han Gang's analysis, as it demonstrated a profound understanding of the Xining situation. To know oneself and one's adversary is to be invincible in 100 battles, if one does not even know the target they are to confront. What worth is such a person? What, then, do you propose regarding the Tibetan tribes of Xining? The second question emerged. And Han Gang remained poised and confident. The Han established the Chang general to counter the Chang, while the Tang set up the Anshi protectorate to pacify the western regions. In my humble opinion, we should base our strategy on the Han military presence, utilizing those who are amiable and attacking those who are not, thereby subduing Dongzhan and consolidating the tribes. With an army of 100,000, we could easily assemble. This endeavor could be likened to severing the right arm of the Western bandits. Once the imperial forces advanced north to Xining, the Tibetan tribes of Xining could then strike from the west. Thus, the Western bandits could be vanquished and Xining restored. National humiliation could be avenged, and our names preserved in the annals of history. Wang Xiao lightly applauded, though his expression remained subdued. Han Gang's words were nearly a reiteration of his own proposal to the emperor, resonating with his sentiments. However, much of it was mere rhetoric. Any scholar with a modicum of understanding of Western affairs could articulate such sentiments. Wang Xiao sought individuals capable of managing practical affairs. Such grand statements should be reserved for himself to present to the emperor and the chancellors. However, establishing settlements in Xining is no simple task. Wang Xiao seemed to be picking at Han Gang's argument, for it is not an ideal place for agriculture. Xining spans 2,000 li, encompassing the territories of Han Longxi, Nannan, and Jinqing. During the reign of Emperor Xian of Han, Zhao Chongguo established a garrison in Jinqing, pacifying the Chang tribes. In the Eastern Han period, Ma Yuan also noted that the lands of Xining were fertile and well irrigated. Such rich soil, if cultivated by capable hands, should yield bountiful harvests. The challenge lies rather in subduing the various tribes. What makes it so challenging? With the Tanguts present, the Tibetan tribes possess an alternative option. If we press too hard, they may turn to the Tanguts instead, which could backfire. We must employ psychological tactics as our primary approach, supplemented by incentives. Moreover, any punitive expedition should ideally target only one faction to intimidate the others. How shall we employ psychological tactics and incentives? Currently, many Tibetan tribes hold deep faith in Buddhism, and the name Gu Suo Luo signifies son of the Buddha in Tibetan, serving as clear evidence. We should send distinguished monks with exceptional courage, wisdom, and medical skills to Xining to propagate the Dharma. Each additional disciple they take under their wing will yield one more loyal Tibetan ally for our Song Dynasty. As the number of loyal Tibetan allies increases, Xining will naturally remain firmly under Chinese control. As for the incentives, they could include titles, rewards, and trade opportunities. And whom should we target for the attack? Hezhou serves as the focal point of northern Xining, positioned at a crucial junction of waterways and land routes. The local chieftain, Muzheng, is the son of Xiazheng and the grandson of Gu Suo Luo. This individual has consistently displayed arrogance and defiance, refusing to heed his uncle Dongzhan's commands and colluding with the Western bandits, harboring ambitions to usurp Dongzhan's position. By eliminating Muzheng and seizing Hezhou, we could curry favor with Dongzhan while simultaneously intimidating him. Should the imperial forces secure this territory, Dongzhan would be unable to communicate with the Western bandits and would have no choice but to seek refuge with us. Han Gang spoke with confidence, his thoughts well rehearsed. Wang Xiao's inquiries fell within the realm of his preparation, and more precisely, he skillfully navigated the discussion towards topics in which he had thoroughly prepared, thereby influencing Wang Xiao's line of questioning. This advanced technique of debate was something Han Gang had deliberately practiced in his previous life, with every aspect of his delivery, from tone to gesture to gaze, meticulously calculated, far beyond Wang Xiao's immediate perception. As their dialogue culminated, Wang Xiao could not help but nod in admiration. Zhangzu truly knows how to teach his disciples. Feeling fatigued, Wang Xiao settled comfortably onto a long bench by the roadside, while Han Gang and Wang Ho, lacking the privilege to sit, stood attentively by his sides. Wang Xiao raised his hand to gently caress the unpolished surface of the bench, smiling at Han Gang. This long bench is quite agreeable. One can sit or recline, and it is quite clever of you to conceive it. Han Gang, with a modest bow, recognized that he had passed the initial assessment, and the time had come to address the main topic. It was evident that this was merely an opening remark from Wang Xiao, and he refrained from interjecting. Wang Xiao. Indeed, did not await Han Gang's response, continuing. Just by observing the arrangements within the sanatorium, one can discern that you possess considerable knowledge and insight. It is no wonder that Zhang Shouyue recommended you for an official position. However, abandoning the arts for martial pursuits is, in any case, a slight against the scholarly tradition. After spending so many years studying under Zihu, do you find it a source of contentment or discontent? As disciples of Confucianism place benevolence at their core, it is only natural that a student would feel compassion for those in pain and distress, refusing to abandon them in their time of need. As for the matters of civil and military affairs, there is no need to dwell on them any longer. Han Gang responded with meticulous precision. Little fox. Wang Xiao muttered under his breath, compelled to reveal his cards. Your benevolence is commendable, dear nephew. However, the management of the injured and sick camps falls under the jurisdiction of the Military Affairs Office, and it is not strictly required that only military officials can oversee it. Even one with literary qualifications can certainly take on the task. The essence of expediency is from the 9th rank of the judicial officer. The Qinfeng Military Affairs Office handles public affairs while concurrently managing the matters of the injured soldiers on the road. The affairs within the Military Affairs Office are intricate and multifaceted, and the role of managing public affairs is fraught with complications. Coupled with the additional responsibility of overseeing wounded soldiers, it would be arduous for others to manage comprehensively. Yet, with your talents, dear nephew, it should be a mere trifle. Wang Xiao promptly laid forth his terms, patiently awaiting Han Gang's response. Han Gang pondered in silence, weighing the offers from Wang Xiao and Zhang Shouyue. In the card game between Xiang Bao and Zhang Shouyue, Han Gang could be likened to a wild card. Now that Zhang Shouyue had laid his card on the table, should Xiang Bao oppose it, Zhang Shouyue would be justified in sending a missive to the Privy Council or even to the Emperor, exposing the incident where Xiang Bao's servants had intercepted supply caravans during a critical moment in Ganges City. Given the widespread notoriety of Han Gang's arrow shot in Fuchang City, Xiang Bao's influence could hardly conceal the truth. Once this matter reached the court, Xiang Bao would undoubtedly be left in disgrace and likely face demotion. Even if Xiang Bao did not oppose it and instead supported it, he would surely harbor resentment, which could lead to future retribution against Han Gang. At that point, Zhang Shouyue could easily find someone to divulge the information again. Han Gang was not so generous as to be merely a tool for others. If Wang Xiao had not recommended him, Han Gang would have fought fiercely for a position, even if it meant being used as a pawn. However, now, Wang Xiao's recommendation for Han Gang was for the same lowest rank, the 9th rank, albeit within the civil service system as a judicial officer, essentially, the chief clerk, county officer, and supervising official rather than a military officer. With Wang Xiao's recommendation, the martial official Xiang Bao could not interfere, and correspondingly, Han Gang would refrain from provoking Xiang Bao further, especially given the disparity in status between civil and military officials. How to choose wisely, Han Gang would not misjudge. Chapter 27. Unresolved Grudges and Hidden Killers, Part 1. In Qinzhou, the commander of the garrison, Xiang Bao, is in the prime of his 40s. Each morning, he emerges to practice martial arts and archery, honing his physique relentlessly, undeterred by snow or rain, embodying the essence of a martial general. In the training ground, Xiang Bao stands bare-chested, his robust physique sculpted like a masterful statue. He wields a spear with the grace of a dragon, the wind whistling sharply around him. The spearhead darts like a viper, ever poised to strike, forcing his two sparring partners to retreat step by step, unable to counter his relentless assault. Lacking any excitement, Xiang Bao glares, his voice booming as he taunts, "Is this the extent of your skills? Is there truly no one capable in Qinzhou?" The older military officer remains unfazed, steady as a rock, using his spear to defend himself. The younger officer, feeling insulted, quickly retaliates, feinting a thrust before aiming a blow at Xiang Bao's calf. "Now that's more like it," Xiang Bao exclaims, his arms surging with power, transforming his spear into a flurry of shadows, each movement creating ripples akin to stones cast into water. A fierce gust swirls, a roaring tempest unleashed, culminating in a sharp crack as a spear is sent flying from the sparring circle. The younger officer finds himself disarmed and toppled to the ground, while the older officer merely steps back, maintaining a firm grip on his weapon. The myriad spear shadows converge once more into a singular form. Xiang Bao, poised to strike, catches sight of Xiang'an, who has appeared at the edge of the training ground. He promptly withdraws, stepping outside the circle. After a vigorous session, sweat pours down Xiang Bao's body, steam rising in the cold air. As the contest concludes, two lovely maidservants rush forward with towels to assist him in wiping off the sweat. Ignoring both Xiang and the maidens, Xiang Bao strides over to the younger officer. Delivering a swift kick and scolding, "You can't even endure a little pressure. How will you lead troops in the future?" The young officer, wincing in pain, quickly rises and bows an apology. Xiang Bao dismisses him, turning to the older officer, Lu Zhongwu, with a friendly smile. "You're quite composed. You seem fit to command well." Though Lu Zhongwu is slightly older, he is still in his mid-20s, his demeanor calm and unyielding, betraying no emotion. He bows with gratitude for the commendation. "I only speak the truth. There's no need for thanks. Save your gratitude for when I reward you." Xiang Bao's words reflect the boldness typical of a martial leader. Glancing around, he points to one of the maidservants, Lu Zhongwu. "What do you think of Xinu?" The maidservants surrounding the commander are all charming, and Xinu, at the tender age of 18, possesses a graceful figure and beauty like a blooming flower. Lu Zhongwu casts a brief glance before averting his gaze. Naturally, those by the commander's side are exceptional. "Since you find her appealing, then she is yours," Xiang Bao declares decisively. Lu Zhongwu is momentarily taken aback, looking at Xiang Bao with surprise. "I dare not." "What do you mean by dare not?" "If you like her, take her home to make your bed. If not, then forget it." Xiang Bao laughs heartily. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Zhongwu sees sincerity in Xiang Bao's eyes and, feeling relieved, kneels in gratitude. "Thank you for your generous gift." Rising, he gazes at the charming Xinu, feeling deeply appreciative, while the younger officer watches in envy. Xiang Bao, unperturbed by the casual giving of beauty, is known for his strict discipline coupled with generous rewards. He waves his hand. "All right, you all may leave." Once the training ground is devoid of spectators, he turns to ask, "Xiang'an, what brings you here?" In the presence of his 11th elder brother, Xiang'an speaks plainly. "Elder brother, Wang Xiao has returned with that lad from Guanyuan." "Han Gang." Xiang Bao's expression darkens instantly. In Qinzhou, the mention of Guanyuan's lad refers unmistakably to Han Gang, who has recently embarrassed Xiang Bao. "Indeed, Wang Xiao and he entered the city last night," Xiang'an elaborates. Since Wang Xiao brought Han Gang back to Qinfeng, it seems he is no longer merely recommending him. Rather, it appears to be a formal endorsement. Xiang Bao scoffs inwardly. "What does it matter to me who recommends Han Gang? Why should I be concerned?" With no outsiders present, he allows his pent-up frustration to surface. The mere thought of Han Gang's name is irksome to him. That cannot be dismissed so lightly. If it were merely Zhang Shouyue endorsing Han Gang, it would imply martial prowess, but Wang Xiao's recommendation suggests a scholarly merit. Should Han Gang assume a civil official's role, it would deter any petty individuals from seeking to undermine him due to association with you, thus sparing him from any slanderous accusations of revenge. Xiang Bao sneers coldly. "And what of it? Do you truly believe such trivial matters can diminish my standing for a lifetime? I am Xiang Bao, a man of the imperial army, known before the emperor. Today I may be demoted, yet tomorrow I shall rise again. If need be, I shall simply relocate and continue my role as commander." Given the ongoing conflicts with the Western Xia, the Western Army's stature has been steadily rising, overshadowing the elite troops of Hebei. Following the Treaty of Chanyuan, Hebei had seen decades of peace. Even the finest among the Hebei troops, like Yang Guang, have found valor on the northwestern front, subsequently earning significant positions. Yet, those truly favored by the court remain primarily leaders from the imperial army. Even though Xiang Bao is a soldier of the Guanxi garrison, he has made a name for himself within the imperial ranks. Renowned for his exceptional bravery, he has ascended steadily to the position of deputy commander of the imperial cavalry, eventually becoming the commander of Qinfeng. As Qinfeng's commander, Xiang Bao holds the position of the third highest military authority, with the title of imperial envoy, nearing the pinnacle of external military appointments. An advancement beyond this would place him among the elite ranks of the Song's million-strong army, a select group of merely 30 high-ranking generals. Beyond that are the largely ceremonial roles of military governors, envoys, and commanders, positions that rarely see full occupancy. Xiang Bao is confident that such minor issues cannot bring him down. Furthermore, since Xiang'an has publicly reprimanded the household servant and compelled Han Gang to apologize. Upon returning to Qinzhou, Xiang Ronggui has also faced family discipline. Having reached such a point, no one could dare speak against them. Before the emperor, it would merely be a matter of familial mismanagement, a loss of face, indeed. Indeed, just a matter of face. A shadow crosses Xiang Bao's visage. The dignity of a commanding officer has been tarnished by the son of a mere laborer. How could he not be perturbed? Such humiliation is intolerable. Wang Shao cannot stray far from Qin Feng. He must continue to expand the Hehuang region. Xiangbao mutters furiously. The authority to oversee matters concerning the tribes was once within his purview, yet it has now been seized by Wang Shao, claiming all the accolades. In previous years, he had tirelessly engaged with the tribes, successfully subduing several. Wang Shao's remarks on pacifying the tribes were ideas he himself had submitted to the emperor. Lamenting his lack of eloquence and the inability of his advisors to articulate such proposals, which allowed Wang Shao to seize the initiative and overshadow his past contributions. Xiangbao harbored grievances not only against Han Gang but also against Wang Shao. Han Gang, having been recommended by Wang Shao, was inevitably linked to the Qin Feng road. One could hardly believe that they would not err in the future. It was only a matter of time before they fell into my grasp. We shall see. On the first day of the intercalary 11th month in the second year of Xining, Wang Shao, the officer in charge of the Qin Feng road's strategic pacification, submitted a letter recommending Han Gang for an official position, assigning him to the Qin Feng Road Strategic Office, while concurrently managing matters related to injuries and illnesses along the route. Additionally, there were 2 accompanying letters of recommendation, one from Wu Yan, the judge of the Xiongwu army, and another from Zhang Shoyue, the supervisor of Qin Feng, who had recently re-established communication with Wang Shao. Although Han Gang could not fulfill Zhang Shoyue's wishes, the bond formed did not need to be severed, as Han Gang's talents were evident. While Zhang Shoyue lacked the authority to recommend Han Gang as a civil official, he was indeed qualified to recommend him for managing the affairs of injuries and illnesses on the Qin Feng road. Upon receiving the 3 letters of recommendation, the strategic commander Li Shizhong deemed them acceptable, leaving Xiangbao no opportunity to voice dissent, and promptly forwarded them via the postal service to the capital's Tongjinintai office, ultimately reaching the political nucleus of the Song Empire, the Zhongshumenxia, commonly referred to as the Council of State. If all went smoothly, the council would soon grant approval and forward the matter to the Lu Niquan. Once Han Gang personally presented his family background in the capital and passed the Lu Niquan's review, he would officially become a civil official of the 9th rank in the Great Song. On the same day, after the Mo Xing tribe, which had previously attacked the supply convoy in the Pei Gorge, was annihilated, the case involving Qin Zhu and Lu Xian, who had colluded with the Western Xia, finally commenced. With ample evidence and witnesses, the Qin family, a noble lineage in Qinzhou for generations, faced potential obliteration through this case, likely enriching numerous officials in the process. With a mere flick of his hand, Han Gang orchestrated the downfall of century-old local gentry, causing rivers of blood to flow from 1,000 tents while he stepped atop the fallen to secure his own official recommendation. In that moment, all eyes were upon him. That very day, Han Gang set out early from the city, following the riverside official road, heading eastward. Only his close associates, Wang Ho and Wang Shunchen, accompanied him with a few retainers in tow. Over the past half-month, Qinzhou had experienced 3 snowfalls, leading to a snow accumulation nearly a foot thick. Outside the city, with no laborers to clear the snow, the vast expanse of the snowfield obscured any trace of the road, leaving only the river embankment and a few sporadic taverns and gazebos along the roadside to confirm the position of the river-adjacent official road. Chapter 27. Unresolved Grievances and Hidden Killers, Part 2. Having departed the city for 10 miles, the bustling grass market in the east had become but a distant shadow. Han Gang stood quietly in a pavilion by the official road, gazing eastward, clad in a somewhat thin blue robe. His tall and upright figure seemed impervious to the surrounding chill. The breath he exhaled formed a white mist before him, and on this cold winter morning, the earth was enveloped in silence. Wang Ho and Wang Shunchen appeared to be affected by the tranquil atmosphere, daring only to rub their hands together and exhale warm breaths. Remaining silent for an extended period, time passed unnoticed until a small black dot suddenly emerged amidst the expanse of white in the distance. As it drew nearer, the dot split into 2 riders and a cart. The leading rider, as robust as an ox, wore heavy winter clothing that could not conceal his bulging muscles. The aged horse beneath him seemed almost overwhelmed, laboring with each step and emitting mournful whinnies, as if lamenting its fatigue. Behind the rider, a 2-wheeled cart, drawn by 2 horses, was expertly guided by a seasoned driver, firmly steering it down the center of the official road. Following closely behind was another rider, matching their pace. Upon seeing them, Han Gang's face brightened, and he hurried down from the pavilion to wait by the roadside, with Wang Ho and Wang Shunchen following suit, visibly relieved. Noticing Han Gang, the leading rider suddenly spurred his horse forward, sending up a spray of snow like shattered jade. In an instant, he was upon them. As he pulled on the reins and dismounted gracefully, the old horse, freed from its burden, seemed ready to neigh out its weariness, but was swiftly subdued by a firm hand, its hoofs digging 4 holes into the snow. The rider confidently steadied his mount, then knelt before Han Gang. Han Guerin. Zhao Long has fulfilled his mission. My lord, madam, and young Miss Yun have all been summoned back, along with your maternal uncle's second cousin, Li Xian. Hearing that his uncle's second cousin, Li Xian, had also arrived surprised Han Gang. He raised his eyes to the rider closely following the cart. It must be Li Xian. However, as he was about to assume an official position, the arrival of relatives was only to be expected. He quickly helped Zhao Long to his feet, expressing his gratitude with kind words. Thank you, Brother Zhao, for your efforts. Not at all. Not at all. Zhao Long replied humbly, genuinely grateful. Since becoming acquainted with Han Gang, fortune had smiled upon him. He had escaped the dreadful duty of guarding the city gate and had been reassigned to the military affairs office, awaiting orders. Although serving under the esteemed officials was often stifling, the prospect of future command made the minor grievances bearable. Thus, when Han Gang requested him to take leave and assist in bringing back his parents from Fengxiang, Zhao Long, filled with gratitude, agreed without hesitation. The cart drew nearer, and the driver brought it to a halt. A small figure leaped down, assisting Han Qianlu out of the carriage. Han Qianlu followed closely, and Han Gang's cousin, Li Xian, also dismounted. Though it had only been a month since their last parting, it felt like an eternity. Observing their familiar expressions and attire, they had now become the children of officials. Han Qianlu and Han Ali were in tears, while Han Yun covered her mouth with her small hand to stifle her sobs, her eyes brimming with tears. Han Gang, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt in the snow, crying out, Father, Mother, your unfilial son has caused you worry. In a dim chamber, a single lamp flickered weakly. The shadows cast upon the walls twisted and contorted, resembling fierce apparitions poised to devour. Chen Ji, the eldest son of Ch, sat around the table, his face, a mirror of his father's gentle demeanor, now warped with rage, bearing a resemblance to a monstrous specter. The parents of the Han thief have returned? Huang De, Huang Er, you worthless fools, why did you merely watch as they trailed behind? Although his voice brimmed with anger, he struggled to keep it low. The faces of Huang De's 2 sons darkened. With Chen Ju deceased, the Chen family was doomed. Yet, Chen Ji still summoned them, as if they were mere subordinates. They were acutely aware that while Han Gang was indeed their father's nephew, it was Chen Ju who had driven Huang De to his demise, demonstrating a lack of loyalty. However, all were now bound by a shared fate. Hunted criminals forced to look out for one another, making open conflict unfeasible. Chen Ji justified himself. The companion sent by Han San to fetch his parents is none other than the Zhao family's eldest brother from the Southern Paper Horse clan, an exceptional warrior. Before he enlisted, he had already beaten down the local ruffians. Who would dare provoke him? Am I to be ignorant of who Zhao Long is? Do you wish to provoke him further? Even if he possesses remarkable skills, he is but one man. Huang Er chimed in to support his brother. Not only Zhao Long, but there is also a relative of the Han family. That fellow is quite vigilant and not someone to be trifled with. We followed them the entire way and didn't find an opportunity. Several times, he nearly saw through our intentions. If Zhao Long approaches, he will surely detect our flaws. Huang De added, to act rashly would only alert the prey. If we lose the element of surprise, how shall we ever strike? Chen Ji fell into silence. The assembly consisted of remnants of Chen Ju's faction, once notable figures in Qinzhou, now reduced to fugitives. They had narrowly escaped capture and found refuge in this relatively safe haven outside the city. If they harbored any unfulfilled desires, it was undoubtedly the living Han Gang. Chen Ji, feeling an ache in his chest, finally declared, in a couple of days, when the mountain winds arrive, we shall eradicate the Han thief and his entire household. Since the establishment of the Song Dynasty, peace had been elusive. Figures like Wang Xiaobo and Li Shun emerged relentlessly. Although large rebellions had ceased since the Wang Zhe uprising in Beizhou, the court's policy of conscripting able-bodied men during famines had effectively stifled the rise of large-scale uprisings. However, the war with the Western Xia had drastically increased military expenditures and the number of officials, compelling the government to impose heavier taxes. The burden of these taxes became unbearable for farmers, leading many to abandon their homes and take to banditry. Over 2 decades, the ranks of outlaws burgeoned. Groups of 7 or 8, or even a dozen, small bands of robbers, as noted in Ouyang Shou's memorial, were increasingly brazen, some even committing daylight robberies, plundering homes, leaving local officials in despair. The amateur bandits, who alternated between tilling the fields and wielding knives to rob, were countless. No region was spared from turmoil. Despite Qinzhou being a military stronghold, it was no exception. Though Qinzhou's visible wealth had vanished, he still retained some hidden assets. With the common folk in the western regions facing hardship, finding desperate men was not difficult. As the year-end approached, bandits sought funds to celebrate the new year. Who would refuse the chance for a festive feast with wine, meat, and new clothes? The Mountain Winds was a notorious bandit group led by a formidable figure in the vicinity of Qinzhou, commanding a dozen henchmen. Qin Ji had used his resources to bribe them. While he lacked the means to rescue Qinzhou from execution, he believed that obtaining Han Gang's head as a trophy to release his pent-up frustration was within reach. "Shall we first rescue Si Lang when he is escorted from Fengxiang for trial?" suggested Huang, the eldest son of the Huang family, with Huang heir nodding in agreement. After Huang's suicide in fear of punishment, they had been assigned to Fengxiang to assist Qinzhou's fourth son, Qinluo. Fengxiang and Qinzhou were not on the same route. The Feng and Qinfeng road derived from Fengzhou, not Fengxiang. The Huang brothers' arrest warrant was posted at Fengxiang's city gate, but it had been quickly replaced by new official documents. The meager bounty of 5 strings of cash was not enough to entice anyone's greed. Moreover, Qinzhou swiftly sent over his mother, wife, and children, allowing the two to reside comfortably under Qinluo's protection. However, the blissful days of tranquility lasted less than a month before Qinzhou's downfall occurred. A decree from Qinzhou led to Qinluo being bound within the Yamen, while the Huang brothers, who had sheltered him, managed to escape, though their families were captured. In this brief span, the bond between the Huang brothers and Qinluo deepened significantly compared to Qinji. They felt a greater sense of security in aligning with the third son of the Qin family. The plan was to first eliminate Han Gang and then rescue the fourth brother. Qinji aimed to prevent Han Gang from becoming wary, as a mere month had sufficed to dismantle the Qin family's decades of legacy. The wily Han was astute beyond measure. Should they rescue the fourth brother first, it would undoubtedly raise Han's suspicions, making subsequent actions exceedingly difficult. In contrast, assassinating Han Gang appeared far less perilous than attempting to rescue the captives, as the latter could lead to considerable casualties, complicating any further attempts at vengeance. The mere mention of Han Gang filled Qinji with seething hatred. Though merely the son of a clerk, Qinji had been accustomed to a life of luxury since childhood. His family's estate, while modestly sized to avoid inciting the envy of officials, was furnished with an opulence that rivaled the finest in Qinzhou. This was in stark contrast to his current refuge, a secret chamber that, while secure, was suffocating with its foul air, a far cry from the lavish accommodations he had known. All this turmoil stemmed from Han Gang. Today marked the formal trial of Qinzhou regarding his collusion with the Western Xia, yet the outcome was already predetermined, and Qinji lacked the inclination to inquire further. His father, Qinzhou, was doomed. Execution was certain, and he would likely face a fate worse than decapitation, perhaps even being flayed alive. If he had any sense, he would take his own life now. The family's substantial fortune would inevitably be partitioned, leaving even the servants and maids to be sold off. In just 2 days, Qinji's wife and 2 beloved concubines would be sent to the brothel to entertain clients. He needed no mirror to see that the cap he wore had turned a deep green, saturated with despair. Clenching his teeth, blood oozed from his gums. "That scoundrel Han Gang shall not escape. I vow to eradicate his entire lineage." Chapter 28. The Twilight Shadows and the Cold Light, Part 1. On a rare sunny winter day, the sun cast a warm glow upon the earth. Although the sky was somewhat murky, obscured by the yellow dust stirred up by the northern wind, it appeared as though veiled with a layer of translucent bamboo paper, tinged with an ambiguous gray-blue hue. The snow was also shrouded in a layer of dust, transforming the once pristine white peaks into a dull yellow, devoid of any hint of greenery. It was the season of winter leisure, and life in the countryside was tranquil and monotonous. As the year drew to a close, the villagers of Xiaolong Bay, on pleasant days, would either gather to gamble or set up a lively discussion in the grain-drying yard. The 3 scholars of the Han family had become the most intriguing topic among the villagers. The village head, Li Lizi, was already regarded as a formidable figure in the eyes of the villagers. His father-in-law, Huang Daliu, with a ferocity akin to that of a wolf or tiger, instilled even greater fear. Furthermore, their powerful backing, the notorious Qinzhou, was known to instill trepidation even in the county magistrates of Qingji. In the eyes of the unworldly folk of Xiaolong Bay, the hierarchy was clear: heaven above all, the emperor second, and Qinzhou third. However, These fierce characters paled in comparison to the recently recovered third brother of the Han family. Li Lizi had instigated a dispute with the Han family over a mere 3 acres of land, inciting the ire of Han Sanxiu. In retaliation, he rendered Huang Daliu utterly defenseless and left Chen Zhu's family in ruin, even branding both men with accusations of collusion with bandits. Though the villagers were simple-hearted, they possessed a farmer's shrewdness and were not inclined to believe that Chen Zhu and Huang Daliu had any connection to the bandits. They recognized these as the cunning machinations of Han Sanxiu, and thus praised the scholar for his cleverness. When news of Han Gang's aspirations for an official position emerged, their admiration shifted to calling him Han Sanguan, a man of considerable capability. Daily, a throng gathered in the grain-drying yard, animatedly discussing the latest gossip and rumors that seemed to spring from nowhere, creating a lively atmosphere. However, in recent days, with the trial of Chen Zhu underway, it was said that villagers from 10 miles around flocked to the city, purchasing New Year goods while seeking entertainment. The inhabitants of Xiaolong Bay were no exception, thereby rendering the village notably quieter. Chen Zhu was an eloquent speaker and had spent 30 years as a clerk, well-versed in laws and regulations, far surpassing the cultured scholars who achieved positions through poetry and prose. In the previous trial, he managed to embarrass the presiding judge with just a few words, thrilling the onlookers outside the courtroom. Yet, his most grievous crime was his vast wealth, amounting to hundreds of thousands of cash. As long as Chen Zhu lived, the wolves of Qinzhou City would not rest easy in dividing the spoils. The charge of treason was one he could not escape, as treason ranked third among the most heinous crimes, surpassed only by rebellion and insurrection. According to the law, once convicted, the sentence was immediate execution without waiting for further review by the Ministry of Justice or the Supreme Court, a concept termed immediate execution for true capital crimes. Typically, condemned prisoners awaited execution until autumn, and those fortunate enough to benefit from a royal amnesty might escape death. However, Han Gang had condemned Chen Zhu to immediate execution, meaning once convicted, he would be dragged out for execution without even a chance for appeal through the capital's influence. With Chen Zhu's fate sealed, Han Gang lost interest in mingling with the villagers for entertainment. To leave an impression of frivolity would be counterproductive. Instead, he devoted his leisure time to either studying or practicing martial arts. One day, he summoned his cousin Li Xian and enlisted Wang Ho, Wang Shunshin, and Zhao Long to engage in martial arts training together. The sound of bowstrings echoed as arrows flew through the air in a seamless line, resembling a string of pearls, landing precisely on a target 30 paces away, quickly transforming it into a cluster of wildflowers. The target, crafted from straw and the size of a water bucket's opening, were witness to Wang Shunshin's 12 arrows, all striking a mere bowl-sized area at its center. "How incredible!" Wang Shunshin exclaimed, turning back with pride. Having released 12 arrows in rapid succession without breaking a sweat. With astonishing speed, he maintained both force and accuracy, a feat rarely seen. Wang Ho, witnessing this extraordinary display for the first time, was left speechless, while the knowledgeable Han Gang was equally astounded. Even the likes of Li Guang and Yang Yuji pale in comparison. He could rival Lu Zijing. Wang Ho shook his head in resignation, abandoning any thoughts of showcasing his own skills. He had practiced archery, but in the shadow of Wang Shunshin's prowess, he felt utterly insignificant. He then turned to Han Gang. "Yukuan, would you care to give it a try?" "No need for me to embarrass myself," Han Gang replied, shaking his head. After recovering from his illness, he had trained diligently, effortlessly drawing a war bow weighing over a stone and 3 dough. His accuracy at 30 paces could easily achieve 7 or 8 hits. With his current strength and archery skills, he would be considered an exceptional talent among the elite guards, yet Wang Shunshin's abilities were unparalleled. Rapid-fire shooting compared to slow, deliberate shots was tenfold more challenging. Wang Shunshin's ability to shoot 12 arrows in quick succession while maintaining consistent precision and power suggested that even among the imperial guards, he would be unmatched. Contemplating the opportunity to learn a few techniques from Wang Shunshin, Han Gang reflected on the 6 arts of a gentleman: ritual, music, poetry, and archery, lamenting that he could not compose poetry and would have to compensate with the other skills. Wang Ho, feeling inferior to Han Gang, sensed Wang Shunshin's pride and watched him with a glimmer of curiosity. Li Xian, maintaining a composed demeanor, approached a nearby rack of weapons and retrieved 7 throwing spears. He then turned, methodically planting each spear into the ground. Though his aim was not at the archery target, but rather the trees at the far end of the training ground. Wang Ho tilted his head and inquired, "Yukuan, What does your cousin intend to do? I recall that your grandfather's spear-throwing skills were quite renowned in Fengxiang, achieving numerous victories. I wonder how much of that legacy remains? Han Gang observed Li Xian's actions intently, having yet to witness his true prowess. In recent days, his second cousin had adhered to the habits of a military family, rising early to strengthen his physique and practice martial arts. Unlike the fiery temper of Han Ao or Li, he was typically reserved and taciturn. Han Gang had only seen him twice in childhood, and those memories had long faded. However, after witnessing Wang Xuanqin's dazzling performance, Li Xian appeared remarkably composed, indicating he harbored some confidence. As Li Xian lifted a spear from the ground and weighed it lightly in his hands, his previously listless eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity. With a resounding shout, he lunged forward, flinging a spear with remarkable speed toward the trees. Though of average height, he possessed surprising strength. The spear soared forth with a piercing whistle, reminiscent of a crossbow's release. The first spear flew like a streak of light, and before one could blink, Li Xian had already grasped the second spear, launching it with another fierce cry. In the blink of an eye, all 7 spears had vanished from his feet, and with a series of resounding thuds, they struck a white poplar over 30 paces away, forming a straight line from top to bottom. Excellent skill, Wang Ho exclaimed. While Wang Xuanqin's eyes widened in astonishment, his previous self-assured expression completely vanishing. Han Gang stepped forward, shaking the spear lodged in the tree, yet it remained steadfastly in place. Wang Ho, astonished, uttered a soft exclamation and leaned in for a closer inspection. The robust trunk of the poplar bore the spearhead, which had embedded itself deeply, sinking 4 or 5 inches into the wood. No wonder it resisted all movement. In awe and admiration, Wang Ho glanced back at the composed Li Xian, realizing that the force he had infused into the spear could easily pierce through the finest iron armor of the Su Shi, creating 2 gaping holes with a single throw. While it was true that Li Xian might not rival Wang Xuanqin in archery, after all, few could compare to Wang Xuanqin on the Qinfeng Road. And one could probably count on one hand those who could challenge Lu Chanzhua of the West Road, renowned for his marksmanship, whom Wang Ho had just mentioned as Lu Zijing. Li Xian's skill was certainly not vastly inferior. Both Wang Xuanqin and Li Xian displayed remarkable martial prowess, a rarity in the army, leaving only Zhao Long yet to showcase his talents. Zhao Long, not needing any encouragement, approached with a hearty laugh. He lifted 2 stone locks weighing 20 to 30 pounds each, and with a vigorous motion of his hands, the locks began to whirl and dance around him like butterflies. The heavy stone locks flew gracefully at his side, intertwining with each other. The wind howled fiercely, rushing towards them, and the force was so overwhelming that Wang Ho instinctively took a half-step back. However, upon seeing Han Gang remain utterly still, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and returned to his previous position. Han Gang was indeed taken aback by Zhao Long's display. He observed that Zhao Long's movements were not mere playful antics, but rather a majestic sword dance, reminiscent of surging rivers and crashing waves. Together, the stone locks must have weighed nearly 50 pounds, yet in Zhao Long's hands, they were as light as delicate embroidery needles. The whirlwinds generated by the locks roared like a lion, yet Zhao Long managed to convey an unending flow of power, as if a mighty river were surging forth, all without the need for overwhelming strength. After concluding his breathtaking performance, Zhao Long gently placed the stone locks on the ground. His breath slightly hurried, and his face flushed. He clasped his fists and chuckled. My archery skills are lacking, and all I possess is brute strength. I have embarrassed myself. Please, forgive me. Not at all. Han Gang replied with a smile. Brother Zhao, wielding the stone locks as swords in such a splendid dance has truly opened our eyes. If this is considered a display of inadequacy, how many martial artists in the world could ever be worthy to be seen? Having witnessed the displays of Wang Xuanqin, Zhao Long, and Li Xian, Wang Ho felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The martial skills of these 3 were exceptional, a sight he had seldom encountered in his lifetime. Wang Xuanqin and Zhao Long had been assigned to the military affairs office by Wang Shao, with Wang Xuanqin promoted to a position of rank due to his merits, while Zhao Long was appointed as a palace attendant. Although neither had attained a formal rank yet, they were not far from achieving such status. With a bit more merit, their elevation would come swiftly. Now, with the addition of Li Xian, who was also Han Gang's cousin, Wang Ho felt a renewed sense of confidence. As his father, Wang Shao, prepared to march towards Hawang, having these 3 formidable warriors by his side, along with Han Gang's wisdom and strategic acumen, would undoubtedly enhance their chances of success. Chapter 28, Shadows of the Night, A Glimmer of Cold Light, Part 2. After a series of martial exercises, Han Gang led his friends home to rest. No longer the humble thatched cottage of months past, they returned to the ancestral residence of the Han family, a compound with 2 courtyards. Having been recommended, Han Gang received monetary gifts from Wang Xiao, Wu Yan, and Zhang Shoyue, who were aware of his family's modest circumstances. Han Gang graciously accepted their generosity with a simple expression of thanks, devoid of any excessive display of gratitude. His indifference to wealth only served to elevate the esteem in which Wang Xiao and the others held him. With the received funds, Han Gang redeemed his family home. And after half a year, the Han family returned to their familiar abode. Upon entering, the group paid respects to Han Gang's parents. Han Gang shared a particularly close bond with Wang Ho, who was akin to family, as were Wang Shunchen and Zhao Long. After Han Yunyong served tea and offered a tray of fruits and snacks, she quietly withdrew. Wang Ho remarked, "Your household lacks sufficient servants, my dear Yu Kuan. This old residence, while sturdy, appears rather shabby. Your esteemed parents should not be left unattended. A mere caregiver cannot adequately tend to them. Now that you hold an official position, it is time to employ more servants and maidservants. Have there been no recent applicants seeking to serve you?" Indeed, Han Gang affirmed, much like Fan Jin after his success. Many had come forth, eager to present gifts, while others offered themselves as servants, hoping to find favor in the Han household. However, he had declined all offers. Those seeking to serve were often from impoverished families, hoping to gain advantage through association with a prominent household. Han Gang feared that, before he could even assume office, he might tarnish his reputation by being surrounded by dubious retainers. This conduct solidified his reputation for viewing wealth with disdain, yet Wang Ho felt he had overstepped. Yu Kuan. Maintaining a lofty demeanor is not a virtue. It is wisdom to mingle with the common folk. To reject land offered to you is folly. It belongs to you by right. That land has already been sold. It is no longer mine, Han Gang replied, referring to the plight of Li Lizi. The village head of Xiaolong Bay had indeed fallen on hard times, having barely salvaged half his fortune from the Huangdiang case, only to find himself embroiled in Chenju's troubles. Despite the distant ties to Chenju, any association brought unwelcome scrutiny from the local authorities, leading to the swift depletion of Li Lizi's remaining assets. The vegetable fields by the river were originally the Han family's property, and none of the officials dared covet them. When Li Lizi approached Han Gang, pleading for the return of the fields, he sought Han Gang's intercession. Yet, Han Gang refused, saying, "How many lives were lost over those few acres? The soil is soaked with blood. Such an ill-fated possession would bring misfortune upon my family." Reflecting on it now, the whole affair stemmed from the seemingly trivial 3 acres of land by the riverbank. Huang Dali's restless spirit demanded retribution, while Chenju was destined for a fate worse than death. Adding to this tragedy, the nearly 1,000 tents of the barbarian tribes of the Mo Xing faction had turned the land into a river of blood. Indeed, that land is cursed, Wang Ho conceded. In this world, where wealth exists, good land is never out of reach. Once Li Lizi meets his end, let us see which fool dares to claim it. My brother cannot engage in such ruthless extermination. I request you to intercede on my behalf at the local authorities. To spare Li Lizi's life, Han Gang urged. Wang Ho was taken aback. Yu Kuan, while Li Lizi is not the chief offender, he is indeed the instigator. All this misfortune began with him, and you wish to show him mercy? One cannot be so naive. Han Gang had already discussed this matter with his parents and found them in agreement. They were neighbors, not of the same ilk as Chenju. There was no need to drive him to despair. Han Gang's demeanor exuded warmth and sincerity, embodying the principles of benevolence and forgiveness. In recent days, Li Lizi had come to plead repeatedly, offering many kind words and bowing his head in supplication. Han Qianlu, deeply attached to the land, was inclined to accept it back, hoping to persuade his son on Li Lizi's behalf. However, Han Ali harbored deep resentment. Refusing to acquiesce, the land is not worth the trouble. The man must not be spared. What vision do you have, Han Qianlu? Li Lizi nearly brought ruin upon our family. Had it not been for our third brother's efforts, we would have perished. Would Li Lizi shed a tear at our graves? I will not take back the land I once entrusted to him. What is owed is owed. We will redeem it with full price, without taking a single penny from him. While Han Gang was more accommodating than his father, he too would not accept the land back, nor would he spare Li Lizi. He counseled his parents, Li Lizi can no longer harm anyone. A dead dog should not be pursued relentlessly, for it would tarnish our family's reputation. Forgiveness is the privilege of the strong. If Han Gang, when under pressure for his life, were to preach benevolence, it would surely draw laughter from the likes of Chenju, Lu Xian, and Li Lizi, who would deem him a fool. But now, in a position of power, sparingly Lizy would demonstrate a magnanimous spirit. For a scholar, reputation holds paramount importance. The notion of vengeance is hardly a compliment to one's character. As the saying goes, a man of small measure is no gentleman. A man without restraint is no hero. An expansive mindset and the ability to rise above old grievances greatly enhance one's standing in the eyes of society. Most critically, in comparison to the lurking threat of Bao, Lizy posed no real danger. Allowing him to live inflicted no harm upon Han Gang, and by doing so, he could showcase his own generosity and magnanimity. Conversely, should Lizy still possess the capacity to inflict harm, Han Gang would undoubtedly dismantle him without hesitation. Thus, Han Gang persuaded his parents, yet he sought not to use this rationale to convince Wang Ho. The cultivation of personal image requires finesse. In Ganga City, Han Gang had already exhibited remarkable virtue. Now he needed to shape his reputation for intelligence and strategy. Chenju had a son who had fled, and Huang Dali also had two sons whose whereabouts were unknown. Though Han Gang did not fear their potential actions against him, he was concerned for the safety of his family. It would be impractical to ask Wang and Zhao to guard his home day and night. His maternal uncle was destined for great endeavors and could not be expected to remain idle at home. One could only remain a thief for so long. Vigilance against thieves must be constant, until the remnants of the Chen family were completely eradicated. He could not feel secure. What does this have to do with Lizy? Zhao Long inquired with confusion, while Wang Shunshan contemplated deeply. Wang Ho clarified for Han Gang, Lizy is related to Huang Diong. Given the ruin that has befallen the Huang and Shen families, should we not show him leniency? He may act out of desperation. Yu Kuan, is this your line of thinking? Wang Shunshan found it hard to believe. The remnants of Chenju's bandits should not possess such audacity. To target your third brother is tantamount to rebellion against the authorities. They are already condemned to death. Even if they rebel, can they resurrect after losing their heads? They have nothing to fear and will undoubtedly come. Han Gang asserted with conviction. He owed gratitude to Li Xian, his cousin, who had escorted Han Gang's parents from Fengxiang Prefecture to Qinzhou. Along the way, he had noticed suspicious individuals trailing them. However, he kept this information to himself until their reunion, when he confided in Han Gang alone. Han Gang was all too familiar with the features of Huang Dali's sons. Since they were following the return from Fengxiang, their intentions were clear. If not for the need to confront the remnants of the Chen family, why would he bother reclaiming the old residence? While pastoral life has its charms, once in office, he would have to relocate to the city. What purpose did this serve other than to draw out Chenju's remaining followers? The city, bustling with people, could conceal a dagger in the shadows, and he would be left with no means to defend himself. However, the village of Ha Long Bay is distinctly different. Everyone is familiar with one another, and strangers cannot easily enter. If one wishes to gather news about my family, they must rely on the villagers. Apart from Lizy, who else could Chenji depend on? Han Gang's voice resonated with a steady confidence, exuding a persuasive authority. Wang Ho believed him 8 parts, while Wang Shunshan and Zhao Long had no doubts regarding Han Gang's judgment. As for Li Xian, he maintained an inscrutable expression, leaving others unaware of his thoughts. Mr. Han. Mr. Han. A child's voice suddenly called from the back door. Li Xian went to open it, and in came Lizy's 13-year-old son, Li Xiaolu. Upon entering the room, he knelt before the assembled company, then rose to deliver a message. My father has urgent news for you, sir. Chenji's second son, Chenji, has now bribed a band of ruffians led by one known as Guoshan Feng. They claim to have over 100 bandits who seek to avenge their father's murder and the destruction of their home, and they intend to act tonight. Currently, the rebel Huang heir is guarding our humble abode with one of his henchmen. My father is unable to escape, so he sent me to urgently inform you. Though young, Lizy's son spoke with remarkable clarity, and the listeners comprehended his words. Wang Shunshan and Zhao Long exchanged glances with Han Gang, their expressions a mix of astonishment and admiration. Wang Ho was equally taken aback. Han Gang's prophecy had been validated almost instantaneously, which left them all over 100? Li Xian's voice emerged, hoarse and rough as a rasp, uttering merely those 3 words. Han Gang shook his head, asserting that it was implausible for such a large band of robbers to exist on the road to Qinzhou. A livelihood solely from robbery could not sustain such a multitude. 40 or 50 would be improbable. Even Wei Wudi boasted of 800,000 during the Battle of Red Cliffs. Over 100. Humph. Which band of thieves in Qinzhou boasts that number? At most, there would be 20, any more would have been quelled long ago. Yu Kuan, let us set aside the matter of the bandit numbers for now. Since their acquaintance, Wang Ho had been astonished by Han Gang countless times, by his character, insight, and capabilities, but today's calculation was the most astounding yet. His face bore an expression of disbelief. You summoned my foolish brother and Wang and Zhao to practice martial arts. Could it be that you anticipated Qin Ji's arrival tonight? Han Gang smiled without answering, for the truth itself served as the most eloquent response. Chapter 28, Shadows of the Night, Part 3. The night was bright. With a crescent moon perched atop the treetops, the stars twinkled brilliantly, and the North Star shone brightly over the northern mountains, while the most luminous Sirius hung high in the sky. Since ancient times, Sirius has been the harbinger of war. Every autumn and winter, when it appeared at the zenith, the horns of battle would sound along the northern frontiers, under the watchful gaze of Sirius. Countless battles have transpired between the Han warriors and the nomadic tribes of the north over the centuries. On this frigid night, with Sirius looming above, an atmosphere of impending violence enveloped the serene village. The winter air was biting, and the breath exhaled crystallized upon lips and beard. Having lurked outside Xiaolongwan village for over 2 hours, the sharp night wind whistled through the trees, echoing like ghostly wails. Qin Ji, despite being bundled in furs and warm cotton, felt the sting of the cold on his ears and nose. His limbs had stiffened, rendering him nearly oblivious to the existence of his 20 fingers. Behind him, Huang Jia's eldest son trembled, his nose dripping with clear mucus, clinging to his upper lip in a ghastly manner. Lacking the warm attire of Qin Ji, his sheepskin coat seemed woefully inadequate against the icy night. He hugged himself tightly, stamping his feet to create a crackling sound on the twigs beneath. Qin Ji, too cold to scold Huang Jia's eldest son, emitted a curt snort filled with displeasure. Huang froze in place, too frightened to move, as silence reclaimed the woods. Beside Qin Ji stood a medium-built, gaunt man in his 40s, his face lined with deep wrinkles and an expression of perpetual sorrow. Despite the biting wind, he remained motionless, seemingly impervious to the cold. His previous snort had rendered Huang Di obediently silent. This was the imposing presence of Guoshan Feng, a notorious figure who had roamed the region for decades. On the outskirts, Qin Ji's summoned allies included nearly 30 men under the command of Guoshan Feng, all awaiting the final command. It was already past the second watch of the night. Qin Ji urged the middle-aged man impatiently but refrained from adopting a more forceful tone. No one knew Guoshan Feng's real name. Even his men were said to be oblivious. Qin Ji only recognized that the unremarkable, wiry figure before him was followed by countless vengeful souls. For over 20 years, he had eluded numerous governmental crackdowns. Guoshan Feng gazed toward the village half a mile away, shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light, appearing unguarded. Brother Zhang, you wouldn't have mistaken your enemy's residence, would you? We cannot stray from the path. Absolutely not. Qin Ji replied affirmatively, having received good news from one of the 2 men sent to contact Li Laizi. The only issue was that Li Laizi was too timid to venture out, necessitating his son-in-law, Huang Er, to keep a watchful eye on him. Very well, Brother Zhang. Let us proceed. Guoshan Feng set aside his caution and led his men into the darkness of Xiaolongwan. Qin Ji nodded and followed suit, concealing his true identity under the name Zhang, even fabricating details regarding their target, Han Gang. In times of turmoil, power dynamics shift, without the support of the Qin family. He was merely a fugitive. Should his identity be exposed, would Guoshan Feng hesitate to betray him? The moniker Guoshan Feng was not without reason. The 2 thieves from Li Laizi's household had just departed, leaving only one behind, whom Li Er was currently watching. At the second watch of the night, Wang Shunshan returned with news. He and Li Xin had been tasked with escorting Li Laizi's youngest son home. But their true mission was to confirm the veracity of the intelligence. Wang brother, return to Li Laizi's house and inform Ergut to eliminate that thief. Since Li Laizi is allied with me, I must safeguard his life. No harm must come to him. Wang Shunshan hurriedly set off again. Xiaolongwan village was not large, and Li Laizi's new home was not far from Han's, making travel convenient. Han Gang and Wang Ho stood outside. The cold wind biting, yet the anticipation of impending battle ignited their youthful blood. Han Gang lowered his voice, not wishing to alarm his parents before the confrontation began. It seems the thieves are approaching swiftly. They must be captured all at once. Otherwise, they may return to cause trouble in the future, lacking any combat experience. Wang Ho observed Han Gang's commanding demeanor with envy. Yukuan, do you have a strategy? Not a grand strategy. Merely a plan to lure them in, and then strike. Villages in Qingzhou were typically enclosed by walls, and Xiaolongwan was no exception. Though not particularly sturdy or tall, merely exceeding 6 feet, a nimble individual could easily scale it. Many homes utilized the walls as boundaries for latrines or courtyards, which dictated that the thieves had limited escape routes unless they forced entry into houses. Once they attempt that, they will be ensnared in the sea of the populace. Wang Shunchun, Zhao Long, and Li Xian might not be formidable as a 1,000-man army, yet they were each capable fighters. However, real combat differs greatly from drills, and the enemy's skill should not be underestimated. Nighttime skirmishes could lead to unforeseen complications. Han Gang could not afford to be negligent. He must rally more support. This was Guanxi, and the men of Guanxi would not meekly submit to bandits. As long as someone stepped forward, the entire village could rise to fight. Even if they could not expect the villagers to engage directly, their presence could serve to distract the thieves. Qinji and Guoshan Feng's group infiltrated the village without hindrance, seasoned thieves that they were, slipping through the open gates without alarming the watchdogs. Following the route they had gleaned, they approached Han's residence. Everything seemed to go exceedingly well until a sudden shout shattered the winter night's tranquility and dashed Qinji. Thieves have entered the village. Secure your doors. With Han Gang's roar, the village's guard dogs erupted into a frenzy, lights ignited, and voices stirred within households. Qinji's expression shifted dramatically. Could there have been a leak in their plans? The seasoned Guoshan Feng remained composed, having experienced numerous close calls in his 2 decades of plundering. Quickly, rush in, kill them, and flee. Just then, a small yet sturdy figure emerged from a side path, blocking their way. The moonlight failed to illuminate his face, shrouded in darkness, but the arrow poised on his longbow gleamed in the silvery light. This path is blocked. His voice, though low, bore a weighty authority. Guoshan Feng burst into laughter, sneering, "You dare to obstruct my path with just a bow." The men following Guoshan Feng were seasoned brigands, having raided countless times, showing no concern for taking lives. The county magistrates had suffered at their hands, and they had even gravely injured a county lieutenant, resulting in numerous casualties among soldiers. What could a single man do against them? With merely a short distance to cover, even the best archer could scarcely hit a target. The village's narrow paths limited the effectiveness of bows and arrows, which is why Guoshan Feng had brought his men armed with close-range weapons, leaving cumbersome bows behind. "Kill him," Guoshan Feng commanded, and the band of ruffians surged forward. These were seasoned fighters, instinctively lowering their bodies, shielding their faces with their left arms while their right hands held their weapons. Knowing that even if they took a few arrows to the arm, it would not be fatal. A resonant hum reverberated as the bowstring quivered, the sound lingering excessively in the air. Qinji, captivated by the echo, found himself in a daze. Was it a single arrow? Soon, he discerned the truth. It was not one, but 7. The rapidly vibrating bowstring transformed into an illusion, as a continuous buzz of strings heralded the swift release of long arrows. In the span of mere steps, the foremost 7 rogues collapsed, clutching their abdomens, writhing in agony upon the ground. Unable to strike at their heads or chests, the only vulnerable target left was the abdomen. Wang Shunshin had reduced the number of arrows in his rapid-fire technique, yet significantly enhanced their accuracy. Not a single arrow missed its mark, instilling fear in the bandits trailing behind. "Who are you?" Guoshan Feng exclaimed, both startled and enraged. Such a master was rare, even along Qin Feng Road. How could one emerge from the plains? Wang Shunshin. A shrill cry echoed from behind Guoshan Feng. Wang Shunshin's prowess with the rapid-fire arrows was well known. Though Qinji did not recognize Wang, he had certainly heard tales of his arrows. Who else could be the sharpshooter by Han Gang's side? Only Wang Shunshin. "Is it you, Qinji?" Wang Shunshin asked nonchalantly, knocking another arrow to the bowstring. After a flurry of rapid shots, his arm felt slightly fatigued, preventing him from unleashing a second volley just yet. However, the carnage he had wrought rendered the enemies before him hesitant to act recklessly. Hit. A wild roar unleashed a fierce wind as 2 stone locks whistled past Wang Shunshin, hurtling towards the clustered bandits. 2 of the thugs, caught off guard, were struck squarely in the chest. The harrowing sound of shattering bones echoed as 2 clouds of blood erupted forth, sending them tumbling backward. Their ribs splintered. Their chests caved in. Even before their bodies hit the ground, their hearts and lungs had been obliterated, rendering them lifeless. They crashed into several comrades behind them, landing with a thud, motionless. Zhao Long, a towering figure reminiscent of a bear, emerged from the shadows, standing beside Wang Shunshin. After dispatching the 2 stone locks, he held 2 gleaming hexagonal copper tubes, hefty and robust, gripped tightly in his hands. With a subtle twist of his wrist, an ominous rush of wind followed. Faced with only 2 adversaries and nearly 20 of his own men, Qinji made a swift decision. He would flee. Chapter 28. Shadows of the Night, Part 4. Zhao Long and Wang Shunshan were renowned for their ferocity in the city of Qinzhou. However, until he witnessed it firsthand, Qin Ji could scarcely fathom the extent of their martial prowess. Upon engaging in battle, a third of the reinforcements he had painstakingly gathered were swiftly slain by them. These were the underlings of the notorious Over the Mountain Wind, who had reigned terror in Qinzhou for over a decade. With such formidable guardians surrounding Han Gang, how could one even contemplate vengeance? With the belief that preserving one's life is paramount, Qin Ji made a decisive escape. His subordinates, led by the elder of the Huang family, pursued closely behind, a chaotic frenzy in their wake. Qin Ji dashed a few paces before darting into a narrow alley. Luckily, his swift evasion spared him from an arrow that whizzed past his ear, its shrill whistle piercing his eardrum, while the haunting screams behind him rendered him too terrified to look back. Yet, there was still another assailant. Qin Ji felt a chill of dread course through him. The relentless cries of the fallen indicated that this unknown adversary was not inferior to Wang Shunshan or Zhao Long. How could a mere newly appointed official like Han Gang command such skilled warriors? The presence of these elite guards flanking him turned the area around Longwan into a veritable den of danger. Had he known this, Qin Ji would never have ventured into such peril. Consumed by rage due to the misinformation he had received, Qin Ji found himself fleeing like a dog with its tail tucked between its legs. As he fled, his men also retreated, while Over the Mountain Wind hesitated between the dire choice of fighting or fleeing. With a sharp twang, two arrows suddenly shot forth from the darkness behind them. Over the Mountain Wind, with a fierce exhalation, deflected one arrow with his waist knife. Yet, he was violently jolted as a long arrow unexpectedly pierced his side. With a roar of fury, he hurled his knife at Wang Shunshan and Zhao Long before clutching his wound and veering down another path towards the village. Whose arrow was that? Wang Ho asked, bow in hand, turning to Han Gang. Both he and Han Gang had released arrows. Yet it was Wang Shunshan's shot that found its mark. Han Gang sighed. It was brother Wang's. Compared to Wang Shunshan, he and Wang Ho still had much to learn in archery. Wang Shunshan. Wang Ho gasped in astonishment. He had not even seen Wang Shunshan draw his bow. With their leader fleeing, the remaining bandits followed suit. Han Gang shouted once more, quickly pursue. We must not allow these petty thieves to escape. The village gates swung open, and several brave villagers emerged, armed with household bows and spears, peering into the night. Where were the thieves? A mere handful of ruffians would not intimidate the men of the West. The prey scurried desperately, while the hunters closed in with fervor. This was a game that Qin Ji relished. Every autumn and winter, he would take his hunting dogs to the mountains, seeking rabbits, deer, and pheasants. On fortunate days, he might even stumble upon a bear den, skinning the creature for a fine coat. Yet this night marked his first experience as the hunted. Fleeing in a panic as if chased by a pack of ravenous hounds, he finally understood the despair of prey, engulfed by the suffocating darkness of hopelessness. The sounds of pursuit grew louder. As Qin Ji glanced back, he saw torches ablaze, their flickering light casting a crimson hue upon the snow. He was utterly alone on the wide expanse. The few subordinates he had brought now lost to the chaos, save for the elder of the Huang family, who remained closely behind him. How could this happen? Li Lizhi had only learned of the events earlier that day. How could Han Gang have summoned Wang Shunshan and Zhao Long in advance? Was he some sort of oracle? As Qin Ji ran, his mind raced. If only he could reach the woods to the northeast of the village, he would be safe. No one would dare pursue him there after dark. By dawn, he could escape, gather his strength, and return to exact his revenge. A thunderous roar echoed through the air, and a faint, chilling shriek reached his ears. Lost in fantasies of retribution, Qin Ji was jolted by a desperate cry behind him. He turned, heart pounding, to find Huang De lying motionless on the ground, his body pierced by a spear, exuding an aura of menace. A coldness more biting than the winter wind coursed through him, freezing his very soul. A thrown javelin, capable of felling an enemy from an impossible distance, was an extraordinary skill indeed. Flee, flee, flee. Qin Ji dared not look back. He forced his numb legs to carry him forward, his mind consumed solely by the instinct to escape. In a single, decisive throw, nearly 50 paces away, an enemy fell to the ground, and the villagers who emerged from the village gasped in awe. Yet, Li Xian remained impassive, observing Qin Ji's solitary flight without pursuing him further. A fierce gust of wind whipped through, sending the hero's scarf atop, Li Xian's head fluttering wildly. Zhao Long galloped past on his old steed, a dark shadow swaying beneath him, a potent scent of blood permeating the air. Li Xian wrinkled his nose. He recognized that odor. The stench of brain matter mingled with blood, spilled from a skull shattered by a copper hammer. Is it over the mountain wind? He pondered. The only heads worthy of Zhao Long's attention were those of Chunji and over the mountain wind. Neither of the Huang brothers qualified. Moreover, Huang de lay slain ahead, and Huang Heir had been dealt with at Li Lizi's house. Huang Heir, originally Li's son-in-law, had been sold to Han Gang. His eyes wide with confusion at the moment of his demise. Riding through the snowy night was fraught with peril. Hidden beneath the snow lay countless traps. The endless white expanse concealed myriad dangers. A careless misstep could easily break a horse's leg and send its rider tumbling to the ground. Yet Zhao Long paid no heed. His mount seemingly gifted with the power to see through the snow, deftly avoiding concealed pitfalls as they galloped onward. The terrain tossed him about like a leaf upon turbulent waters, but Zhao Long remained firmly planted in the saddle, clutching his copper hammer tightly. His eyes sharp as a hawk as he relentlessly pursued Qinji. Closer and closer. Qinji continued to flee, expending every ounce of strength into his legs, discarding his heavy furs in the process. Without those garments to shield him from the cold, even if he reached the woods, the biting wind would chase him relentlessly, ensuring his demise. However, his mind was consumed solely by the singular thought of escape. Yet Zhao Long had nearly closed the distance. He refused to relinquish the credit for his prowess to fate. Rising in the stirrups, he swayed like a bear performing in a circus. But this did not impede his aim as he targeted Qinji's shoulder, swinging down the copper hammer with all his might. Han Gang stood at the entrance of his home, where his parents, roused from sleep, were urged back inside by him, accompanied by Han Yun, who still appeared restless. Wang Shunshan stood by Han Gang's side, while dozens of startled villagers clustered around. The accomplished Li Lizi bowed humbly before Han Gang, a smile of humility on his face. Before the house, several corpses lay in neat rows, while Wang Ho squatted nearby, counting them. The outcome was decided. It had been achieved effortlessly, more smoothly than anticipated. Li Xian returned, bearing the body of Huang de Zhao Long has returned, with the half-dead Qinji draped across his saddle. Congratulations, Yu Kuan. Wang Ho rose to clasp his hands in greeting towards Han Gang, proclaiming that all the bandit leaders had been captured and executed. Qinji and the Huang brothers are all present, and the remnants of Qinju's faction have been entirely eradicated. Moreover, with the addition of the over-mountain wind incident, it is indeed a testament to your strategic prowess, Yu Kuan. It is not solely my achievement, Han Gang replied with a humble smile. Without the valiant efforts of our brothers, I would merely be a strategist of empty words. Do not be so modest, Yu Kuan. Had you not summoned us in advance, how could we have tasted such victory tonight? Han Gang smiled faintly, deflecting praise once more. However, Wang Ho's assertion held truth. Accurate intelligence had indeed determined the outcome of the conflict, and that was indeed his merit. Although Han Gang could not predict the exact timing of Qinji's actions, he believed that the fourth son of the Qin family would not forsake his own brothers in their hour of need. With the desire to both eliminate him and rescue his siblings, meticulous planning was essential. Considering the relative difficulty of the two tasks, it was more prudent to prioritize the assassination of an enemy over a potentially costly abduction. Another crucial factor was that Qinzhou lay on the northwestern frontier, while Fengxiang Prefecture was situated to the east. If Han Gang were to be killed first, then the abduction could follow, allowing for an escape eastward into the interior. Conversely, if they attempted the abduction first, even if successful, they would find themselves trapped with all routes to safety obstructed. Would they flee to the northwest's barbarian tribes? That would be suicidal. Would they venture south into Shu? Crossing the snow-laden Xining in winter would be equally fatal. Were they to remain in Qinzhou? Han Gang trusted that Qinju's son was no fool and would be capable of discerning such logic. Thus, if Qinji were to act, it would only be within the next few days. One side was well prepared, while the other was blinded by hatred, leading to the current outcome, a conclusion that elicited no surprise. Since the farcical events at Feijiang Temple 2 months prior, a series of upheavals had finally reached resolution. The last remnants of turmoil had subsided here, and Han Gang gazed skyward, exhaling deeply, the white breath carrying away all the anxieties and worries that had long burdened his heart into the night sky. 5 days later, Qinju's conspiracy to rebel was adjudicated. The principal offender, Qinju, was subjected to death by 1,000 cuts in the market, while his 2 sons, Qinji and Qinluo, were executed. His wife and daughters were all confiscated by the state, and all accomplices, including Lu Xian, faced either execution, strangulation, or exile. None escaped unscathed. In a single day, 11 individuals were executed at Kaishiku. The severity of the torture and the breadth of the implicated parties marked this case as the most significant in Qinzhou in 50 years. On that day, Li Shizhong personally oversaw the executions, with Wang Xiao seated nearby, as nearly all officials from Qinzhou gathered to witness. The square surrounding the execution platform was teeming with people, bustling like a festival. With a command from Li Shizhong, Chenju, stripped of all hope, was dragged to the platform like a lifeless dog, inciting a wave of commotion. Yet, the orchestrator of it all, Han Gang, remained seated in the chamber of Pujiao Temple, the clamor filtering through the windows. Unable to drown out the resonant sound of his reading, to speak with caution leads to fewer mistakes, to act with prudence leads to fewer regrets. Fewer mistakes in speech and fewer regrets in action lead to prosperity. Chapter 29, The Emperor's Will to Expand and Redress Old Grievances, Part 1, in the city of Kaifeng. As the year draws to a close, a heavy snowfall has recently blanketed the ground. The thick layer of snow serves as a harbinger of a bountiful harvest for the upcoming year, providing a modicum of solace to the rulers and ministers who have suffered from this year's drought in the south. However, the snow on the streets and alleys of the capital does not linger for long. It is swiftly cleared away by the organized efforts of the local authorities, ensuring that pedestrian movement remains unobstructed, particularly along the grand avenue stretching from the southern main gate of the imperial city, Xuande Gate, to the State Bridge. A space of 200 paces wide resembling a grand plaza is completely devoid of any remaining snow. The imperial palace of the Northern Song Dynasty in Kaifeng, while significant, pales in comparison to the grandeur of the Daming Palace from the Sui and Tang dynasties in Chang'an. When Zhu Wen established Kaifeng as the capital, the city was already bustling with a population exceeding 100,000, leaving little room for extensive construction. Thus, the original governor's office was repurposed as the royal residence. Throughout the 5 dynasties, each regime rose and fell in rapid succession, leaving little time or resources to invest in the palace. It was not until the Song dynasty that the emperor, Zhao Guangyin, undertook modest renovations to the imperial city, and his successor, Zhao Guangyi, contemplated expansion but ultimately abandoned the idea due to opposition from local residents. Nevertheless, the palace's modesty did not compromise its facade. Xuande Gate, the main entrance to the imperial city, stands nearly 10 zhang high, adorned with 5 gates in a row, all embedded with golden nails and lacquered in crimson, supported by a structure of brick and stone. Intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes adorn the walls, while the roofs are crowned with glazed tiles and embellished with exquisite railings. Rather than merely a city gate, it resembles a finely crafted edifice, often referred to as Xuande Tower. Flanking Xuande Gate are 2 smaller auxiliary gates known as the left and right Yechu gates. Behind Xuande Gate lies a vast square capable of accommodating thousands, leading to the main hall of the imperial city, Daqing Hall. Situated on the central axis of the city, Daqing Hall is the most magnificent structure within the imperial grounds. However, it is only utilized during the grand ceremonies of the New Year and winter solstice or similar state occasions. On this day, the morning assembly is held in the adjacent Windy Hall. As the 4th watch approaches, darkness still envelopes the sky, and the winter winds bite fiercely. Yet, the Imperial Avenue is already abuzz with activity. This day marks the 15th of the intercalary 11th month of the 2nd year of the Xining era, a day designated for the morning assembly, second only to the New Year and winter solstice ceremonies. All officials of the 8th rank and above, with the right to attend the assembly, flock to the avenue leading to the imperial city. Among them are chancellors dressed in gold and purple, accompanied by retinues of up to 100, alongside lesser officials clad in blue and green, riding alone. Due to the early hour of the assembly, many officials and their attendants traverse the avenue with empty stomachs. This is not due to a lack of preparation in their kitchens, but rather because on either side of the avenue lies a lengthy corridor known as the Imperial Walk, lined with numerous stalls offering breakfast delicacies. Vendors sell a variety of foods, from rice porridge to roasted meats, providing an array of culinary delights from both the north and south, ensuring that officials need not summon their household cooks. As officials feast in the Imperial Walk and gradually make their way to the foot of the Imperial City, they dismount their horses. The 5 gates of Xuande Gate remain firmly shut, only to be opened for the emperor's inspections or grand ceremonies. Thus, officials dismount and enter through the auxiliary gates beside Xuande Gate. The chancellors, however, are afforded the privilege of riding directly through, only dismounting at the 2nd gate. A grand procession of riders soon arrives at Xuande Gate. Though their number, exceeding 80, seems less formidable than the Chancellor's entourage of over 100. They still surpass the other officials in attendance, a privilege reserved for those in power. Leading the group are 2 attendants clad in crimson, bearing the distinctive blue umbrellas reserved for the chancellors, escorting a middle-aged official dressed in purple ceremonial robes, adorned with a gold fish pouch. Upon witnessing this dignitary approach on horseback, the officials still outside the imperial city hastily step aside and bow in respect, their reverence surpassing even that shown to the recently entered chancellor, Chen Xingji. This is none other than Wang Anshi, the favored minister of the emperor, entrusted with the daunting task of reversing the nation's decline and rectifying long-standing grievances. Wang Anshi rides a nondescript gelding, his ceremonial robes faded from their original hue. His broad shoulders and sturdy physique give him an imposing presence, yet his complexion appears darkened, as if he has not bathed properly in years. It has been said that he and his equally robust counterpart, Wen Yanba, are suited for the burdens of governance, yet the two have become rivals, embroiled in a fierce enmity. At Xuande Gate, Wang Anshi does not linger, guiding his horse directly into the imperial city. He and the other officials enter through Xuande Gate, facing the square before Daqing Hall. Turning left, they pass through a gate that separates the central and western sections of the palace, arriving at Wendy Gate. Only here does Wang Anshi dismount, proceeding with deliberate steps through Wendy Gate. Beyond Wendy Gate lies a 100-pace-long imperial pathway leading directly to Wendy Hall. Flanking the pathway are the bell and drum towers, positioned opposite each other. Further along the path, separated by the imperial roadway, are 2 long corridors known as the East and West Upper Pavilion Gates. Upon entering Wendy Gate, the officials do not proceed directly into the hall but are instead required to line up according to rank at the East and West Upper Pavilion Gates, awaiting the assembly. By the time Wang Anshi arrives, he finds that a considerable number of officials have already gathered, filling the 2 gates. The atmosphere is tense and silent, with only the sound of breathing palpable. None dare to speak or move out of turn, not even the chancellor. Censors and gate officials stand vigilant nearby, ready to reprimand anyone who raises their voice or stands in the wrong line, facing immediate admonishment or post-assembly censure. Wang Anshi strides forward quietly, with officials from the eastern ranks bowing respectfully to make way for him. He pauses momentarily at the Hanlin Academy scholars. Noticing the absence of one familiar face, his former ally and now adversary, Sima Guang, who was conspicuously missing, possibly due to illness or dissent. Reflecting on Sima Guang, Wang Anshi cannot help but sigh internally. As the new policies gradually take effect, such as the equal distribution law, the green seedling law, and the agricultural water conservancy regulations, his former friends, including Sima Guang, Lu Gongzhu, and Teng Fu, have distanced themselves from him, some even inciting opposition in court discussions. Those who once supported the reforms have now fallen silent, swayed by public opinion. Do they not comprehend the dire straits of the nation? The accumulations of the Taizu and Taizong eras have vanished without a trace during the reign of Emperor Zhenzong, who sought divine favor and embarked on grand constructions. After the ascension of Emperor Renzong, any semblance of savings was swiftly consumed by the turmoil of the Tongxiang Rebellion, plunging the treasury into an abyss that seemed insatiable. By the time of Emperor Renzong's death 4 years later, followed by Emperor Yingzong's demise, the cumulative cost of 2 state funerals stripped the treasury bare. What solution does Sima Guang propose? To reduce the rewards given to officials participating in state funerals. What a brilliant strategy! With a deficit of 15 million guan, surely saving a few 100,000 will suffice. They proclaim that a gentleman speaks not of profit, yet none of them resign their salaries or donate their fortunes. If all civil officials were to adopt this gentlemanly stance, perhaps the annual deficit of 10 million guan could indeed be resolved. But is such a notion feasible? Would Sima Guang dare to suggest it? The excessive military, officials, and expenditures, these 3 burdens are the principal reasons for the fiscal struggles of the Song Dynasty. The maintenance of a 1 million-strong army consumes 80% of the financial budget. The fighting capability of this force is perhaps inferior to the 10,000 elite troops commanded by the founding emperor during the establishment of. In an effort to curb the staggering military expenses, Prime Minister Pang Jie of the Renzong era once undertook the formidable task of reducing the military by 80,000. Pledging his life should any of the discharged soldiers rebel. However, Sima Guang, who regarded the Grand Minister as a father, never dared to utter a word advocating for the reduction of troops and expenses. Instead, he incessantly urged the emperor to conserve even more. Lacking the ability to achieve success, yet proficient in causing failures, Wang Anshi had long seen through these refined individuals. He bypassed a multitude of Hanlon scholars and advanced, ultimately positioning himself at the forefront of the assembly. Standing in his designated place within the eastern section, Wang Anshi held his tablet, closed his eyes in silence, awaiting the commencement of the court session. Before him remained only the final two chancellors. With one more step, he would occupy a position of utmost authority beneath the sovereign. Wang Anshi did not wait long, as the majority of officials attending the court had already assembled, and it was time to convene. The gatekeepers of the eastern and western pavilions had counted the attendees, and as the official overseeing court etiquette, the vice-censor-in-chief, Lu Gongzhu, led two palace attendants into the hall. They brushed past the chancellors, maintaining a steady gaze, save for Lu Gongzhu, who cast a fleeting glance at Wang Anshi, revealing a hint of disdain. His position as vice-censor-in-chief could arguably be attributed to Wang Anshi, yet Lu Gongzhu felt no joy. For Wang Angshi's intentions were far from benevolent. His sole aim was to oust Lu Gongzhu's elder brother, Lu Gongbi, the then chief military commissioner, from the capital. Lu Gongbi, as chief military commissioner, held sway over military and political affairs, often advocating for tranquility and the value of harmony, staunchly opposing Wang Angshi's policies of territorial expansion to the northwest. Together with another chief military commissioner, Wen Yanba, they nearly returned the hard-won city of Suida to the Western Xia. Following resistance from the border commanders, the plan ultimately failed, leading to the demotion of the general who had captured Suida, thereby placating the Western Xia. Wang Anshi found it intolerable to have two substantial obstacles impeding his path. Otherwise, his impending reforms concerning military organization and equestrian laws would undoubtedly be hampered. Wen Yanba, being of considerable seniority, was not easily swayed, while Lu Gongbi, despite being the eldest son of the former powerful minister Lu Yijian, lacked the depth of experience that Wen Yanba, who had held office for decades, possessed. Moreover, Lu Gongbi had a brother, Lu Gongzhu, who served as a Hanlon scholar. Recently, Lu Gongzhu was recommended for the position of vice-censor-in-chief, thus beginning to lead the court's system of admonition to prevent ministers from monopolizing power and controlling state affairs. It was customary in this dynasty that there should be no brothers, sons, or close relatives among the chancellors and the admonitory officials. Should such a situation arise, the individual with the longer tenure would invariably be compelled to submit a resignation letter and be reassigned to another post, without exception. If anyone attempted to cling to their position, the censors would have work to do. At times, even relatives appearing simultaneously in both offices would face scrutiny from the censors. This unwritten convention was seldom breached, and as vice-censor-in-chief, Lu Gongzhu could not afford to be compromised, thus ensuring that his elder brother Lu Gongbi's tenure at the Privy Council would not last much longer. Chapter 29. The Emperor's Ambition to Expand Territories and Redress Old Wrongs. Part 2. Lu Gongzhu entered the Windy Hall with a grim expression. The Windy Hall, also referred to as the Outer Court, while slightly smaller than the main hall, the Daqing Hall, still possessed ample space to accommodate over 1,000 individuals. Behind the hall's entrance, slightly to the southeast, stood a chair designated for the deputy censor-in-chief. According to the established protocols of the current dynasty, among the civil and military officials attending the morning assembly, only this one individual was permitted to sit, symbolizing solitary authority. In the Han dynasty, there were three such distinguished positions: Minister of Works, Chief of the Imperial Guard, and Deputy Censor-in-Chief. Yet, after a millennium, only the latter remains. Standing before the chair, Lu Gongzhu was flanked by two censors stationed in the corners of the hall. As the ceremonial whip cracked, musicians began to play the sheng and strike the bells, performing melodies in praise of the virtuous emperor and his ministers, while the gatekeepers sang in harmony with the music. The two chancellors, Zheng Gongliang and Qin Sheng, holding their tablets, led the officials into the hall in order of rank, coming to a halt before the emperor. As the whip cracked once more, there was a stir at the rear of the hall. First, two attendants emerged, tasked with recording the emperor's words and actions, taking their positions in opposite corners. Following them were a group of eunuchs holding ceremonial fans and swords. Once the eunuchs were in place, the music rose dramatically, heralding the emperor's entrance. In his early 20s, Zhao Su stepped forth from the back of the hall, clad in a russet yellow robe and wearing a flat-topped cap, the customary attire for morning court sessions. The youthful emperor appeared somewhat pallid, possessing a countenance deemed handsome by the aesthetic standards of the Song Dynasty. A trace of beard adorned his lips, lending him an air of maturity, yet his physique was rather frail, lacking the robust signs of longevity. Upon taking his seat, the officials knelt in reverence. The scene was a mere repetition of previous assemblies, with no expectation of deviation. Zhao Su sat upon the imperial throne, idly awaiting the conclusion of the monotonous court rituals that transpired each month. His concerns lay with the state affairs and military campaigns, however. The elaborate ceremonial proceedings held little interest for him. Would the equal distribution law truly affect the livelihood of the common people? What was the status of the preparations for the Green Seedling Loan Initiative? Had any errors emerged with the newly implemented agricultural contracts? Was the situation in the northwestern city of Sueda stabilized? Had the Western marauders retreated from the Jingyuan route? Were the Western bandits attacking the city of Ganggu and the Qinfeng route poised to return? Furthermore, there was Wang Xiao, who claimed to open the river in the Huang, yet had taken no action throughout the year. What was the meaning of the sudden recommendation he submitted at year's end? Zhao Su, intent on becoming a rejuvenating sovereign, was plagued by the complexities of governance. The nation faced numerous challenges. Since its establishment, the Song Dynasty had never equaled the might of the Han or Tang. The northern Khitan tribes eyed the central plains with hostility, repeatedly launching incursions. Emperor Taizong's two northern campaigns ended in catastrophic defeats, ultimately leading to his demise from an arrow wound by the banks of the Gaoliang River. During Emperor Renzong's reign, the Khitan were pacified with an annual tribute of 500,000 taels of silver and silk, which seemed to bring a facade of peace. Yet the Western bandit Yuan Hao raised the banner of rebellion. 3 major battles ended in dismal failure, culminating in the Western bandits establishing their dominion in Lingguo. What solution did the renowned ministers of Renzong's court propose? To purchase the Western bandits' nominal submission with 200,000 taels of silver and silk. The emperor's dignity diminished. Yet he, the sovereign of the illustrious Huaxia, was compelled to engage in fraternal relations with the northern barbarians, bestowing the people's resources upon the insatiable Western bandits. While his ministers took pride in this disgrace, claiming it was the act of a sagacious ruler who spared the populace from suffering through the meager exchange of wealth, Zhao Su let out a cold laugh. Truly, they were all graduates of the highest order. They certainly had their rhetoric. Had their talents matched their words, the 2 bandits would have long been eradicated, and the people would not be in distress. Renzong could endure, Xingzong could endure, but he, Zhao Su, could not. Hanqi had grown old, Fubai had aged, and Wen Yanba had also lost his vigor. The illustrious ministers of Renzong's era had lost their edge, merely dictating that he refrained from military discussions for 20 years while he bore the gnawing shame alone. Fortunately, there was Wang Anshi. Numerous officials in the court sought to impeach Wang Anshi, including many who previously praised and recommended him, such as Fu Bai and El Gongzhu. Was there anyone capable of presenting a strategy for national prosperity and military strength akin to Wang Angshi's? No. Sima Guang could not. Wen Yanba could not either. Zhao Su gazed down at the assembly of civil and military officials standing rigidly in the Windy Hall, akin to stone statues. To realize his aspirations, he needed a court filled with officials, yet there was only Wang Anshi. The court ceremony proceeded methodically. A few officials recently summoned to the capital expressed their gratitude, and several aged officials offered their farewells. Without any surprises or deviations, the court assembly concluded. The officials exited in hierarchical order, and upon reaching the entrance of the Windy Hall, they returned to their respective offices. Only the 2 chancellors, the Minister of Revenue, along with the scholars from the Hanlin Academy and the Zhongshu Shang, remained, making their way toward the Chongzheng Hall in the rear of the imperial city. The monthly court assembly, merely ceremonial in nature, gathered 400 to 500 individuals in the outer court's Windy Hall. What significant state affairs could they deliberate? The true governance of the nation occurred in the inner court, where only the chancellors and select important officials convened in the daily sessions at the Tuigong Hall, and subsequently in the Chongzheng Hall, where the emperor reviewed matters post-assembly. As today marked the date of the monthly assembly, there were no routine sessions. After the court assembly concluded, Zhao Su proceeded directly to the Chongzheng Hall to attend to state affairs. The 2 chancellors present reported on matters requiring the emperor's approval, among which the situation in the northwest was of utmost concern to Zhao Su. The offensive centered around Sueda and the development of the Hehuang region were critical to the future campaigns against the Western Xia. Failure was not an option. The conflict in the Sueda city, located along the Fuyin route, had calmed. The plans of the Tanguts to exchange several dilapidated old fortresses for the city had failed spectacularly. The battlefront in the Hengshan region now leaned in favor of the Song Dynasty. As long as Sueda city could be held, they could gradually expand their control over the entire Hengshan area. Should they lose Hengshan, the southeastern barrier of the Western Xia would collapse, and they would lose even the crucial recruitment grounds. Consequently, the perilous expanse of the vast sea would be shared between the Western Xia and the Song Dynasty, akin to the precarious state of southern regimes that lost their grip on the Huai River basin due to the loss of the Yangtze River's natural defenses. The Liang Empress Dowager, who governed the Western Xia, along with her brother Liang Yi, serving as chancellor, were acutely aware of this. They emulated the Song Dynasty's strategies, commencing the construction of fortifications to the north of Sueda, erecting a total of 8 fortresses. They aimed to counterbalance the strategic advantages the Song army was gradually securing in the Sueda region with a cluster of strongholds. Zhao Su was deeply troubled by this. He not only expedited the transportation of troops and supplies to the Fuyan route, but also appointed one of the few seasoned generals available, Guo Kuei, to oversee the affairs of Sueda City as the governor of Yin Prefecture, present-day Yan'an, and the pacification commissioner of the Fuyan route. Guo Kuei had previously served in the Privy Council, and for decades, apart from Di Qing's singular term as Privy Minister. This was the highest position attainable by a military officer, thus he had sufficient experience in governance. Zhao Su's decision to assign Guo Kuei to the Fuyan route underscored the significance he placed on Sueda City. Zhao Su remained vigilant regarding the situation in Shaanxi. He did not consult the Privy Minister Wen Yanba or Chancellor Zhang Gongyang, nor did he inquire of Qinsheng. Instead, he directly asked Wang Anshi, Wang Qing, "Is there any new dispatch regarding the Fuyan route in Sueda City?" Wang Anshi replied from his position, "As long as General Guo Kuei remains, the Fuyan and Sueda regions will remain secure. Your Majesty need not worry excessively." How could Zhao Su not be anxious? The intelligence relayed by the scouts stationed in the Fuyan route weighed heavily on his mind. These scouts, primarily eunuchs, were dispatched by the emperor himself. Their reports were often deemed more reliable than those of local officials. Yet, Guo Kuei was at odds with Zhong Yi, who had just returned from Suizhou. Guo Kuei had remarked that Zhong Yi was a reckless youth, reliant on his family background, and would inevitably jeopardize significant matters. When generals are discordant, how can one wage war effectively? Guo Kuei, now advanced in age, favored a cautious approach, while Zhong Yi was in his prime, brimming with vigor. Their differing styles made cooperation difficult. It was only natural for Guo Kuei to harbor reservations toward Zhong Yi. Your Majesty need not be concerned. In the power struggle over the Fuyan route, Wang Anshi unhesitatingly sided with Zhong Yi, while Guo Kuei was not without merit. It was Zhong Yi who had the capability to alter the situation in Sueda. He was both brave and strategic, and his father, Zhang Xing, was highly respected throughout the Fuyan route. Wang Anshi firmly believed that, given time, the one to expand the territories of the Song Dynasty and vanquish the Western bandits would not be the seasoned generals like Guo Kuei, whose vigor had waned, but rather the emerging talents akin to Zhong Yi. Your Majesty, Guo Kuei is renowned for his discernment in recognizing talent. Initially, Guo Huaimin was celebrated far and wide, with universal acclaim, yet Guo Kuei remarked that he was merely a man of empty reputation, valiant yet lacking in strategy, which ultimately led to the defeat at Dingshuan camp. His judgments on the rise and fall of individuals are grounded in reason and should not be dismissed as mere grievances of a warrior. Since Wang Anshi supported Zhong Yi, the Privy Minister Wen Yanba naturally sided with Guo Kuei. Despite Guo Kuei's opposition to the proposal of returning Sueda and his exposure of the Western Xia scheme to exchange Sueda for several abandoned forts like Ximen, causing great embarrassment to one, the matter was set aside to counter Wang Angshi's backing of Zhong Yi. When Yanba's arguments appeared reasonable, prompting Zhao Su to turn his attention to Wang Anshi. Wang Anshi countered. In the past, during Guo Kuei's time in Yanzhou, he had a dispute with Zhang Xing over the death of a member of the Loyalty and Righteousness Society in a conflict with the allied Chang people. Can we truly say there are no past grievances? This revelation was new to Zhao Su, who pondered for a moment before seeking Wang Angshi's counsel. Wang Qing, do you believe it is wise to assign Zhong Yi to another path? Wang Anshi shook his head. Though Guo Kuei is seasoned and composed, and despite past grievances, such matters should be confined to words and not allow private matters to harm the public good. Previously, Guo Kuei discerned the treacherous plots of the Western bandits and dissuaded the exchange of Sueda for Ximen and the 2 abandoned forts. Yet the Privy Council has yet to determine a reward. In my humble opinion, it would be better for your Majesty to issue a personal edict of commendation and send an inner court official with the pretense of a reward to Yanzhou, providing discreet admonitions, ensuring there are no issues. Wang Angshi's remarks deftly revealed the Privy Council's 2 blunders, leaving Wen Yanba speechless, unable to oppose or agree. Zhao Su, still young and newly ascended to the throne for merely 3 years, was unaware of the undercurrents between the two prominent ministers. He sensed that Wang Angshi's approach considered the dignity of the veteran Guokui while also serving as a wake-up call, deeming it indeed feasible, and nodded in agreement. Let it be as Wang Qing suggests.